China. May 15, 2022. Shanghai Elf Academy Entrance Examination Room. Dear students, there are still 15 minutes before the end of the exam. Students who have finished, please check the test paper carefully. After the broadcast in the classroom ended, a handsome man woke up from the table and wiped the saliva flowing from the corner of his mouth with his hand. Looking at the environment of the classroom and seeing the test paper in front of him, Zhang Rui was a little dazed and said in surprise, "Why am I here? I remember playing games." Because Zhang Rui's voice was very loud, it disturbed the invigilator on the side. The middle-aged woman with a fierce face turned her head to look at Zhang Rui with a fierce look in her eyes. Maybe she thought that Zhang Rui had just woken up and couldn't distinguish reality, so she didn't care about him, but just glared at him and asked him to be a little honest. This made Zhang Rui's heart tremble. This woman is too scary. Zhang Rui, who was looking around, immediately lowered his head and looked at the test paper on the table. He picked up the carbon pen on the table and was about to answer the questions. He thought that it was just a question from the college entrance examination, so it should be easy to answer. But when he saw the first question, he was dumbfounded. Question 1. What are the characteristics of Bulbasaur? A. Fierce fire and solar power. B. Lush and chlorophyll. C. Torrent and rain disk. D. It has no characteristics. Seeing the first question, Zhang Rui had 100,000 questions in his mind. What is going on? This is definitely not a college entrance examination question. It is a question about Pokémon. Why would the school test such a question? Zhang Rui couldn't figure it out? Did he travel through time? This was also what Zhang Rui could think of. At this moment, Zhang Rui suddenly felt a severe pain, and his head seemed to explode. Zhang Rui hurriedly covered his head with both hands, trying to reduce the pain. Just like that, after a minute, the pain slowly disappeared, and Zhang Rui felt that there were suddenly many more memories in his mind. After spending a few seconds sorting out some memories, Zhang Rui realized that he really traveled through time. He actually traveled to the world of elves, which was simply unbelievable. He had dreamed of entering the world of elves many times, but he didn't expect to succeed. In this world, elves and humans have lived together for tens of millions of years. Tens of millions of years ago, when humans were born, elves existed. At first, humans were a little afraid of elves and hid in caves every day and dared not go out. With the changes of the times, humans found that these elves were not only non-aggressive, but also liked to live with humans. Thousands of years later, elves have become an indispensable part of humans. At the same time, a wise man was born among humans. He made a Pokeball that could collect elves by using round sweet fruits and some mixed trees. 100 years later, the profession of Pokémon trainer gradually appeared in the world. Today, in the 21st century, human society has evolved from elves to a variety of professions. In addition to Pokémon trainers, there are also Pokémon doctors, Pokémon police, and archaeologists who specialize in studying ancient elves. Among them, Pokémon trainers are still the main ones. A great Pokémon trainer not only represents the family, but also represents the country. The exam that Zhang Rui took today was the Pokémon qualification exam held by the college. Students who pass the exam can go to the Academy's exclusive breeding house to receive an elf egg that belongs to you. This is what the Academy's new students have to do every year. Of course, every year, 2/3 of the students are eliminated and lose the qualification to receive elf eggs, and also lose the opportunity to enter the school to study. And Zhang Rui has not slept for 3 days and 3 nights just to pass the Academy's elf qualification assessment. It may be because of this reason that Zhang Rui lay on the table and never woke up again. The owner of this body is really so careless about his body. Zhang Rui complained in his heart. However, the characters in other people's novels have some system after crossing, or give you a powerful ring, and there is an old grandfather living in it. But he has nothing. Just as Zhang Rui was complaining, an electronically synthesized voice came from Zhang Rui's mind, which made Zhang Rui happy. Congratulations to the host for activating the elf copy system. The elf copy system, as expected, crossing must give a system. Zhang Rui was ecstatic and said to the system, "System, do you have any powerful functions? For example, the kind that can make me become a god directly? No. The elf dungeon system can provide a large number of dungeons for the host, allowing the host to challenge the dungeons. After the challenge is successful, a large number of rewards will be given. The direct godhood you mentioned is not advocated by our system and is completely prohibited." The system's words made Zhang Rui's mood fall to the bottom. He originally wanted to become a god directly and enjoy a life surrounded by beautiful women here. Unexpectedly, in the end he had to rely on himself and work hard to improve, while the system only played a supporting role. Since the host has just activated the system and is still a novice. As soon as the system finished speaking, a transparent data panel appeared in front of Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui hurriedly turned his head to see the reaction of his classmates in the classroom and found that no one noticed this side, and they were still answering the questions seriously. Zhang Rui was completely relieved now. He thought that the system panel would be discovered by his classmates, but now it seems that he was overthinking, and the classmates did not notice the existence of the panel at all. Let me see what good things the newbie gift pack gives me. Zhang Rui happily clicked the warehouse button on the data panel. Click the newbie gift pack and select the open button. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for opening the newbie gift pack and obtaining the data eye and the small world. Data eye. You can see any data on the elves, small world. The small world is closely related to the Pokeball, and you can teleport the captured elves to the small world to live. I didn't expect that the newbie gift pack would give so many things. Now I can't see what the small world looks like, but now I can at least use the data eye. Since I can see the data on the elves, will it have any effect on the test paper? Zhang Rui's eyes turned to the direction of the test paper again, and returned to the position of the first question, activating the data eye. The answer to the first question is B. The answer to the second question is C. Seeing all the answers displayed, Zhang Rui's mouth corners slightly raised, but he couldn't hide the smile in his heart. Coincidentally, he was discovered by the invigilator sitting at the front desk, and he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Why is this kid grinning foolishly? If I remember correctly, this kid is the worst student in the rumors. He is ignorant all day long. If it weren't for his father's money, he might not have the chance to come here to take the exam. He is still grinning foolishly. It's really sad for his parents to have such a child. Zhang Rui, who was preparing to do the test, had no idea what the invigilator was thinking. He started writing quickly with the carbon pen in his hand. He wrote almost as soon as he saw the question, as if there was a standard answer in front of him. Without thinking at all, invigilator was stunned at this time. How could this kid suddenly write so fast? Then he thought, this kid is so bad at studying, I guess the answers are all written randomly. Thinking of this, the invigilator didn't pay attention to it anymore until the bell rang. I thought about it for a long time and decided to write an elf novel. Don't worry, this book is not brainless. It is half an invincible novel. I hope you like it. At the moment when the test was over, Zhang Rui finally finished filling in the test paper. The whole person also relaxed. Just now he had been filling in the answers, which made him nervous. At this moment, the invigilator sitting on the stage stood up quickly. He collected all the papers at lightning speed. After coming to Zhang Rui's side, he saw the dense fonts on his paper. He smiled gently. If you look closely, you can see that the invigilator's face was not a gratified smile, but a mocking sneer. As for Zhang Rui's answer sheet, she would only think that Zhang Rui filled it out randomly and didn't care too much. After collecting all the papers, she left the examination room. Before leaving, she said to the candidates on the field, "After the results come out tomorrow, you will be able to receive the elf eggs. You should have a good rest today and prepare for receiving the elf eggs tomorrow." As soon as the invigilator left, the students in the examination room seemed to have completed their mission. They put away all the tools on the table and ran out of the examination room in a running posture. Of course, this is only a minority. Most of the candidates are frowning and worried. Obviously, they don't have much confidence in their test results. Zhang Rui at the table left the examination room after sorting out all his memories. Along the way, although many candidates were discussing today's exam, Zhang Rui was thinking about why he came to the elf world. He only remembered that he was still staying up late to play the game of Pokémon the night before. He was so engrossed in the game that he had forgotten the time. He only needed to solve the Rainbow Rocket Team to pass the level. When he was about to solve the Rainbow Rocket Team's boss Osakagi, he suddenly found that his eyes went black, and then he lost consciousness. When he woke up, he came to this world full of elves. Could it be that he died suddenly because of staying up too late? Oh my God, I didn't sleep for 3 days and I died suddenly. It seems that I still lack exercise in my daily life. However, Zhang Rui did not regret it. After all, he really loved elves. Maybe God gave him a chance to realize his dream. This made Zhang Rui come to a world full of elves and gave him a powerful copy system, giving him the opportunity to become a champion. However, Zhang Rui has such a powerful system, but he just became a champion. The pattern is too small. Since he came to this world, he should conquer the beasts in this world and become an existence admired by people all over the world. However, let's get the first elf first. Just as he was walking out of the school gate, he was stopped by a familiar voice. "Brother Rui, how did you do in the exam?" Zhang Rui was very familiar with this voice. This person was none other than Zhang Rui's playmate since childhood, Ye Fei. Ye Fei was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and a pair of shorts that reached the middle of his thighs. Zhang Rui was not fooled by his handsome appearance, but looked at the knocking monkey sitting on his shoulder. "Of course, your brother Rui is here. It's not as good as 2. But how did you get this knocking monkey? Aren't the test results not out yet?" Hearing Zhang Rui's question, Ye Fei patted his chest and said, "Don't forget what my family does. I don't have to take this kind of exam at all. My family has prepared the elves for me. How is it? My knocking monkey is handsome. This is a very famous 3 family, and you may not be able to buy it even if you spend hundreds of thousands." Really, if Ye Fei hadn't said it, Zhang Rui would have almost forgotten that his family is not an ordinary family. His father is the chief of the Pokémon police department, and his mother is naturally not an ordinary person. She is a well-known Pokémon breeder who once made platinum-grade energy cubes, which are very popular among trainers. The quality of energy cubes, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond. Indeed, with such parents, there is no need to take the exam to receive Pokémon eggs. Their family will directly buy him a Pokémon. Thinking of this, Zhang Rui couldn't help but sigh. It's so good to be rich. Thinking of his family, his father is just an ordinary office worker, and his mother is just an ordinary housewife. This gap is indeed very big. Then, Zhang Rui opened the data eye and checked the attributes of the knocking monkey in front of him. Knocking monkey. Attribute, Elf 6. Quality, C+. Gender, male. Status, happy. Features, grassmaker. Carried items, none. High 5 surprise attack. Basic skills, grab, call, wood needle piercing. Taught skills, none. Your knocking monkey is worth cultivating, not bad. After passing through the data eye, Zhang Rui stroked his chin and commented on the knocking monkey in front of him. Zhang Rui's words obviously made Ye Fei excited. He touched the knocking monkey's head and said excitedly, "Of course, this is carefully selected by me, and its strength is very strong. After you get the elf, let's have a fight and let you see the strength of the knocking monkey." Zhang Rui nodded, and then chatted with Ye Fei for a while, and then said goodbye to each other. And Zhang Rui returned home in the direction indicated by his memory. On the way, he encountered many elves. Although Zhang Rui wanted to capture them, he couldn't do it without an elf ball. As soon as he got home, he saw Zhang's father kneeling on the washboard. It seemed that he had offended Zhang's mother again. Judging from his painful appearance, he had probably been kneeling for an hour. When Zhang's father saw Zhang Rui, he immediately ran over, hugged Zhang Rui directly, and said excitedly, "Son, if you don't come back, you won't see your father again. I asked you to kneel there for 2 hours. Why is it so difficult?" A middle-aged woman with a soup spoon came from the kitchen. Seeing that Zhang's father had disappeared, she came over and scolded him. As soon as he walked out of the kitchen, he saw Zhang's father holding Zhang Rui. His originally irritable temper immediately became gentle. "It turns out that Rui is back. Come and eat quickly. Today I made a table full of dishes to celebrate your success in the exam." Seeing that Zhang's mother's temper became much, Zhang's father breathed a sigh of relief. "I just stole a chicken nugget, and you made me kneel on the washboard for 2 hours. It's simply cruel." "Indeed, it's a bit serious." Zhang Rui nodded and replied, "Why don't you two come and eat?" Zhang's mother's voice came from the kitchen again. This time, neither of them dared to stay for a minute longer and quickly walked to the kitchen. Zhang Rui was actually very uncomfortable eating this dinner, mainly because Zhang's father and mother kept asking Zhang Rui about his exam results. Although Zhang Rui said that there was absolutely no problem, Zhang's father and mother still cast doubtful eyes. Zhang Rui had no choice but to return to his room after eating and drinking. Lying on the comfortable big bed, thinking about the elf egg he would receive tomorrow, he felt a little excited. However, he had the magical ability of the data eye, so there should be no problem in choosing the elf egg tomorrow. Then he closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. I will write well later. You just need to give me votes. Love you 3 Shanghai City, the next day. At this time, Zhang Rui was still dreaming, drooling from the corners of his mouth, and even the cat belly pillow was soaked. Bang dong! Zhang Ma broke into the room directly, and the sound woke Zhang Rui up from his sleep immediately. He immediately stood up, quickly covered his body with a silk quilt, and said to Zhang Ma, "Mom, why didn't you knock when you came in? I almost let you see me naked." After hearing Zhang Rui's words, Zhang Ma ignored him and said with her hands on her hips, "What do you mean you saw me naked? You are my son. I don't know how many times I have seen your body. You actually started to dislike your mother. I raised you so big." Zhang Ma looked at Zhang Rui covering himself again and said with disgust, "Okay, get up quickly. Today is the time to receive the elf eggs, your father, and I can't wait. Remember to hurry up. Your father and I will wait for you outside." Zhang Ma just finished speaking and slammed the door. Zhang Rui watched Zhang Ma leave from the bed and sighed after confirming that Zhang Ma had left. It doesn't matter when you go to get the elf egg. There's no time limit anyway. However, since they were already awake, Zhang Rui was no longer sleepy, so he got up, dressed, washed up, and ran out without even having breakfast. At this time, Zhang's father and mother outside the door were already waiting anxiously. They were still thinking about going into the house to call Zhang Rui, but they saw Zhang Rui coming out of the house. As soon as they walked out of the door, they saw Zhang Ma stamping her feet. It was obvious that Zhang Ma didn't like waiting, so she scolded Zhang Rui. "You! How can you pick out excellent elf eggs at such a slow speed?" After hearing Zhang Ma's scolding, Zhang Rui scratched the back of his head embarrassedly, and then he and his family drove to Shanghai Elf Academy. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at Shanghai Elf Academy. As soon as the 3 of them got off the car, they saw that the entrance of the academy was almost crowded with people, and it was impossible to get in. Of course, some students were holding an elf egg in their arms, and their hearts were full of joy. Green caterpillar attributes: bug, LV0, male. Status: unhatched. Scales: carried items: none. Basic skills: impact, silk spinning: none. Skill secrets: none. Is a green caterpillar so happy? Do you still hope that it will evolve into Rayquaza in the future? Zhang Rui just took a look and ignored it, then squeezed into the crowd to check his grades first. Although he thought that there was absolutely no problem with his grades, it would be troublesome if something unexpected happened. Just as Zhang Rui was about to walk to the score list, he was suddenly stopped by a familiar voice. "Isn't this Zhang Rui? I didn't expect you to appear here. I thought you had already gone to work?" Zhang Rui hurriedly turned his head to look at the source of the voice, and found that a man with acne marks on his face was standing not far away from him. Zhang Rui was very familiar with the man in the distance. It can even be said that he had a deep memory of him. When Zhang Rui was still in high school, the man in front of him would target Zhang Rui whenever he found an opportunity, and would even try every means to humiliate him. This also made Zhang Rui lose interest in studying. Sometimes he was even afraid to go to school. Originally, he thought that after entering the college, the two would no longer have any intersection, but unexpectedly they would meet again. "Go Dan, I didn't expect to see you here." Zhang Rui quickly became alert to Go Dan. Although he is no longer the same person he was in high school, he couldn't help but feel scared when he saw him. Yes, this is the fear in his heart. At this moment, Zhang Rui felt that someone patted his shoulder and turned to look. It turned out to be Zhang's father. Zhang's father looked calm and smiled at Zhang Rui, asking Zhang Rui to relax a little. Zhang Rui's pupils trembled slightly. Indeed, he was not the original Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui didn't need to pay attention to such a person in front of him. Seeing Zhang Rui relieved, Zhang's father turned his head to look at Go Dan in the distance. Go Dan, who was far away, saw that Zhang Rui was relaxed and the fear in his eyes disappeared. Why is this guy different from high school? But even if he is no longer afraid of me, the fear hidden deep in his heart will definitely still exist. Go Dan thought to himself and walked in front of Zhang Rui and said to him proudly, "I scored 61 in this exam, which means I have won the opportunity to receive the Pokémon egg. And you, since high school, have been a poor student at the bottom, and you still want to become a Pokémon trainer. This is simply wishful thinking." As Go Dan spoke, he came to Zhang Rui's ear and said to him, "You are a waste. Ha, Godan said, and then lined up to receive the Pokémon egg. At this time, Zhang Rui's eyes kept shaking, his fists clenched, and he wanted to swallow Godan in one gulp. I secretly said in my heart, "One day, I will make you kneel on the ground and sing conquer. I want to get back all the shame of 3 years." At this time, Zhang's mother was already checking the score list. Although the students around her squeezed and squeezed, making it difficult for Zhang's mother to stabilize her body, she could roughly see the scores on the score list. Originally, she started to look from the bottom. After all, they all knew Zhang Rui's grades, and it was impossible for him to do very well. But she searched from the bottom to the top one by one, and she didn't see Zhang Rui's name. She thought that Zhang Rui's test scores must have failed and didn't appear on the list at all. Just when Zhang's mother was feeling depressed and wanted to leave the crowd, a girl in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "Why didn't I get the first place in the test? I obviously reviewed well. But who is this Zhang Rui? Why haven't I heard of him?" Zhang's mother suddenly heard the girl's voice and was shocked, but she immediately denied it. Based on her understanding of him, it was impossible for her son to get such an amazing score. This is the first place. How could Zhang Rui get such a good score? Even if their ancestral graves were smoking, it would be impossible. But just in case, Zhang's mother still went to take a look at the list. Sure enough, she saw Zhang Rui's name at the top of the list. In order to prevent duplicate names, she looked at the ID card behind. When she saw the last one, Zhang's mother exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Because Zhang's mother's voice was very loud, the classmates around her cast strange eyes, but after taking a look, they continued to look at the list. Zhang Rui and Zhang's father heard Zhang's mother's voice in the distance, and they were shocked and ran over quickly. After hearing Zhang's mother's answer, Zhang's father also showed an unbelievable look. He and his son have lived together for 16 years, and he even knows how many hairs he has on his body. However, this time, he felt that he was gradually alienated and even unfamiliar with his son. In general, Zhang Rui was able to get the first place, and the whole family should be happy, because this indicates that there will be a Pokémon trainer in the family, or even a champion. Now that the results have been confirmed, they should line up and prepare to receive the Pokémon eggs. In the Mountain and Sea Pokémon Academy, Zhang Rui has already lined up in a long queue, and Zhang's father and mother, who don't need to collect elf eggs, have gone to the counter in front to watch others collect elf eggs. However, it is so crowded in front that it is probably difficult to squeeze in. Since queuing seems a bit boring, Zhang Rui took out his mobile phone to watch the real-time news and learn more about this world. This mobile phone is still Zhang Rui's old mobile phone that he has used for 3 years. There was no signal for a long time, but just now, the mobile phone suddenly has a signal and can play with it. The tools in this world are actually not much different from those in the original world. The only difference is the elves. The way to generate electricity in the power plant in the original world is to burn coal, while in this world, electric elves are needed to generate electricity. However, this also made Zhang Rui think of the lightning bird hidden in the power plant. I wonder if I can meet it in the future. Great news! China's champion Reina met Yan Di in Phoenix Forest, and after fighting with Yan Di, she almost conquered him. Amazing news! Someone saw a mysterious passage above Shanghai Forest, but it disappeared in an instant. Is there an invasion of new species? Then, Zhang Rui opened the picture of the sky above Shanghai Forest, and his pupils shrank slightly. Looking at the black hole-like mesh stripes in the picture, Zhang Rui couldn't be more familiar. "Isn't this the ultimate cave?" Zhang Rui exclaimed. Zhang Rui couldn't be more familiar with the ultimate cave. This is the passage for the ultimate beasts in the other world to successfully enter the elf world. Legend has it that as long as the ultimate cave is opened, an ultimate beast equivalent to a second-level god will fly out of the space. But because the beasts look weird and have huge differences in temperament, they are also listed as the most dangerous elves by the country. However, the ultimate cave has not been opened for hundreds of years. This sudden opening, Zhang Rui thinks it may not be a good thing. Although Zhang Rui can't suppress his curiosity now and wants to go to the mountain and sea forest to check it out, he has no elves. In this world, it is really difficult to move without elves. Even when the beast tide occurs, ordinary people can only rely on the help of the Elf Alliance and the Elf Guard, but they can't do anything. Sometimes, for their own safety, the Alliance no longer cares about the safety of the people and abandons them directly. In other words, this world seems beautiful, but in fact it is also undercurrent, and people without ability may die. This is one of the reasons why Pokemon trainers are so important in this world, and it is also one of the reasons why many people want to become trainers. But Zhang Rui is not too worried about these things. After all, he is about to get Pokemon eggs, as long as he hatches the Pokemon and adds the assistance of the system. Then ordinary Pokemon trainers will definitely not be able to do anything to Zhang Rui. Time passed bit by bit, and the line in front of him gradually became shorter, and Zhang Rui's mood became more excited. After the students in front of Zhang Rui finished choosing Pokemon eggs, it was finally Zhang Rui's turn to choose. In the huge breeding house, there was an old grandfather in his 60s, and an elderly old woman next to him. When the two saw Zhang Rui, they smiled gently, which calmed their originally excited mood. "Little classmate, what's your name?" The old grandfather looked at Zhang Rui in front of him and asked. "Zhang Rui." After Zhang Rui finished speaking, the old grandfather took out a list, and took out something like a magnifying glass and began to search on the list. Maybe because Zhang Rui was ahead, the old grandfather found him directly in the first place. But after seeing Zhang Rui's score, the old man was also stunned. Because he has been in this business for many years, he has never seen a student with full marks. However, Zhang Rui's score shocked him and made him feel a little happy. He said with a look of surprise, "You are Zhang Rui who ranks first." It would not matter if the old man did not say it, but when the old man spoke, everyone behind Zhang Rui cast envious eyes at Zhang Rui. So he is Zhang Rui who ranks first. It's so amazing. That's right. He can get first place in such a difficult question. I admire him a little. But he looks so handsome. I want to give birth to a baby for him. Of course, there are praises and jealousy. Isn't it just first place? No matter how many points you get, as long as you pass the exam, it's fine. The final comparison is whether the elves you get are powerful. In previous years, there were many people who had high test scores but hatched a Magikarp. After hearing the man's words, everyone nodded. Indeed, this world. The strength of the elves determines everything. Then, the envy of the crowd slowly dissipated, and they became as calm as before. Zhang Rui ignored what they said from the beginning. After all, he was a cheater, and that was understandable to you ordinary people. After the old man confirmed that the results were correct, he opened the small wooden door in front of Zhang Rui and let Zhang Rui in to choose. After Zhang Rui walked into the breeding house, he saw a large number of elf eggs placed on wooden shelves in front of him. After some of the elf eggs were selected by the students, the old lady would bring new elf eggs from the house inside and put them on the shelves. Zhang Rui looked at the shelf in front of him that was taller than him. His eyes lit up, and he didn't know how to choose at all. Because there were so many elf eggs, in order to satisfy his curiosity, Zhang Rui asked the old lady standing beside him, "Old lady, are all these Pokémon eggs obtained by you through Pokémon mating?" The old lady shook her head and said gently, "No, Pokémon eggs obtained by mating Pokémon will not appear here, and these Pokémon eggs in front of us are all obtained by trainers of the Alliance and Association from the forest, or by defeating Pokémon. Even we don't know what is in these Pokémon eggs. It all depends on you students to perceive it yourself. Use your senses to find it." After hearing the old lady's answer, Zhang Rui also nodded and agreed. Indeed, those Pokémon eggs obtained by mating are still in short supply among their own people. Who would contribute Pokémon eggs to let these unfamiliar students choose? Maybe only fools would do so. But it is precisely because of this that the data eye can play a role. Zhang Rui first came to the first row of shelves and viewed the Pokémon data through the data eye. Ugly, Magikarp, Ugly, Caterpillar, Pidge. After looking at the first row, Zhang Rui said helplessly, "Why are they all those very common Pokémon? Are there no starter Pokémon?" Helpless Zhang Rui started looking from the second row. The students behind him couldn't wait to urge Zhang Rui to finish his work, but were stopped by the old man. When choosing Pokémon eggs, one should keep quiet. Under the gaze of everyone, Zhang Rui continued to use the data eye to look at the Pokémon eggs. Chubby Fish, Spearow, Gasbomb, Arbok, Pichu, Charmander, and so on. When Zhang Rui saw the Charmander egg, his eyes froze immediately. He was extremely excited. He finally saw a starter Pokémon among so many eggs. He was so excited. Just when Zhang Rui wanted to pick up the egg and take it away, his eyes suddenly looked at the top shelf and his pupils shrank. Looking at the baby dragon egg on the shelf, Zhang Rui's heart was like a wave stirring up thousands of waves. What a damn luck. It turned out to be a quasi-god. That's right, it turned out to be a quasi-god. This is a quasi-god Pokémon that can evolve into a falcon. Zhang Rui is still very clear about quasi-god Pokémon. Pokémon whose racial values can be comparable to those of a level 2 god are called quasi-gods. If a quasi-god appears in a place, it will definitely attract a large number of trainers. Some will even dig deep into the ground just to find a quasi-god level Pokémon. This is mainly because quasi-gods are so rare that they can be said to be rare. Zhang Rui saw in a news article that a Pokémon egg laid by a Dragonite could be sold at a high price of tens of millions, and some people would even offer 100 million to compete for it. Just think about it. How many starter Pokémons can be bought with 100 million? This also shows how rare quasi-gods are. Seeing the Pokémon egg of the baby dragon, Zhang Rui decisively put the Charmander egg back, walked up the stairs next to the shelf, and picked up the baby dragon egg. Little classmate, do you want to choose this egg? I advise you to choose something else. Look at the surface of this egg. It is already damaged, which will affect the qualifications of the Pokémon. The old woman saw Zhang Rui holding the baby dragon egg and kindly advised. After Zhang Rui approached and took a look, he realized that it was no wonder that no one chose this quasi-god egg, because this egg was damaged, which would affect the qualifications of the Pokémon. After all, the elf's qualifications are crucial, and can even be linked to its level. P.S. The elf's qualifications are from low to high, namely E, D, C, B, S, SSR. The higher the qualifications, the higher the skills that can be comprehended and the level of breakthrough. For example, a green caterpillar with SS quality can also be sold for tens of millions. It is because it has SS level quality that it can learn more skills from it. But Zhang Rui did not choose to give up because the elf egg was damaged. This is a quasi-god egg. Even if the qualifications are low, it is stronger than those ordinary elves. Besides, as long as it is well cultivated and cared for in the future, the qualifications may improve. Zhang Rui shook his head at the old woman and said, I will choose this egg, because according to my sixth sense, this egg is my natal elf. After hearing this, the old woman narrowed her eyes and shook her head helplessly. She really didn't want the top-ranked student to choose this defective elf egg, but since it was Zhang Rui's choice, she couldn't stop it. So she asked the old man to register Zhang Rui, and then brought the container and culture solution for hatching elves from the house. The elf eggs soaked in the culture solution can speed up the hatching time. Here, child, this is the culture solution and the container with the elf eggs, and there is an elf ball on the container. When the elf hatches, you just need to capture it. After Zhang Rui took the container, he nodded to the old woman. Then he squatted down and put the baby dragon egg in the container, poured in the culture solution, and got up and left. Zhang's father and mother naturally knew that Zhang Rui chose a defective elf egg, but they didn't say anything. For their own children, they pay more attention to the children's own choices. But those classmates were different. When they saw Zhang Rui choosing a defective elf egg, they covered their mouths and laughed secretly. What, first place? I think he's an idiot. With so many excellent elf eggs, he didn't want them, but he was obsessed with that defective elf egg. I guess he's become stupid from studying, haha. Zhang Rui couldn't hear the discussion of these people, because he had already left with Zhang's father and Zhang's mother. The old woman brought a new elf egg and placed it in the place of the baby dragon, letting other students choose. Zhang Rui got in Zhang's father's car and returned home quickly. As soon as he got home, he rushed directly to his room. Zhang's father and Zhang's mother looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Then they went about their own business. Zhang Rui returned to the house and was as happy as a baby. He put the baby dragon egg on the table. He took out the elf egg hatching manual given by the old woman and flipped through it. After reading it for a few minutes, he threw it aside. What was said in it was not as good as what he knew. It was completely useless. Since the elf egg would take some time to hatch, Zhang Rui was naturally not idle and began to prepare for the baby dragon. The first thing to prepare is naturally Pokémon food. You can't let them starve to death just after they are born because there is no food. The food that Pokémons eat in this world is Pokémon food specially prepared by Pokémon breeders and energy cubes prepared by breeders. This is made from a mixture of different kinds of tree fruits. Compared with Pokémon food, Pokémons prefer to eat energy cubes. In addition, energy cubes have a wider range of uses. Not only can they replenish Pokémon's energy, but they can also improve Pokémon's qualifications. The most important thing is that they are easy to carry. It's perfect for trainers who go out to travel. Zhang Rui chose to go to the Pokémon store tomorrow to buy some energy cubes. Compared with Pokémon food, Zhang Rui focused more on energy cubes. After deciding to buy energy cubes, Zhang Rui took out the pocket money he had saved for many years. After a careful inspection, he found that he was so poor. The property on his body was only 500 Pokémon coins. This is too poor. It is estimated that these can only buy 1 or 2 energy cubes. It is really difficult for poor people to turn over a new leaf. When Zhang Rui was worried, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. "Come in." Zhang's father glanced at Zhang Rui and walked into the house. Compared with Zhang's mother's brutality, father was more gentle. Rui, I came here just to ask you something," Zhang's father said, and then he spread the wrinkled bedding and sat down. "Do you really want to be a Pokémon trainer?" "Of course, I will definitely become the most powerful trainer." After hearing Zhang's father's words, Zhang Rui spoke without thinking. After hearing Zhang Rui's answer, and looking at Zhang Rui's expression full of determination, he nodded, took out a Pokémon bank card from his pocket and said, "There are 30,000 in this card. You take it." Zhang Rui hurriedly refused. Zhang Rui was very familiar with his family background. His parents work so hard every day, and this money is all their hard-earned money. Zhang Rui naturally cannot accept it. Seeing Zhang Rui refuse, Zhang's father said again, "This card is specially prepared for you." Seeing that Zhang Rui did not accept it, Zhang's father changed his strategy. "This card is equivalent to us lending it to you. You can return it to us when you have money. After all, you need a lot of money to become a trainer." This time Zhang Rui did not refuse, but took the card back in his hand. Indeed, he needed money very much now. When the baby dragon is born, due to congenital problems, a large number of energy blocks will be required. "Okay, when I make money, I will return it to you." Zhang's father looked at Zhang Rui's face. His eyes trembled slightly, and he smiled with relief, then got up and left. After Zhang's father left, Zhang Rui began to plan for the special training after the baby dragon was born. He took out a brand new notebook and began to write down his special training plan on it. In this way, Zhang Rui stayed up late. The next morning, Zhang's mother thought that Zhang Rui had not eaten last night, so she prepared breakfast and brought it to him. As usual, she broke into the room and saw Zhang Rui lying on the table with the lamp on. When Zhang's mother saw this scene, she immediately understood that Zhang Rui must have not slept all night yesterday in order to quickly enhance the strength of the elf after it was born. Thinking of her son who worked so hard, Zhang's mother's originally calm, beautiful eyes suddenly increased a little more gratified. Her son has finally grown up. So she grabbed Zhang Rui's ears with her hands, pulled him up, and shouted loudly, "Get up, you little brat! You didn't eat dinner yesterday. Come here for breakfast? Eat it while it's hot." Zhang Rui, who was originally dreaming, was suddenly awakened by Zhang's mother. He was a little confused. What was going on? At this time, Zhang's mother brought the millet porridge in her hand in front of Zhang Rui and turned away. Zhang Rui, who was a little confused, saw the millet porridge in front of him and felt a gurgling sound in his stomach, so he rubbed it with his hands. "I haven't had a good meal since yesterday. Seeing the millet porridge in front of me, I felt hungry, so I picked up the soup spoon and ate it happily. After finishing the meal, I looked at the special training plan I made last night, and I couldn't help feeling proud. I am so amazing. Not only am I handsome, but my plan is also perfect. Looking at the schedule in my hand, I turned my head to look at the Pokémon egg on the bed. After the baby dragon is born, it can be implemented. I am so looking forward to it. But at this time, I saw that the Pokémon egg seemed to shake. Pokémon, trainer, be a man! After that, Zhang Rui set off for the Pokémon Trainer Association. Due to the uniqueness of the Energy Cube, only the Pokémon Trainer Association will buy it. There are almost no ordinary commercial streets. Even if there are, they are twice as high as the association. Soon, Zhang Rui came to the door of the Trainer Association. Looking at the tall door in front of him and the 2 Dragonite statues at the door, they look so lifelike. The Trainer Association is under the management of the Pokémon Union. Some trainers who want to take the test for new trainer qualifications and buy some tree fruits or energy cubes will go to the Trainer Association for assessment or purchase. Zhang Rui clenched the card in his hand and walked into the Trainer Association. As soon as he entered the Trainer Association, he saw many trainers in the Trainer Association, but those trainers were followed by Pokémons. Some of them had Pidgeot standing on their shoulders, and some were followed by Butterfree, but they seemed to be accepting tasks. Indeed, the Trainer Association also has the function of accepting tasks. After all, after completing the task, you can get quite a lot of Pokémon coins and some extra rewards. But there is a prerequisite. That is, you need a trainer qualification certificate. Otherwise, you can't accept it. Hello, what service do you need? Zhang Rui, who was watching the scene of the association, turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. A beautiful woman appeared in front of him. Wearing a red cheongsam, it outlined the charming curves and, of course, the proud peaks. Obviously, the woman in front of him was a service staff of the Trainer Association. Generally, if a trainer has any questions, he will ask about the situation. When Zhang Rui looked at the cheongsam woman in front of him, he saw that her cheeks were actually slightly red. Zhang Rui did not care and asked, "Do you know where the Pokémon shop is?" Facing Zhang Rui's question, the woman in front of him instantly came back to her senses, stroked her hot cheeks with her hands, pointed to a store in the distance, and said, "The Pokémon shop is over there. Just go there." Zhang Rui nodded and walked towards the Pokémon shop. The cheongsam woman saw Zhang Rui leave, but she still did not forget to look at him a few more times. After all, Zhang Rui's appearance made her a little fascinated. With the cheongsam woman's guidance, Zhang Rui quickly arrived at the door of the Pokémon shop and walked in. As soon as he entered, he saw that the shelves were full of energy cubes, and each type had a price and its use. Of course, there were also Pokeballs and items needed by Pokémon. However, Zhang Rui's goal this time was to buy energy cubes, so he browsed in front of the shelves. I found that the price of each energy cube is different, and the quality increases from low to high. But the highest is only gold, platinum, and diamond, and I have never seen them. Perhaps because of the special nature of platinum and diamond, if you want them, you can only order them from breeders. But the price is very expensive. Zhang Rui first selected a few energy cubes, and it turned out to cost 40,000. This price is simply too amazing, but buying only a few is not enough for Baby Dragon to take. There is no other way, so he turned his eyes to the fruit area and looked at the price of the hay fruit. It is relatively suitable, but if Baby Dragon only takes the fruit, the effect is still too poor. He looked at the ordinary energy cube making machine on the side. The price is still cheap, and it only costs 10,000. That's right, the energy cube is expensive, mainly because of its production process. After all, when making it, the trainer needs to pay close attention to its production time and mixing degree. If you are not careful, the taste of the energy cube will change. After thinking for a while, Zhang Rui finally made up his mind. He wanted to buy an energy cube making machine and some tree fruits and take them home to make them himself. In the original world, Zhang Rui worked on the energy cube making machine in Shuijing City for a whole day and almost used up all the tree fruits he planted. Of course, he also made many different energy cubes. Zhang Rui believed that there would be no problem this time. After asking the service staff to pack for him, he returned home and started making energy cubes. According to Zhang Rui's memory, cut the fruits that Baby Dragon liked into cubes, and then put them all into the energy cube making machine according to the proportion. Then press the start button, and soon the entire energy cube making machine started to operate. At this time, Zhang Rui paid close attention to the time and mixing degree. When it reached the level that Zhang Rui understood, he pressed the stop button. As soon as the machine stopped, a strong fragrance came. I didn't expect that the first production would be successful. I am really a genius. Physical Attack Cube Diamond. Effect: it can permanently improve the physical attack ability of the elves. I didn't expect it to be an energy block that increases physical attack. I really admire my luck. If those master breeders knew that I could easily make such a high-level energy block, I wonder what they would think. Smiled slightly, then picked up the energy block he had made, put it in his mouth and took a bite. Suddenly, a sweet taste came over him. This is the taste. Write it down quickly. Zhang Rui hurriedly took out his notebook and wrote down all the secret recipes just now according to his original memory. After that, Zhang Rui made a lot of energy blocks according to the original recipe. But this time, Zhang Rui did not make it according to the original time and mixing degree, but converted it to a different time and mixing degree. It's just that the energy blocks obtained are not as high quality as the energy blocks at the beginning. It seems that I was just lucky just now and made a diamond quality energy block. Afterwards, Zhang Rui made the required energy blocks according to the original time and mixing degree until all the existing tree fruits were used up. Then, he put the energy block making machine back into the system warehouse. It is easy to use a system. When you go on adventures in the wild in the future, you won't have to carry such a heavy backpack. Just thinking about it makes me feel relaxed. After taking back the energy cube making machine, Zhang Rui turned back to the house. He wanted to see how the baby dragon was hatching. As soon as he walked into the room, he saw that the baby dragon egg was shaking constantly, as if it was about to be born. Zhang Rui was shocked, and then slowly turned into an excited look. He hurried over, opened the container containing the elf egg, and took the baby dragon egg out of it. At this time, the cultivation liquid in the container had been absorbed by the baby dragon, which saved a lot of trouble. Zhang Rui put the baby dragon egg he took out on the table and began to stare at the elf egg in front of him. It is said that after the elf is hatched, the first person who sees it will recognize it as the owner. This is also the reason why Zhang Rui stared at it intently, for fear of any accidents. It would be a pity to miss such a powerful quasi-god elf. Soon, the shaking of the baby dragon egg became more and more intense until cracks appeared on the originally smooth shell. Zhang Rui knew that the baby dragon was about to break out of the shell. Hiding his inner excitement, he dared not even blink, fearing that he would miss the moment of the elf's birth. The cracks in the eggshell became more and more until a small dragon head emerged from the eggshell. Roar! The baby dragon, who had just stretched out its head, saw Zhang Rui in front of him and shouted happily. Then it used its head to hit the remaining eggshells until all the eggshells were broken. The baby dragon's whole body was revealed, with a blue body, exposed teeth, and of course, a hard skull. Name, Baby Dragon. Dragon level, LV5. Quality, Destined, male. Status, happy. Features, hard head, none. Dragon waves, basic. Skills, rage, sparks, none. None. Sure enough, because of the initial damage, the aptitude is very low. But what's the matter? With the evolution and nutrition supply, it will definitely improve in the future. Zhang Rui touched the baby dragon's head and said, although the baby dragon's head was very hard, it could still feel the touch of Zhang Rui's hand, and its eyes turned into a smiley face. It also rubbed Zhang Rui's hand a few times and liked Zhang Rui very much. At this time, Zhang Rui suddenly thought that the newly born elves must need nutrition, so he took out the energy cube he had made and let the baby dragon take it. The happy baby dragon saw the energy cube handed over by Zhang Rui. At first, he was a little confused, but when he smelled the charming fragrance, he opened his big mouth and wanted to swallow the energy cube in one bite. Zhang Rui, who had stretched out his hand, saw that the situation was not good and quickly retracted his hand and touched his undamaged palm. Fortunately, he retracted it quickly, otherwise it would be bitten by the baby dragon, and I am afraid that the whole palm would be useless. After the baby dragon took the first energy cube, Zhang Rui could see that the baby dragon's body was wrapped in a stream of energy, and then gradually dissipated in the body. In other words, the energy cube took effect. Baby dragon's strongest racial value is physical attack. If it takes physical attack cubes every day in the future, you can imagine what level its physical attack can be improved to. After eating an energy cube, baby dragon seemed to be still not full, and asked Zhang Rui for more cubes. Zhang Rui certainly did not refuse. Anyway, he made a lot of energy cubes, and he could eat as many as he wanted. He took out another energy cube for Baby Dragon to take, but this time Zhang Rui did not hand it over, but let Baby Dragon catch it with his hands. Seeing that Baby Dragon used its little hand to throw the energy cube into its mouth, Zhang Rui nodded. He stood up and took the Pokeball on the container. There are many kinds of Pokeballs in this world, but they are all made of round sweet fruit or mixed trees. Of course, the most common one is the red and white ball. The main reason is that the price of this ball is very cheap, and it can also restore the injuries of Pokémon, which is very suitable for ordinary trainers. Zhang Rui took out the red and white ball on the container, pointed the white button at Baby Dragon, and said gently, "Baby Dragon, you will be my Pokémon from now on. Please take care of me in the future. Let's stand at the top of the world together." Baby Dragon nodded, and then hit the button of the Pokeball with his head. The Pokeball suddenly opened, emitting a blue light, and took Baby Dragon into it. Zhang Rui finally experienced the pleasure of conquering Pokémon and was very excited. At this moment, Zhang Rui suddenly heard a voice from the system. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for taming Baby Dragon and getting the qualification to enter the dungeon. Will the host enter the dungeon challenge? After taming the first Pokémon, the dungeon system is finally open. So Zhang Rui opened the system panel and saw a series of dungeon pictures in front of him. However, only the first one was in color, while the latter ones were locked by gray chains. It is estimated that the dungeons behind will not be opened until the first dungeon is challenged. The first dungeon challenged Xiaoji. Will the host challenge it? Challenging Xiaoji for the first time. The first level is so difficult. After all, Xiaoji's Pikachu is Pikachu. How can I beat Pikachu? When Zhang Rui saw the information of the first dungeon, his face was shocked. Will the host challenge it? Zhang Rui looked at the Pokeball in his hand and then looked at the dungeon in front of him, thinking to himself, high risk, high reward, go for it. So he clicked the button to enter the challenge. Zhang Rui saw something like a black hole appear in front of him, sucking Zhang Rui directly into it. What's going on? When Zhang Rui woke up, he found that he had come to a strange and familiar place. Looking at the short building in front of him and the Pidgeot flying freely in the sky. No wonder it looks so familiar. Isn't this Pallet Town? How did I get here? Just when Zhang Rui was still a little confused, he saw a young boy running out of a house in a hurry. He even fell down when he just went out, and then stood up and ran past Zhang Rui quickly. I'm going to be late. I'm going to be late. Squirtle, Bulbasaur, Charmander, any of you can do it. You have to wait for me. The boy kept yelling. Zhang Rui, who was standing aside, knew the boy in front of him very well. Isn't this our Ash? Since he could see Xiaoji, doesn't that mean he has entered the dungeon? But Xiaoji hasn't got Pikachu yet, so the challenge will wait until Xiaoji gets Pikachu. Then, Zhang Rui turned and walked towards Professor Oak's laboratory. After all, new trainers would go to the laboratory to choose Pokémon. On the way, I met Xiao Mao and his army of beautiful girls. They should have received all the elves and started their adventure. However, the beautiful girls are all sweet and beautiful, and they are wearing miniskirts. It is hard to imagine how Xiao Mao can bear it alone. Let me share the burden for you. After passing Xiao Mao, Zhang Rui finally came to Professor Oak's institute. At this time, many villagers have gathered here, probably to welcome and send off new trainers. As soon as I walked to Professor Oak's institute, I saw Xiaoji coming out, followed by a yellow mouse. This mouse is naturally Pikachu. That is Pikachu. Behind him is Professor Oak. Xiaoji's mother Hanako has prepared Xiaoji's luggage and wants to see Xiaoji off. Zhang Rui naturally walked to Xiaoji and said to him, Xiaoji, do you want to have an elf battle with me? At first, Zhang Rui thought that the system asked him to challenge the obedient Pikachu. Now I know that it was the Pikachu who was disobedient at the beginning. For such a disobedient elf, isn't it a free experience? Facing Zhang Rui's challenge invitation, everyone hurriedly dissuaded Xiaoji from fighting with Pokémon. After all, Pikachu had not listened to Xiaoji's orders yet. A premature battle would affect Xiaoji's mentality. But who made Xiaoji very brave? He simply ignored everyone's dissuasion and accepted Zhang Rui's challenge invitation. As a trainer, I will not refuse a challenge. This is my first battle before I set off. I want to make a good start for my future journey. Go, Pikachu! Xiaoji said excitedly, pointing at Zhang Rui in the distance. But Pikachu did not listen to Xiaoji's orders and still stood aside. Pikachu, Electric, Level 5, 20, Quender, Male, Status Disobedient, Static Electricity, Items, None. Basic Skills, 100,000 volts, Thunder, Lightning Flash, High-Speed Movement, Skills to be taught, None. Secret Skills, None. As expected of Pikachu, even the Data Eye can't detect the detailed data. Zhang Rui commented as he took out the Pokeball containing the Dragonite and threw it out. The Dragonite instantly appeared in front of everyone. This is Dragonite! Just when everyone was confused about Zhang Rui's Pokémon, Professor Oak spoke first. Xiaoji, you should admit defeat. After all, Dragonite is a very strong Pokémon. You can't beat it. After seeing Dragonite, Professor Oak turned his eyes to Xiaoji and persuaded him. No, Professor Oak, I want to become a Pokémon trainer master in the future, and I will not escape from such a battle. Pikachu, use 100,000 volts on Dragonite. Hearing Xiaoji's voice, Pikachu ignored it and turned his head away. Hey Pikachu, can you just listen to me this time? Seeing that Pikachu was disobedient, Xiaoji almost knelt down and kowtowed. Pikachu! Hearing Pikachu's answer, it was obvious that it refused. Since you don't attack first, then I will attack Dragonite. Use Dragon Wave. Dragonite opened its mouth wide, and a blue dragon-shaped shadow flew out of its mouth and flew towards Pikachu at a very fast speed. Pikachu didn't have time to dodge and was directly knocked out, hitting the rock behind him. Pikachu! Pikachu fainted after hitting the rock. But Zhang Rui saw through the data eye that Pikachu was only slightly injured and would not lose his fighting ability at all. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What an actor! He is so good at acting at the beginning. At this time, Zhang Rui found that the level of Baby Dragon had increased to level 6. It seems that Pikachu has given him a lot of experience. At this time, Xiaoji hurriedly picked up Pikachu and said with concern, "Pikachu, are you okay?" Pikachu, who had lost his fighting ability, opened his eyes instantly. "Pikachu! Obviously, this boy won this battle." Professor Oak pointed his palm towards Zhang Rui and said. Xiaoji came to Zhang Rui holding Pikachu, lowered his head and said, "I lost this game. Next time, I will definitely beat you." Zhang Rui nodded to this super rookie, who refused to admit defeat, and then heard the voice from the system. "Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for clearing the dungeon and receiving a copy of the primary experience block recipe and 20,000 elf coins as rewards. Ding dong! The rewards have been sent to the warehouse. Please check them carefully." Experience block recipe? What is that? But it feels great to be given 20,000 elf coins. While Zhang Rui was thinking, he saw a black hole suddenly appear behind him. Zhang Rui knew that he was going to leave the dungeon. When Zhang Rui opened his eyes again, he had returned home. He quickly opened the data panel to check the dungeon progress. As soon as he entered, he saw that the first dungeon had been cleared, and the second dungeon was also opened. The second dungeon challenged the Samurai Boy. Zhang Rui was naturally familiar with the Samurai Boy. Wasn't this the Samurai Boy that Xiaoji challenged in the Evergreen Forest? But his level was very low, so he should be able to beat it. At this moment, Zhang Rui suddenly had 2 questions and asked the system, "System, can I challenge the level I have cleared again?" Faced with Zhang Rui's question, the system naturally gave a satisfactory answer. Ding Dong level that the host defeated can be challenged again. The condition is to pass the Quartz Alliance. In addition, the reward for repeating the challenge level is halved. At this time, Zhang Rui asked another question again. Can the elves in the level be conquered? The elves in the level can be conquered. Hearing the system's answer, Zhang Rui was also very surprised. Next time he enters the dungeon, he will not challenge the mission target first. After wandering around, he will come back to challenge. This feels really good. In his excitement, Zhang Rui opened the warehouse button. After all, he was very curious about the recipe of the experience block. He took out the recipe for making the experience block from the warehouse and read it carefully. After reading it, Zhang Rui realized the magic of this recipe. This is something that has never appeared in the elf world. That is the experience block, which is also made of tree fruit. But is it effective? It will not increase the elves' abilities in all aspects, but it will increase the elves' experience and allow the elves to level up quickly. With such a formula, who would spend time to train the elves? Just feed him the experience block directly, which not only makes the elves feel full, but also increases the elves' level. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It's really practical as a level reward. The reward for the first level is already very practical, so what about the next one? This made Zhang Rui more and more happy, and he wanted to challenge the second level quickly. But Zhang Rui suddenly thought that the level of the baby dragon was too low now, so he should buy the tree fruit for making energy blocks first, upgrade the level of the baby dragon, and then challenge the second level. Just as Zhang Rui walked out of the door, he saw that Zhang's mother had already prepared dinner and was about to call Zhang Rui to eat. At this time, Zhang Rui was a little confused. He had just entered a copy, and it was already evening. Originally planning to go out to buy tree fruit, it seems that I can only wait until tomorrow to buy it. You little brat, you just came back. What were you doing? I called you, but you didn't answer. Come and eat quickly. Zhang's mother yelled at Zhang Rui after seeing him. After that, she turned around and went back to the dining table. Zhang Rui also sat at the dining table and started to eat. After all, he had a bowl of millet porridge and was really hungry. Although there were energy cubes, it seemed useless for people to eat them. Only after the elves ate them would they have an effect. Before starting to eat, Zhang Rui released the baby dragon. When they saw the baby dragon for the first time, Zhang's mother and father were stunned. They knew the elves in front of them very well. They didn't expect that their son would actually pick out the quasi-god elf egg. It really brought honor to the ancestors. Now Zhang's father wanted to go to the Zhang family's ancestral grave to see if there was smoke coming out. At the same time, Zhang's father and mother also liked the new member of the family very much. But Zhang's father wanted to touch it and was directly punished by Zhang's mother to kneel on the durian. Zhang's father suddenly wanted to cry without tears. Doesn't he have any status at home? Seeing that his family liked baby dragon so much, Zhang Rui was also very happy. On the third day, Zhang Rui had already bought all the fruit for making experience cubes. He was ready to start making experience cubes. At this time, baby dragon was already eating the elf food that Zhang's mother bought from outside, and he was eating happily. Zhang Rui took out the energy cube making machine and prepared to make experience cubes. Since the experience cube formula was very detailed, Zhang Rui's first production was very successful. Looking at the small light blue cube in his hand, Zhang Rui couldn't believe that such a small one could provide experience for the elves. Looking at the baby dragon in the distance, he waved his hand and asked the baby dragon to come over. Of course, baby dragon obeyed the master's request. As soon as he saw Zhang Rui's gesture, he ran to Zhang Rui at a very fast speed. Looking at the cute baby dragon in front of him, Zhang Rui put the experience cube in his hand in the baby dragon's hand and asked it to take it. The baby dragon took the experience cube in front of him, smelled it, and ate it in one bite. Zhang Rui looked at the state of baby dragon through the data eye and found that its level had risen from level 6 to level 10, and it had also learned a new skill, biting. I didn't expect that this energy block could actually provide experience for the elves. And the experience provided is quite a lot. At least it can avoid multiple battles. Besides, this is still the lowest level. If it is a high-level experience block, I'm afraid one block can make the initial 3 starters evolve. Zhang Rui looked at the baby dragon who had upgraded his level and expressed his thoughts. At the same time, looking at the full of tree fruits on the table, Zhang Rui continued to make experience blocks. It is estimated that after the tree fruits in front of him are used up, it may at least make baby dragon evolve. The main reason is that the racial value of the quasi-gods is relatively weak before evolution, and the level of evolution is very high. Others Charmander can evolve into Charmeleon at level 16, while baby dragon needs to reach level 30, not to mention the more advanced Dragonite. Soon, Zhang Rui used up all the tree fruits and made a full bottle of experience blocks. In order to improve the strength of baby dragon, Zhang Rui took out a large number of experience blocks from it and let baby dragon take them. But for some reason, when baby dragon ate the 5th one, he felt full and couldn't take any more. Of course, Zhang Rui didn't let it continue to take it. After all, it takes time to improve its strength. If it eats all of them, it might have a counterproductive effect. However, after eating the 5th experience block, baby dragon's level was also raised to level 17, which should be more than enough to pass the next level. After putting the energy block manufacturing machine and experience blocks into the warehouse, Zhang Rui put baby dragon into the Pokeball. Back in the room, he opened the system panel, selected the second copy, challenged the samurai boy, clicked OK, and entered the copy. At this time, Zhang Rui was in the evergreen forest, looking at the forest with trees in front of him and the insect Pokémons everywhere. Zhang Rui was full of joy and was looking for Pokémons with high-quality qualifications to capture them as his own Pokémons. But in the end, he found out that he didn't buy Pokeballs. This was troublesome. He actually wasted an opportunity to capture Pokémons with excellent qualifications. At this moment, the system seemed to sense Zhang Rui's mood and spoke. The host can collect the elves into the small world and capture them after having the elf ball. After receiving the system's prompt, Zhang Rui realized that he still had the small world given by the system. He opened the system panel and clicked the small world button. The environment around Zhang Rui was changing rapidly until it was pitch black. At this moment, Zhang Rui found a white light spot in front of him and touched it with his hand. At the moment of touching, the originally dark environment around him began to change and green grass appeared. Seeing the scene in front of him, Zhang Rui couldn't help but feel happy. This world can change freely with his consciousness, which means that he can have whatever he wants. So Zhang Rui made a big transformation of the world in front of him, arranging all the forests and rivers. Of course, there are also blue sky, white clouds, sun, moon, and stars. The environment inside is almost exactly the same as the original world. Zhang Rui also wanted to create some elves, but found that except for elves and some living creatures that can move freely, everything else can be created. There was no other way, so Zhang Rui had to give up. But before he left, he created a large area of fruit trees. He had originally been trying, but he didn't expect that he would succeed. With a large area of fruit trees, he no longer had to buy fruit from trees. He could just go to the small world and pick them. Since the small world had been roughly created, he could look for high-quality elves in the evergreen forest. After returning to the evergreen forest, Zhang Rui wandered around the forest, hoping to find good quality elves in it. However, most of the elves in the evergreen forest were insect-type elves. Of course, there were other elves, but they were all relatively rare. Soon, Zhang Rui came to a giant tree and saw a large area of green insect pupa under the tree. Just by looking at it, he knew what the insect pupae in front of him were. Aren't they the common metal pupa? But since he was here, he naturally had to evaluate each metal pupa. After a complete survey by the data eye, he found that there was not a single one that broke through the SS level, and there was not even an S-level one, but he found an A-level metal pupa. If it were outside, the price of an A-level iron pupa would be at least 1 million. However, Zhang Rui thought that after the iron pupa evolved, it would become butter-free, and its quality would be improved, so he put this A-level iron pupa into the small world. Zhang Rui naturally chose to skip the rest of the iron pupa and continued to look for other elves. Of course, in addition to the iron pupa, there is also the iron shell pupa, which is not far from the iron pupa. Zhang Rui walked a few steps to get there, and of course, he treated the iron shell pupa the same way as the iron pupa. However, Zhang Rui's luck was really good, and he found an S-level iron shell pupa among them. Suddenly, he was very excited, ran over at a fast speed, picked up the iron shell pupa, and put it into the small world. But it was because of Zhang Rui's actions that the surrounding iron shell pupa actually emitted white light. Zhang Rui immediately knew that it was not good. This was obviously the light of evolution. If the iron shell pupa evolved into a giant bee, it would be okay if it evolved into one, but if there were many, it would be troublesome. After all, the giant bee is a very ferocious spirit, and it is also a social spirit. If it sees someone invading its territory, it will attack that person. However, Zhang Rui naturally did not choose to run away. He was not a super newcomer. He could just run away when he encountered danger. Anyway, they could not catch up with him, and Zhang Rui ran away. How could 2 legs be better than wings? As a matter of urgency, Zhang Rui immediately released the baby dragon. The level of these iron shell pupae after evolution was very low, and they evolved after being startled. Their qualifications must not be too high. Zhang Rui was sure to win against these evolved giant bees, and he could also upgrade the level of the baby dragon. After all, the iron shell pupae evolved into black and yellow striped giant bees. They spit out a large number of fine needles at Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui directly asked the baby dragon to use the dragon wave to shoot down all the fine needles in front of it. Buzz! Obviously, the attack of the baby dragon just now made the giant bee even more angry, and it waved its 2 needles to attack the baby dragon. Baby dragon, use sparks! Zhang Rui ordered calmly. The level of these giant hornets was too low, and any move could make them lose their combat ability. Baby dragon saw that the giant hornets were getting closer and closer to him, and a hot flame appeared in his mouth, just when the giant hornets came in front of him. Small flames hit the giant hornets one after another. Damage of the flames was indeed very harmful to the bug-type Pokémon. After eating the full attack of Baby Dragon, the giant hornets fell to the ground and lost their combat ability. Seeing the large group of giant hornets in front of him lose their combat ability, Baby Dragon's level also improved from level 17 to level 18. Zhang Rui was naturally very happy that Baby Dragon's strength had improved. He took out the physical attack block he made from his body and let Baby Dragon eat it. This is a reward for winning the battle just now. Roar! Baby Dragon was also very excited to take the physical attack block handed over by Zhang Rui, and he could eat such delicious blocks again. After Baby Dragon ate the physical attack block, Zhang Rui took it to continue exploring the forest. In this densely wooded evergreen forest, in addition to bug-type Pokémon, there are also flying-type Pokémon. However, compared with bug-type Pokémon, they are somewhat difficult to deal with. The main reason is that Dragonite cannot fly. It can only deal with those Pidgeots through long-range attacks. Fortunately, the level is high enough, and when it sees a Pokémon with high qualifications, it can be taken away with one move. Since the evergreen forest is too large, it is impossible for Zhang Rui to search the entire forest, and it is enough to just explore it a little. So, Zhang Rui thought about challenging the samurai boy after taming the last S-quality Rattata. Just as Dragonite forced the Rattata into a desperate situation and then killed it directly, he actually saw Xiaoji and the samurai boy challenging in the distance. And the orange-haired girl standing between the two, isn't that Xiaoxia? It seems that the plot of the dungeon is strictly based on the anime, but I don't know if the dungeon has Xiaoxia's reward. When the time comes, bring all the beauties in the copy to the small world. Those who know the following plot should know it. I don't know if Zhang Rui's thoughts were heard by the system. I only heard the system answer to Zhang Rui. The host's proposal will be considered by this system and may be implemented later. Hearing the system's answer, Zhang Rui was immediately excited. This system is too humane. I like it. Then Zhang Rui looked at the battle in the distance. At this time, they were competing to see whose metal pupa could last longer and whose was harder. Harden. In the end, both of them fell to the ground, their bodies stiff. Zhang Rui wanted to laugh when he saw the two fools. The scene in front of him made Zhang Rui think of the following plot. It seemed that a group of giant bees would come, causing the two people's battle to be forced to end. In order to prevent this from happening, Zhang Rui roughly calculated the direction where the giant bees might appear, and ran over quickly with his baby dragon. Sure enough, a group of giant bees came out in full force, but the number was much less than in the anime. At this time, Zhang Rui suddenly thought that perhaps because of the collection of iron shell pupa just now, the number of giant hornets has decreased. However, as the opponent of baby dragon, these giant hornets may be able to improve their strength. Use sparks on the giant hornets in front of you. Baby dragon opened his mouth and spit out small flames from his mouth. Although the flames were very small, the amount was large and sufficient. The small flames swept across the giant hornets in front of him, from left to right. Almost all the giant hornets were hit by the sparks and their bodies were burned black. After such a powerful attack, the giant hornets all turned around and fled. As long as they were not stupid, they would not stay here to be attacked by flames. After seeing many giant hornets leave, Zhang Rui was about to turn around to challenge the warrior boy. But he saw that one of the giant hornets actually wanted to attack Zhang Rui. If you look closely, you will find that the flames just now only caused little damage to it. Beedrill. Level 15, S+, male, angry, features sniper. Carried items none. Inherited moves, basic skills, double needle, random attack, angry, taught skills, bug bite, clear fog, drill, shoot down, tailwind, hell stab, none. Oh my god. It's indeed a super high quality Pokémon. It has learned quite a few skills. Zhang Rui exclaimed after seeing all the data of Beedrill through the data eye. But soon his face turned into an excited look. Very good, such a high quality Pokémon is delivered to my door, I won't miss it. Baby Dragon, use sparks on Beedrill. Baby Dragon used the fire attack again on the Beedrill in front of him, and small flames attacked the Beedrill. But this Beedrill was obviously more flexible than those Beedrills. It swayed its body left and right, and easily dodged Baby Dragon's fire attack. After the flames disappeared, it raised its sharp double needles and flew towards Baby Dragon quickly. Baby Dragon, when the Beedrill approaches you, use the headbutt. Hearing Zhang Rui's order, Baby Dragon stared at the Beedrill in front of him, watching its every move. Just as it was about to pierce its body with its sharp double needles, Baby Dragon's body suddenly leaned back, and soon bounced back, hitting the Beedrill's body directly, smashing it heavily to the ground. Boom boom. For a moment, the ground was hit by such a powerful lick and a small pit was also smashed. The Beedrill had lost its ability to fight and collapsed in the small pit, twitching all over. Originally, Baby Dragon wanted to attack again, but was immediately stopped by Zhang Rui, so he stopped using the headbutt. Zhang Rui hurried over, carefully helped the Beedrill up, fed him some blue oranges that could recover from his injuries, and then put him into the small world. Afterwards, Zhang Rui looked at the hole in front of him that was bigger than his head, and thought to himself, if Baby Dragon didn't take physical attack blocks every day, it probably wouldn't be able to deal such amazing damage. It's already so powerful at level 20. When it evolves, its power can be imagined. It should be easier to subdue the beast in the future. After the matter was over, Zhang Rui got up to challenge the warrior boy, But when he returned to the original place, it was already empty. It's probably because the battle just now was too long. Xiaoji and the warrior boy had already finished the battle. I thought the two would continue to become tougher? Fortunately, Zhang Rui knew where the warrior boy's home was, so he could just go find him directly. According to the route in the anime, Zhang Rui walked for a distance and saw a small house made of wood in the distance. The warrior boy had taken off his samurai hat and was sitting on a wooden table eating dinner. At this time, Zhang Rui noticed that it was already evening. At this moment, it suddenly occurred to him that the time in the dungeon and the time outside were mutually exclusive. It was already night, which meant that it was probably night outside as well. It was all his fault for being too playful and wasting all his time. At this moment, the warrior boy noticed Zhang Rui's direction, so he put the food in his hand back on the table and walked towards Zhang Rui. "Brother, are you lost?" Facing the warrior boy's question, Zhang Rui shook his head and said to him, "No, I'm actually here to challenge you. Are you from Pallet Town too?" Facing the warrior boy's question, Zhang Rui was stunned for a moment, then nodded and replied, "Yes! There are quite a few trainers in your Pallet Town this time. You're the fifth one I've met today, so stop talking nonsense and let's fight." The warrior boy heard that he was from Pallet Town. He immediately became excited and didn't even plan to eat, and started fighting directly. He took out a Pokeball from his body and threw it out. A brown elf appeared in front of Zhang Rui, with two large and aggressive horns on its head, and teeth like toothbrushes. It probably had trouble eating. Kairos, Bug, LV10. Quality, Sender, Male Status, Healthy. Features, Superpower Pliers, None. Inherited moves, Bug Bite. Basic skills, Clather, Bind, Throw on Earth. Taught skill secrets, None. The quality of this Kairos is okay, but where did he capture such a rare elf? Zhang Rui used the data eye to see Kairos' physical data and thought to himself, Kairos is a rare existence in the outside world. On the one hand, its race value is as high as 500, which is already very high for a bug-type elf. On the other hand, it has a super evolution type, and its physical output is also very impressive. But Zhang Rui is not very optimistic about the qualifications of Kairos in front of him. It is still too low. Then Zhang Rui took out the Pokeball and threw it out. "This is my Pokémon. Go Dragonite." Dragonite, who had just returned to the Pokeball not long ago, appeared again, opened its mouth full of fangs and roared. Roar! What kind of Pokémon is this? It doesn't belong to the ranks of the 3 starter Pokémons at all. Are you really a newcomer from Pallet Town? Hearing the doubts of the samurai boy, Zhang Rui smiled helplessly. There was no way. His first level was Pallet Town, so it should count. "Come on, you attack first." Zhang Rui planned to let the opponent attack first. He was worried that Dragonite's attack was too high and it would kill Kairos in seconds. How sad that would be for the samurai boy. "That's what you said. Go, Kairos, use Clamp." Kairos spread his thin wings and flew towards Dragonite, aiming at Dragonite with the pair of pliers, trying to split Dragonite directly in two. Just when the pair of pincers was about to hit, Zhang Rui said to Baby Dragon, "Use Headbutt." Zhang Rui just finished speaking and saw the warrior boy's mouth slightly raised because Zhang Rui gave the order too late. When Baby Dragon used the skill, Kairos' pincers had already clamped its body, and he won the battle. But Baby Dragon's behavior surprised him. He saw Baby Dragon's head tilted back, so Kairos' pincers missed. Just when Kairos wanted to continue attacking, Baby Dragon's head suddenly raised and directly knocked Kairos out. It fell from the air to the ground and lost its ability to fight. "Kairos, what kind of damage does this Pokemon have? It actually defeated my Kairos with one move." The warrior boy was also a little shocked. He didn't expect his Kairos to be so vulnerable. Since Kairos lost the battle, the warrior boy could only take Kairos back, hold the Pokeball containing the Metapod tightly in his hand, and fell into deep thought. "Your Kairos has lost the ability to fight. Do you still want to fight?" Zhang Rui said to the warrior boy. In his memory, the warrior boy still has a Metapod, which should still be on the field. For the Baby Dragon in front of him, he only used one move to deal with his trump card, so the opponent will definitely be easily dealt with the next Pokémon. However, since he chose to become a trainer, he must go down this path. The warrior boy looked at Zhang Rui with his eyes, his face firm, and said, "Of course, I will definitely win this battle." Looking at the boy in front of him who knew nothing about his strength, Zhang Rui pouted, "Then let's start." The warrior boy threw the Pokeball containing the Metapod. "This is my last Pokémon. Go, Metapod." The The Metapod, which was wrapped in green armor, was released. For the Pokémon in front of him, who was only level 9, Zhang Rui chose to quickly resolve the battle. He was very hungry now. Dragon Wave. The baby dragon opened its mouth wide and spit out a phantom composed of energy from its mouth, which quickly flew towards the Metapod. Use Harden. The warrior boy ordered hurriedly. The body of the metal pupa was wrapped in silver-white armor, hoping to resist the damage caused by the dragon's fluctuations. But the warrior boy knew nothing about the damage of the baby dragon. He saw that the shadow formed by the condensation of energy actually passed through the body of the metal pupa and knocked it out together with the metal pupa. The ground was suddenly filled with smoke. "Metal pupa!" the warrior boy exclaimed. When the smoke gradually dissipated, the eyes of the metal pupa had been replaced by fish plates, and it had obviously lost its combat ability. "Come back, metal pupa!" The warrior boy took the metal pupa back. Although he lost this battle, he was not sad because he was obviously clearer about his goal. "Your Pokémon is very powerful. I lost this battle." The warrior boy took back the Pokeball of the metal pupa and turned to Zhang Rui and said. Just when he wanted to chat with Zhang Rui for a while, he saw that Zhang Rui had disappeared. He left too quickly. I wanted him to stay here first. But forget it. I will work harder in the future to become a stronger trainer. After saying that, the warrior boy turned around and went back to the house. Zhang Rui turned around and left when the warrior boy took back the Pokémon. After all, it was already late, and he didn't want to waste time here. Not long after leaving, he heard the system prompt sound. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the level challenge and obtaining the S-level qualification enhancement capsule and 40,000 Pokémon coins. Ding dong! The reward has been sent to the warehouse. Please check it out. Fuck! This reward is really useful. This system is so humane. Zhang Rui was very excited when he heard the name of the reward. The main reason was that this reward was really timely. As long as the baby dragon took it, it could not only overcome the defects of the day before yesterday, but also make the baby dragon's qualifications stronger. Although it was an S-level qualification, it was already a very excellent qualification. If it evolved in the future, the qualification would continue to improve and might even reach the SS-level qualification. When I get a Super Evolution Stone, I guess even a first-level god can fight with it. Now I feel very excited just thinking about it. The main reason is that this system is so humane, and what you lack will come. Then Zhang Rui clicked the button to leave the copy, because it was already late, and he was worried that his father and mother would worry if he went back late. When Zhang Rui returned home, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. It happened that Zhang's mother had prepared dinner and asked Zhang Rui to go over to eat. At this time, Zhang Rui received a message from the school. He took out his mobile phone to check and saw the message from the school. Inform all students that the Mountain and Sea Spirit Academy will officially start tomorrow. Please gather in the classroom at 7 o'clock tomorrow. The assigned classrooms and dormitories have been sent out via email. Please check them carefully. The holiday is so short. School starts in just a few days. Zhang Rui put his phone on the table and turned to the dining table. If there were a few more months, my baby dragon's level would definitely be higher. After the battle with the warrior boy, the baby dragon's level has reached 21, which has surpassed most trainers. The trainers of the same class must not have broken through the level 20 mark, and they are not even at level 10. Zhang Rui was excited when he thought about how much he had surpassed his classmates. Stinky, boy, come and eat quickly. Zhang's mother roared outside the house. Zhang Rui no longer dared to continue fantasizing inside the house and hurried to the dining table. He couldn't let Zhang's mother talk anymore. If she said another word, he would definitely be like Zhang's father and kneel on the durian. As soon as he walked to the dining table, Zhang's mother's face had become extremely distorted. Zhang Rui hurriedly used a smile to ease the embarrassment. If you don't eat, I will treat you like your father and make you kneel on the durian. I will do it next time, Zhang Rui said hurriedly. Then he released the baby dragon and took out some elf food and experience cubes for it to eat. After eating, the level was raised again, directly to level 23. Of course, there was also a new skill, Qi Gathering. It may be useless for others, but for Zhang Rui, this is a very practical skill. Before the battle, use Qi Gathering to increase the probability of a Zap skill's critical hit, and then use other skills. Then it is very likely to double the power of the skill. However, Zhang Rui suddenly thought that it was too fast to let the baby dragon level up. But looking at the family in front of him, Zhang Rui felt that only by becoming more powerful could he protect the safety of his family. Besides, the rapid level increase of the elf is actually not a bad thing. At that time, he gave the elf magic candy in the game, and there was no problem in the end, but it would make the elf much weaker than the elves of the same level. So Zhang Rui planned to change the diet of baby dragon and only need to eat a few experience cubes every day. The rest of the time, it is usually fed with physical attack cubes. When the physical attack cubes are fed to a certain extent, the experience cubes can be used to upgrade. By that time, even if baby dragon encounters a spirit of the same level, it can easily deal with it. After dinner, Zhang Rui said good night to Zhang's father and mother and took baby dragon back to the room to rest. However, as soon as he entered the room, Zhang Rui took out the S-level qualification enhancement capsule given by the system. This kind of item that can improve the spirit's qualifications generally brings better results the sooner it is used. Besides, this is an item tailor-made by the system for baby dragon. It is the system's intention, and of course it cannot be let down. Then, Zhang Rui handed the capsule in his hand to baby dragon and asked it to take it. After taking the capsule, baby dragon didn't think much about it and ate it directly. Baby dragon has absolute trust in what his master gave him. He would never believe that his master would harm him with a capsule. The moment baby dragon took the capsule, he saw a golden glow emanating from his body. It seemed that the capsule began to take effect. As the effect of the capsule took effect, baby dragon's size doubled. But think about it. This is normal. What is the difference between elves with good qualifications and elves with poor qualifications? Isn't it all about skills and size? Elves with poor qualifications are several times smaller than those with good qualifications. Even if they evolve, there will not be much change. When the golden light gradually dissipated, baby dragon's size stopped growing. Zhang Rui happily opened the data eye, wanting to see how big the change of baby dragon was this time. Baby dragon. Dragon, LV 23, quality S, male, status healthy. Features hard-headed, none. Inherited moves, Dragon Waves, Dragon Rage, Flame Fang, Tornado, basic skills Rage, Sparks, Glare, Bite, Dragon Breath, Headbutt, Gathering. Skill secrets, none. Fuck, is this the horror of an S-level elf? It actually learns so many inherited skills. Zhang Rui couldn't help but exclaimed after seeing baby dragon's data. The inherited skills learned by an elf can actually be said to be linked to qualifications. Those elves with better qualifications will naturally learn a lot of inherited skills, and those with poorer qualifications will have very few inherited skills. Inherited skills represent the number of moves an elf has. After all, it doesn't have many skills it has learned, and most of them still rely on inherited skills. At this time, the baby dragon felt the changes in his body and was very excited. He almost jumped up, but Zhang Rui stopped him immediately. If he let it jump up, the whole floor would be useless. After all, its weight increased a lot due to the improvement of its qualifications. The floor that could not be broken by a random jump may be broken by a random jump this time. After being stopped by Zhang Rui, the baby dragon did not complain about it, but yawned, found the nest built by Zhang Rui for it, and went to. At this time, Zhang Rui also felt a strong sleepiness. Maybe he had walked in the forest for too long, and his body was very tired. So after a little preparation, Zhang Rui ran to the bed happily and went to sleep. As soon as he closed his eyes, he thought of the scene of communicating with his classmates tomorrow, which made him a little excited. Even though he was also a person who came out of college, he was still a little excited to go to college to study again. In this way, Zhang Rui didn't know how he fell asleep after a sleepless night. Anyway, he got up in the morning and felt groggy and a little sleepy. But when he looked at the time, it was already 6 o'clock. He couldn't sleep anymore. At this time, Zhang's father and mother had already prepared the luggage for Zhang Rui. After the school started, Zhang Rui would live in the school. Zhang's father and mother were still reluctant to let him go, but after thinking carefully, the children were already in college and were already adults. They should be independent, so they relaxed. Suddenly thinking that after Zhang Rui left, the two of them could live better in their own world, and their mood changed from relaxed to happy. In the end, when Zhang Rui left, they all smiled and said goodbye, without even a trace of sadness on their faces. Zhang Rui took a car and soon arrived at the college, the Mountain and Sea Elf College. One of the top 10 outstanding colleges in China, it has a history of hundreds of years. It is also said that this college once produced a national champion, but this is only a few hundred years ago. With the passage of time, although the Shanghai Elf Academy is a little down and out, it is still among the top 10 excellent elf academies, but it is the last one. Zhang Rui has arrived at the entrance of the academy with his luggage. At this time, the academy is already surrounded by people. Looking up, there are all black hair and suitcases as well as elves on their shoulders. But most of them are green caterpillars, unicorns, or Bobo. If the baby dragon is summoned, these people may make way for him. But Zhang Rui will not do this. He knows the danger of doing so. Although he will be admired by students, he will also be hated by other classmates. In addition, the quasi-god is special. He may be targeted by some mysterious organizations which will be troublesome. He can't fight and can't run away. In the end, it is possible that the baby dragon will be robbed. Soon, Zhang Rui entered the academy one by one. When he entered the academy, it was much more spacious. Most of the people outside were parents who came to send their children, but Zhang Rui's parents, needless to say, were probably showing off their love at home. If Zhang's father doesn't obey, he will be served with durian or a washboard. At this time, Zhang Rui saw several men, followed by muscular Hao Li or Guai Li, walking to a beautiful girl and offering to help her carry her bag. But the girl was really cold and turned away. This also made the men stamp their feet in anger, and they also glared at the woman who was walking away, feeling very resentful. Zhang Rui could only shake his head and go to find a dormitory with his luggage in his hand. There is a huge fountain in the middle of the academy, where many water elves are playing. It is also a place where some trainers who like water-attributed elves often gather. At the same time, the huge fountain is also a direction sign for the entire academy. Right in front of the fountain is the academy's teaching building, and behind the teaching building is a huge playground, and around the playground are woods and grass where some small elves live. Of course, it is also a good place for young couples who often hang out at night. On the left side of the fountain is the direction of the student dormitory. Of course, the girls' dormitory and the boys' dormitory are separated. If you want boys and girls to live together, forget it. On the right side are some special buildings of the school, including the training room for elves and other places for other professions. After all, Zhang Rui has been to the college several times and has a thorough understanding of the terrain. It took him less than a minute to reach the location of the dormitory. According to the information sent by the college last night, he easily found his residence. It was on the first floor. His luck was extraordinary. As soon as he walked to the door of the dormitory, he saw many students looking inside the dormitory, all of them with envious expressions in their eyes. Zhang Rui was a little confused. Why were they all watching outside his dormitory with envious expressions on their faces? He walked slowly over and opened the door to find out why those people were envious. This dormitory turned out to be a double room. At this time, Zhang Rui heard from the people behind him that only the first floor was a double room, while the second floor was a triple room, and the four-person room above was increasing in order. Of course, there was another dormitory in the middle of the dormitory, which was full of single rooms, and there was space for elves to move freely. I just don't know how he could live in such a luxurious dormitory. When everyone saw Zhang Rui walking into the dormitory, they were also envious. One of them said in surprise, "Is he Zhang Rui who ranked first in the exam? He is so amazing. Of course, who else can enter such a high-end room except him? If I had known, I would have studied hard. Maybe I could have won the opportunity to enter this dormitory." Hearing the discussions of the people outside the room, Zhang Rui knew why he was so envious. It turned out that the school allocated dormitories mainly based on the ranking of the candidates. Since Zhang Rui ranked first, it was naturally the best dormitory. But this is a double room. There should be another student coming. At this time, Zhang Rui also heard someone say, "Isn't it just the first place in grades? What's so great about it? You want to live in this dormitory for a long time just because you ranked first in grades. It's impossible. After tomorrow's rookie battle, the dormitories will be reallocated. By then, who knows which floor he will run to live on? Now it's just for him to experience it. Good grades don't necessarily mean strong strength. When the time comes, I will easily defeat him with my little fire monkey, and then this dormitory will be my residence." The man with a ferocious face said outside the door, and then turned and walked upstairs. After hearing what the man said, the students around him slowly dispersed, no longer showing envy, but sympathy instead. But Zhang Rui didn't care. It was just a rookie match, and it was possible for Baby Dragon to kill them all. After putting all the luggage away, he took a general tour. He found that the facilities in this dormitory were quite comprehensive. It was okay to have air conditioning, but it was very strange to have a kitchen. There was even an old-fashioned fruit-making machine. I wonder if it can still be used. Of course, Zhang Rui was most concerned about the freedom of the elves. He found that the room was quite large, and Baby Dragon could move freely, so he didn't have to stay in the space of the elf ball. Although Zhang Rui wanted Baby Dragon to play freely in the small world, it would be troublesome if people saw it when the small world was opened. After the tour, Zhang Rui closed the door and walked towards the teaching building. As soon as he entered the classroom, he saw a very familiar person. This guy was chatting with a girl next to him, making her blush and envy her. Who else but Ye Fei could do this? Ye Fei saw Zhang Rui at a glance, and his eyes lit up. He quickly pulled the chair next to him back and let Zhang Rui sit down. Rui, I didn't expect that we were in the same class. We are really destined to be together. Ye Fei asked Zhang Rui to sit down, and then he said to him. He ignored the girl next to him and started chatting with Zhang Rui directly. Since you came to the classroom for class, it means that you have obtained the elf. Let me see what kind of elf it is, to satisfy my curiosity. Zhang Rui hurriedly refused. Not now. How about I let you see it in the next rookie match? What kind of elf? It's so mysterious. Ye Fei thought to himself, but sooner or later I will see his elf, so there is no need to rush. While chatting with Ye Fei, Zhang Rui found that the girl sitting by the wall in the distance was the girl he saw when he entered the school today. Surprisingly, she was surrounded by boys, but her expression was still cold, as if she had no interest in anyone. At this moment, Zhang Rui found that she was looking at him, and then she smiled slightly, which made Zhang Rui shudder. Are you interested in that girl? Ye Fei suddenly said at this time. Zhang Rui hurriedly shook his head. I just took a few glances, just curious. I advise you not to go and talk to her. She is a member of the family. Family? Hearing Ye Fei's words, Zhang Rui asked in confusion. You don't know this. I don't know how you learned it. Leng Wanru, the daughter of the head of the Leng family, one of the 4 major families, has a very noble status. I don't dare to talk to her. Hearing Ye Fei's advice, Zhang Rui frowned. After Ye Fei said this, he remembered it. There is indeed such a thing as the 4 great families in my memory. These are very ancient families, and they are all very strange. Each family member loves the unique attribute very much, just like the Leng family, one of the 4 great families, who particularly likes to use ice-attributed Pokémons, thus evolving a mature ice attribute training system. This also makes the Leng family's ice attribute Pokémons much stronger than those trained by other trainers. It is even said that their ice attribute Pokémons can also fight with fire attribute Pokémons. However, for the ice attribute, Zhang Rui only hopes not to encounter her in battle, because the ice attribute suppresses the dragon attribute. At this moment, a sexy, beautiful teacher walked in from outside. Although she was wearing the uniform required by the school, she could not hide her graceful figure. This also made the male students in the audience stare at her, and they dared not move at all. Even Ye Fei, who kept talking nonsense, stared at her. But Zhang Rui did not look at her. He had no interest in older women. The beautiful teacher looked at the students in the classroom and saw that everyone was already there, so she began to announce, Let me introduce myself first. My name is Yan Ling, and I will be your tutor for Class 3 of the first year in the future. After Yan Ling introduced herself, all the students present exclaimed, Oh my God, the teacher's name is Yan. Is she from the Yan family? There are actually 2 people from the 4 major families in our class. This is too shocking. Zhang Rui was not interested in the origin of teacher Yan, but turned his head to look out the window. At this time, he found that a vortex like a black hole appeared in the sky far away from here, but it disappeared quickly in the blink of an eye. This made Zhang Rui a little suspicious. If the first appearance of the ultimate cave was a coincidence, then the second appearance might be man-made. Who is opening the ultimate cave? This made Zhang Rui a little curious, thinking that when there is a chance, he will definitely find out. According to the other party's experimental results, it is estimated that the ability to successfully open the ultimate cave has not been successfully opened, But it has left Zhang Rui a lot of time. At this time, the noise in the classroom quickly stopped, and Teacher Yan began to give a speech again. Listening to Teacher Yan's endless speech, Zhang Rui couldn't help but feel a little bored. Isn't that what the teacher's speech at the beginning of the school is about? First of all, the courses to be studied are divided into two sections, theory and combat skills. In addition to classes, students can move freely during the rest of the time. In addition, there are elective courses, such as breeders, etc. Regarding other professions of elves, students can choose to study. But Zhang Rui was very uninterested. With the existence of the system, there is no need to worry about this happening. Then, Teacher Yan talked about some school rules and finally began to announce the upcoming newcomer battle. We hold a newcomer competition every year. I believe all the students here know this. The school does not allow you to enjoy family happiness after entering. Other schools may be like this, but our school is just the opposite. Our school is full of struggles. In this school, everything depends on strength. If you are weak, you can only live at the bottom and will be bullied by those who are superior to you. Similarly, I believe that all students are not satisfied with the dormitories assigned by the school. As soon as Teacher Yan finished speaking, many students nodded vigorously. The dormitory space is so small, and 6 people have to live in it. This is not a place for people to live. However, this newcomer elf battle is an opportunity. The top 3 students can be assigned to single dormitories. The top 20 will be double dormitories, while the 20th to 30th will be triple dormitories, and so on. Of course, in addition to dormitories, there are also substantial rewards. For example, the first place winner can get a skill manual provided by the Academy, plus 100,000 elf coins. The second place winner will get a small bottle of platinum level energy cubes provided by a king level breeder, plus 100,000 elf coins. The third place winner will get a small bottle of gold level energy cubes provided by a quasi-king level breeder, plus 50,000 elf coins. After Teacher Yan announced the rewards, Zhang Rui's eyes naturally lit up. The first place winner actually gave away a skill manual. This academy is so generous that it even gives away such precious items. In addition to the skills learned by themselves, elves can also learn some other skills, and these skills are either taught by relevant elves or learned directly through skill manuals. Seeing Zhang Rui's eyes full of stars, Ye Fei couldn't help but want to persuade him. If you want to get the first place among thousands of people in the school, the result is predictable. This is almost impossible. After all, there are a lot of powerful trainers in the academy. It's just a bare thought to want to get the first place among these people. Students, please prepare well for the newcomer battle. After Teacher Yan announced the rules, she turned and left the classroom. Before leaving, she didn't forget to look at Zhang Rui a few times. There was no class in the academy today. They just listened to the teacher announce the rules of the competition and then let the students move freely. After all, students who have just entered the school need to adapt to the environment, and they also need to prepare for the newcomer Pokémon battle. Is this the student who got the first place in the exam? There doesn't seem to be anything special. Sister has always been very accurate in judging people, but this time she failed. Teacher Yan murmured and turned back to the office. Teacher Yan's sister was the middle-aged woman who invigilated Zhang Rui before the exam. She had originally determined that Zhang Rui's grades were definitely ranked last. After all, he fell asleep on the table at the beginning of the exam. However, when she was grading the papers, she was shocked that Zhang Rui actually rushed to the first place with a perfect score. She couldn't believe what she saw. She thought Zhang Rui must have cheated in the exam. But all the students in the examination room failed, and only Zhang Rui passed the exam with a perfect score. Whose copy did such a student copy? Unless he cheated. After returning home, the invigilator also told Yanling about this matter and asked her to pay more attention to Zhang Rui's dynamics. But no matter how Yanling looked at it, she felt that Zhang Rui was just an ordinary boy. That is, he was a little handsome, but no matter how handsome he was, he couldn't eat. Let's wait until after the rookie battle. After all, the college still takes the student's strength as the standard, and excellent students can't survive in this school. After Zhang Rui finished his meal in the school cafeteria, he returned to the dormitory. Originally, I thought his roommate would show up, but after entering the dormitory, I saw that the bed next to him was still empty. This also made Zhang Rui somewhat happy. It seemed that this roommate would not appear. He was originally worried about how to feed Baby Dragon, but now he could rest assured. Zhang Rui closed the doors and windows, summoned Baby Dragon, and took out some physical attack cubes from the warehouse for Baby Dragon to eat. I wronged you in the Pokeball. Here are energy cubes. I will give you one more as compensation. Roar! Baby Dragon opened its mouth wide, shouted, and took the physical attack cube in Zhang Rui's hand and ate it. After that, Zhang Rui put the full Baby Dragon back into the Pokeball and decided to go to the Trainer Association. Last time, he only bought tree fruits. This time, he needed to go somewhere to buy some Pokeballs. He was worried that there would be no balls available next time he entered the dungeon. The academy is not like a middle school. Students can leave the academy when they don't have classes. Soon, Zhang Rui spent 10,000 to buy a lot of Pokeballs. This time, he didn't have to worry about not having balls available. When Zhang Rui was returning to the dormitory, he saw a lot of students gathered in the playground in the distance. This made Zhang Rui very curious, so he ran over to watch. As soon as he walked to the red runway of the playground and saw the situation on the playground, he knew what these people were looking at. It turned out that someone was fighting a Pokémon. Vulpix on the field was fighting a Sandshrew. When Zhang Rui saw the Vulpix, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "This Vulpix is actually in Alola form." Vulpix has two forms. One is the normal form, the fire attribute Vulpix, and the other form is the ice attribute Vulpix, which is the Alola form. However, the Alola form of Vulpix is very rare in this world and is considered a mutant of Vulpix. Such a rare Pokémon actually has someone. Then Zhang Rui looked at the trainer who owned the Vulpix. This person was none other than Leng Wanro from the four major families. I didn't expect that she was actually fighting against someone else. And the opponent was one of the people who wanted to help Leng Wanro carry her bag this morning. It is estimated that he wanted to promote his relationship with Leng Wanro by carrying the bag, but unfortunately the other party directly rejected him. This made him hate Leng Wanro, so after class he went to Leng Wanro to fight. Leng Wanro agreed, of course. The newcomer battle will be held tomorrow. Training before the game is also a good way to improve. Besides, an excellent trainer will not refuse the challenge of other trainers. Zhang Rui was watching the game from the side, and he could also see how strong the opponent was. Avoid losing the game because of his own negligence during the official game. Miss Leng's Vulpix is really unique, worthy of being my goddess. What is your goddess? That's my goddess. You are worthy of touching my Ruru. What do you mean by your Ruru? Look at your appearance. You are neither human nor ghost. Anyone picked up from the playground is prettier than you. Anyway, no matter what you say, she is my goddess. The ordinary-looking man turned his head and said to the people around him, "Go, goddess! I have always supported you." This young lady of the Leng family is really popular. At least half of the playground is full of supporters. What a terrifying number. Zhang Rui couldn't help but think after hearing what the audience around him said. At this time, the battle on the playground finally began. "If I defeat you, will you be my girlfriend?" The man who was fighting against her said, looking full of confidence, and Leng Wanru seemed to be in his pocket. "Then you have to beat me first. Go. Vulpix, use Frozen Wind." Vulpix on the field jumped up easily, and a large amount of cold air was generated in its small and exquisite mouth. When the cold air was almost condensed, it was quickly spit out from its mouth. Like the north wind in winter, it attacked the Sandshrew. At this time, the man would not directly withstand the attack of Vulpix, and immediately ordered the Sandshrew, "Turn your body into a ball. Use the rounding to resist the attack of the Frozen Wind." After hearing the man's words, Zhang Rui couldn't help but want to call him a fool. The rounding of the Sandshrew is used to improve defense, while Vulpix's Frozen Wind is a special attack. What's the use of improving physical defense? If the man wins this battle, it will be really strange. As Zhang Rui said, facing the upcoming Frozen Wind, the body of the Sandshrew quickly shrank and became like a ball. The freezing wind hit the Sandshrew's body, and the Sandshrew's body quickly turned blue, and then it was frozen into an ice block. This Vulpix is lucky. It froze the opponent with the first attack. Zhang Rui watched the battle on the field and commented on it in his heart. "Sandshrew, move quickly." No matter how the man shouted, the Sandshrew still did not move. "It's over." Vulpix uses ice particles on the Sandshrew. Vulpix's body began to produce a lot of cold air, which quickly condensed into small ice cubes. After Vulpix opened his mouth and shouted, these ice cubes hit the Sandshrew one by one. because the sandshrew had been frozen, and the ice particles were a skill with a 100% hit rate. All these ice cubes hit the sandshrew. After the sandshrew was attacked, the ice on its body quickly shattered, but together with the sandshrew, it lost its ability to fight. You lost this battle. Zhang Rui saw that the sandshrew had lost the battle, so she took Vulpix back with a Pokeball. Seeing Zhang Rui in the distance, he still had that cold look, so he turned and left the playground. The man who lost picked up the sandshrew sadly, picked up the Pokeball and took the sandshrew back, and left with a disappointed heart. Zhang Rui looked at the man's back and shook his head. People gave you a chance, but you don't cherish it. Then Zhang Rui turned and left the playground without staying there, and those admirers of Zhang Rui followed Zhang Rui when she left, and flattered her from time to time. But Zhang Rui still ignored it. For her, these people were annoying flies that would only make people upset. Zhang Rui had returned to the dormitory at this time, and Zhang Rui was still the only one living there. Since he didn't live with him, life was still very easy, and the equipment in the dormitory was quite complete. After Zhang Rui ate a little, he took out a lot of tree fruits from the small world and started making energy blocks. Just one kind of energy block can no longer satisfy Zhang Rui's needs. Now he needs to try more combinations of tree fruits when he is free, and strive to make energy blocks that exceed the diamond level. The baby dragon was playing on the side. After eating the experience block Zhang Rui gave it, its level was upgraded again. Now the level has reached 24, which is still a very fast upgrade speed. According to further calculations, it is only 6 levels away from completing the evolution. When it evolves into a shell dragon, its strength will be greatly improved. After all, every evolution of a quasi-god is a leap forward in strength. Otherwise, is the title of quasi-god in vain? In the next few hours, Zhang Rui successfully made energy blocks that can increase speed by combining 3 kinds of tree fruits. Zhang Rui naturally recorded the formula of the speed block quickly as usual. Now, Zhang Rui has mastered the formula of 2 energy blocks, and all of them are diamond-level formulas. If a master breeder knew about this, you can imagine their expressions. Breeders are called masters because they have developed energy blocks that can permanently enhance the abilities of elves, while those who have only developed a small amount of elves are king-level breeders. Although it seems that the distance between the two is very close, in fact, the gap is very far. After researching the energy block, Zhang Rui looked at the time. It was already late. There was still a newcomer battle tomorrow. It was better not to stay up late. He went to bed, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Time soon came to the next day. Zhang Rui followed the school bus to the bird's nest in the center of Shanghai City early in the morning. This is also the venue for the elf battle, which is held in this huge bird cage. As soon as Zhang Rui got off the bus, he was stunned by the building in front of him. There was such a huge building in Shanghai City. At this time, the bird's nest was brightly lit with fireworks, and a large number of fireworks gushed out from the middle, which also startled the toucans flying in the air. Soon, Zhang Rui, led by teacher Yan, still lined up to enter the bird's nest. The bird's nest was surrounded by spectator seats, one row after another, in an orderly manner. Now there are many spectators sitting there, waiting to watch the game. In addition, many reporters were adjusting the position and function of the cameras. It seemed that they were preparing for a live broadcast. Located directly above the bird's nest were the viewing seats for some important figures, which were already full of people. Principal Qian, which class do you think is more promising for this year's rookie battle? Principal Qian, who was sitting in the viewing seats, was already being interviewed by reporters. Principal Qian stroked his pale beard, smiled and said, "I don't have a favorite class, because I think the students in these classes are all excellent trainers and they can all get a good ranking in this competition." The female reporter also nodded with the microphone and was very satisfied with Principal Qian's answer. "Dear families, I spent a lot of money to be able to enter here to watch the game. You see, I have already spent so much money to let you see the exciting battle. Please click the little heart in the lower right corner. Thank you for your support." A cute girl, accompanied by a Rotom, was broadcasting live there. This time, Rotom has been integrated with the mobile phone. Any function in the mobile phone will start to open automatically as long as the girl says a word. At this moment, a row of rockets appeared on the screen of the mobile phone. The girl's eyes suddenly lit up, and she thanked the audience in front of the screen. "Thank you for the rockets from Tomato. Thank you very much." To repay my dear family, I will work hard to live broadcast today. As long as my family is happy to watch it, it's fine. Obviously, this girl is broadcasting live and constantly commenting on the scene. It is estimated that this behavior has not been the first or second time. Zhang Rui naturally did not know the woman in the distance, but Ye Fei behind him exclaimed, "I know that girl. She is the first sister of Longya, Nasha, who ran to the scene of the elf battle to broadcast live. I'm so excited. I didn't expect to see a real person here." At this time, Ye Fei became more and more excited and almost ran out of the team and ran towards Nasha. Fortunately, he was pulled by Zhang Rui. Otherwise, he didn't know what kind of evil things he would do. But it's strange that this guy can tell the identity of a woman whenever he sees her. Under the leadership of Teacher Yan, we finally arrived at the center of the bird's nest. After everyone lined up, Principal Qian, who was standing in the distance, began a long speech. The students felt like they were about to fall asleep while listening to Principal Qian's speech. In the first game, you will be randomly divided into groups according to the order on the screen, and every 10 people will compete in a battlefield. To put it bluntly, it will be a 10-person melee, and only one person can win and advance to the next round. For the second game, after the first game, 16 people will be selected to play a 2-person battle system. One of them will advance smoothly after winning, and the loser will need to fight with the loser together, and the ranking will be allocated accordingly. Of course, after the elves are hurt, they can find the healers on the field for treatment. After Principal Qian finished his speech, he began to explain the rules of the game. After listening to the rules of the game, Zhang Rui in the audience thought to himself, "It's probably a big project to select 16 people from thousands of people, but as long as you keep winning, you don't have to worry about anything else." But Ye Fei was very panicked. It would be better to kill him with a knife if he had to select 16 people from thousands of people. Just after the last firework ended, the game officially began. The huge screen on the bird's nest selected the first group of players, and then began to shuffle and distribute them. Finally, they were distributed in groups of 10. But what was unexpected was that Zhang Rui's name was in the first group. I don't know if it's lucky or sad. After Ye Fei found Zhang Rui's name, he put his hand on his shoulder and said helplessly, "Ah, brother, just go over. I will work hard for you." Hearing what Ye Fei said, Su Rui seemed to lose the first game. Zhang Rui looked at him with contempt and walked towards Area D. The school was worried that too many people would slow down the progress of the competition, so they chose to open multiple competition venues to quickly screen out students for the subsequent hexadecimal competition. As soon as Zhang Rui walked to Area D, he saw a very familiar person, Godan. Godan seemed to have thought of something when he saw Zhang Rui and taunted him. "Who did I think it was? It turned out to be the waste Zhang Rui. I didn't expect your luck to be so bad that you were assigned to the same group as me. Since you are assigned to the same group as me, it means that your game is over." Godan walked up to Zhang Rui and patted Zhang Rui on the face. Zhang Rui was also a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet his enemy in the first game, but he was no longer the Zhang Rui who was bullied before. In this game, Zhang Rui made him know what the fear of being dominated is. Just as he and the others were about to walk to the competition venue, Godan turned to Zhang Rui and said, "Although I don't know how you got the first place in the exam, it doesn't matter. On the contrary, I heard that you chose a congenitally broken egg from the breeding house. Maybe people like you would choose that useless egg. That kind of egg with incomplete congenital qualifications probably has no fighting power. Just wait for me to defeat it in one move." Haha. Godan laughed and entered the competition venue, while Zhang Rui held the Pokeball containing the baby dragon in his hand, his eyes full of hatred. The baby dragon in the Pokeball also heard Godan's voice and was also very angry. If Zhang Rui hadn't held it tightly with his hands, it would definitely want to run out and directly get rid of the man in front of it. With Zhang Rui finally entering the competition venue, all the contestants were here. Godan held the Pokeball in his hand, and his 2 pairs of eyes kept staring at Zhang Rui, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The referee standing there took a look and announced, "The first match begins now." Godan threw the Pokeball to the ground first. The moment it touched the ground, the Pokémon opened its mouth and summoned a Pokémon. The Pokémon's body was purple with dark purple spots, large ears with cyan insides, small front teeth and small red eyes, and a pair of poisonous horns on its head. Nidolang. Zhang Rui recognized the Pokémon in front of him at a glance and said, a wing. Level 10, C, male, status healthy. Features, poisonous stinger. Carried items, none. Inherited moves, slam. Basic skills, stare, peck, gather energy, double kick, none. None. After seeing Nidolang's information, Zhang Rui didn't have any thoughts. His qualifications were okay, but unfortunately his level was too low and his strength was too weak. How is it? Are you scared when you see my Nidolang? You'd better give up as soon as possible. Facing Godan's ridicule, Zhang Rui didn't care at all. Such a weak Pokémon is his capital of pride. Zhang Rui could only shake his head. The other contestants also summoned Pokémon. Rattata Unicorn, Thorntail, Metapod. After seeing the contestants' Pokémon, Zhang Rui couldn't help shaking his head. That's it! That's it! Only that Nidolang can be looked at, and the others, forget it, don't even look at them. Zhang Rui sighed in his heart and threw the Pokeball containing Baby Dragon out. Only to see the blue light flashing, Baby Dragon appeared in everyone's sight. For a moment, the whole audience was boiling. Why is your Pokémon so stupid? It has a big head and a small body. It looks like a useless Pokémon. Obviously, Godan didn't know Baby Dragon at all. But think about it. He passed the exam by paying off the examiner. When he was in middle school, he either bullied others or was on his way to bully others. He never learned the knowledge taught in school. However, the people around him had already recognized the elf, and they all said tremblingly, "Could this elf be a baby dragon? This is a quasi-god. This guy actually has a quasi-god. We don't have to play this game. Even if there are 100 of us, we may not be able to beat a quasi-god." At this time, the referee on the side was also a little surprised. It was the first time for him to see a quasi-god, and it was still alive. When Nasha, who was broadcasting live, heard the voice of the quasi-god from Area D, he had no intention of broadcasting live on the edge of Area A, and directly shouted Rotom to go to Area D. Principal Qian, who was watching the battle, also saw the baby dragon on the field. Although he had a lot of experience, he was inevitably a little surprised. I didn't expect that a quasi-god would appear in a rookie match. According to my years of experience, the quasi-god in front of me is definitely not low in qualifications. Hurry up and check who this student is. After hearing Principal Qian's request, the secretary on the side turned around and ran to the school's archives. At this time, the reporter who was interviewing also pointed the camera in the direction of the baby dragon, preparing to conduct a full-scale live broadcast. Not only that, the entire audience also looked in the direction of Zhang Rui. Some people took out their telescopes and looked at the baby dragon. When he saw the expressions of the crowd, Godan began to panic. How is this possible? How can he get a quasi-god as an elf? At first, Godan thought that the elf in front of him was the waste elf, but after hearing the name of the quasi-god, his face was full of disbelief. He has been dealing with Zhang Rui for 3 years. How could he get a quasi-god elf? I clearly remember that Zhang Rui got a broken elf egg, which could hatch a quasi-god. However, whether it is a quasi-god or not, Zhang Rui has always been the object of his bullying, before and now. He said to the others, "This quasi-god was hatched from a broken Pokémon egg, so its aptitude is definitely not high. How about we work together to kill it, and then we fight?" Although this fighting method damages the reputation of the trainer, it is the only way to win. After hearing what Godan said, the others all nodded and directed the Pokémon to attack Zhang Rui. Unicorn uses Poison Needle. Rattata uses Grab. Magikarp uses Water Jump. Nidolang uses Double Kick. The Unicorn spits out tiny needles from its mouth, while Rattata moves quickly and grabs the baby dragon. Nidolang's legs emit white light, and also attack the direction of the baby dragon. Only the Magikarp keeps jumping there. But Zhang Rui's mouth corners slightly raised. The attacks of these elves could not cause any harm to the baby dragon, so he ordered, "Dragon Wave, sweep directly." The baby dragon spit out a dragon-shaped phantom from its mouth, annihilating the flying poison needle in the phantom, and then the dragon-shaped phantom first hit the unicorn beetle in the distance. After the unicorn beetle was hit by the full attack, its whole body was directly knocked out, and then it was the little Rattata. Before the little Rattata ran to the baby dragon, it was directly knocked out by the phantom. Not to mention the rest of the elves, they were all knocked out, and the Magikarp successfully avoided the attack because it was bouncing all the time. The others all fell to the ground and lost their combat ability directly. So strong! Is this the combat power that can be possessed at this stage? Everyone looked at the baby dragon in the distance, and then looked at the elves on the ground who had lost their combat ability, and couldn't help but sigh. This is the power of a quasi-god, which is simply not comparable to ordinary elves like them. This baby dragon is very strong. Awesome! It can use such a powerful skill as Dragon Wave in its initial form. Nasha, as long as you get closer to that baby dragon, I will give you 2 rockets. Nasha saw the messages sent by fans in the comment area, and at the same time saw that the number of fans was gradually increasing. But she remembered that the school prohibited unrelated people from approaching the competition area. Now she has exceeded the scope stipulated by the school. If it weren't for the baby dragon being too eye-catching, she would have been blasted out long ago. But for the sake of the 2 rockets, Nasha decided to fight this time and said to Rotom, "Godom, take a real-time snapshot of the baby dragon. Don't miss any details." Tom, Rotom, who had turned into a mobile phone, received Nasha's order and flew towards baby dragon. He circled around baby dragon not far away and took pictures. Zhang Rui didn't care about the Rotom in front of him, but looked at the Nidolang that had lost its ability to fight. At this time, Godan saw the Nidolang that had lost its ability to fight on the ground, and his veins suddenly popped up. He kicked Nidolang away. "I ate and drank well for you, but you were killed by that incomplete Pokémon in 1 move. You are a waste." Godan kept stepping on the Nidolang on the ground with his feet, and kept cursing. At this time, Zhang Rui couldn't stand it anymore. After losing the game, the trainer blamed the Pokémon, which was completely against the ethics of the trainer. He wanted to stop Godan's behavior, but he didn't do it. The main reason was that the referee had taken the lead. He grabbed Godan's wrist with his hand. His face was very scary, and he said to him fiercely, "Student, how can you treat your Pokémon like this? As a qualified trainer, you should be brave enough to face your failure, instead of venting your anger on your Pokémon here." The referee wanted to let Godan calm down. After all, everyone has impulsive moments, but the more so at such times, you should deal with it calmly. Godan completely ignored what the referee said, swung his arm violently, turned his head and said, "I am teaching my Pokémon a lesson. What qualifications do you have to interfere?" After that, he continued to kick Nidoran with his feet, almost venting all his anger. At this time, Principal Qian, who was watching in the spectator's seat, could no longer bear it. He picked up the microphone beside him and said to Godan in the distance, with anger in his words, "Student, I will inform you now that you are expelled. You don't even have the basic qualities of a trainer. Such a person is not worthy of participating in our academy's competition, let alone studying in our academy." After hearing what Principal Qian said, Godan stopped his actions. Indeed, he was too impulsive now, but he had no chance to turn back. Now even Principal Qian couldn't stand it anymore. What was the point of him staying here? Would he be laughed at? Finally, he turned his head and looked at Zhang Rui fiercely, and wanted to use the Pokeball to take Nidolang back. Who knew that when Godan used the Pokeball to take Nidolang back, just when the red ray was about to hit it? Nidolang, who was enduring the severe pain, suddenly had a shock and quickly jumped away from Godan to avoid the light. Seeing that Nidolang was dodging, Godan felt a little angry and used the Pokeball to shoot red rays at Nidolang. But Nidolang dodged all of them. Because of Nidolang's evasion, Godan was completely furious. He pointed at Nidolang in the distance and cursed, "Damn it! Get into the Pokeball quickly, or I will beat you to death when we get back." "Don't you want to eat the delicious Pokémon food?" Facing Godan's question, Nidolang did not agree to his request, but quickly retreated and hid behind the baby dragon. Although Nidolang wanted to eat the Pokémon food, Godan's attitude towards it just now made it likely that he would vent his anger on it when he got home. Nidolang was not stupid and did not want to go back and Godan's bullying for a little Pokémon food. Godan saw Nidolang hiding behind baby dragon and suddenly became even more angry, his face flushed with anger. He aimed at baby dragon and threw the Pokeball in his hand, which happened to hit baby dragon's head and bounced back indirectly. The Pokeball hit Godan's body, causing Godan to feel a pain in his abdomen. He wanted to run towards the direction of the baby dragon, but was quickly stopped by Zhang Rui. He glared at Zhang Rui and said angrily, "I'm taking back my Pokémon. Why are you stopping me?" "Why should I stop you? Look at Nidolang. Is it willing to enter the Pokeball? As a Pokémon trainer, you can't even feel the mood of the Pokémon. You are not a competent trainer." Zhang Rui lectured Godan in front of him, looked at Nidolang behind him, and said to Godan, "You have lost the qualification of a trainer. Please leave." Just as Godan clenched his fist and wanted to hit Zhang Rui's face, he stopped because he knew that Zhang Rui was no longer the cowardly and incompetent person he usually was. Yes, he is now an excellent trainer. At the same time, Godan glanced at Principal Qian in the distance, but Principal Qian didn't even look at him and ignored him. He looked at the audience and other trainers around him. The faces of the audience were filled with disgust, and the trainers who had just fought with him all hid far away, fearing that his fists would hit them. At this moment, Godan knew that his career as a trainer was over. If he had just taken back Nidolang, he might still be able to study in this academy and have a great chance of becoming a professional trainer in the future. But he scolded and kicked the Pokémon, and his career as a trainer was over. In order for him to become a trainer, his family spent almost all their money to let him enter the Mountain and Sea Pokémon Academy for the exam. In order for him to get a Pokémon, they bribed his invigilator and even knelt down to let the invigilator pass him. But now all his parents' efforts were in vain, and he had to repay the loan with his parents when he returned home. It can be said that his life was over. When Godan left, he glanced at Zhang Rui and then at Nidolang in the distance. He left the competition venue with a very disappointed mood. Alas! People always have to pay for their mistakes. Zhang Rui sighed and looked at the Nidolang behind him. Now that his master has left, this Nidolang has become an ownerless Pokémon. But Zhang Rui did not intend to subdue it. The main reason was that he had a requirement for himself. As long as the Pokémon was not of high quality, he would not subdue it no matter what. At this time, the referee seemed to see through Zhang Rui's mood. He walked over slowly, bent down, picked up Nidolang, and stroked it. Nidolang seemed to like this kind of caressing very much, and slowly enjoyed it in his arms. "Why don't you be my Pokémon? Although I am just a referee, I can at least give you a good life." The referee bowed his head and said to the Nidolang in his arms, "Nido." Of course, Nidolang agreed without thinking about anything. It was great that someone liked it. Seeing that the Nidolang in his arms agreed to his request, he took out a Pokeball from his body and pressed it lightly on its forehead. Nidolang was put into the Pokeball without even shaking. The referee was so happy to be able to capture a Pokémon. Such a Pokémon usually costs at least 100,000 yuan in the market, but he didn't expect to get it for free. He must toast with his wife when he gets home to celebrate this wonderful life. However, the matter has been resolved, so the game should continue. The referee also realized this and said, "Now the game continues." After hearing the sound of the game continuing, several contestants were full of doubts. After the battle just now, the only one who could fight on the entire field besides Magikarp was a baby dragon. The main thing is, can this Magikarp fight? It can only jump continuously in the same place and has no fighting power at all. The trainer who has Magikarp also sighed. Indeed, Magikarp has no fighting ability before evolution. If it can evolve into the majestic Gyarados, maybe it can fight against the baby dragon on equal terms. But the current Magikarp really has no fighting power. The Magikarp trainer had no choice but to admit defeat, which means that Zhang Rui won the game. Therefore, Zhang Rui won the right to advance and participate in the next game. After a game, the winner can rest at a side seat and wait for the next game to start. Zhang Rui just sat down when a group of reporters surrounded him and interviewed him. "Does this trainer with a baby dragon have any winning words for the game just now? How did you get this baby dragon? Can you tell us? For the next game, do you want to be as relaxed as the last game?" Faced with the questions of several reporters, Zhang Rui felt a headache and had no idea how to answer. Sure enough, trainers with quasi-god Pokémon are very popular. There was no way Zhang Rui could only say, "For the game just now, I think the opponents were very strong, and I won by a narrow margin. I almost lost, so for the next game, I will definitely go all out. That's it, thank you." After Zhang Rui finished speaking, he did not continue to answer questions. On the contrary, if the contestants just now heard his answer, they would probably complain. After hearing Zhang Rui's words, the interviewing reporter said nothing on the surface, but kept complaining in his heart. "You almost lost. Where did you almost lose? It was a little bit short." The interviewing reporter was speechless at this time, but Zhang Rui did not make any more comments later. There was no way the program had to be broadcast, and he turned around to interview other winners. Since this game will be broadcast live, Zhang's father and mother at home can also see Zhang Rui's wonderful game. After seeing Zhang Rui win the first game, the two were also very surprised. He is worthy of being the son of our Zhang family. He is very good. Yes, this child is as good as me. He has perfectly inherited my Zhang Yun's excellent genes. At this time, Zhang's mother heard Zhang's father being so narcissistic, and she wanted him to kneel down to the keyboard and durian in turn. But Zhang Rui had already won the battle, so this matter was fine. At this time, Principal Qian had already taken Zhang Rui's file and fell into deep thought. It is clearly written in the file that Zhang Rui's grades in previous years were not excellent, and even ranked last. But now, Zhang Rui not only got the first place in the school in the exam, but even his Pokémon is a quasi-god, and his qualifications are not low. The most important thing is that this baby dragon was obtained from the breeding house of our school. I don't know who is so careless that he dares to put a quasi-god Pokémon egg in the breeding house. Normally, there will be no quasi-god eggs in the breeding house. It is estimated that some trainer picked up a broken egg in the wild and didn't know what was inside, so he thought of handing the Pokémon egg to the breeding house. However, Principal Qian couldn't figure out why a quasi-god egg appeared in the breeding house, and Zhang Rui happened to get it? Is this kid cheating? The competition on the field was in full swing, and soon the first game was over. The next round was the second round, which was also a 10-person melee, and only one person could win. Zhang Rui was still competing in Area D, and the opponent's Pokémon this time was also very common. Rattata, Scafo, Sandshrew, Geodude. These are all relatively common Pokémon, but they are also weak. After all, there is no weakest Pokémon, only the weakest trainer. Zhang Rui also won the game easily with Dragonite. After that, there were many more games, and Zhang Rui also won easily, directly past the first level of the game, and successfully entered the hexadecimal game. Dragonite's level was successfully improved in this battle, reaching level 26, and it also learned the skill of Bite. The Bite skill can be said to be a very practical evil skill. It uses hard teeth to bite the opponent, which is more powerful and damaging than the Bite skill. It may also reduce the opponent's defense. It is a very practical skill. However, it should have been upgraded to another level. Unfortunately, in the next few games, those people surrendered after seeing Zhang Rui's Dragonite, which also resulted in Dragonite not even getting experience. But those people at least fought. How do you know you can't beat it if you don't try? It's true. Zhang Rui just walked out of the field when he saw Ye Fei running over with an excited face. He put his arm behind Zhang Rui's neck and said excitedly, Rui, I've advanced. I've entered the 16-round match. I'm so excited! I'm so excited! You came here to tell me this? Zhang Rui was not interested in his advancement. After all, if they met, they would be his opponents. Seeing that Zhang Rui was not surprised, Ye Fei changed his mind and said, Of course not. I heard that someone in this competition has a quasi-god elf. This is a quasi-god elf. Which great god can get such a powerful elf? Yes, I want to know too. Zhang Rui did not tell Ye Fei that he had a quasi-god elf. After all, he also entered the 16-round match. If he met, it would be troublesome, so he should hide it just in case. I guess that trainer who possesses quasi-god power has also entered the hexadecimal competition. I must be careful. Speaking of entering the hexadecimal competition, Rui, have you entered the hexadecimal competition? Ye Fei was talking and suddenly thought of something, so he asked Zhang Rui. Of course, I was lucky enough to enter the 16-digit competition. Hearing Zhang Rui's answer, Ye Fei patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him. Sure, entering the 16-digit competition means that you can already live in the 3-person dormitory on the 2nd floor. If you work a little harder, you can live in the double-room dormitory on the 1st floor. Sure, Rui, I didn't expect you to be so good. But this also means that the two of us may have a one-on-one competition. If that's the case, I won't let you down in the competition. After hearing what Ye Fei said, Zhang Rui clenched his fists and said firmly, Of course, I won't either. Let's cheer together. Just as Zhang Rui finished speaking, all the games on the field were over, which means that the next one was the 16-digit competition. At this time, Principal Qian picked up the microphone beside him, stood up from his seat, and said to the contestants in the audience, Now the first round of the competition has ended. Of course, we have selected 16 contestants with strong strength. Next, please look at the big screen. There are 16 contestants here. As soon as Principal Qian finished speaking, he saw that the big screen had listed the 16 contestants. Zhang Rui quickly found his name on the screen. In addition, he also saw Ye Fei's name. Of course, Leng Wanru also successfully entered the second round of the competition. But think about it. With such a powerful 6 tails, it would be difficult not to enter. Next, the second round of the competition will begin. Now we will divide the groups. As soon as Principal Qian finished speaking, the big screen began to divide the groups randomly. At this time, the contestants were very excited because they didn't know who they would play against. As the cards on the screen slowly stopped, everyone's groups also appeared in front of them. Zhang Rui looked at his opponent, Go Shi. Who is this person? Zhang Rui didn't know this name. Anyway, no matter who it was, he would be killed instantly. When everyone saw their own list, the second round of the competition officially began. Since Zhang Rui was in the first game, he didn't have to leave the field, and the others quickly retreated to the outside to watch the game. Ye Fei, who was already standing outside the court, yelled at Zhang Rui, Rui, come on! Beat him up! Zhang Rui also turned his head to look at Ye Fei and nodded in response. I didn't expect that we were really destined to meet. We meet again. Zhang Rui was also shocked when he saw his opponent and exclaimed, It's you! Zhang Rui had some impression of the man in front of him, just a one-time encounter. However, because of his fierce appearance, Zhang Rui could recognize him at a glance. This man was the man who said he would live in Zhang Rui's dormitory at that time. I didn't expect us to meet here. I thought you had been eliminated? Facing Go Shi's ridicule, Zhang Rui smiled slightly and said to him, It seems that your dream of living in a double room has been shattered. Who said I want to live in a room with 2 people squeezed together? I will live in a single room in the future. You are so arrogant, but you should beat me first. After hearing Go Shi's words, Zhang Rui replied. At this time, everyone in the venue had left, leaving only Zhang Rui and Go Shi, and a referee. The referee walked to the middle with a flag in his hand, turned his head and looked at both sides. Are you ready? Zhang Rui and Go Shi both took out their Pokeballs and answered the referee. Of course. Then the game begins. As soon as he finished speaking, Go Shi threw his Pokeball first. My Pokemon is Go, Flame Monkey. A blue light flashed, and a Pokemon with orange fur and other parts mainly light yellow appeared in the venue. As soon as it appeared on the ground, it started playing, and the flame on its tail kept burning. Flame Monkey. Fire, C+, male, status happy. Features, fierce fire, none. High 5, surprise attack, flame physics skills, grab, stare, spark, provoke, taught skills, none. It's actually a flame monkey. Oh my god, this is a real 3 great beasts, but it's worth it for me to see the real 3 great beasts today. The contestants exclaimed when they saw the flame monkey. The contestants who have lost can watch the game in the spectator seats and wait until the second round is over before they can have another battle. The winner can get the right to choose the remaining dormitories. Flame Monkey? Zhang Rui didn't have much emotional fluctuations when he saw the 3 great beasts. If you also have the training of a quasi-god, you probably won't have much reaction when you see the 3 great beasts for the first time. What do you think? I have the 3 great Pokémons. You'd better give up as soon as possible. Go Shi was very proud at this time, and he looked down on Zhang Rui. At this time, Zhang Rui also threw out the Pokeball containing the baby dragon. When Go Shi saw it, he chose to ignore it directly. He had already taken out such a powerful Pokémon from the 3 great Pokémons. No matter what Pokémon the opponent had, it would be useless. But when Baby Dragon appeared, Go Shi had to face himself, because what appeared in front of him was a quasi-god. Damn it, how could your Pokémon be a quasi-god? You are not scientific. After hearing this, Zhang Rui just smiled slightly and said nothing. At this time, Ye Fei, who was sitting there, immediately stood up and yelled at Zhang Rui. You are so good, Rui. You didn't tell me that you have such a quasi-god Pokémon. Are you still a brother? Leng Wanru on the other side frowned, staring at the baby dragon on the field, as if she was worried about something, but suddenly relaxed, which made people confused. No matter if it's a quasi-god or not, it doesn't matter. I will defeat you, Flame Monkey. Use the high 5 attack on that baby dragon. The Flame Monkey, who was playing, suddenly became serious, ran quickly to the baby dragon, and slapped it loudly. Pa! The sound was very crisp and everyone watching the game heard it clearly. The high 5 attack can make the opponent shrink, but it must be used immediately to be effective. Since the baby dragon has already shrinked, Go Shi ordered the Flame Monkey again. Flame Monkey, use the fire fist. The blazing flames gathered on the flame monkey's arms as if it was wrapped in a huge fireball and swung at the baby dragon's body. Bang! The flame monkey's fire fist left a slight burn mark on the baby dragon's body, but in fact it was only a slight injury and did not have much effect. At this time, Gushi was still thinking, "It has already been hit by my little flame monkey twice. It should be injured. As long as it attacks once more, I can win." "What quasi-god in front of my little flame monkey? You have to kneel down. Little flame monkey, use the flame fist on that baby dragon again." Little flame monkey's arm gathered flames again and attacked the baby dragon at a rapid speed. At this moment, Zhang Rui finally said, "Bite." At this moment, the baby dragon finally moved. Just when the little flame monkey was about to hit the baby dragon's body, the baby dragon quickly bit its body. The powerful bite force directly made the little flame monkey lose its fighting ability. The baby dragon shook its neck slightly, and the little flame monkey was thrown out directly and fell to the ground motionless. Little flame monkey. Gushi saw that the little flame monkey had lost its fighting ability and immediately called out. The referee immediately announced the result of the game. Zhang Rui won this game and advanced to the next game. Gushi took out the Pokeball and put the little flame monkey in it. But he did not curse or punch Zhang Rui like Go Dan did, but he seemed very calm. He turned around and was about to leave the venue, but was suddenly stopped by Zhang Rui. "What is the relationship between you and Go Dan?" Unexpectedly, as soon as Zhang Rui said the name Go Dan, Goshi's face turned angry. "Don't let me hear this name that disgraces the family." After Gushi finished speaking, he left the venue and sat in the spectator seat to watch the next game. There is definitely a relationship between Godon and Gushi, but Zhang Rui didn't want to care about it. Why should he get involved in their family affairs? When Gushi left the venue, Zhang Rui also left the venue and handed the baby dragon to the medical staff beside him to help recover. However, Zhang Rui found that these medical staff looked like Joey. They were accompanied by a Jigglypuff, or a fat boy. "Are all your medical staff from the same family?" In order to satisfy his curiosity, Zhang Rui still asked. Soon, the medical staff responded, "How did you know? This is obviously our family secret. Don't get me wrong, I just guessed it, because I saw that you medical staff look so similar, so I wondered if you are from the same family?" Zhang Rui heard the doubt of one of the medical staff and said hurriedly. After that, the medical staff took the Pokeball containing the baby dragon into the house and probably started the treatment inside the house. The other medical staff praised Zhang Rui. "Your Pokémon is really powerful. It defeated the little flame monkey with one move." Faced with the medical staff's praise, Zhang Rui just said modestly, "In fact, the little flame monkey is also very strong. I was just lucky." Lucky? After hearing this, several medical staff frowned and didn't know what to say. The medical staff walked to Zhang Rui with the Pokeball containing the baby dragon, handed the Pokeball to Zhang Rui and said gently, "Your Pokémon has recovered. You should do your best in the next game. Thank you." Zhang Rui took the Pokeball in his hand, turned around and returned to his seat to watch the other contestants battle. But by chance, it was Ye Fei and another opponent who were fighting on the field at that time. The contestant was commanding the crab to launch a fierce attack on the knocking monkey. Ye Fei was also commanding the knocking monkey to dodge from time to time and find the right time to attack. So it's Ye Fei who is playing the game. The opponent is the crab. It should be easy to win. Zhang Rui, right? The sudden voice made Zhang Rui turn his head and look. What appeared in front of him was a cold face, but the appearance was like a snow lotus blooming in the Tianshan Mountains, beautiful and cold. Lang Wanro, have you heard of my name? Lang Wanru said in a cold tone. Zhang Rui nodded. Miss Leng, what do you want to see me for? Zhang Rui was not very interested in the girl in front of him. Although she was beautiful, she was not attractive to Zhang Rui at all. After all, the whole family is behind her, and Zhang Rui doesn't want to be involved in the family dispute. When we fight, I won't show mercy. Leng Wanru was about to say something, but she stopped talking. After saying it casually, she turned around and sat back in her seat. The battle on the stage ended soon, and the result was obvious. Ye Fei won the battle. Ye Fei walked off the stage with joy. His eyes lit up and ran to Zhang Rui, shouting, "How about it? I'm awesome!" Easily won the victory. Then he chatted with Zhang Rui. After that, several more games were played, and Zhang Rui still won. At the same time, the level of the baby dragon was further improved. It has reached level 27. It is about to evolve. the mood is still very excited. Not only that, no matter whether the next game wins or loses, the result that Zhang Rui can enter the double room has been determined, and this is the time that cannot be changed. The battle group appeared on the screen again. This time it was the semi-final group, and the 4 people were randomly divided into groups to fight. Looking at the names flying around on the screen, Zhang Rui was very calm at this time. Zhang Rui was stunned when the battle group appeared. Zhang Rui versus Ye Fei. I didn't expect to fight Ye Fei. This was the battle Zhang Rui didn't want to face the most. It felt a bit too cruel to fight his good brother. Rui, I won't let you win. Ye Fei turned his head and said, but he was a little nervous when he knew he was going to face Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui now was not the useless Zhang Rui he knew. He was very strong now. He didn't have the confidence to defeat him. He had grown up with him, but why was there such a big gap? Zhang Rui patted him on the shoulder and asked him to relax a little. There was no need to be so tense in the battle between brothers. Next, the semi-finals of the rookie battle began. Leng Wanru was the first to play, and his opponent was a man wearing glasses. As soon as the 2 sides came on stage, the man with glasses actually admitted defeat directly. This was very strange. Even the referee was full of question marks. He admitted defeat before the battle. What kind of operation was this? The man with glasses took out a piece of white paper and ran towards Leng Wanru, asking her to sign for him. The other party had given up the game for an autograph, so Leng Wanru naturally did not refuse. She took out a carbon pen from her body and wrote his name on the paper. Looking at the black font in his hand, the man with glasses raised his mouth slightly, ran away at a fast speed, and showed off to those Leng Wanru's fans, which made those people want to beat him to death. However, because of this, the first game ended quickly, and the next game was the duel between Zhang Rui and Ye Fei. The 2 looked at each other and then came to the venue together and quickly stood in position. Seeing that both sides were ready, the referee quickly started the game. Even if we are brothers, I will not hold back. Let's fight. Padong Monkey. Ye Fei summoned the Padong Monkey and saw it standing on the venue with its hands protecting its chest, with a look of arrogance in its eyes. The entire venue also changed rapidly from an ordinary battle venue to a venue covered by green mist. This is the characteristic of Padong, Grassmaker. When it appears, the field will turn into a grass field, making the power of grass attribute skills more powerful, and it can also restore physical strength every round. Your knocking monkey has evolved. This is Padong. Grass, level LV 16, C+ gender, male. Status, arrogant. Grassmaker, none. Inherit moves, high 5 surprise attack, super strength. Basic skills, grab, call, wood needle, thrust, double attack, provocation, leaf blade. Taught skills, secrets, none. I won't hold back either, Baby Dragon. It's decided to be you. Zhang Rui threw the Pokeball over, and Baby Dragon was ejected from the Pokeball. Padong used the leaf blade on Baby Dragon. Leaves made of grass-type energy appeared around Padong and attacked Baby Dragon at a very fast speed. Dragon Breath, Zhang Rui said. A torrent-like wave spit out from the Baby Dragon's mouth, directly destroying the flying leaves. Padong Monkey, get out of the way quickly. Ye Fei had never seen such a powerful skill, and hurriedly asked Padong Monkey to get out of the way quickly. If he was hit by such a skill, he would probably lose his ability to fight directly. But Padong Monkey was still a step slower and was hit by the torrent on his hind legs. The powerful force made it impossible for him to stand on his hind legs, and his whole body had to lie prone to walk. If he had to lie prone to walk, then the overall situation would be decided. After all, a lying Padong Monkey could not use all his strength, not to mention that his opponent was a baby dragon in full state. Suddenly, Zhang Rui saw that the injury on Padong Monkey's leg had recovered a little. It must be that the battlefield gave Padong Monkey physical strength to recover. Indeed, with such a practical characteristic, it is indeed very easy to fight against others. Because the injury recovered a little, Padong Monkey was finally able to stand up, and walking was not a big problem. Seeing that Padong Monkey was still able to fight, Ye Fei said to Zhang Rui, Rui, you are indeed very strong, but I am not weak either. Padong Monkey, wooden needle thrust. Padong Monkey took out a wooden stick from his body and thrust it at Baby Dragon at a very fast speed. Baby Dragon, headbutt. Baby Dragon leaned back to avoid Padong Monkey's thrust. At the moment when Padong Monkey lost consciousness, he gave it a powerful headbutt. The powerful force made Padong Monkey fly away directly. This is the power of adding some physical attack. The dragon breath just now is a special attack, so the effect may not be strong, but it is a physical attack, so a headbutt will kill you. Padong Monkey. Seeing Padong Monkey being knocked away, Ye Fei was shocked and hurriedly ran to the direction where Padong Monkey was knocked away. At this time, Padong Monkey had lost its fighting power and collapsed to the ground. Ye Fei hurriedly helped it up, just as he was about to use the Pokeball to take it back. Zhang Rui took out a blue tangerine from his body, handed it in front of Ye Fei, smiled and said, "This battle is exciting. This is the blue tangerine. It can restore Padongu's strength. You are worthy of being my brother. You are so well prepared." Ye Fei didn't hesitate to be polite with Zhang Rui. He took the blue tangerine from his hand and let Padongho take it slowly. Soon, Padongho recovered a small amount of strength, and at least he had no problem moving freely. The referee was not idle at this time and hurriedly announced, Zhang Rui won the match, so Zhang Rui advanced to the next final. After Padong Monkey recovered, Ye Fei used the Pokeball to retrieve it, stood up and said to Zhang Rui, "Brother, we both got the Pokemon at the same time, and I got it earlier than you. Why are you stronger than me? Did you use any advanced training methods?" Zhang Rui smiled after hearing this. "There is no advanced training method. It's just that my baby dragon is more hardworking." "Really?" Ye Fei did not continue to ask. Anyway, he felt that Zhang Rui felt that something was hidden from him, but he did not pay attention, got up and left the venue with Zhang Rui. Principal Qian, who was sitting in the spectator seat, touched his beard that he had grown with great difficulty and said meaningfully, "Judging from the size and damage of the skills of this kid's baby dragon, the level is definitely not low. For the next game, please help me get the Pokémon illustrated book." "Yes." The female secretary nodded, got up and left. "My dear family, that baby dragon is so powerful. It is definitely much stronger than ordinary quasi-gods. Do you want me to interview him in person?" Nasha had not left the venue yet, and was still letting Rotom broadcast live. Of course, after dozens of games, she had received many gifts from fans. Seeing that the game was about to end, she wanted to make another fortune. Yes! Yes! The comment area was directly blown up. Almost everyone wanted Nasha to interview Zhang Rui, hoping to learn more about this young man with a quasi-god. "Then give me a rocket, and I will interview him after the game is over." Hearing Nasha's request, the live broadcast room suddenly exploded. Isn't this just trying to make a fortune before the end? But many people want to know why Zhang Rui's baby dragon is so powerful. Although this may be his exclusive secret, the audience still wants to try it. Besides, a rocket doesn't cost many elf coins. It is worth it to learn some breeding methods from Zhang Rui. After Zhang Rui took a break, the final match finally started in full swing. At this time, the audience also welcomed the arrival of the final with joy on their faces. The eldest lady of the Leng family fights against Zhang Rui, who has a quasi-god. I think the result is predictable. Who do you think will win? Leng Wanru. After all, the ice attribute is a restraint on the dragon attribute. What's more, Leng Wanru is a member of the Leng family of the 4 major families. She must have a unique secret technique to cultivate ice attribute, elves. Obviously, everyone's evaluation of the two still believes that Leng Wanru has the highest probability of winning. Think about it, put aside the level, the ice attribute of the 6 tails against the dragon attribute of the baby dragon, the ice attribute is still more advantageous. Even if the baby dragon is higher than the 6 tails, the probability of winning is also very small. Rui, don't be sad if you lose this battle. After all, you have the opportunity to live in a single dormitory, and you can also get energy blocks provided by a master breeder. You should be satisfied. At this time, Ye Fei was next to Zhang Rui and said to him, "Please invite the last 2 contestants to the stage." Zhang Rui glanced at Ye Fei when he suddenly heard a voice coming from the stage. "We have such a good relationship." Not only did he not encourage him, but he actually believed that he would lose. "How can you say that to a brother?" Then Zhang Rui walked onto the stage. At the same time, Leng Wanru also walked onto the stage. The two looked at each other. In order to ease the embarrassment, Zhang Rui smiled slightly, but Leng Wanru did not move. Her expression was still cold, as if everything in the world had nothing to do with her. The referee was already standing between the two of them, waving flags in both hands, with a whistle in his mouth. He glanced at Zhang Rui and Leng Wanru a few times, and finally fixed his eyes on Leng Wanru. "I declare that the final of the rookie battle will begin now." As soon as the referee finished speaking, Lang Wanru took out the Pokeball from her body and pressed the middle button, and the snow-white Vulpix appeared directly on the table. Compared with Lang Wanru's elegance, Zhang Rui's behavior of summoning Pokemon seemed a bit barbaric. He threw the Pokeball directly. The moment the Pokeball touched the ground, Baby Dragon ran out of the Pokeball and pushed the Pokeball back with his head. "You'd better admit defeat in this game. Your Baby Dragon can't beat my Vulpix." Lang Wanru was still very cold while speaking. Even in the hot weather, Zhang Rui felt a little cool, as if he was in an air-conditioned room. "How can I know if I don't try it?" Then, Zhang Rui opened the data eye to check the data of Vulpix. As soon as he saw the data, his face was stunned. Vulpix, attribute Ice, LV20, quality, B+, female, status, snow hidden, none. Inherent power, freeze-drying, high-speed movement, acting like a baby. Basic skills, fine snow, wagging tail, roaring, round pupils, ice particles, strange light, frozen wind, tooth for tooth, white mist, water tail, frozen ray, hail. Oh my, is this the wealth of rich kids? The skills are so comprehensive. Baby Dragon's taught skills and skill secrets are empty, but this Vulpix has all of them, and it has 2 skill secrets. The wealth of this big family is really incomparable to us commoners. No wonder the Lang family can stand firm among the 4 major families. Just looking at the data, they can directly beat most of the trainers of the same class. You can imagine the strength of their ancestor. It is estimated to be not low. After Zhang Rui saw the data of Vulpix, he thought, but no matter how rich the data is, my Baby Dragon is much higher than this Vulpix. If I can't even beat Vulpix, then its energy block is wasted. Baby Dragon, Dragon Wave. The Baby Dragon opened its bloody mouth, and a dragon-shaped phantom stretched out its head from its mouth, aiming at the Vulpix in the distance, and rushed out at a rapid speed. Lang Wanru didn't expect Zhang Rui to attack first, but even if he attacked first, the outcome would still not change. Although Lang Wanru was not interested in the skills and secrets of the first prize, she still wanted to test the strength of this Baby Dragon. Vulpix, freezing light. A large amount of cold air in Vulpix's mouth condensed rapidly, and soon condensed into a small bright ball. When the dragon wave was about to hit it, a light blue light came out of its mouth. This light blue light exuded cold air and collided with the dragon wave. Instantly, a powerful shock wave was generated, mixed with strong light, making people want to block the light with their hands. What a strong attack! This 6-tailed beast is actually comparable to the Baby Dragon. Yefei covered his eyes with his hands, but still opened a slit to watch the fierce battle. Not really. Teacher Yan! Obviously, the words just now were made by Yan Ling, and then she ignored Yefei and watched the battle in the distance seriously. But at this time, she was in a very happy mood. No matter who won or lost the battle between Zhang Rui and Lang Wanru, she was the biggest beneficiary, because the top 3 in this game were all students in her class. When the salary was paid this month, it would be at least 3 times the original amount. At this time on the stage, Lang Wanru thought that the freezing light of the 6-tailed beast could defeat the dragon's fluctuation, thereby causing fatal damage to the Baby Dragon. But what she didn't expect was that the attack of the Baby Dragon was so strong. When the 2 rays collided, the dragon's fluctuation actually defeated the freezing light with a powerful force, and also caused a lot of damage to the 6-tailed beast. The damage of this Baby Dragon is terrifying. How did Zhang Rui cultivate it? Seeing a trace of astonishment on Lang Wanru's cold face, Zhang Rui felt particularly refreshed. This was the fate of underestimating him. 6-tail, use freeze-drying. 6-tail's body was wrapped in a lot of cold air. In an instant, a strong cold wind blew. Because the cold wind was very cold, the temperature around it dropped sharply. It was still a hot summer, and the students were all wearing cool short-sleeved shirts. However, due to the sharp drop in the temperature around them, the students held their hands together, and some even sneezed, obviously catching a cold. This strong cold wind blew on the Baby Dragon's body, causing damage to it, and actually froze the Baby Dragon directly. A layer of frost quickly condensed around the Baby Dragon's body, wrapping it up. Great, 6-tail, use the deadly water tail on that Baby Dragon. 6-tail ran over quickly, and its white tail was wrapped in a blue water stream, whipping the Baby Dragon directly. Baby Dragon uses headbutt directly. The ice that originally froze Baby Dragon shattered at a very fast speed. Seeing that it was about to hit Baby Dragon, Liu Wei was shocked. Lang Wanru, who was far away, saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly ordered, Lue, use water tail to hit the floor. Just when the ice was about to shatter, Lue hurriedly slapped the ground with his tail, and the effect on the ground directly made Lue fly up. At this time, the ice that originally froze Baby Dragon also shattered quickly, and the huge iron head of Baby Dragon stretched out, and with a powerful force, it directly smashed a small pit on the flat ground. For a while, audience who saw Baby Dragon hitting the ground turned pale and their faces were full of astonishment. Fuck! The power of this Baby Dragon's headbutt is too strong. That is a ground compacted with a lot of soil. Even if the attack is powerful, it will not cause any damage to the ground. But this Baby Dragon actually smashed a pit directly on the ground with just a headbutt. How terrifying! After seeing this, the audience kept discussing. Even Nasha's live broadcast room was in an uproar, with rockets whizzing up. After seeing that Baby Dragon had such damage, those fans were crazy about sending gifts to Nasha. Hoped that Nasha could interview Zhang Rui after the game, especially Zhang Rui's training methods, which they were very concerned about. Leng Wanru was of course the most shocked. At this time, her pupils shrank violently. Now she was still thankful that she had just let Liyue use its tail to hit the ground. Otherwise, she would have been hit by the hammer and would definitely lose her combat ability. At this time, Zhang Rui saw that the attack did not hit, so he gave another order. Use sparks. Baby Dragon immediately raised his head and spit out many small flames from his mouth. Because Lei was in the air, it could not avoid the damage and was directly hit by all the sparks. If its attribute was fire, then it could still hold on for a while. But unfortunately, its attribute was ice, and the power of fire on it was twice as strong as before. Moreover, Baby Dragon's attack was so powerful that Liyue would definitely not be able to withstand it. After being hit hard, the six-tailed dragon fell from the sky. Its body was covered with black scars from being burned by sparks. It lay on the ground and lost its ability to fight. When the referee saw that the six-tailed dragon had lost its ability to fight, he said to Zhang Rui with the red flag in his hand, "Zhang Rui won this match." When everyone heard that Zhang Rui won, the whole audience cheered to celebrate this once-in-a-lifetime moment. Ye Fei hugged Zhang Rui excitedly, almost kissing him on the face. Leng Wanru smiled slightly and took the six-tailed dragon back. Then she looked at the boy in front of her with a slightly rosy cheek. At the same time, Principal Qian took the elf to scan the baby dragon with the illustrated book. Although the scan was not comprehensive, the basic qualifications of the baby dragon could still be seen. After seeing the qualifications of the baby dragon, he took a breath of cold air, and even his old face, who had seen the world, was shocked. The quality of this baby dragon is really very high. If it is sold on the market, it will be sold at least in units of 100 million, or even more. This made Principal Qian wonder how it could hatch such a high-quality elf from a broken elf egg. However, when he thought that Zhang Rui was a student of his school, he felt relieved. After all, the money should not be wasted. After that, there was a grand award ceremony, and the award presenter was naturally Principal Qian. Principal Qian walked up to Zhang Rui and handed him a bank card worth 100,000 elf coins on a plate, plus a pass to enter the Academy's treasury to select skills and secrets. After receiving the award, Zhang Rui hurriedly thanked Principal Qian. Principal Qian smiled and said, "Young man, I am optimistic about you. Keep going." Then, Principal Qian went to award Leng Wanru, and of course, Ye Fei's award. Just after Zhang Rui and Leng Wanru finished fighting, in order to determine the third and fourth place, Ye Fei fought with the man with eyes again. Of course, Ye Fei won easily. The main reason was that the Pokémon, the eyed man's Pokémon, was Water Leap, which was directly restrained by the Podong monkey. The battle ended in almost one round. An hour later, all the matches had ended completely. The audience also left the venue with satisfaction. Many people said that they were very excited about the newcomer battle held this year. The main reason was that they saw the power of the quasi-gods. In the previous matches, there were no quasi-gods at all. The first place was all students who used the three major families, or some students who used rare Pokémons. But this time, they were able to see the power of the quasi-gods. It was really worth spending money to buy tickets this time. At this time, just as Zhang Rui was about to return to school with the team, he was suddenly stopped by a girl. "Zhang Rui, can I interview you?" This person was naturally Nasha. Nasha needed to shoot the remaining battles just now, and did not interview Zhang Rui when he was resting. Now that all the battles have ended, Nasha did not forget to agree to the fans' request and forced Zhang Rui to interview him. Just when Zhang Rui wanted to refuse, Ye Fei on the side accepted it. "You can interview my brother, but you have to agree to one condition of mine." Hearing Ye Fei's condition, Nasha also became interested and frowned. "What condition? As long as it does not violate the woman's will, I will agree to anything. My condition is that you have to agree to date me." After hearing Ye Fei's condition, the other students were stunned. This guy betrayed his brother for a woman. After hearing Ye Fei's condition, Nasha covered his mouth with his hand and smiled. "Of course, after my interview, we will add a super letter, and then you can decide the time and place." When he heard that Nasha agreed to the date, Ye Fei didn't care about anything and pushed Zhang Rui out directly. "Good brother, just go, for the happiness of your brother." Zhang Rui was speechless. Was he abandoned by his brother? "Okay, I accept your interview." Zhang Rui's expression returned to calm, and after tidying himself up, he said, "The first question, how do you usually train your baby dragon?" This question is actually something everyone wants to know. Zhang Rui's baby dragon is so powerful, there must be some secret technique. Zhang Rui was speechless when he saw the serious expression on the face of the students in front of him. He had not trained baby dragon much. The reason why it was so strong was that it took energy cubes and quickly upgraded its level. Of course, aptitude was also a major factor. Zhang Rui could not answer at all, so he smiled slightly. "My secret is..." Nasha's face was about to come close to him. Zhang Rui hurriedly stepped back, looking at the nervous expressions of the people around him. "Zhang," Rui said again, "read more books, read more newspapers, eat less snacks, and sleep more." In an instant, the whole scene was quiet, and the dark duck could be heard quacking above his head. Student Zhang Rui is really humorous. Second question, what is your goal in the future? Do you want to become the elf champion? Hearing the second question, Zhang Rui thought for a second. He must not let the audience down this time, so he said, "Goal. I have thought about the championship, but I didn't take it as a goal for something like this. I just wanted to be the champion. Actually, my goal is to subdue all the beasts in the world." After hearing Zhang Rui's answer, everyone turned around and left. If you want to subdue the beasts in the world, you are not afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big. You dare to fight the beasts with just a quasi-god like you. The beasts can destroy you with just one attack. The champion almost succeeded in subduing the Yan Emperor, and you are not even the champion. Forget it. Even Nasha chose to interrupt the live broadcast directly. As for Zhang Rui's daydreams, let him go to bed. Looking at the people leaving, Zhang Rui scratched his head embarrassedly. His goal is great, okay? Rui, you are my brother, but I have doubts about your idea of taming the divine beast. After Ye Fei finished speaking, he caught up with Nasha in the distance and started chatting with her. "No, wait for me." Zhang Rui saw the people going away and immediately ran over. In the center of the Shanhai forest, a man with a black mask around his mouth and a skull-shaped hat walked up to a white-haired man and said respectfully, "Boss, the ultimate ball we developed has finally succeeded." At this time, the white-haired man was watching the operation of the huge machine in front of him. After several failures, his face was obviously a little depressed. The news brought by the man couldn't be better. So he turned to him and said, "Very good, be sure to send me the ultimate ball in the next few days. I feel that our experiment will succeed soon." "Yes." After the man with the skull hat answered, he turned around and disappeared into the forest. In the Shanghai Elf Academy, after Zhang Rui and Ye Fei finished dinner, they discussed moving their luggage to the new dormitory together. But Ye Fei refused to answer, took out a mobile phone and made a call. Not long after, a luxury car drove up. Zhang Rui recognized the person driving the car at a glance. Who else could it be other than Ye Fei's father, Ye Long? Ye Fei opened the car door, got out of the car, took out several boxes of luggage from the trunk and asked Ye Fei to carry them. "Are you Zhang Rui?" When handing the suitcases to Ye Fei, he turned his head and asked Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui nodded. Ye Long touched Zhang Rui's hair with his hand and said with satisfaction, "Yes, you look a lot like Zhang Yun, but you are much better than Zhang Yun. If he had your record back then, he wouldn't have to be an office worker. He would have been a gym trainer long ago. Thank you, uncle, for the compliment." Zhang Rui smiled slightly. Zhang Rui had met the man in front of him several times when he was a child. He and Zhang's father are old friends. They have been playing together since childhood. Ye Long looked around and saw that there was nothing else for him to do. so he turned back to the car and told the two of them, "Do your best. The two of you will complete the unfulfilled wishes of your father and Zhang's father." After that, he drove away from the college quickly. "No wonder I didn't see you at school. You haven't moved into the dormitory yet?" Zhang Rui looked at Ye Fei and said, "Before the rookie competition begins, you don't have to live in the school. Besides, the school assigned me a two-person room. I'm worried about what to do if I meet a big guy who picks his feet after moving in." Hearing Ye Fei's answer, Zhang Rui was speechless. However, the two-person room he mentioned reminded him that there had been no roommates in his dormitory. Could it be that his roommate was Ye Fei? Ye Fei, who was carrying luggage, saw Zhang Rui's shocked expression and urged him, "What's with that expression? Come and help me carry my luggage. I'm almost exhausted." "Oh, let me do it." After helping Ye Fei carry the luggage to the single room in the middle of the dormitory, Zhang Rui said something to Ye Fei, and then turned back to the original dormitory and started carrying the luggage. In addition to Zhang Rui, the rest of the students were also carrying luggage, which made those students who had fighting elves look very relaxed. It looked so cool to let the arm force or monkey monster carry the luggage. However, after seeing Zhang Rui, these students would take care of him. After all, Zhang Rui is now the first place in the newcomer challenge. Who doesn't want to get close to him? If he is happy and teaches you some elf cultivation methods, it may be your chance to rise. After Zhang Rui responded to the enthusiastic greetings of his classmates one by one, he returned to the dormitory and started to pack up and prepare to start carrying. Just after Zhang Rui finished packing, he saw Gou Shi coming in with his luggage. They looked at each other, and Zhang Rui joked, "If you said you could live in a single room, maybe it would be possible." After hearing Zhang Rui's words, Gou Shi's face was slightly stunned, and he nodded. Maybe that was the truth. But he ignored Zhang Rui's words and worked hard with the little flame monkey to carry all the luggage in. Seeing that Gou Shi ignored him, Zhang Rui had to carry the luggage into his new dormitory. This time Zhang Rui called out Baby Dragon for help. Last time, it was because he had to hide his strength and couldn't let Baby Dragon be exposed. But this time, Zhang Rui didn't need to do it at all, because the whole grade already knew that Zhang Rui had Baby Dragon. With the help of Baby Dragon, Zhang Rui was much more relaxed, and he put the luggage away in no time. The Baby Dragon jumped onto the big bed and started rolling on it. Before it rolled a few times, it was attracted by the energy cube that Zhang Rui took out and started to eat the energy cube. This time, Zhang Rui equipped the Baby Dragon with some experience cubes and speed cubes. He couldn't just give it physical attack cubes. It is true that increasing physical attack strength will make it much stronger, but without a high speed, it will suffer a loss when facing the beast in the future. It will definitely withstand the attack of the beast first, and then it will start to attack. While the Baby Dragon was eating, Zhang Rui went to see the equipment in the house again. After walking around, he found that it was indeed much better than the double room. The air conditioners are all the latest models. There is a kitchen and an elf training room, and of course there is an energy cube making machine. The energy cube making machine in the dormitory is much more advanced than Zhang Rui's. After all, Zhang Rui's one is only a beginner, while the one in front of him is an intermediate one. The higher the level of the energy block making machine, the higher the success rate of its ratio. The primary energy block can put 3 tree fruits in it, but the intermediate one can put 4, and the advanced one is estimated to be more. This also increases the possibility of energy blocks. If the formula for making physical blocks is added with the tree fruit, the effect will definitely be much better than it is now. The energy block making machines of those master breeders are all tailor-made. It is said that 6 different tree fruits can be put in it. Masters are masters, and the energy block making machines they use are all customized. However, Zhang Rui thought that master breeders need to use this kind of advanced energy block making machine to make diamond-level energy blocks, and he only used a primary one to successfully make it. In this way, Zhang Rui is now qualified to become a master breeder. Next, as long as he passes the assessment, he will be a true master breeder. However, Zhang Rui did not want to take the assessment, mainly because he wanted to be low-key. What if the whole school knew that Zhang Rui was a master breeder? Would he still have time to enter the dungeon? I guess even the time to go to the toilet needs to be disturbed. After that, Zhang Rui went to see the backyard exclusive to the single room. There were green grass and 4 or 5 sturdy trees in it. It was a very good place for the elves to play freely. Of course, since Zhang Rui's dormitory was in the middle, it also connected his dormitory with Ye Fei and Leng Wanru, and they could see the scenery in each other's yard when they turned their heads. As soon as Zhang Rui turned his head to look at Leng Wanru's yard, he saw Leng Wanru and Liu Wei lying on the chair and sleeping comfortably. They didn't have the image of a cold goddess at all. Because it was a single room, the school did not deliberately separate the female dormitory and the male dormitory. As long as you closed the doors and windows at night, no matter whether they were men or women, they could not come in. After everything was settled, Zhang Rui closed the door tightly and clicked on the copy to continue the challenge. System, challenge the new level, Nibi Gym. Ding dong, received the order, start transmitting now. A black vortex appeared, and Zhang Rui felt his eyes go dark. When he opened his eyes again, he had walked out of the evergreen forest. What came into view were patches of gray houses. Obviously, this city was Nibi City. The style of the houses inside was mainly gray, of course, except for the Pokémon Center. After all, this kind of Pokémon treatment center was mainly red. Young man, you are standing on my goods. The sudden voice startled Zhang Rui, and he immediately looked down. It was a middle-aged man who looked a little old, but his eyes were narrowed into a slit, and his hair was covered by a red woolen hat, so the hair inside could not be seen. But Zhang Rui could tell from his appearance that the man in front of him was Xiaogang's father, Wu Neng. In order to become a trainer, he ran around and traveled around, but because his own strength was too poor, he was forced to give up his dream of becoming a trainer. But when he returned home, he would inevitably cause his son to laugh at him, so he did not choose to go home, but bought and sold rocks at the exit of the evergreen forest. Of course, it is impossible for anyone to buy something like a rock. After all, it can be seen everywhere, and there is no need to spend money. You are Xiaogang's father, right? Zhang Rui did not beat around the bush and asked his question directly. The man in front of him took 2 steps back, his face froze. How do you know I am his father? What is your relationship with Xiaogang? Seeing the expression in front of him, he was probably a little surprised. He was dressed very tightly, and even Xiaogang might not recognize him, but the boy in front of him saw through it at a glance. It's nothing, just an ordinary friend. Zhang Rui walked down from the huge rock. I just want to tell you that Xiaogang has given up his dream to take care of his younger brothers and sisters and the gym. I hope you can go back and continue to serve as the gym leader so that Xiaogang can realize his dream. After hearing Zhang Rui's words, Wu Neng fell into silence, as if thinking about something. As for why Zhang Rui said this, it was mainly because he hoped that Xiaogang could fulfill his dream as soon as possible. After all, for a person who has a dream but cannot realize it, life is like a burden to him. Of course, in fact, it was also to help Xiaoji defeat Xiaogang. After Zhang Rui's last dungeon, he found that the plot of the dungeon he challenged was actually almost the same as the plot in the anime. If this is true, Xiaoji has probably met Wu Neng, and he should be challenging the gym. If Zhang Rui is right, Xiaoji's challenge to the gym should have failed this time, and he was killed instantly by Xiaogang's Onyx. Now he should receive special training, and the person who provides him with special training is naturally Wu Neng. Now that Wu Neng has not taken any action, he will help promote it so that Xiaoji can easily obtain the badge. Of course, it is also for Xiaogang's wish. Young man, I will think carefully about what you said just now. After Wu Neng finished speaking to Zhang Rui, he turned and walked towards Nibi City. Zhang Rui did not stay here for long at this time, but quickly ran to the Nibi Gym. The Nibi Gym is not far from the Pokémon Center. As long as you come to the entrance of the Pokémon Center, you can see the Alliance badge in the distance, which is the direction of the Nibi Gym. Not long after, Zhang Rui arrived at the entrance of the Nibi Gym. As soon as he entered the gym, he saw Xiaoji holding Pikachu and leaving without looking back. He just passed by Zhang Rui, but because Pikachu was seriously injured, Xiaoji did not notice Zhang Rui's existence. Pikachu has not yet fully awakened the potential of Pikachu, and needs Xiaogang's father to add more fuel. When it challenges again, the power of its electric skills will be increased to a higher level. Then Zhang Rui slowly walked to the battlefield in front of him, which was full of rocks. At this time, Xiaogang was about to take back Onyx after the battle just now, and saw Zhang Rui walking in from outside. He said, "Are you here to challenge the gym too?" Hearing Xiaogang's question, Zhang Rui said, "Yes, I'm here to get the gym badge." "Very good. You look like you should not be like the boy just now, with no combat experience. It just so happens that my Onyx was not injured after the battle just now, so come on. The Onyx, which was made up of a lot of rocks in front of him, twisted its huge body, came in front of Xiaogang, opened its big mouth, and prepared to fight. Onyx, attribute, rock ground, L14, C+, male, stealthy, hard head. Items carried, none. Inherited moves, rock blast, roll round. Basic skills, playing in the mud, impact, hardening, bind cursing, rockfall, rage, digging. Skills to be taught, none. This is Onyx of Gon. It seems that he definitely held back when fighting with Satoshi. Zhang Rui thought to himself after looking through the data eye. Then he took out the Pokeball and summoned Dragonite. Go, Dragonite! Roar! The Dragonite who had just appeared roared at Onyx in the distance to show his excitement. Is this Dragonite? Hearing Xiaogang's question, Zhang Rui nodded. Yes. You have such a rare Pokémon, so I'm going to go all out. Onyx, use Bind on Dragonite. Dragonite, get out of the way. Onyx twisted its body quickly and came to Dragonite, using its rock tail to bind Dragonite. Dragonite just wanted to break free, but found that Onyx had tied it up so tightly that it was almost impossible to break free. This Onyx looks bulky, but it's actually very fast. It seems that Xiaogang has trained it very well. Zhang Rui saw Dragonite's painful expression. Although Dragonite's level was very high, Onyx's bind skill was just like burn and poison, which deducted a part of its physical strength every round, and there was no level limit at all. But Zhang Rui was not Xiaoji, and he panicked about this situation. Dragonite, use headbutt on its tail. It's useless. My rock tail is quite hard. With your attack, there is no way to cause damage. Although Xiaogang said this, what happened next still shocked him. The head of the baby dragon tilted back, and with the help of the impact force, it directly hit the body of the big snake. The big snake hurriedly let go of the baby dragon, which showed how much damage the baby dragon had caused to it. Big snake! Xiaogang called out, but Zhang Rui didn't want to give up the opportunity at this time. The moment the big snake let go of the baby dragon, he gave another order, Dragon Breath. The falling baby dragon raised its head, aimed at the body of the big snake, and spit out a blue-purple beam from its mouth, all of which hit the body of the big snake. Howl! The big snake howled in pain and fell to the ground, losing its ability to fight. Xiaogang quickly took back the big snake and said to it, "You performed well in this battle. Take a good rest." Then he took out another Pokeball from his body. Go, small Geodude. A gray round stone appeared in front of him, with raised stone eyebrows, trapezoidal eyes and brown irises, and a pair of well-developed muscular arms, but it was also made of rock. Geolith, use roll on Dragonite. Xiaogang did not give Zhang Rui time to prepare at the beginning, and directly let Geolith launch the attack. Zhang Rui saw the data on Geolith's body the moment it appeared. It was only level 13. It was probably because of Zhang Rui's rash challenge just now that Xiaogang did not adjust the appearance order in time before starting the battle. Onyx should have appeared last, but it had to appear first. However, facing Geolith, which was only level 13, Zhang Rui naturally had an easy time fighting. Geolith on the field turned into a rolling ball and attacked Dragonite at a very fast speed. Facing the upcoming attack, Zhang Rui hurriedly said, "Dragon Wave, end the game," directly. This is only the first gym, which can be said to be the easiest gym to pass, so he will not waste time here. Defeat Xiaogang so that he can go to take care of his younger brothers and sisters quickly. If he goes too late, he will be hungry. A dragon-shaped phantom spit out from the mouth of the baby dragon and hit the body of the small rock. Because the small rock was in a rolling state, it could compete with the dragon-shaped phantom for a while, but it was soon knocked away by the dragon-shaped phantom. It fell heavily to the ground, and a small pit appeared on the flat ground. The small rock also lost its ability to fight. Xiaogang took back the small rock with the Pokeball, walked towards Zhang Rui, and handed the gray badge in the shape of a square to Zhang Rui, saying, "Congratulations on winning the battle. This is the gray badge. Please accept it." Zhang Rui took the badge in his hand, thanked Xiaogang, and wanted to take the baby dragon back. But when he saw that baby dragon's body was emitting a blue-white light, Xiaogang turned around and exclaimed, "This is the light of evolution. Your baby dragon is going to evolve." Looking at the evolving baby dragon, Zhang Rui couldn't hide his excitement. After the rookie Pokemon contest, Baby Dragon's level had reached the 29th level. Later, it was fed with experience cubes, which provided it with a lot of experience. Now that it has defeated 2 gym Pokémons, the experience it has gained is enough for it to reach the evolution level. The carapace on Baby Dragon's head was growing bigger and began to cover Baby Dragon's whole body. Then Baby Dragon's body quickly grew larger and changed into a rugby-like body, with 4 claws sticking out of the carapace. But the head was covered by a white carapace. From the front, only the eyes and mouth could be seen. This is Kabutosaurus. Attributes: Dragon. Level: Elf 30. Male, healthy. Features: Hardhead, none. Inherited moves: Dragon Wave in Dance, Dragon Fury, Flame Fang, Tornado, Become, Hold On, Make a Big Trouble. Basic skills: Rage, Sparks, Glare, Bite, Dragon Breath, Headbutt, Gather Energy, Hold On, Dragon Claw, none. Fuck. After evolving, it learned so many skills, even learned to hold on. I was thinking of going to the school treasure house to get a hold secret. It's not necessary now. It seems that I should make a long-term plan after returning. Then he came to the Kabutosaurus, circled around it and thought for a while. Your 4 legs are so short. What's the point of learning the Dragon Claw? At this time, the Kabutosaurus seemed to understand Zhang Rui's idea. A green shadow was seen wrapped around its front legs, and it began to dig holes on the ground. Looking at the Kabutosaurus's behavior, Zhang Rui nodded. It turned out to be used for digging holes. Very practical. Then Zhang Rui took the Kabutosaurus back, said goodbye to Xiaogong, and left the dungeon. When Zhang Rui returned to the dormitory, he heard the voice from the system. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for clearing the Nibi Gym and receiving the reward of the Bangiras detector. Dong, the reward has been sent to the host's warehouse. Please check it out. Ding dong. Open the exploration dungeon, Moon Viewing Mountain. The host can challenge the Hualan Gym. Isn't there so much information this time? Let's take a look at the rewards given by the system first. Zhang Rui was shocked when he saw the system's prompt sound, but he quickly sorted out his thoughts, opened the system panel, and opened the warehouse to check the instruments sent by the system. There was a thing that looked like a locator standing upright in the rows of squares. Zhang Rui clicked it, and it appeared in his hand. Bangiras detector, what's the use of this? Turn on the detector to explore the location of Bangiras within a radius of 100 miles. Note, this detector can find any form of Bangiras, including its evolution stone. What the hell is this? It can actually find the location of Bangiras, and it can also find any of its forms. This is too good. Is this system so humane? This is a quasi-god. The core member of the Sandstorm team can be obtained so easily. In the future, when you enter the dungeon or go to that forest, as long as you turn on the detector, you can detect the location of Bangiras. This is too cool. This is not the most important thing. The main thing is that you can find the Bangiras evolution stone. It's really a one-stop service. At this time, Zhang Rui was almost excited to fly. He actually gave him such a good thing. He simply loved this system. Next, every time you go to a place, you should turn on the detector in advance. As long as the detector responds, it means that there is a Bangiras here. Then you just need to defeat it and conquer it. Zhang Rui originally wanted to rest, but when he saw the new dungeon opened, he didn't want to rest. After all, it was the first time for Zhang Rui to see an exploration dungeon, and he didn't know what would be inside. According to his understanding, it should be an ordinary dungeon with no challenging tasks, and it was completely free to explore, just like a wild wilderness area. Zhang Rui remembered that there were some very ordinary elves living in Yuejian Mountain. Of course, there were also rare Pipi, but they didn't have too high combat power and could only be raised as pets. For example, many girls from big families like to raise a Pipi when they are young. After all, this kind of elf is very cute and is loved by girls. System: this Yuejian Mountain dungeon can only be entered once. Can it be entered unlimited times? Hearing Zhang Rui's doubts, the system really spoke. There is no number of entries in the exploration dungeon, and the host can have unlimited entries. Zhang Rui was very happy to hear the system's answer. Since this copy can be entered infinitely, Zhang Rui said to the system, "System, I want to challenge the Hualan Gym." As soon as Zhang Rui finished speaking, a huge vortex appeared in front of him, and Zhang Rui stepped into it. When he opened his eyes again, he was already at the entrance of Hualan Gym. Why didn't the system teleport him to the entrance of Hualan City this time, but directly to the entrance of the gym? However, the system naturally had its own plan. In the anime, Hualan City didn't have any plot, so it directly let Zhang Rui challenge the gym. Zhang Rui remembered that the gym leader of Hualan City should be Xiaoxia, but at this time Xiaoxia should be accompanying Xiaoji to fight Nibi Gym. In this case, the gym leader of Hualan Gym is likely to be the three Hualan sisters. In fact, there should be 4 sisters, and the 4th one is Xiaoxia. Now Xiaoxia is not here, so there are only 3 sisters in the gym. However, I heard that each of the 3 Hualan sisters is a top beauty. Zhang Rui thought that it would be great if he could bring them to the small world to help him take care of it. He was excited just thinking about it. As for why Zhang Rui did not explore Yuejian Mountain, there was a reason. Yuejian Mountain can be explored infinitely, and Zhang Rui had no need to explore it now. What's more, most of Yuejian Mountain is pee-pee, so it's useless to go there. It's just a waste of time. Now we should continue to challenge dungeons and improve our strength. However, people who have not watched the anime will definitely be confused when they see the gym in front of them. Is it really a gym? Zhang Rui looked at the sign in front of him that looked like a little sea lion, and he couldn't help but doubt, are you sure this is not an aquarium? However, the gym in the anime is indeed in the aquarium, and many gyms have this setting. Besides, the system must have sent him here for a reason, so let's go in and take a look. Then Zhang Rui pushed the door open and went in. After passing the corridor, he came to the performance hall. Great, great! As soon as Zhang Rui walked into the performance hall, he saw that the audience seats around him were full of people. Everyone's eyes were looking at one place, which was the huge pool in front of him. On the pool was a huge springboard. Zhang Rui, who had just arrived, didn't react. He saw 3 beauties in swimsuits walking out of the springboard. Each of them had a different hair color. Some were golden yellow, and some were blue-purple. Of course, he thought the cherry blossom pink one was the best looking. They all had slim figures with protruding front and back and white and tender cheeks, which was really addictive, much better than the cold Leng, Wanru. The 3 beauties first waved to the audience around them, then leaned down and used their own gravity to make an air jump on the springboard. Then, after completing a 360-degree rotation in the air, she jumped perfectly into the water. She was immediately greeted with applause. The 3 sisters also walked out of the water and were about to respond to the audience's enthusiasm when they suddenly noticed Zhang Rui standing in the middle of the audience. Their eyes became serious. The eldest sister with golden hair stepped across the pool, walked in front of Zhang Rui and said with a smile, "Are you here to challenge the trainer of the gym?" Zhang Rui looked at the blonde beauty in front of him and nodded. She was so beautiful. After seeing Zhang Rui's appearance up close, the golden-haired elder sister blushed slightly and immediately began to introduce herself. "My name is Sakura, and I am the eldest sister of the 3 Hualan sisters. The girl with blue-purple hair behind me is a chorus, and the girl with cherry-colored hair is Peony. This gym is managed by the 3 Hualan sisters, so if you want to get the badge, you have to challenge the 3 of us. Are you ready?" Hearing Sakura's question, Zhang Rui came back to his senses from his previous intoxicated state and said confidently, "Of course." Then, in order to prevent the audience from being dissatisfied with the interruption of the performance, Sakura told the audience on the scene about the challenger. When the audience heard that someone was going to challenge the gym, they did not show disappointment on their faces, but showed excitement. They did not choose to leave here, but followed the 3 sisters to the swimming pool behind the performance venue, sitting there to watch the gym battle. Usually, there are very few trainers who come to challenge the gym. These audiences can only watch the 3 sisters' performance matches every day. Now they finally have the opportunity to see the gym battle. Compared to the pool outside, the competition venue in front of us looked a bit shabby, with a few floating bubbles on the clear water surface, and nothing else. It is estimated that the 3 Hualan sisters have been focusing on their performances and have not fulfilled their responsibilities as gym trainers. At this time, Zhang Rui was already standing at the edge of the competition venue, and his opponent was the beautiful girl with cherry blossom-colored hair, Muden. "My water-type Pokémon is very strong. You have to be prepared to deal with it." Muden held the Pokeball in her hand, with a confident expression on her face, and then threw the Pokeball in her hand. At the moment of sinking into the water, a goldfish with an orange body ran out. It had black and white spots and a prominent white horn on its head. Obviously, the Pokémon in front of him was the King of Goldfish. Goldfish King. Water. Level 20. Female. Female healthy. Features: swimming freely. Items carried none. Inherited moves: water tail, water cannon. Basic skills: super horn attack, poison attack, peck, tail shaking warplay. This Goldfish King can actually use water cannon. Zhang Rui saw it through the data eye and thought to himself, as expected of a gym trainer's Pokémon, it's just extraordinary. Zhang Rui took out the Pokeball containing Kabutops from his body and threw it out to summon Kabutops. The Kabutops, which had just appeared, caused the plastic foam under its feet to shake due to its own weight, but Kabutops immediately adjusted its body so that it could stand firmly on the foam. Ha! Seeing that the elf in front of her was so heavy standing on the plastic foam, Mudan laughed softly and said to Zhang Rui on the other side, "You actually sent such a heavy elf to fight. It seems that I will definitely win the first gym battle. Go, King Goldfish, use water cannon on the elf in front of you." The King Goldfish stuck his head out of the water, and water elements continued to condense in his mouth. In less than a second, a torrent of water shot out of his mouth. The speed and size of the water flow were very huge, which also made Mudan look sure of victory. She turned her head and said to Sister Sakura behind her, "Sister, I will easily win this game. Don't be proud and complacent just because the opponent is heavy. Play well." At this time, Sakura covered her forehead helplessly when she saw such a proud sister. Sure enough, this King Goldfish used water cannon at the beginning? Zhang Rui thought to himself when he saw the huge water flow that was about to hit the Kabutosaurus. Obviously, Zhang Rui knew exactly what skills Mudan would use. Kabutosaurus used Dragon Wave. A dragon shadow emerged from Kabutosaurus's mouth again, but this time it was twice as big as before. This was the effect of the evolution of Baby Dragon, and the power of its skills would increase linearly. Moreover, Kabutosaurus was a quasi-god, and every evolution of a quasi-god was a huge improvement. The huge water cannon and the dancing dragon shadow collided fiercely in the middle, but under the powerful dragon shadow, the strong water flow was completely defeated and was instantly defeated. The water splashes produced by the broken water cannon fell on every audience member, but the audience did not care at all, but shouted excitedly. How is this possible? The powerful water cannon of the Goldfish King was defeated with just one move. Peony said in disbelief when she saw the defeated water cannon, but she did not continue to marvel, but gave another order. How about this move? Goldfish King, use Super Horn attack on the baby dragon. The Goldfish King on the water surface quickly dived into the water and swam towards the direction of the Kabutosaurus at a very fast speed. When he found the right opportunity, he jumped out of the water, just like a carp on the river, but this carp had glowing horns and rushed towards the Kabutosaurus. Headbutt. Zhang Rui seemed to have seen the result and ordered the Kabutosaurus casually. Just when the sharp horns of the Goldfish King were about to hit the Kabutosaurus turned around suddenly, scaring the Goldfish King and shaking a few times, but it did not affect its attack. But at this time, the body of the Kabutosaurus suddenly rushed out, and the Goldfish King, who jumped out of the water, had not reacted yet, and was hit hard by the sudden impact and hit the wall of the competition venue. The Goldfish King had already turned over at this time, and it was obvious that he had lost his ability to fight. One hit defeated the Goldfish King. The damage is so high. Mudan took the Goldfish King back with the Pokeball inside. Of course, the Kabutosaurus takes physical blocks every day, and now the physical attack it performs is more than twice as powerful as the special attack. After Mudan lost the game, she ran to Sakura with her head down, saying, "Sister Sakura, I lost." Seeing her sister running over to admit her mistake, Sakura didn't look angry but smiled. "You've done a good job. Let Ayame take over next." Ayame, who was standing by, gave Mudan a reassuring look, walked to the competition venue, picked up the Pokeball in her hand and threw it out. "Go, Gem Starfish!" As the Pokeball exploded in the air, a starfish with a red gem in the middle fell from the air and landed in the water, causing a wave of spray. Gem Starfish, Armored Dragon, Dragon Breath. Aiming at the Gem Starfish in the water, the Armored Dragon gathered a large amount of dragon energy in its mouth. Just when the Gem Starfish didn't come to its senses, a blue-purple torrent swept across the water and directly knocked it out. "Gem Starfish, can't you wait for me to attack?" When a chorus saw that Gem Starfish had lost its ability to fight after being hit by the Kabutosaurus, she said loudly to Zhang Rui in the distance, not looking like a beautiful woman at all. 3 consecutive updates. Let you read all at once. Zhang Rui covered his forehead with his hand and thought to himself, "Wait for you to attack? Are you the gym owner? Or am I the gym owner? If I wait for you to attack, I would have already released 2 sets of skills. Sure enough, in this kind of gym where novices fight, badges can be taken at will, as long as there is a chance. And this gym owner is a big-breasted, brainless idiot. At this time, Sakura hurriedly walked to Akoris and comforted Akoris for a few words. Then, Akoris took back the gem starfish, glared at Zhang Rui in the distance, and turned back to Peony. At this time, Zhang Rui's opponent was naturally Sakura. At this time, Sakura just stood at the edge of the battlefield, and the spectators who were watching suddenly became excited. It seemed that they were full of confidence in Sakura. "Young man, you are very powerful. You can easily defeat my 2 sisters, but we won't let you get the badge of our Hualan gym easily." Sakura's face was full of confidence, and she threw the saved Pokeball in her hand. "Go, little sea lion." Little sea lion, water. Level V25. Quality, gender, male, happy. Features, thick fat, none. Inherent moves, tongue-licking, water wave, horn drill. Basic skills, water flow ring, sleep ice particles, frozen wind. Water flow tail skill secrets, frozen beam. It actually learned a lot of ice skills, which is not good for Kabutops. Zhang Rui thought to himself after seeing the data of the little sea lion. Little sea lion, use freeze beam. Sakura did not give Zhang Rui any chance to think. As soon as she summoned the little sea lion, she let it release its skills to attack the Kabutosaurus. The mouth of the little sea lion was filled with thick white fog. The surrounding water surface was affected by the fog and seemed to be frozen. At this moment, the little sea lion spit out a blue light from its mouth. The water surface that the light passed through was instantly frozen. Seeing this, Zhang Rui had no time to think. "Kabutosaurus, use Dragon Wave to meet it." The dragon-shaped phantom appeared again and collided with the blue beam. After the fierce collision between the two, they did not go up or down. The surrounding water surface was condensing rapidly and soon turned into an ice surface. As the 2 beams gradually disappeared, Zhang Rui did not want to give the other party a chance to breathe and gave another order. Dragon Breath. A blue-purple torrent was generated from the mouth of the Kabutosaurus, aimed at the little sea lion in the distance, and attacked at a very fast speed. "Little sea lion, dive into the water quickly." Seeing the blue-purple torrent approaching him, the little sea lion quickly dived into the water to avoid the damage of the skill. The blue-purple dragon breath did not hit the target, and hit the water surface. The water surface was like a heavy object, and a splash of water several tens of meters high was generated. Then the whole room was like rain, soaking the audience, and of course, the white short-sleeved shirt worn by Zhang Rui was also soaked. Because the clothes were soaked, several muscles on the abdomen were revealed. The 3 women on the opposite side saw Zhang Rui's abdominal muscles, and their eyes were straight. At this time, they seemed to realize something, and quickly retracted their gazes. Although they wanted to see it, they still restrained themselves. At this time, Sakura discovered that the Kabutosaurus had been using long-range skills to attack on the plastic foam, and only used close-range skills when attacking at close range, that is to say. The Kabutosaurus could not move freely in the water, which was the best thing for her. In this way, the little sea lion could launch a long-range attack on the Kabutosaurus in the water and slowly consume the Kabutosaurus. Little sea lion, find an opportunity in the water to use freezing beam on Kabutosaurus. The little sea lion swimming in the water naturally knew what to do when it heard Sakura's order. From the edge of the venue, it can be seen that the little sea lion keeps swimming in the water, as if looking for an opportunity to attack Kabutosaurus. Zhang Rui naturally knew what the little sea lion wanted to do, and ordered Kabutosaurus. The moment the little sea lion floats to the surface, use bite on it. Kabutosaurus watched the little sea lion in the water, observing its every move, and as long as it floats to the surface, use bite on it. But the little sea lion in the water is not stupid. First, it swam to a distance from Kabutosaurus, found the right opportunity, and immediately jumped out of the water and shot a beam of cold air at Kabutosaurus. The originally soft water surface was quickly frozen into ice due to the influence of the light. Use hold. A green shield appeared around the Kabutosaurus body, and the freezing beam hit the green shield on the Kabutosaurus, and the attack was instantly successfully offset by the green shield. This Kabutosaurus can actually defend. Obviously, Kabutosaurus has the skill of defending, which also surprised Sakura. However, even if Kabutosaurus has this defensive skill, it is impossible for the little sea lion to block the second attack. After using the defending skill once, there is a high probability that the second time will fail. Sakura believes that the second attack of the little sea lion can definitely cause damage to the Kabutosaurus. But at this time, Zhang Rui was watching the actions of the little sea lion. It seemed that it was not reasonable to keep doing this. He must find the right opportunity to attack the little sea lion. It may be due to the influence of the ice on the water surface. The little sea lion cannot use skills to attack the Kabutosaurus from a distance. It needs to attack it from a position close to the Kabutosaurus. This is obviously very dangerous for the little sea lion, but the little sea lion has no choice but to take a risk. This time, the little sea lion surfaced again and sprayed a cold beam of light at the Kabutosaurus. Zhang Rui was waiting for this opportunity and gave the order to the Kabutosaurus, watch the position of the little sea lion and use the Dragon God Dive. The Dragon God Dive is the ultimate move of the Dragon Elves. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Rui would not use this skill. After all, the Kabutosaurus has not grown wings yet. Using the Dragon God Dive will be easily avoided by the opponent because of its slow speed. But this time, Zhang Rui can only try it, which should be effective. However, Sakura in the distance saw that the situation was not good and wanted the little sea lion to stop attacking, but it was still a step too late. The Kabutosaurus body was shrouded in a blue-purple phantom, and the whole body was like a flying dragon without bones, launching the final attack on the little sea lion. At this time, the blue-white light in the mouth of the little sea lion also hit the Kabutosaurus. The painful Kabutosaurus did not stop attacking, but rushed towards the little sea lion facing the beam. At this time, the little sea lion could no longer dodge and was hit by the Kabutosaurus in the body, losing its combat ability. Seeing that the little sea lion had lost its combat ability, Sakura could only use the Pokeball to take it back. Ah, Big Sister also lost the battle. Peony and Iris behind Sakura said a little sadly. After all, they found that this battle was the most serious and exciting battle for their sister, but she still lost. Sakura was not sad because of the failure of the battle, but said to Peony and Iris behind her, "It's okay, we have tried our best." Peony and Iris nodded. At this time, Zhang Rui wanted to take Kabutosaurus back, but suddenly found that Kabutosaurus's level had been upgraded to level 31. After the Pokémon reaches the level 30 mark, it is a very long process to upgrade the level. If upgrading the level is so easy, then all the trainers in the world will be league champions. After these 3 battles, Zhang Rui was very satisfied with Kabutosaurus's level being upgraded by 1 level. And those Pokémon with lower quality will find it difficult to upgrade after 5 such battles. This is the magical effect of qualifications. Pokémon with good qualifications can upgrade by defeating a Pokémon casually, while those with poor qualifications need to play multiple games to be possible. The audience around felt sad when they saw Sakura failed, but they were still satisfied to have seen such a wonderful battle, and they all stood up and prepared to leave. Sakura took out a blue badge from nowhere and was about to hand it to Zhang Rui. "Don't give it to him." The sudden voice made Sakura stop what she had just done and turn to look at the door. A girl with orange hair ran in from outside the door, panting. Obviously, she ran over. "Xiaoxia, why are you back?" The 3 sisters said in unison, surprised by Xiaoxia's sudden arrival. This made Zhang Rui also feel puzzled. How could Xiaoxi come to Hualan City so quickly? But he had defeated 3 gym leaders, so why couldn't he get the badge? He asked Xiaoxia in the distance, "I defeated the 3 gym leaders with my strength. Why don't you want to give it to me?" "Huh!" Xiaoxia took a breath for a while, then pointed at Zhang Rui in the distance and said, "In addition to defeating my sisters, you have to defeat me to get this blue badge." Zhang Rui was stunned when he heard it. "Aren't you cheating? I remember that it was not played like this in the anime. Either you can get the badge by defeating the 3 sisters, or you can get the badge by defeating Xiaoxia. Did he run into a time difference? I remember when Xiaoji challenged the gym, the 3 sisters said that their Pokémon had lost their fighting ability and were still recuperating in the Pokémon Center. There was no other way. Xiaoxia could only go out and fight Xiaoji. And this time, Zhang Rui thought that he was too slow in challenging and delayed the time, otherwise the plot would develop normally. But it's okay. Xiaoxia came to give experience, why not? Okay, since you said so, then what's wrong with me fighting again? It just so happens that I want to see the strength of your 4 sisters of Hualan. At this time, Mudan interrupted Zhang Rui's words and said to him, "It's not the 4 sisters of Hualan, it's the 3 beautiful sisters of Hualan and the ugly duckling. Third sister, Xiaoxia said dissatisfiedly. Okay, just fight quickly. We are still waiting for the badges to be issued. Sakura shook the badge in her hand and said to Xiaoxia, "Humph, I'll win for you to see." After saying that, he came to the edge of the competition venue, took out the Pokeball from his pocket, and threw it out. Go, my baby starfish. Looking at the starfish in front of him, Zhang Rui opened the data eye to check. This starfish was only level 20. No wonder Xiaoji won easily. At such a low level, it would be enough to have a hand. If it were the three Hualan sisters, Xiaoji would probably lose without even leaving any pants. Kabutosaurus, can you still fight? Zhang Rui turned his head to look at the Kabutosaurus on the water and asked. Roar! Hearing the response of the Kabutosaurus, Zhang Rui nodded. Very good. Use Dragon Wave on Starfish. Kabutosaurus spit out a dragon-shaped phantom, again, galloping towards the direction of Starfish at a high speed. Starfish, who had just come to the surface of the water, was hit in the body before it could react and flew out directly. Starfish! Xiaoxia said to the starfish on the wall behind him. After seeing this, the three Hualan sisters who were watching beside Zhang Rui shook their heads helplessly. This boy won this match, so please accept this blue badge. Since the battle had been decided, Sakura walked up to Zhang Rui and handed the blue badge to Zhang Rui. Then she turned to Xiaoxia and asked, "How is it? Do you have any complaints?" Xiaoxia spread her legs and knelt on the ground. She took back the starfish with the Pokeball and said helplessly, "I lost this match." "Thank you." Zhang Rui took the blue badge from Sakura, thanked him, took back the Kabutosaurus and turned to leave the gym. Coincidentally, when Zhang Rui was leaving, he saw Xiaoji running over and Pikachu on his shoulder. Of course, there was also Xiaogang behind Xiaoji. But what puzzled Zhang Rui was that Xiaogang went shopping. Why did he follow Xiaoji to the Hualan gym? Did Zhang Rui's intervention change the entire plot? This was the only possibility. Zhang Rui, hello, we meet again. Xiaogang and Xiaoji said together, and then they looked at each other for a few times, pointing and saying, "You know him too?" "Yeah, long time no see." Zhang Rui nodded and greeted the two. Xiaoji excitedly said to Zhang Rui, "You have got the badge?" At this time, Xiaoji's eyes were fixed on the blue badge in Zhang Rui's hand, and he said with envy. Zhang Rui glanced at it and nodded. "Yes, it's still a bit difficult. Zhang Rui, I should say thank you for meeting you this time. After all, if it weren't for you, maybe I wouldn't be able to realize my dream with Xiaoji." Xiaogang said to Zhang Rui with excitement. He really wanted to thank Zhang Rui for his help. If it weren't for his help, maybe he would still be accepting the challenge of the trainer at the Nibi gym. It should be. After all, I can't bear to see people who have dreams but can't realize them. After that, Zhang Rui chatted with Xiaogang for a while, then said goodbye to the two, found a place where there was no one, and left the dungeon. When Zhang Rui returned to the dormitory, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. Ah, have I stayed in the dungeon for so long? If I had known this, I would have ended the battle quickly. Zhang Rui, who had just returned to the real world, looked at the time and said sadly. At this moment, the system sent a notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the challenge of Hualan Gym and receiving the reward of the Intermediate Water Spirit Detector and the Hualan Four Sisters Summoning Ticket. Ding dong! The Dungeon of Challenge Arena Boy has been unlocked. Do you want to challenge it? Zhang Rui was still confused about the Intermediate Water Spirit Detector, but he didn't expect that the reward behind it would surprise him so much that he almost jumped up. This system is so good! I love you so much! The system seemed to hear Zhang Rui's praise and rang its charming electronic sound, filling Zhang Rui's ears. It is the responsibility of this system to serve the host, and more functions will be provided to the host in the future. Everything is to make the host have a comfortable experience. This system is really user-friendly. There will be more functions in the future. Although I don't know what they are, I can still look forward to it. Just after Zhang Rui finished listening to the system's words, he nodded. He was very satisfied with the system's answer. Next, let's learn about the functions of these rewards. Zhang Rui opened the warehouse and first took out the Intermediate Water Spirit Detector to see its functions through the data eye. Intermediate Water Spirit Detector. Within a radius of 100 meters, turn on the detector to find water spirits with a race value below 550. Note, water spirit beasts will not appear in it. Please do not have any illusions. Originally, Zhang Rui was still a little happy when he saw the water spirit detector. As long as there is a water spirit nearby, it can detect its location. This will make Zhang Rui much easier when he subdues spirits in the future, and he doesn't have to worry about the water spirits escaping. But after seeing the annotation, Zhang Rui felt a little uncomfortable, but he could accept it. After all, this is only an intermediate detector, and there will be advanced ones later. If the intermediate level can locate the mythical beast, then what is the meaning of the advanced level? However, this detector is not yet useful in Zhang Rui's hands. When he challenges the Carlos copy, Zhang Rui will use this detector to subdue a croaking frog. After all, he has always hoped to be like Xiaoji, who can complete super evolution without the evolution keystone, and the power of skills will change with the degree of bond between people and elves, which is amazing. But it is too early to think about the future now. Now we should be down to earth and work hard to improve our strength. Afterwards, Zhang Rui put the intermediate water elf detector back into the warehouse. He wanted to take out the Hualan Four Sisters summoning scroll to take a look, but Zhang Rui thought that he had to go to class tomorrow morning, and he couldn't sleep on the first day of class. But he still couldn't suppress his curiosity and took the Hualan Four Sisters summoning scroll out of the warehouse. Hualan Four Sisters summoning scroll. You can permanently summon the Hualan Four Sisters to provide help. Note: after summoning the 4 Hualan sisters, their favorability will be maxed out, and they will retain their memories of the host. They will agree to anything the host asks them to do. Zhang Rui scanned the system panel in front of him until he saw the last sentence, and an excited expression instantly appeared on his face. This is simply so cool. You can do anything. What a tempting word. I would like to call the system a god. It's so exciting. Zhang Rui clenched the summoning scroll of the 4 Hualan sisters in his hand, fearing that it would fall to the ground and get dirty, and it would not look good when summoned. Although Zhang Rui wanted to summon the 4 Hualan sisters right now and get on good terms with them, it would take a lot of time. After all, Zhang Rui had to consider talking to them and where they should live. More importantly, he had to go to class tomorrow. If he didn't go to bed, he would definitely not be able to get up tomorrow. There was no other way. Zhang Rui stared at the summoning scroll in his hand for a few times and could only harden his heart and put it back into the warehouse. He prepared a little bit, gave the Kabutosaurus some energy cubes, looked at the Kabutosaurus' satisfied expression, turned back to the soft big bed, and fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. Time came to the classroom of the next day. Zhang Rui lay on the table, looking at everything in front of him listlessly. Although the surrounding environment was very noisy, Zhang Rui thought that these were all wonderful lullabies. He believed that as long as he lay on the table for a second, he would fall asleep directly. "Brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you listless? I dated Miss Nasha so late yesterday, and I didn't feel tired yet?" Seeing that Zhang Rui's mental state was still very bad, Ye Fei turned around to ask about the situation. In order to ask better, Ye Fei still poked Zhang Rui's arm with his hand. "You didn't do anything yesterday, so you were so listless. If I hadn't called you in the morning, I guess you wouldn't wake up this afternoon. Tell me, what did you do yesterday?" Hearing Ye Fei's inquiry on the side, Zhang Rui didn't want to pay attention at all. Now he just wanted to lie on the table and continue to sleep and enjoy a good sleep life. Seeing that Zhang Rui was too sleepy to even reply, Ye Fei could only give up and turn to chat with the girl next to him. In the noisy classroom, Yan Ling, wearing a teacher's uniform, walked in with a textbook in her hand. She stood on the podium and glanced at the students in class. When she found that all the students were there, she nodded, but she deliberately looked at Zhang Rui a few times and found that Zhang Rui seemed to be a little out of shape. His eyes kept spinning and his head kept falling. She thought to herself, "I haven't started teaching yet? Why is he so sleepy? If I start teaching, he will lie down directly." So Yanling asked Zhang Rui to stand up and listen to the class first, so that he could recover his spirits before sitting down. After Zhang Rui stood up, he seemed to be in a much better spirit, so he chose to stand and listen to the class. Yanling also began to teach. She first picked up the chalk on the table and wrote down the main content of today's lecture on the blackboard. Then she turned around and began to explain to the students present. At this time, Zhang Rui felt that he was no longer sleepy, so he sat in his seat to listen to the class. However, after listening for only 1 minute, Zhang Rui felt a strong sense of sleepiness. Zhang Rui could not bear it any longer, so he lay down on his seat and fell asleep. At this time, Yanling saw Zhang Rui sleeping on the table and wanted to wake him up, But then she thought that Zhang Rui must have trained the elves too late yesterday, which led to his exhaustion. She could only turn a blind eye and pretend not to see it. Suddenly, just when Yanling's lecture reached its climax, she suddenly heard a very strong snoring. Many students were shocked by the sound, and they all turned their heads to look at Zhang Rui lying on the table, and couldn't help but admire him in their hearts. It's worthy of being the first place in the newcomer competition. Even the snoring is so loud. At this time, Yanling could no longer bear it, so she asked Ye Fei to wake Zhang Rui up. Since it was Teacher Yan's order, Ye Fei had no choice but to do it, and pushed Zhang Rui's body with his hand. Zhang Rui woke up from his dream after feeling the impact. He looked up at Yanling on the podium and said, "Is the get out of class over?" Zhang Rui's confused voice made all the students in the class laugh. Yanling also covered her forehead helplessly, pointed at Zhang Rui in the distance and said, "Zhang Rui, stand up and answer this question." Because Zhang Rui violated the classroom discipline, Yanling had no choice but to call him up to answer the question. In fact, it was mainly to establish authority for the classmates, and also to make Zhang Rui more sober. After all, he had to give face in her class. "How many variant forms does Meow Meow have?" Zhang Rui did not answer immediately after hearing Yanling's words, mainly because he was still a little confused. How could she ask such a simple question? Is this really a course taught in college? Just when Zhang Rui wanted to answer, he heard Ye Fei whispering to Zhang Rui, Two. Meow Meow has two forms." The voice was very low, but because Zhang Rui and Ye Fei were very close, he could still hear what Ye Fei was saying. "Two?" Zhang Rui was a little confused, so he answered Teacher Yan. "Three. There are 3 types of Meow Meow's variant forms." Many students laughed under the table after hearing Zhang Rui's answer. Meow Meow's forms are obviously 2, but Zhang Rui actually said 3. Teacher Yan gave him such a simple question, and he couldn't answer it correctly. Wrong answer. There are 2 types of Meow Meow. One is the normal form of Meow Meow, and the other is Meow Meow with evil attributes. You answered wrong. You will stand and listen to the class. You are not allowed to sit down without my permission. But Zhang Rui answered firmly. Meow Meow has 3 variant forms, and the third one is a form with steel attributes. The bristles all over the body will continue to expand and harden like a piece of black iron, and the gold coin on the forehead will become darker and harder. Zhang Rui believed that Meow Meow had 3 forms, and even casually mentioned the appearance and attributes of the third form, just to make Teacher Yan believe that this form of Meow Meow really existed. Teacher Yan was a little stunned when she heard Zhang Rui's detailed answer. However, the textbook only wrote 2 forms, and there was absolutely no third form. Just as Teacher Yan wanted to explain her point of view, a classmate not far from her took out his mobile phone, found a photo, and asked Teacher Yan to come over and take a look. "Teacher, is this the kind of elf Zhang Rui is talking about?" After saying that, he took the photo in his hand and showed it to Teacher Yan. When the teacher saw it for the first time, the elf in the photo was really similar to the one Zhang Rui described. Not only that, this elf also looked very similar to Meow Meow, especially the gold coin on its forehead, which was actually black. Then, she asked Zhang Rui with the photo in her hand. Zhang Rui took a look and answered affirmatively. "Yes, it is this form." After Zhang Rui's affirmation, she turned around and asked the classmate, "Where did you find this Pokémon?" "My grandfather hatched this Pokémon from an egg. At first, he thought it was a new species of Pokémon, so he wanted me to take the photo to the Trainer Association to ask. However, since Zhang Rui answered this question and said that this Pokémon is Meowth, I don't have to. Go again." After listening to the student's answer, Teacher Yan nodded. It seems that she did misunderstand Zhang Rui. However, how could Zhang Rui know the 3 forms of Meowth? This puzzled her. She was mainly surprised by Zhang Rui's knowledge. As a teacher, she only knew 2 forms of Meowth, but Zhang Rui knew this rare third form. Perhaps this is the performance of an excellent student. "Okay, your point of view is correct this time. Sit down." Since Zhang Rui's answer was correct, Teacher Yan did not embarrass Zhang Rui and let him sit and listen to the class. At the same time, he echoed, "You can sleep, but you can't snore." After saying that, Teacher Yan continued to lecture. Zhang Rui supported his chin with his hand, looked at the white letters on the blackboard, and yawned. After answering the questions just now, Zhang Rui was no longer sleepy, and he knew everything that Teacher Yan said before he crossed over, so he didn't need to listen to the lecture at all. Ring, I don't know how much time has passed, and the bell for the end of get out of class finally rang. Teacher Yan looked at the time and announced to the students who wanted to leave quickly. I announced that our school will have an exchange competition with other schools. I don't know who will participate at that time. You all should prepare in advance and conduct special training for your elves to enhance your strength. This is not only for you, but also for the glory of our school. After Teacher Yan announced, he got up and left the classroom. Just when Zhang Rui was thinking about going back to the dormitory to take a nap, Yefei grabbed him and said, "Brother, don't leave in such a hurry. I'm so sleepy, let me go back and take a nap." Zhang Rui wanted to break free and leave the classroom. But Yefei held him tightly and said seriously, "The school will hold a college exchange competition in a few days. The school will definitely send the top 3 of our rookie competition to challenge other colleges. So, in order to cope with the exchange competition, I want you to accompany me to the Shanghai Forest for a special training. How about it?" Zhang Rui originally wanted to go back to sleep, but when he heard the 4 words, Shanghai Forest, he suddenly thought of the ultimate cave he saw above the Shanghai Forest the day before yesterday, and he immediately became interested. It happened that during the special training in Shanghai Forest, he went there to check the situation. This kind of ultimate cave may not appear once in decades, but it has appeared frequently in the past few days, and the time it has existed is actually increasing. There is definitely something fishy here. In order to satisfy his curiosity, Zhang Rui agreed to Yefei's request, and the two agreed to go to Shanghai Forest for special training together the next morning. After that, Yefei let go of Zhang Rui's hand, and Zhang Rui ate a little in the cafeteria, then ran to the dormitory, summoned the Kabutosaurus, and fed it some energy cubes, which also raised the level of the Kabutosaurus again. It has reached level 32. If it is an ordinary 3 family, it can finally evolve after a few more levels, but the Kabutosaurus still needs more than 10 levels. This is still a long process and needs to be cultivated slowly. Watching the Kabutosaurus eating the energy cube so happily, Zhang Rui lay on the bed, closed his eyes and fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening, which was past dinner time. "Sure enough, I can't stay up late." Zhang Rui got up and complained, then took out some fruit from the warehouse, dealt with it casually, and clicked to enter the small world. Since he passed through the evergreen forest, he has not yet conquered the elves obtained there, and all of them exist in the small world. No, Zhang Rui just has time to sort out his small world. When Zhang Rui came to the small world, looking at the dense jungle around him and the fruit on the trees, he felt a full sense of pride in his heart. It was worthy of the world he created. It was because the world was too big that Zhang Rui wanted to find the elves he put into the small world, so he had to look for them in the forest. Fortunately, he had the ability to manage the small world. As long as he closed his eyes, he could sense the location of the elves. Zhang Rui quickly located the location of the Beedrill, turned around and ran over, and saw several Beedrills playing there. When they were hungry, they ate some fruits from the trees. In addition to that top-quality Beedrill, there are so many Beedrills. I remember that I only put 1 Beedrill in the small world, so the other Beedrills can't be its children. Do all insect-type Pokémon reproduce so quickly? At this moment, Zhang Rui suddenly thought of it. In the dungeon, he put a lot of iron shell, pupae with excellent qualifications into the small world. So much time has passed, and they should have evolved into Beedrills by now. So why are there so many Beedrills? The question is solved. I thought they were the offspring of this Beedrill. Come to think of it, there is only 1 Beedrill, and it is impossible for it to give birth to a second Beedrill in a few years. The main reason is that the gender of this Beedrill is male. Have you ever seen a male give birth to the next generation? However, since these iron shell pupae have completed their evolution, the metal-armored pupae on the other side should also have completed their evolution. After all, these Pokémon were put in at the same time. Even if they have just evolved into pupae not long ago, these few days are enough. Zhang Rui closed his eyes to perceive the whole world. Sure enough, he found several butterfree eating fruit on the tree not far away. Even the little Rattata he subdued was lying in the pile of fruit. When he was hungry, he took a bite. Obviously, he had begun to gain weight. The purpose of Zhang Rui's entry into the small world this time was to subdue all these Pokémon into the Pokeball, because after these Pokémon were subdued, they would be a little more obedient, so that they would not recognize him after a few days of not seeing him. Since the bee drills were very close to Zhang Rui went to subdue them first. But just in case, Zhang Rui summoned the Kabutosaurus first. In case the bee drills attacked him, it would be safer with the presence of Kabutosaurus. Just as Zhang Rui walked in front of these bee drills, the bee drills who were playing raised their double needles and rushed towards Zhang Rui at the first sight of Zhang Rui. Just when it was about to hit Zhang Rui, a dragon-shaped shadow rushed over and knocked the giant bees away. They hit the tree heavily and obviously lost their ability to fight. Sure enough, it was right to let the Kabutosaurus come out to protect me. Zhang Rui patted his chest, took a few breaths, and then looked at the giant bees under the tree. If you were not so talented, I would have thrown you out of the small world long ago. After saying that, he took out some Pokeballs he bought from the warehouse and subdued these giant bees one by one. After that, Zhang Rui found the rest of the elves in the forest. There was no fierce battle. These elves were not as brutal as the giant bee. Instead, they came to him and voluntarily entered the Pokeball after seeing Zhang Rui. In fact, it was because the Kabutosaurus followed them. Seeing such a powerful elf, they became timid and chose to give in. Although all these elves were subdued into the Pokeball, Zhang Rui would not keep them in, but let them be released again. Let them live freely in the forest. After all, it is a waste to let so many elves with high qualifications survive in the outside world. Moreover, after the elves with high qualifications mate with elves with ordinary qualifications, the qualifications of the next generation will definitely decline. The elves in the small world are almost all top-quality elves, so the qualifications of their offspring will only be higher, and they can even compete with the qualifications of the divine beasts. After the elves were arranged, Zhang Rui found a good place in the small world. This place is very close to the lake, and there is a desert not far away. Let's choose this place. After saying that, Zhang Rui waved his hand, and the originally flat land suddenly had something glowing breaking out of the ground. It slowly changed. First, the height gradually increased until it grew to several hundred meters and began to increase the width. As it slowly extended, it finally became the shape of a castle. There are at least hundreds of rooms in this kind of castle, and there is a huge living room in the middle. Of course, all the necessary equipment is also available. Zhang Rui looked at the castle he built and nodded with satisfaction. It's worthy of me. Who else can build such a magnificent castle besides me? Now that the castle's been built, let's welcome its real owner. Zhang Rui opened the system panel, took out the Hualan Four Sisters summoning scroll from the warehouse, and clicked the use button. The summoning scroll turned into a white light and slowly landed on the ground. 4 beautiful girls instantly appeared in front of Zhang Rui. Seeing the beautiful faces in front of him, Zhang Rui was very excited at this moment. He didn't expect that this summoning scroll could summon 4 girls at once. This was so cool. Sakura in the distance first looked at the surrounding environment, obviously feeling a little unfamiliar. When he saw Zhang Rui's handsome face, his eyes lit up and he smiled. Zhang Rui, right? We meet again. You will be our master from now on. Please give us more advice in the future. After hearing Sakura's words, Zhang Rui was a little puzzled. Why would Sakura say such a thing? No matter how Zhang Rui thought about it, he attributed it to the intimacy aspect. After all, the intimacy was directly maxed out, and the effect brought about was very wonderful. After that, a chorus, Peony, and Xiaoxia all greeted Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui saw the fair-skinned and beautiful women in front of him, and he couldn't help but smile. He said to them, "This is where you will live in the future. And your only job is to check the status of the elves in the forest every day. The rest of the time, you are free to do whatever you want." Hearing Zhang Rui say this, the 4 women were obviously disappointed and frowned. Obviously, Zhang Rui's behavior did not satisfy them. But after all, this was Zhang Rui's words and they could only agree. After settling the 4 Hualan sisters, Zhang Rui turned and went into the castle and put the elf ball, containing the elves in the small world, in a room. Everything has been arranged. Zhang Rui collected a lot of tree fruits in this small world and planned to take them to the outside world to make some energy blocks. The energy blocks last time were almost used up, and this time Zhang Rui planned to make some more. After returning to the dormitory, Zhang Rui started to make energy blocks and soon made a lot of energy blocks. So many energy cubes should be enough for the Kabutosaurus to eat for a long time. After that, Zhang Rui looked at the time again. It was already past 10 o'clock. He thought about going to bed after 11 o'clock. At this time, He remembered that he had not explored the Yuejian Mountain dungeon yet. So he opened the Yuejian Mountain dungeon and prepared to go to Yuejian Mountain to see if he could meet any high-quality elves. In the empty room, a black vortex suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Rui, but he didn't think much and walked in directly. When Zhang Rui opened his eyes again, what appeared in front of him was a mountain range with many caves. It seemed that this was Yuejian Mountain. Yuejian Mountain was surrounded by forests. The forest was dense. Suddenly, a breeze blew and the forest made a rustling sound. Zhang Rui walked to the cave in front of him and stretched his head to look inside. It was pitch black inside, and there were terrifying sounds from time to time. If Zhang Rui didn't know that the cave in front of him was Yuejian Mountain, he would probably not want to come here even if he died. However, he did not immediately start the exploration. Instead, he guessed what the system meant. After defeating the Nibi gym, he was given the Bangiras detector. Was it a hint to him that Bangiras was here? Although he was not sure, he still took out the detector to try. After all, for such things, it is better to believe it than not to believe it. Zhang Rui first opened the warehouse interface and took out the Bangiras detector from it. The detector in his hand was like a disc with a blue, hard material in the middle. I don't know what it is for. The edge of the disc should be the switch of the detector. As long as it is pressed, it should be able to detect where there is Bangiras around. Zhang Rui did not wait, but pressed the red button on the disc. As the red button was pressed, the blue hard material in the middle of the disc was flashing blue light. It should be that the machine is detecting the surrounding environment. Zhang Rui thought so. After the blue light flashed 3 times, it stopped flashing. Zhang Rui turned his head and looked around. Nothing happened. Could it be that there was no Bangiras around, or even its evolution? Since there is no one, let's go see if there are any elves with high qualifications here. Zhang Rui picked up the detector on the ground and was about to put it in the warehouse when he saw the blue substance in the detector emitting dazzling light again. Then the blue light continued to spread until it formed a plane map, and there was a flashing red light spot at a certain position in the plane map, which was constantly moving. Such high technology? I'm afraid that the elf world does not have such technology at all, and I don't know where the system got it from. It can actually display the topographic map of 100 miles through projection. Zhang Rui looked at the detector in his hand and couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart. Then Zhang Rui began to study it. After a few minutes, he finally knew the effect of the detection. Among them, the projected terrain represents the terrain within 100 miles around Zhang Rui, and the constantly moving red dot in the middle should be the Bangiras. But looking over, this red dot is constantly moving. What is this Bangiras doing? Is it playing with its companions? This is unknown, but it is certain that there is, indeed, a Bangiras in this Yuejian mountain. After that, Zhang Rui roughly planned the terrain according to the topographic map, and found that he had to cross the cave in front of him. Looking at the dark cave in front of him, Zhang Rui still has some understanding of the environment inside and the elves living in it. There should be elves like Zubat or Paris living in it. But there are no streetlights set up by the rocket team. After all, it has been so long, and the streetlights should have been removed by the researcher. But before going in, you should prepare a flashlight. In the dark cave, without a flashlight, it is difficult to see the route clearly. I am afraid that someone will attack you from behind, and you don't know who did it. However, Zhang Rui did not choose to leave the cave, but summoned the Kabutosaurus first, letting it gather the flames in its mouth and keep it burning. It is indeed a bit hard for the Kabutosaurus to do this, but it is also a special training for it, specifically training its ability to control flames. After hearing Zhang Rui's order, the Kabutosaurus began to gather the flames in its mouth. Since it was the first time, it quickly dissipated after gathering a little, but the Kabutosaurus did not give up. After several failures, it finally gathered the flames in its mouth and kept them for a long time without being extinguished. Since the Kabutosaurus had completed the gathering of flames in its mouth, Zhang Rui did not stay at the entrance of the cave for long, but followed the Kabutosaurus into the cave. As soon as they entered the cave, it was pitch black all around. Fortunately, with the Kabutosaurus's flame, they could roughly see the route and not get lost. After they walked for a few minutes, Zhang Rui found that there was a faint blue light in the distance, and he was confused. This blue light reminded Zhang Rui of the Moonstone. Could it be that the blue light in front of him was emitted by the moonstone? In order to answer the doubts, Zhang Rui took the Kabutosaurus and walked towards the blue light. After walking through a dark space, a bright road came into view. Zhang Rui's guess was correct. The stone emitting blue light was the moonstone. At this time, these moonstones were embedded in the wall, and the blue light emitted by the moonstones illuminated the entire cave. White light would be harmful to the elves in the cave, causing them to have mental problems and become depressed. But the moonstone was different. The light it emitted could not only make the entire cave bright, allowing the trainers passing by to walk out of the cave well, but more importantly, it did not cause any harm to the elves living in the cave. On the contrary, these elves like to live here. Zhang Rui was not a person with ulterior motives. He took down all the moonstones embedded in the wall, but asked the Kabutops next to him to stop gathering flames and let it rest for a while. He took it along the direction where the moonstones were lined up and walked into the cave. Although he met many paras on the way, none of them had qualifications above A level. Most of them were C level or even D level, and only a few were B level. But this qualification less than A level was still too low for Zhang Rui, so he could only pretend to ignore them and pass by them. Soon they came to a fork in the road. In order to determine the direction, Zhang Rui took out the detector again and found that the distance from Bonjiras was getting longer. Why is it getting farther and farther? Is there something chasing it? Looking at the red dot moving in front of him, Zhang Rui didn't pay much attention, but used the topographic map in front of him to find the direction to go out. According to the position of the red dot, he quickly determined the direction of the route, which was to go to the left. After determining the route, he took back the detector and continued to move forward. Just after walking a few steps, he found that the wall was covered with blue things. Looking carefully, there were all Zubats in front of him, so many, but they were sleeping, and Zhang Rui didn't want to provoke them, but tried to pass by here slowly and silently. Thinking about it, Zhang Rui was very curious. Among so many Zubats, is there one with very high qualifications? The Kabutops on the side hurriedly bit Zhang Rui's trouser leg and asked him to leave quickly. With so many Zubats, if they were beaten up by a group, there would be no chance of escape. Zhang Rui looked down at the Kabutosaurus in front of him, not knowing what it was worried about. The level of these Zubats was not high, only half of its level, so what was there to be afraid of? Then, Zhang Rui opened the data eye to scan the data of the Zubats one by one, but soon showed a disappointed expression. Why are they all C level or B level? Aren't there any good qualifications? Just when Zhang Rui wanted to give up the scan and choose to leave, he suddenly saw a Zubat with excellent qualifications from a larger Zubat. Zubat Overlord Pokémon. Attributes: Poison Flying. Level of 16, Quality S. Male. Status: Dormant. Features: Mental Power. Items carried: None. Inherited move: Surprise Attack, Wind, Lightning Flash, Steel Wings. Basic skills: Absorb, Ultrasonic Wave, Scare, Bite, Wing Attack. Tailwind, Angry Fangs, None. This Zubat is too good, and it's actually an Overlord Pokémon. Especially the skills it learned, it's simply the best of the best. I must definitely subdue it. Zhang Rui said excitedly after reading the data from the data eye. Then, he opened the system warehouse, took out a Pokeball from it, and looked at the Overlord level Zubat. Slowly, he used the white button of the Pokeball to touch its body. Just when the white button was about to be touched, the Zubat suddenly turned around and bumped into Zhang Rui, who was trying to capture it with a Pokeball. Zhang Rui felt something was wrong when he saw the Zubat in front of him wake up, but since it had discovered him, he just threw the ball to capture it. Zhang Rui threw the Pokeball in his hand, but how could such a high-quality Pokemon be captured so easily? When Zubat saw the Pokeball touching it, it flapped its wings and flew up. As the frequency of its wings flapped, a white blade emerged from its wings and hit the Pokeball in front of it, knocking it out. This was obviously a wing attack by Zubat. As the Pokeball fell, the Zubat emitted a strong ultrasonic wave. Zhang Rui immediately covered his ears with his hands to reduce the interference of the ultrasonic wave. Obviously, the Zubat was angry. After all, someone used a Pokeball to capture it while it was sleeping, which could easily make it angry. The sound of the ultrasonic wave swept the entire cave, and a large number of Zubats woke up from their sleep and prepared to attack Zhang Rui. Looking at the Zubats around him, Zhang Rui gave an order to Kabutosaurus. Kabutosaurus, there is nothing to be afraid of these bats. Are you ready to attack? Roar! Kabutosaurus looked at the Zubats in the air, and his fighting spirit was extremely high. The Zubats in front of him were just a bunch of scum. As long as he made a random move, he could defeat them. Now he was waiting for Zhang Rui's order. Kabutosaurus, get ready. At this time, Kabutosaurus looked at the Zubats flying in the cave, as if he was publicizing the failure of the Zubats. Run! After Zhang Rui finished speaking, he turned around and ran deep into the cave. At this time, Kabutosaurus was also a little confused. Roar, damn trainer, you actually deceived my feelings. After Kabutosaurus roared, he turned around and followed Zhang Rui to the depths of the cave. Although he would definitely be caught up soon if he ran away, he should still try it. What if he could escape from these Zubats? These Zubats would not just stand there and watch. The Overlord Zubat used the ultrasonic skill again, and a large number of Zubats flew over the entire cave, chasing Zhang Rui and Kabutosaurus. So many Zubats. It's really terrible to disturb people's sleep. Zhang Rui turned his head and saw a blue sea behind him. He couldn't see the figure of Moonstone behind him at all. It was all Zubats. It is estimated that all the Zubats in the entire cave were dispatched. If they were caught by them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as Zhang Rui continued to run forward, he saw that the front was surrounded by a large number of Zubats, and there was no way to go. This really leaves no way for people to survive. Zhang Rui stood in the middle of the cave with a group of Zubats in front and another group of Zubats behind. He could no longer escape. In this case, Kabutosaurus, we really have to fight this time, and used sparks on the Zubats behind him. When facing a swarm of Beedrills, using sparks can easily defeat the opponent, but facing so many Zubats, sparks have little effect. Many small flames were spit out from the mouth of the Kabutosaurus, sweeping towards the group of Zubats in front of it. Since there were so many Zubats, the flames would not miss the target. Although the Zubats in front dodged, would the Zubats behind them still have a chance to dodge? Although the power of the sparks was very low, it was released by a level 30 Kabutosaurus, which was equivalent to the jet of flames spit out from the mouth of a level 20 Charmeleon. The power was still amazing. After being attacked, a large number of Zubats fell to the ground and lost their combat ability. At the same time, the level of the Kabutosaurus was raised again, and the level reached the 33rd level. Although the Kabutosaurus's attack was very intensive, the Overlord Elf Zubat easily dodged it, opened its mouth wide, and released noisy ultrasonic waves. The Zubats in front and behind received the order and all waved their thin wings, and a series of white air-breaking blades attacked Zhang Rui. Kabutosaurus, use hold. Kabutosaurus ran in front of Zhang Rui and quickly formed a green spherical barrier. The moment these white light blades hit the barrier, they were all dissipated. However, Kabutosaurus in the barrier was unscathed, not even a scratch. Use Dragon Wave. Kabutosaurus spit out a dragon-shaped phantom from its mouth, roared to the sky, and rushed towards the group of Zubats in front of it. At this time, the Overlord Elf Zubat felt that the skill in front of it posed a great threat to it, so its wings turned into the color of steel and rushed towards the dragon-shaped phantom in front of it. The steel-like wings and the dragon-shaped phantom collided violently, but the power of Dragon Wave was too strong. The Overlord Zubat could not resist it at all and was directly knocked away. The group of Zubats behind him suffered. They were all hit by the dragon-shaped phantom, lost their ability to fight, and collapsed to the ground. Since Kabutosaurus would make a large number of Zubats lose their combat capability every time it attacked, its level also increased again after this attack, reaching level 34. Seeing the powerful skills released by the egg-like creature in front of them, the Zubats in front of them waved their wings and fled. Only the injured Overlord Pokémon was left. Zhang Rui walked slowly to Zubat and said, "Do you want to fight again?" The Zubat lying on the ground waved its wings again, looking very unwilling to admit defeat. It waved its wings and the air blades it created attacked Kabutosaurus. Hold on. Kabutosaurus released a green barrier again to block Zubat's attack. Dragon Breath. A strong breath came out of Kabutosaurus' mouth. The Zubat in the air was startled and wanted to dodge. Suddenly, it felt pain in its right wing and was hit directly by the strong breath. It fell from the air and lost its combat capability. Zhang Rui would not give up such a good opportunity. He took out the Pokeball again and threw it out. The Pokeball accurately hit the falling Zubat, opened its mouth and swallowed it, then slowly fell to the ground. Zhang Rui watched the Pokeball shaking in front of him. Almost every shake symbolized a surprise. 1, 2. Zhang Rui muttered in his heart. After the third Pokeball, the shaking stopped. Boom! After hearing the sound of the Pokeball rebounding, Zhang Rui knew that he had succeeded in catching it. He picked up the Pokeball on the ground, put it on his body, and looked at the Zubat that had lost its combat ability. Although the qualifications of these Zubats were not comparable to that of this Overlord-level Pokémon, there should be Pokémon with high qualifications among them. After Zhang Rui carefully searched, he found 3 Pokémon with quality above A+. After catching them, he put them in the warehouse. After catching Bankiris, he put all these Pokémon in the small world. Then he took out the Pokeball containing Zubat and threw it out. The Overlord Zubat flew out of the Pokeball. It was obvious that it no longer had the hatred it had just had for Zhang Rui. Instead, it felt a sense of intimacy with Zhang Rui. This was the miraculous effect of the Pokeball. Touching Zubat's head, Zhang Rui thought that it was too slow to find the exit of the cave through the detector bit by bit. Now there was a more practical method. Zubat, use ultrasound to detect the exit of the cave. Ultrasonic produced a large number of sound waves from its mouth, but this time they were low-frequency sound waves. Zhang Rui could not hear the sound. After all, the skill of ultrasound could change the frequency at will by Zubat. After a while, Zubat seemed to have found the exit and flapped its wings to fly away. Zhang Rui chased after Zubat and soon came to the direction of the exit. As the trees in front of him gradually became clear, he could even see the Pidgeot fighting with the toucan in the air. After Zhang Rui walked out of the cave, he took back Zubat and took out the detector to continue tracking the whereabouts of Bankiris. At this time, it found that Bangilis was getting closer to it, just to his right. What's going on? Is the machine malfunctioning? Zhang Rui looked at the topographic map in front of him, and then looked at the surrounding environment. He saw that the red dot was getting closer and closer to him, until a sound came from the forest in the distance. Zhang Rui hurriedly turned his head to look at the situation in the distance, and saw a small reptile elf with rock-like gray-green skin and a long blunt horn on its head running towards Zhang Rui. This is young Gilis. Obviously, the elf that appeared in front of Zhang Rui was not Bangilis, but Bangilis' original form, young Gilis, young Kiras. Rock ground, level 20. S+, male. Status, excited. Sandhide items carried none. Inherited moves, primal power, malice pursuit, curse, dragon dance, gathering energy. Basic skills, bite, stare, sandstorm, screech, gradual break, rockfall. Skills taught, power of the earth, iron head. This luck is too good. I actually encountered a top-quality young Kiras. I will never let this top-quality elf go. Just as Zhang Rui ordered the carapace dragon behind him to attack, he saw that the young Kiras was holding a full of tree fruits in his arms, and behind it, the elves chasing it were Nidoking and Nidoqueen, as well as some other elves. The eyes of these elves in the distance were all fierce, as if they wanted to swallow the young Kiras in one gulp, and then bite it hard. Seeing this situation, Zhang Rui could think of why these elves chased after the young Kiras. Perhaps the young Kiras stole the fruits they had worked so hard to collect, which led to their relentless pursuit of it. The young Kiras was very smart. When it passed in front of Zhang Rui, it seemed to think of something interesting and quickly hid behind Zhang Rui. This young Kiras is young, but he has a bad mind. He actually wants to use me as a shield. Zhang Rui looked at the young Kiras hiding behind him with a pitiful look in his eyes and stuffed the peach fruit in his hand into his mouth. When the elves chasing it saw him hiding behind Zhang Rui, they surrounded Zhang Rui and did not give him a chance to escape. Nido. The leading Nidoking howled at the young Kiras behind Zhang Rui. From the ears, it can be heard that the Nidoking is full of anger towards the young Kiras. After Nidoking, the elves beside him also roared at the young Kiras. Among them, the petite trumpet, Bud tried to run to Zhang Rui's side and snatch the fruit from the young Kiras, but he was kicked away by the young Kiras. It might be that this trumpet Bud was just born not long ago. After being hit by the young Kiras, he cried on the ground. At this time, the big flower next to him couldn't stand it. He dared to hit his son in front of him. This was not giving it face. He spit out a lot of sticky stuff from his mouth towards the young Kiras who was hitting Zhang Rui's trouser legs. The sticky stuff exuded a disgusting smell. If Zhang Rui was hit by this stuff, I'm afraid his legs would be directly corroded. He immediately gave a look to the armored dragon beside him. The armored dragon took a look and instantly understood what Zhang Rui meant. He quickly walked to the young Kiras, opened the green protective shield, and blocked the sticky stuff in front of him. The sticky stuff was blocked by the green barrier and slowly slid down from above, corroding the plants on the ground. Young Kyrus saw that the giant egg in front of him could actually block the attack of the Venus flytrap and cast an envious look at it. At this time, many elves saw that Zhang Rui intended to protect young Kyrus, so they prepared to attack it. At this moment, Zhang Rui suddenly felt bad. Although the elves in front of him had poor qualifications, their levels were not low. Each of them had a strength of more than 30 levels, especially the Nidoking, which had a level of 40. If it attacked, it would be difficult for the Kabutosaurus to stop it. So he stopped thinking about fighting them and chose the simplest reconciliation. Zhang Rui opened the warehouse, took out a large number of tree fruits, put them on the ground, and smiled. "These tree fruits are my compensation to you for young Kyrus. For the sake of these tree fruits, how about you let young Kyrus go?" Obviously, Zhang Rui's voice was very useful. Most elves chose to forgive young Kyrus when they saw so many tree fruits, and then took some tree fruits and left. After getting the fruit, many elves forgave young Kyrus's behavior. After giving young Kyrus a few words of warning, they happily left with the fruit. Seeing many elves leave, Zhang Rui breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, giving them fruit could win their forgiveness. But Nidoking and Nidoqueen did not appreciate the fruit. They were still unyielding and pointed at Zhang Rui and shouted loudly, "Nido!" Zhang Rui looked at the angry Nido couple in front of him and felt a little confused. He had given them a lot of fruit, which was twice the amount of fruit stolen by young Kyrus. But they still looked angry and were not grateful for Zhang Rui's giving them fruit. Aren't they angry because the fruit was stolen? Then, what were they angry about? In order to know the truth of their anger, Zhang Rui suppressed his laughter and asked the Nido couple with fierce faces in front of him, "What did this young Kyrus do to you? You can tell me and I will help it solve it." Even if Zhang Rui had hoped to make amends to the Nido couple but without any conflict, in order to gain their forgiveness for the young Kyrus. After all, Zhang Rui had already determined that an elf with this kind of talent would be very powerful in the future after being trained by him. Although Zhang Rui kept defending the young Kyrus behind him did not take it seriously. He smiled at Zhang Rui and ran away with the fruit in his arms. Since the fruit in his arms exceeded his body size this time, most of the fruit fell from his arms to the ground. At this time, Zhang Rui saw that the meat in his mouth actually flew away, and was about to chase it, but was stopped by Nidoran and Nidona. The two elves roared at Zhang Rui, and their voices were so loud that their shouts could be heard from a distance of dozens of meters. Zhang Rui looked at the elves in front of him, and couldn't help but wonder again in his heart. Weren't they chasing the young Kyrus? Why did they stop it and let the young Kyrus leave? What kind of logic is this? Did you stop the wrong person? Young Kyrus has already run away. Let's chase him together. Nidoking didn't listen to what Zhang Rui said. A large amount of energy gathered into a huge ball in his mouth. The ball continued to gather in Nidoking's mouth, and a beam of light quickly attacked Zhang Rui. Destruction Death Ray! What are these two elves doing? He is also a victim. Although Zhang Rui had a lot of doubts in his heart, he decided to deal with the elves in front of him first. Kabutosaurus, hold on! Kabutosaurus quickly came in front of Zhang Rui and looked at the upcoming energy beam. It slowly opened a huge green protective shield and covered Zhang Rui behind it. The huge protective shield and the energy beam collided violently, and the powerful energy made the surrounding flowers and plants stretch to both sides. However, the green protective shield was still better, blocking all the energy beams, and Zhang Rui behind him was not hurt at all. Nidoking needs to buffer for a while after using a skill before he can continue to use it. At this time, Nidoqueen, whose whole body was light blue, attacked from the side. Her arms were covered with white light, and she punched Kabutosaurus. Chop the tiles! Kabutosaurus dodged Nidoqueen's fist. Kabutosaurus's body quickly shifted to the side, and just when Nidoqueen's fist was about to be hit, Kabutosaurus' body happened to dodge Nidoqueen's attack. Nidoqueen's fist hit the ground under Kabutosaurus's feet, and it exploded directly as if a landmine was buried in the ground. Seeing two elves with higher levels than Kabutosaurus besieging him, Zhang Rui did not continue to order Kabutosaurus, but said to it, "I will no longer command this battle. The rest depends on you. I am only responsible for shouting and cheering on the side." In fact, this was also Zhang Rui's sudden idea. Kabutosaurus needs to listen to Zhang Rui's instructions every time he fights, but he himself has lost the ability to think. If Zhang Rui and Kabutosaurus are separated one day, how should it deal with the enemy in front of it? Therefore, we should cultivate the awareness of self-fighting of the Kabutosaurus from now on, so that Zhang Rui can relax a little and not worry about commanding the battle all the time, which will cause dry mouth and tongue. Hearing that Zhang Rui would no longer command it, the Kabutosaurus was still a little panicked at first. After all, it had never fought alone, but it soon felt relieved, because it also wanted to try how much strength it could exert by itself. Nidoking in front of him needed a period of recovery after using the Destruction Death Ray. Kabutosaurus found an opportunity, spit out a dragon-shaped phantom from its mouth, and rushed towards Nidoking at a very fast speed. Nidoking had no way to release skills at present, and could only rely on his body to block the dragon-shaped phantom in front of him, but he did not expect that the power of this dragon-shaped phantom was so great that it directly repelled it to the tree trunk behind him. The force generated by the impact on the tree trunk caused all the green leaves on the tree to fall down, surrounding Nidoking like a snowman. At this time, Nidoqueen was also a little surprised that the Kabutosaurus in front of her had such powerful strength that it directly pushed the level 40 Nidoking back dozens of meters. But it could not afford to be surprised. Its fist was covered with fiercely burning flames, and it attacked the Kabutosaurus in front of it with lightning speed. The Kabutosaurus had long noticed Nidoqueen's attack, and immediately propped up a green barrier to block Nidoqueen's flaming fist. As the flames on Nidoqueen's fist gradually extinguished, the green barrier in front of the Kabutosaurus also gradually disappeared, but the Kabutosaurus would not stand there. It opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp teeth, with blazing flames burning on its teeth. The flames continued to burn on its teeth, but the Kabutosaurus did not feel any pain. It opened its flaming teeth and bit Nidoqueen. "Nido!" Nidoqueen's cry startled Nidoking, who was buried under the leaves. He immediately stood up and pushed away the leaves on his body, and rushed towards the Kabutosaurus, as if he was risking his life. Its purple horn was covered with green light, forming a huge sharp horn, and it rushed straight towards the Kabutosaurus. Super Horn Attack! This is a very powerful skill among the bug-type skills. I didn't expect that Nidoking would learn it. Zhang Rui was stunned and a little surprised when he saw Nidoking use Super Horn Attack, but he soon calmed down. If the Kabutosaurus he trained can't deal with two elves, then it's all in vain. Kabutosaurus noticed that Nidoking was approaching it, but he didn't worry. Instead, he opened his mouth and held up a green barrier to resist Nidoking's horn attack. Nidoqueen was bitten by Kabutosaurus's flame fangs, and there were traces of burns on the place where she was bitten. Obviously, she was seriously injured. Think about it, Kabutosaurus is fed with physical attack blocks every day, so how can the damage of physical attack moves not be high? After seeing the injuries on Nidoqueen's body, Nidoking became even more angry, and the sharp horns on his head became stronger, and he hit the green barrier held up by Kabutosaurus with a strong momentum. The skill effect of Hold is there. No matter how powerful your attack is, as long as the power is not the kind that crosses several levels, it can be resisted. The light on Nidoking's horn attack gradually dissipated. Kabutosaurus chose not to waste time and directly canceled the green protective shield. The body was quickly wrapped in blue-purple energy and turned into a body like a dragon god. As Kabutosaurus retracted the skill, Nidoking lost its support and tilted outwards, even a little unable to stand. But at this time, Kabutosaurus's attack was already in place. Nidoking could not resist such a close-range attack at all. It seemed that Kabutosaurus's attack was about to hit Nidoking. At this time, Nidoqueen suddenly rushed out and quickly resisted in front of Nidoking, but she underestimated Kabutosaurus's damage and directly knocked Nidoqueen and Nidoking behind her out. The power of this time cannot be compared with Dragon Wave. The power of Dragon God's Dive can be said to be twice that of Dragon Wave, not to mention resisting attacks at close range. The Nido couple hit the hard giant tree again, but it was not as simple as just hitting it directly, but directly breaking it, and it stopped only when the third giant tree came. Nidoqueen collapsed to the ground due to the impact just now and lost her ability to fight, while Nidoking was also seriously injured, but still had the ability to fight. However, it did not continue to fight, but came to Nidoqueen's side, quickly picked it up, and looked at it with a deep expression. Seeing such a miserable scene, Zhang Rui did not let Kabutosaurus continue to attack, but let it take the fruit and hand it to Nidoking, Let Nidoqueen take it. Kabutosaurus received the order, and of course did it, and did not continue to attack. At this time, Nidoking looked at Nidoqueen, who had lost her ability to fight, and it regretted why it provoked that trainer. At this time, it found Kabutosaurus coming from a distance, and Nidoking's face showed a fierce face again, guarding in front of Nidoqueen, and gathering a lot of energy in his mouth again, as if he wanted to fight Kabutosaurus to death. The Kabutosaurus was getting closer and closer, and the yellow ball of light in Nidoking's mouth was getting bigger and bigger. This time, the attack gathered all its energy, and the Kabutosaurus could not withstand such a powerful attack. Seeing that the Kabutosaurus was getting closer and closer to it, Nidoking could no longer bear it, and a burst of energy rushed towards the Kabutosaurus. Facing the yellow energy in front of it, the Kabutosaurus slowly propped up the green barrier and easily blocked Nidoking's destructive death light again. Nidoking needed a long time to recover after using the destructive death light. When it saw that the last attack was ineffective, it was shocked and discouraged. But at this time, the Kabutosaurus was still moving forward, and every step it took was bad news for Nidoking. Now it could run away, abandon Nidoqueen, and choose to leave. With its strength, it could find a new Nidoqueen in the future. But it didn't, because it loved the Nidoqueen in front of it and didn't want to lose her. So it spread its arms and desperately protected Nidoqueen. When the Kabutosaurus came in front of it, it wanted to fight again, but it had no strength left and sat on the ground, losing the ability to resist. The Kabutosaurus put the fruit in its mouth in front of Nidoking, looked at Nidoking affectionately, and then turned around and left here with Zhang Rui. Only Nidoking was left with a confused look. After the Kabutosaurus came back, Zhang Rui took out the Banjira's detector again and detected Banjira's position again. The battle just lasted too long, and Zhang Rui couldn't find the location of young Kiris at all. Although the fallen fruit on the ground could see the specific direction of young Kiris, when chasing for a distance, the fallen fruit could not be seen. This also caused the whereabouts of young Kiris to disappear, but it was also the reason why Zhang Rui took out the detector to look for it. Instead of wandering around, it is better to use the detector to find it. Through the location marked on the detector, Zhang Rui looked up at the surrounding environment, and it can be determined that young Kiris is in the cave, not far away. After learning where the young Kiris had gone, Zhang Rui took the Kabutosaurus and chased after him, and soon arrived at the cave entrance marked by the detector. At the entrance of the cave, there were many pink elves playing around. One of them took out a piece of fruit from the cave and ate it outside, eating it with relish. There are so many Peepee here. Why did the young Kiris come here? Zhang Rui saw Peepee's figure from a distance and was a little confused, but he got up and walked into the cave. On the way, he did not forget to check the qualifications of the Peepee, and if there were any Peepee with good qualifications, he would catch one by the way. Although Zhang Rui was not very interested in Peepee, there were naturally people in the small world who liked this cute little elf. Zhang Rui came to the entrance of the cave and sighed. There was no qualification that made him shine among these Peepee. All of them were very ordinary. The S-level qualification of Zubat, 1 out of 1,000 elves, was already a gift from God. At this time, the Peepee surrounded Zhang Rui, as if welcoming Zhang Rui's arrival. Zhang Rui smiled slightly and walked into the cave entrance. The inside of the cave is just a huge rock cave, with huge stones placed on the platform in the middle and more Peepees surrounding it, dancing magically. Zhang Rui, who had just entered the cave, immediately noticed the baby Kiris, who was sitting on the ground playing with Pixie, and from time to time took out the fruit from the tree behind him to share with Pixie. It seems that Pixie is a friend of young Kiris. Attributes: Fairy, level V25. Quality: Gender, female. Status: Happy. Features: Charming body. Carried items: None. Instant: Frustration, Aromatherapy, Healing Waves, Auxiliary Power, Prayer. Basic skills: Spotlight. Charming voice, Singing, Continuous slaps, Smaller waving, Round, Look at me, Missing gift, Wake up slap, Acting coquettishly, Angel's kiss. Taught skills: Ice fist, Flame fist, Thunder fist. None. This Pixie is too strong. Except for the fact that its level is a little low, its other attributes are almost all top-notch, especially the moves it has learned, at least a dozen of them. I really doubt its brain capacity. How can it remember so many skills? As usual, Zhang Rui took the lead in opening the data eye to check the data of the Pokémon in front of him. He felt that he was just like Xiaoji, who liked to take out the Pokémon illustrated book to check the status of the Pokémon. At this moment, young Kira seemed to notice Zhang Rui's arrival, and his face was full of surprise. It was obviously hidden very well, and no one else could find it. But the boy in front of him found it so easily. However, young Kyrus was very smart and soon thought of the purpose of Zhang Rui's coming. If it wasn't for his body, what else could he covet? He quickly stood up and hid behind Pixie, hoping that Pixie could help him deal with Zhang Rui, while he quietly slipped away. Zhang Rui stood not far from Pixie, watching young Kyrus trying to quietly slip away from it. Zhang Rui naturally would not let it escape again, so he asked the Kabutosaurus beside him to block it. When young Kyrus was about to escape, the Kabutosaurus blocked it in front of it at a very fast speed, showing a condescending expression. But Zhang Rui didn't know that young Kyrus was so timid. He looked at the Kabutosaurus in front of him and thought that the Kabutosaurus could resist the Nido couple on its own. It was so terrifying. He ran behind Pixie again, hoping that Pixie would help him. At this time, Pixie would naturally not do anything. He immediately stood up and began to wave his tiny fingers. It seemed that there was energy gathering in his fingers. As the energy gathered, the light on his fingers became brighter. Waving fingers will randomly release a skill, but there are thousands of skills. How can I be so lucky to release a very powerful skill? Zhang Rui thought to himself as he watched Pixie waving his fingers in front of him. At this moment, the fingers stopped waving, and the ground began to tremble violently. I saw huge rocks rising from the ground in front of Pixie, all like a giant sword, rushing towards Zhang Rui. Fuck, Cliff Sword! Zhang Rui was completely stunned. Pixie was so lucky that she could use the Cliff Sword easily. What a terrible luck. When the young Kyrus behind him saw Pixie's skills, his eyes lit up. When would he have such strength? At this time, the Kabutops took the lead and came to Zhang Rui, holding up a green barrier to resist the attack of the rock, but his body was still pushed back a few steps. After all, this is a skill exclusively for Groudon, and it was easily used by Pixie in front of him. Zhang Rui saw that the attack stopped, so he tried to persuade him. Pixie, my target today is only the young Kyras behind you. I hope you don't interfere. Otherwise, I will take you away too. Pixie didn't care at this time. Its attack just now made the giant egg retreat a few steps, which means that its attack is threatening to Zhang Rui. Pixie ignored Zhang Rui's answer and stood there waving his fingers again. Zhang Rui didn't know what skills it would use next, so he said to the Kabutosaurus, "Use Dragon Wave to quickly end the battle. I'm a little worried that this Pixie will use some amazing skills." The Kabutosaurus nodded, and it also agreed very much. The attack just now was too strong. If its level was similar to its, I'm afraid that even using the defense would not be able to block this fatal attack. Looking at Pixie waving her fingers happily, the Kabutosaurus was gathering strength in its mouth. Soon a dragon-shaped phantom appeared and rushed towards Pixie. At this time, Pixie had completed the action. The surrounding thin water elements gathered towards Pixie, and a ball-sized hole began to appear around its body. A large amount of water rushed out of the hole. The strong attack actually collided directly with the dragon-shaped phantom. The power was so amazing that it was in a stalemate with the dragon-shaped phantom. Fortunately, the Kabutosaurus was at a high level, and its power directly overwhelmed the impact of the water flow, breaking the water flow and attacking Pixie. Pixie was knocked out by the powerful dragon-shaped phantom and hit the wall directly. Pixie didn't expect that the opponent would be defeated directly by such a powerful attack, and the attack was on its body. At this time, young Kyrus immediately ran over to help Pixie up, but Pixie still refused to admit defeat and shook his fingers again. Just now it was the root fluctuation, so what is this time? Is it the finishing touch? It shouldn't be possible. The airflow around suddenly changed, as if covering the sky and the sun. The irregular airflow blew most of the PP away. If it weren't for young Kyrus' heavy weight, he would probably be blown away and couldn't even keep his body steady. This is really the finishing touch. Zhang Rui was stunned by the scene in front of him. This Pixie's luck is really good. The three super ancient beasts, their exclusive skills were not left behind, and they were all used. A shadow resembling Rayquaza appeared in front of Pixie, glanced at Pixie, and then turned into a beam of light and rushed towards Kabutosaurus. Kabutosaurus, use Dragon Dive. Kabutosaurus was wrapped in a dragon-shaped shadow and ran towards the shadow of Rayquaza in front of it, causing a fierce collision. Strong airflow caused all the surrounding Pixies to fly away. and even the body of young Kiris shook slightly. Even if Pixie could use a skill like finishing touch, the gap between the levels could not be made up. The energy generated by the shadow of Rayquaza was slowly dissipating during the confrontation with Kabutosaurus, while Kabutosaurus's power was increasing. The overall situation was determined. Zhang Rui took the lead in taking out the Pokeball from the warehouse and captured Pixie the moment she lost her combat ability. Although this way of capturing was really contrary to the style of a trainer, it would be a pity not to capture such a powerful Pokémon. At the moment when the shadow of Rayquaza completely dissipated, Pixie wanted to escape, but it was still a step too late. Together with young Kiris, they were hit hard by Kabutosaurus against the rock wall. When the two elves fell from the rock wall, Zhang Rui took out another Pokeball and threw it at the two elves in the distance. Coincidentally, the Pokeball hit the target he wanted to capture and put it into the Pokeball. Now Zhang Rui admired his aim for throwing the ball, which could easily hit the elves when they fell. After the battle just now, Kabutosaurus's level was raised again, and the level finally reached level 35, and it learned a new skill, Mind Hammer. By focusing the mind on the forehead, it can cause powerful attacks to the enemy, and sometimes it can even make it shrink. It can be said to be the evolution of the head hammer. With this skill, there is no need to use the head hammer in the future. After all, this skill is much more powerful than the power brought by the head hammer. Zhang Rui walked to Kabutosaurus, touched its head, and then picked up the Pokeball containing young Kiris and Pixie and put it on his body. System, exit the dungeon. Ding dong. Received the host's command, exiting for the host now. The black vortex appeared, again, and just when Zhang Rui wanted to leave, he saw a familiar figure walking out of the cave. Obviously, this familiar figure is the Nido couple. Looking closely, Nidoqueen still has a lot of injuries on her body, most of which have recovered, leaving only some minor injuries. The huge Nidoking beside her no longer had an angry look, but instead smiled, as if to apologize to Zhang Rui. Beside them, the peepee that was blown away just now surrounded them, and some even brought some tree fruits for Nidoqueen to take. Nidoqueen took the tree fruits handed over by Peepee, touched Peepee's little head, and expressed her gratitude. It seems that the relationship between Nido couple and Peepee is very deep. Could it be that Nido couple and Peepee live together? Just as he was about to leave, Zhang Rui suddenly figured out why Nido couple would attack Zhang Rui, and why young Kiris ran into the cave. All of this made sense. The Nido couple did chase the elves whose fruits were stolen by the young Kiris, but their goals were different. Those elves chased the young Kiris to get the fruits back, while the Nido couple was responsible for educating the young Kiris, hoping that it could use its own strength to pick the fruits. The appearance of Zhang Rui made the Nido couple feel that he had bad intentions, and they wanted to teach Zhang Rui a lesson and let him give up. Unexpectedly, the Nido couple was easily defeated by a Kabutops, and the young Kiris ran into the cave to share the fruits with his friend Pixie, but Zhang Rui chased after him. The timid young Kiris could only hope that Pixie would help block it, and it took the opportunity to escape. But in the end, it didn't expect that it wanted to run away, and it also implicated Pixie and was conquered. Afterwards, Zhang Rui withdrew from his speculation. This was just his speculation. He didn't know the actual situation, but it was enough to conquer the young Kiris. Zhang Rui waved to the Nido couple, said goodbye to them, walked into the vortex, and soon returned to the dormitory. When Zhang Rui returned to the dormitory from the dungeon, he checked the time. It was already past 3 a.m., almost 4 a.m. Zhang Rui had not expected to stay in the dungeon for so long. He thought that only an hour had passed, and he could have a good rest when he returned to the dormitory. But after returning to the dormitory, more than 4 hours had passed. Next time he entered the dungeon, he must keep an eye on the time, otherwise he might die suddenly again, which would be too tragic. Afterwards, Zhang Rui first released the Kabutops, Zubats, etc., allowing them to move freely and get to know each other. Zhang Rui went to prepare their food. The Kabutops were still supplied with physical attack blocks and experience blocks, while the Zubats were mainly supplied with speed blocks, plus some experience blocks. As for Pixie, Zhang Rui thought about its racial values. They seemed to be average, without any outstanding values. Its physical strength and special attack were slightly higher, but it had not yet configured energy blocks that could improve its special attack or physical strength. It could only be provided with some ordinary energy blocks, mainly to fill its stomach. Fortunately, Pixie liked energy blocks very much and did not reject them too much. But it was not necessarily the case for young Kiras. Zhang Rui configured a portion for young Kiras according to the configuration of Kabutops. As soon as he brought it to it, it was so scared that it hid behind Pixie and was a little afraid of Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui put the small bowl of energy blocks on the ground, looked at young Kiras behind Pixie and frowned. Why was it so timid? Even so, it went to steal other elf fruit. If it was caught, who knows what kind of tragedy would happen? There was no other way, so Zhang Rui squatted down, looked at the pitiful young Kiras in front of him, and asked, "Do you want to become stronger, like the Kabutosaurus?" The young Kiras stretched out its silly little head and looked at the Kabutosaurus in the distance. Thinking of the scene of the Kabutosaurus fighting 1 against 2, it immediately nodded. At this moment, Zhang Rui touched its head with his hand, and the young Kiras's body instantly became tense. "Very good. I will give you special training in the future so that you can have the same strength as the Kabutosaurus. But you must eat the food now, don't worry. The taste is very suitable for your appetite. This is what I prepared." After hearing Zhang Rui's words, the originally tense young Kiras quickly changed back from the tense state. The 2 pairs of eyes looked at Zhang Rui in front of them and nodded. Then, they ran to the small bowl and ate it in big mouthfuls. After they all ate the energy cubes, Zhang Rui looked at their data again and found that they had all improved greatly. Because the level of the Kabutosaurus was too high, these low-level experience cubes could no longer allow it to upgrade quickly. But the other 3 were different. Zubat's level was raised by 1 level, reaching level 17. And the level of young Kiras was also raised, reaching level 21, which was already very good. However, Pixie did not improve much. But think about it. Zhang Rui did not give it experience cubes, but energy cubes that could only satisfy its hunger. It was not that Zhang Rui was partial, but there were no energy cubes suitable for Pixie. He only gave it experience cubes, and its level was raised, but its own strength did not improve much. It should be configured with special attack cubes before giving it. After that, Zhang Rui lay on the bed and fell asleep. Tomorrow I will go to Shanghai Forest with Ye Fei for special training, which will just allow young Kiras to exercise his courage. Otherwise, he is too timid and will lose his combat ability if he touches anything. Is this still a quasi-god? With the racial value of a quasi-god, he is under the banner of an ordinary elf. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone into the house. The sleeping elves had already woken up. They rubbed their eyes and saw that Zhang Rui had not woken up yet, so they ran to the yard to play alone. It happened that Ye Fei, who had just woken up, saw this scene. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked at the incredible scene in front of him. What's going on? Isn't this Rui's yard? Why are there so many elves running out? And that's the Carapace dragon. His baby dragon has evolved. What else? That's young Kiras. Where did this guy get the quasi-god? Are quasi-gods everywhere now? Why don't I have a quasi-god yet? Obviously, the height of the yard fence of the school's single room is only as high as the neck of a normal person. As long as you pass by, you can see what's going on inside. This is also the same as Zhang Rui can see Leng Wanru's yard through the fence of the yard. At this time, Ye Fei was almost doubting his life. His starting point was much higher than Zhang Rui's. How could the gap be so big? No, Rui must be hiding something from him. Thinking of this, Ye Fei immediately returned to the house, put on a black short-sleeved shirt, thigh-length shorts, and the backpack he had prepared yesterday, and prepared to call Zhang Rui to go to Shanghai Forest for special training. In addition, he wanted to find out Zhang Rui's secrets. How did he train the elves, and how powerful he was? After tidying up his clothes, Ye Fei opened the door and knocked on Zhang Rui's dormitory door. "Dong dong, Rui, let's go. Go to Shanghai Forest for training?" However, Ye Fei knocked dozens of times, but there was still no movement in the house. The elves playing in the yard heard the movement outside the door and stood at the door, wanting to open the door. But when they saw Zhang Rui sleeping soundly, they changed their minds and stopped. Ye Fei outside found that no one responded after he knocked dozens of times. His first thought was not that Zhang Rui was not at home, but that he might still be sleeping in. Because he knew Zhang Rui too well. Who would go out without an elf? Is his elf still playing in the yard? It is absolutely impossible for him to go out. Wait, the yard? Ye Fei suddenly thought of a good idea, turned around and walked into the house. When he came to its yard, he looked at the guardrail in front of him that reached the height of his neck, and a wicked smirk appeared on his mouth. He grabbed the top of the guardrail, raised his heels and put them on the guardrail, trying to climb over the guardrail. Just when he was about to succeed in climbing over, he felt that his feet seemed to step on something hard. When he looked down, he smiled and said, "Hello, Kabutosaurus no see." Seeing Ye-Fei greeted, Kabutosaurus instantly remembered who the man in front of him was. He was not his defeated opponent. Ye-Fei, who had the Padong monkey, did not notice that there was such a person next to him. Because of his understanding of Ye-Fei, he let Ye-Fei climb over. Anyway, he was not a dangerous person and could not cause any harm to Zhang Rui. After Ye-Fei came to Zhang Rui's yard, he said hello to the elves in front of him and then quietly slipped into Zhang Rui's house. When he opened the door, he saw Zhang Rui still sleeping on the bed and the floor was full of leftover bowls. Ye-Fei frowned and then leaned over to help Zhang Rui clean up. When they were clean, Zhang Rui might be happy and teach him how to quickly upgrade his spirit. When Ye-Fei piled up all the bowls on the floor, put them on the table for Zhang Rui to get up, and then washed them. At this moment, he found a small piece of leftover energy cube on the floor, and there was some confusion on his face. Rui is such a poor man, how could he be willing to spend money to buy energy cubes for the spirit? As he spoke, he leaned over and picked up the energy cube on the floor. He was shocked when he saw the incomplete energy cube in his hand, and his hands were shaking slightly. Diamond level energy cube. Diamond level. It's actually diamond level. Ye-Fei never thought that he would find a diamond level energy cube in Zhang Rui's room. He couldn't imagine it. If Zhang Rui wasn't sleeping on the bed, he really wondered if he had walked into the wrong room. As for why Ye-Fei could tell the quality of the energy cube in his hand at a glance, it was mainly because of Yi's mother. Yi's mother was a well-known breeder. The energy cube supply needed in the school could almost be said to be from Yi's mother. And Ye-Fei's Padong monkey was stronger than the elves of the same class, because his mother sent him a lot of energy cubes every day, although they were all platinum level, and the improvement was very small. But this is also something that cannot be bought outside. The school will use platinum level ones as competition prizes. Just when Ye-Fei wanted to take the energy cube in his hand and go home to ask Ye's mother to help study it, a blue bat flew over and swallowed the energy cube into its stomach in one bite under Ye-Fei's gaze. At this time, Ye-Fei really wanted to catch the super bat and said loudly to it, "This is a diamond-level energy cube. You actually swallowed it in one bite. Don't you know to taste it carefully?" But Ye-Fei didn't say that, but looked at Zhang Rui, who was sleeping soundly, with a smirk on his face. As long as Zhang Rui was woken up, the matter of the diamond-level energy cube would be solved. Then he came to Zhang Rui's side with a smirk on his face. Rui, get up!" Ye-Fei shouted loudly. Zhang Rui, who was sleeping soundly, was instantly pulled out of his dream by Ye-Fei. He opened his eyes, sat on the bed, and looked at Ye-Fei in front of him with disbelief. "How did you get in?" Ye-Fei pointed to the yard outside with a smile. "I climbed over the fence." Then Ye-Fei asked, "How did a diamond-level energy block appear in your room? How did you get it?" Hearing Ye-Fei's question, Zhang Rui was still a little confused at this time, but rubbed his eyes and said, "Of course it was me." Before Zhang Rui finished speaking, he felt something was wrong and immediately said, "Of course I bought it. This kind of energy block is really expensive. I'm going to eat dirt these months." However, Ye-Fei knew that Zhang Rui was lying. They were brothers who had played together since childhood. Ye-Fei knew whether he was lying or not with his eyes closed. "You're lying. Tell me, where did you get this diamond-grade energy block?" Zhang Rui was stunned for a few seconds after hearing this. Then he smiled foolishly and said, "If I say I configured it myself, would you believe me? I believe it." But you can actually research out diamond-grade energy blocks. My mother has been researching for more than 10 years and has not yet developed a diamond-grade energy block. You can actually configure it easily. No wonder your elves are upgraded so quickly. With the diamond-grade formula in hand, you can even control the divine beasts. After hearing Ye-Fei's words, Zhang Rui smiled and replied, "I'll get you some energy blocks later." "That's great. You're worthy of being a brother. You know what I'm thinking even if I don't say it." After hearing this, Zhang Rui could only smile slightly. Providing energy blocks to his brother was actually nothing. Anyway, he could make energy blocks for 6 elves in 1 hour, enough for a week. At this time, Zhang Rui thought of something and said, "Don't tell anyone that I can make energy cubes." Of course, am I that kind of person? Ye Fei said, with a silly smile. Zhang Rui immediately showed a look of "you are" in his eyes. If Ye Fei told anyone, he was afraid that the students in the whole school would risk their lives for energy cubes. Okay, get up quickly. We have to go to Shanhai Forest for special training. This is what we agreed on. When Zhang Rui was getting dressed, he suddenly thought of what happened in Shanhai Forest, turned to Ye Fei and asked, "Do you know about the ultimate cave that appeared above Shanhai Forest?" Ultimate cave? What is that? Ye Fei's face was full of confusion, and he had no idea what Zhang Rui was talking about, but he suddenly thought of the news he had seen in the past few days and answered with a look of understanding. "Are you talking about the hole that appeared above Shanhai Forest?" Zhang Rui nodded immediately, thinking that Ye Fei didn't know about the existence of the ultimate cave. That hole is a supernatural phenomenon. The researchers in the guard team all said that it was a mysterious hole caused by the collision of some kind of energy. It will disappear in a while. Don't pay any attention to it. It has no effect on humans at all. Hearing Ye Fei's answer, Zhang Rui was sure that the hole was definitely not a supernatural phenomenon, but someone was trying to open the ultimate cave there and summon the ultimate creatures from the other world in some way. Zhang Rui didn't know where they got the news about the alien beasts, nor did he know what they wanted to do by summoning the alien beasts. But what is certain is that they definitely didn't have good intentions, but it was also an opportunity for Zhang Rui, an opportunity to subdue the alien beasts. Any ultimate creature in the other world has the ability equivalent to the second-level god in the elf world. The strength is very strong, but their level is not high, so it should be easy to deal with. And Zhang Rui went to the mountain and sea forest this time. On the surface, he was accompanying Ye Fei for special training, but in fact, he was going to see who was trying to open the ultimate cave. To put it bluntly, it was mainly to satisfy his curiosity. It took a few minutes for Zhang Rui to pack up everything he needed. Since there are no classes these days, the two of them might camp somewhere. For those who want to become champion-level trainers in the future, camping in the wild is just a common occurrence. Almost every successful trainer will have a few days of camping experience. Zhang Rui and Ye Fei camping together can actually be regarded as an early experience of the life of a real trainer. After the two were ready, Ye Fei called a car and got in with Zhang Rui, heading towards Shanhai Forest. At the same time, Shanhai City Elf Alliance Guard Branch. A middle-aged man in a gray-brown coat came here. He had a serious face and a calm and steady look in his eyes. This was an expression that could only be shown after handling dozens of cases. When he walked to the corridor of the guard branch, all the guards who passed by nodded to him and walked past him, but their faces were full of awe. He walked slowly to the office of the captain of the guard team and gently knocked on the wooden door in front of him with the back of his hand, carefully considering each one. "Knock, knock. Come in." A beautiful voice came from the room, which made people feel very comfortable and happy. However, the middle-aged man did not show any expression. Instead, he turned the doorknob and walked into the room. At this time, in the empty office, a woman who looked like Miss Junsha was sitting in front of the computer desk, examining every case on the computer screen. She looked up at the guest who had arrived, and her originally calm face was suddenly covered with a layer of shock. "Handsome detective, you who have solved dozens of cases actually came to visit our small guard team. Did we come to the wrong place? You are the captain of the Shanhai City Guard, Meisha, right?" After hearing what the handsome man said, Meisha nodded. "I wonder what the handsome detective has to do with us?" The handsome man did not speak, but took out a photo from his coat and put it on Meisha's desk for her to see. The photo was taken of the mysterious hole above the Shanhai Forest. Due to the distance, only the general outline could be seen. Misa picked up the photo on the table, glanced at it, and then put it on the table. "Are you asking if this mysterious hole has been investigated?" The handsome guy nodded. "Yes, I want to know the results of your investigation." Hearing what the handsome guy said, Misa was a little troubled. She had not sent anyone to investigate this matter. After all, the researchers said that it was just an ordinary supernatural phenomenon. Besides, although it occasionally appeared later, it did not exist for too long, and it did not cause any devastating damage to the surrounding area. However, the handsome detective came this time, probably with some ideas, so he answered truthfully. "I didn't send anyone to investigate. It was just an ordinary supernatural phenomenon. There was no need at all. No need? The handsome guy slapped his hands on the table and questioned Misa in front of him. It's just an ordinary supernatural phenomenon. There's no need to care so much, right? Obviously, Misa didn't care much about this phenomenon. Her originally calm face was stained with a trace of anger, and she refuted the handsome detective. The handsome detective didn't expect that Misa would refute him like this, but he didn't get angry. Instead, he turned around and walked to the door. I am responsible for this supernatural phenomenon. Please help me apply for it. After that, the handsome policeman closed the door and left. At this time, Misa relaxed her anger. She didn't want to handle it for him, but thinking of his identity, she could only operate on the computer screen and continue to examine the remaining cases. What are you talking about? A red Gyarados appeared in the Jingshan Lake in Jinhai Forest, and they want the guard team to go out and investigate. Red Gyarados? What about the yellow Gyarados? How could this kind of Gyarados exist unless there is a photo as evidence? Just based on a piece of text, you want our guard team to be dispatched. Are our guard team so leisurely? After saying that, he picked up the mobile phone beside him, made a call, and said, "Hey, baby, let's go eat later. I heard that there is a new green onion duck restaurant opened in Shanghai City. The duck there tastes great. Should we go there to eat?" You mentioned the case. There are only a few solved cases. I won't have any problem reviewing them after I finish eating. Okay, it's settled. Shanghai Forest is one of the forests near Shanghai City. Pokémon are widely distributed here, and the air is fresh and the environment is beautiful. It is a good place for trainers to train. If the trainer encounters a suitable Pokémon during special training, he can try to capture it, which is also a good choice. This is the Shanghai Forest. Will we get lost? Ye Fei and Zhang Rui got out of the car and were immediately shocked by the forest in front of them. The forest in front of them was lush with trees, and they didn't know if they could get out after entering. At this time, Zhang Rui had nothing to worry about, but patted Ye Fei on the shoulder. Let's go. Let's go to the forest to find Pokémon to improve our strength. This is the most important thing. Obviously, Zhang Rui was not worried about getting lost. After all, he had been wandering in the forest in the dungeon, and it was impossible to get lost in such a forest. As soon as the two entered the forest, Ye Fei summoned his Padong monkey just in case, so that there would be a strategy to deal with it. At this time, Zhang Rui did not summon the Kabutops, but summoned the young Kiras. It was not that there were no high-level beings in the forest. The main reason was that Zhang Rui wanted to train the young Kiras and try to make it overcome its timid personality. As soon as the young Kiras was summoned, he saw the forest and lost his timid look. Instead, he looked very proud, as if he had come to his territory. Your young Kiras has suddenly become bolder. When I first met him, he was hiding behind the Kabutops. How could he be so bold this time? Ye Fei said to Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui was also a little confused. This young Kiras was very strange. My dears, let's start the main storyline. Woohoo, it's a little difficult. Woohoo. However, it is a good thing for Zhang Rui that young Kiras is no longer timid in the forest. When he meets the elves, he won't be annoyed because of his timidity and fear of fighting. Young Kiras didn't stay with Zhang Rui for too long, but walked into the depths very proudly. Ye Fei watched the young Kiras going away, and then glanced at Zhang Rui in front of him. Seeing Zhang Rui pretending to be unaware of him, Ye Fei followed the young Kiras and walked into the depths of the forest. In this forest, some ordinary elves can be seen everywhere. On a branch not far away, you can see a Pidgeot staring at the unicorn beetle under the tree. At this time, the unicorn beetle was happily eating fruit, completely unaware that there was danger on the tree. At this moment, the Pidgeot suddenly flapped its wings, picked up the unicorn beetle on the ground in its mouth at a very fast speed and flew away. I'm afraid the unicorn beetle was also a little confused at this time. It just came out to eat some food. How could it become someone else's lunch? In the forest, the restraint relationship between those species seems to be very diligent. But in the city, this phenomenon is not very serious, mainly because trainers will feed energy blocks or elf food to the elves, and they are in a state of fullness and drink every day. They don't have too many thoughts about species that are naturally incompatible. Just like cats raised in the countryside and cats raised in the city, cats in the countryside have great killing power against mice, while cats in the city will jump higher than mice when they see mice. For ordinary elves like this, they are not the special training targets of Zhang Rui and Ye Fei. The main reason is that their strength can no longer meet the needs of Zhang Rui and Ye Fei. As long as the monkey moves, it can make them lose their fighting ability. I say, Rui, how long have we been walking here? Why haven't we seen a suitable elf? But ordinary elves are everywhere. Ye Fei put his hand on the back of his head and turned his head to complain to Zhang Rui beside him. They have been walking for an hour, but they haven't found a suitable opponent for battle. Almost all of them are unicorns, green caterpillars, or orb silk spiders. Zhang Rui did not answer. His eyes were fixed on the elves around him. From the beginning of entering the forest, Zhang Rui's eyes fell on the elves on the ground or on the trees, mainly through the data eye to see the information of these elves. But along the way, they didn't see a single elf with good qualifications, not even an A-level qualification. Most of them were E-level. This lowest qualification is estimated to stagnate after the 20th year. At this time, Ye Fei seemed to be a little impatient. It happened that the two passed a fruit tree with fruit, and a ripe fruit just fell at Ye Fei's feet. Ye Fei stared at the rotten fruit on the ground, obviously a little angry, and kicked the grass in the distance, directly kicking the fruit on the ground into the grass in the distance. Three-pointer, Ye Fei said excitedly. Zhang Rui covered his forehead helplessly and shook his head. Buzz! However, at this moment, the two suddenly heard a sound coming from the grass, which seemed to be the sound of wings flapping. Why does this sound so much like the sound of a giant bee? Ye Fei raised his chin with his hand and thought carefully. Suddenly, a group of giant hornets emerged from the originally peaceful grass, and one of them had a ripe fruit covering its head, with juice already flowing on it. It's really a giant hornet! Let's run! Ye Fei said, and turned around and walked away with Podong Monkey, without looking back. But Zhang Rui had no intention of leaving. He had encountered more giant hornets in dungeons than here. With just a few giant hornets, he could handle them with just the young Kiras. Young Kiras, use rock slide on the giant hornets in front of you. Zhang Rui pointed at the giant hornets in the distance and gave an order, but there was no figure of young Kiras beside Zhang Rui at this time. As soon as it saw the giant hornets, it ran away like Ye Fei. Zhang Rui was speechless. He, the trainer, hadn't even run away yet, but the Pokémon had already disappeared. Hey, it seems that we should first find a weak Pokémon to test it out. It is really not appropriate to fight such a powerful Pokémon right away. After saying that, Zhang Rui took out the Pokeball containing Pixie and summoned Pixie to set an example for young Kiras. Go! Pixie, use finger swing on the Beedrill in front of you. Pixie, who had just appeared, quickly shook her fingers. A mysterious force wrapped Pixie's hands. The original white light turned red. A pillar of fire was generated from the middle of Pixie's fingers and rushed towards the Beedrill in front of her. Jet Flame! This Pixie is definitely a European emperor. Using finger swing, all of them are attack skills. At this time, Zhang Rui was stunned and looked at Pixie in front of him with a dull face. The Beedrills were raising their double needles to attack Pixie. Just when they were about to attack Pixie, a blazing flame passed through them. Most of the Beedrills lost their ability to fight after being attacked by the flames. The rest, although they did not lose their ability to fight, were also seriously injured. They used their last bit of strength to flee to a distance. Their attack consciousness had been defeated by the sudden flames. Zhang Rui looked at the Beedrills that had left, walked to Pixie, touched its little head with his hand, and praised, "Well done, I will give you a snack later." After hearing what Zhang Rui said, Pixie's cheeks turned slightly red, and she was obviously a little shy. She rubbed against Zhang Rui's thigh, which made Zhang Rui feel itchy. He felt happy in his heart and thought, sure enough, female elves are better. Not long after the Beedrills ran away, Ye Fei ran over with the Podong Monkey, because when he was halfway through, he suddenly remembered that Ye Fei still had the trump card of Kabutosaurus that he hadn't used. As soon as the Kabutosaurus appeared, the Beedrills had lost the chance to resist and could only be slaughtered. They turned around and ran in the direction they had just escaped. When he returned to Zhang Rui, he saw that the ground was full of Beedrills that had lost their ability to fight. Their bodies were charred, as if they had been roasted by a very strong flame. As expected of Rui, Kabutosaurus has taken action, and these Beedrills don't even have a chance to fight back. Hearing Ye Fei's praise, Zhang Rui shook his head and denied it. No, the hero this time is Pixie next to me. Ye Fei looked down at Pixie at Zhang Rui's feet, feeling a little surprised. This kind of pet elf still has the ability to fight? Afterwards, Zhang Rui stopped talking to Yefei and looked at the young Kiras behind Yefei. He lectured it. You ran away the first time you saw the giant bee. You abandoned your trainer. You are not a qualified Pokémon. Look at Pixie. She performed so well. You should learn from her, don't you know? Yefei had a question in his mind after hearing Zhang Rui's words. Why did he feel that these words were so familiar, as if he was talking about someone else's child? After hearing Zhang Rui's reprimand, the originally gray face of Kiras showed a sad expression. He looked at Pixie in the distance, hoping to get its understanding, but who knew that Pixie turned away and completely ignored Kiras's gaze. Kiras felt extremely disappointed at this time. Look, Pixie has lost her expectations of you. Why don't you work hard? Zhang Rui's words pierced Kiras's heart. Thinking that his best friend ignored him, Kiras's heart suddenly surged with a strong fighting consciousness. Zhang Rui instantly caught the fighting spirit in the eyes of the young Kiras, and he said proudly in his heart, with the stimulation of Pixie, I should be able to restrain your timid personality. After that, Zhang Rui took Pixie back to the Pokeball and let it rest well in the Pokeball. Just as Zhang Rui put away the Pokeball, he saw Yefei staring at the giant hornet on the ground and fell into deep thought. Zhang Rui walked over, patted his body, and asked, What are you thinking about here? Thinking for so long. Yefei was originally in a state of contemplation. After being patted by Zhang Rui, he immediately came back to his senses, looked at Zhang Rui in front of him, and said his thoughts. You said there are so many giant hornets on the ground. I want to capture one. So I have been thinking, which giant hornet has good qualifications? Let me help you choose. After Zhang Rui finished speaking, he scanned the giant hornets on the ground. Through the data eye, he quickly found the desired target. Although this giant hornet is not S-level, its qualifications are at least A+, which is already very good for Yefei. Zhang Rui pointed to the Beedrill in the middle and said, Choose that one. It's bigger than the Beedrills here, and its sting is sharper than the other Beedrills. This one's aptitude is probably not low. Since this Beedrill was hit by Pixie's flame attack, it lost its combat ability. If the flame was slightly offset, this Beedrill might escape because of serious injuries. As for the rest of the Beedrills, their aptitudes were all below B level, and there were no A-level ones at all. After hearing Zhang Rui's words, Yefei also nodded. Although he didn't think that a large size meant excellent aptitude, this was the Pokémon recommended by Zhang Rui. Since it was a Pokémon recommended by a brother, he should trust him. Then, Yefei took out a Pokeball from his body. It was not the red and white ball in Zhang Rui's hand, but the black and white ball. However, there was a yellow scratch on the black ball cover. Advanced ball. As expected of the son of the police chief, he could use this kind of advanced ball. Poor people like him could only use ordinary Pokémon, and he couldn't even think about advanced balls. However, Zhang Rui thought that he would definitely have to subdue the mythical beasts in the future, so he had to buy some high-level balls. After all, the probability of subduing the mythical beasts with ordinary elf balls was too low. After Yefei subdued the giant bee, the two took a short rest and continued to walk into the depths of the Shanghai forest. Now, it is impossible to find higher-level elves in the periphery of the Shanghai forest. Only by going to the depths of the Shanghai forest can you perhaps meet them. In the center of the Shanghai forest, a large number of trees here have been cut down and all used as materials for making cabins. At this time, in front of the cabin, a giant instrument was running and the people surrounding it, each wearing a skull-shaped turban on his head, and a black or other colored scarf blocked his mouth so that people could not see his full appearance. The man with a head full of white hair was sitting on a chair, holding a bowl of hot tea in his hand, tasting it carefully. Suddenly, a man wearing a skull turban came running and said, Report to the boss. Our detector found that there are people in the depths of the Shanghai forest, and it seems to be walking towards the center of the Shanghai forest. After hearing the words of the man wearing a skull turban, the white-haired man put the hot tea in his hand on the small wooden table and said to the man in front of him, Now our experiment has reached a critical stage, and we must not be disturbed by others. You take someone over and drive those people away. If they don't obey, you know. Yes. The man wearing a skull turban said respectfully, and then he found someone at random and walked towards Zhang Rui and Yefei, holding a detector in his hand, near the outskirts of the Shanghai forest. In the woods close to the river, an Arbok snake was fighting with the young Kiras. The Arbok snake kept trying to wrap its body around the young Kiras, But the young Kiris kept dodging and looking for opportunities to use skills to attack the Arbok snake. As the Arbok snake kept moving, its body was close to the tree and could no longer move. At this time, Zhang Rui's eyes lit up and he commanded, "Young Kiris, use the original power." Young Kiris's 2 pairs of eyes kept flashing, and the surrounding soil rose quickly and floated around young Kiris's body. As the soil continued to condense, it soon turned into a rock. At this time, young Kiris's body moved, and his short arms stretched out to both sides of his cheeks. The surrounding rocks also flew from young Kiris's body to his head. Facing young Kiris's eyes that kept flashing, rocks hit Arbok snake one by one. Arbok snake wanted to avoid the attack of the rocks by twisting its body, but it found that there were trees next to it and it couldn't move at all. It could only let the rocks hit it. Arbo! As the number of rocks increased, Arbok snake also wailed in pain until the last rock fell and Arbok snake's voice stopped. "We won!" Zhang Rui said excitedly, and then he came to the young Kiris at a very fast speed, touched its head and said, "I told you that you could do it." At this time, the young Kiris felt Zhang Rui's touch, and he was very proud. After several battles, you, the young Kiris, finally overcame your timid personality. This is really difficult. Ye Fei, who was standing behind Zhang Rui, supported his forehead with his hand and said helplessly. Seeing that the day was about to pass, Zhang Rui did a lot of training, but what about Ye Fei? From the beginning of entering the forest to defeating Arbok, he had never fought. The only gain was to subdue a giant bee with good qualifications. If there was no Pokémon with such good qualifications, he would regret coming to the forest to watch Zhang Rui train Pokémon? Yes, the young Kiris finally overcame it. As expected, to overcome the timid personality, you should start training from the most ordinary Pokémon, Zhang Rui said, touching the head of the young Kiris. Before this, Zhang Rui first let the young Kiris fight against the unicorn beetle. At the beginning, the young Kiris was very timid and could not even use a simple skill. After Zhang Rui's teaching and encouragement, he was able to use his skills and was no longer afraid of fighting. This trip to the Shanghai forest can help the young Kiris overcome his timid personality, which is already a great gain. The next step is to go to the center of the forest to see who is trying to open the ultimate cave. At this time, Zhang Rui looked up at the sky. The originally blue sky had been dyed red by the light red sunset, and the clear river had also turned red. Zhang Rui turned his head and said to Ye Fei behind him, "I think it's getting late. Let's camp here." I didn't expect this step to come. Are we finally going to camp in the forest? After hearing Zhang Rui's words, Ye Fei's words revealed an excited look. Zhang Rui nodded, took out the tent from his backpack, and began to camp by the river. At the same time, he asked young Kiris to pick up some dry firewood in the forest and start a big fire, so that ordinary elves would be afraid of the fire and would not approach. After everything was ready, Zhang Rui summoned all the elves and gave them the corresponding energy blocks according to the original ingredients. Of course, since Pixie performed well, Zhang Rui naturally gave them a lot of rewards. The other elves were a little jealous when they saw that Pixie had twice as much food as them. However, Zhang Rui did not give the elves experience blocks this time, mainly because he was worried that the elves would upgrade while eating, which would again arouse Ye Fei's doubts, and it would be very troublesome to explain it at that time. In addition to the energy blocks for feeding the elves, he also took out a lot of energy blocks that increase physical attack and gave them to Ye Fei. Ye Fei currently has 2 elves that are mainly physical attacks. With the bonus of physical attack blocks, the damage of the elves will definitely be able to reach another level. When Ye Fei took the energy blocks Zhang Rui gave him, his face was stunned. Looking at the full energy blocks in his hand, he thought Zhang Rui would give him a few energy blocks, but he didn't expect that he would give so many. These are all diamond-grade energy cubes, not the common energy cubes that are everywhere. Usually, the energy cubes configured by master-level breeders, even if they are given as gifts, are only a small bottle, and the quantity is very small. But trainers who can get diamond-level energy cubes don't care about the number. Even if there is only one, it is a very precious existence. For the improvement of the elves, it is a permanent improvement. Ye Fei didn't hesitate to accept the energy cubes given by Zhang Rui. After all, they are brothers who have grown up together. They have such a close relationship. 1 or 2 diamond-level energy cubes are trivial matters. How can they be compared with years of feelings? Then, Ye Fei took out 1 or 2 energy cubes, mixed them with the energy cubes given by Ye Ma, and fed them to Padong Monkey and Beedrill. Beedrill and Padong Monkey looked at the delicious food in front of them and didn't hesitate to eat them directly. Seeing the precious diamond-level energy cubes being eaten like this, Yefei still felt a little pain in his heart. The food for the elves has been settled. Zhang Rui took out the iron pot from his backpack, took out some dry food, put them all in the pot, and added some river water. The river water here is very clear, and there will be no problems after the elves and humans drink it. Soon, after Yefei and Zhang Rui had eaten their fill, they took turns to keep watch. Zhang Rui kept watch first, and in the second half of the night, Zhang Rui would wake Yefei up, and then he would go to rest. As the flames gradually died down, Yefei was already sleeping soundly in the tent, while Zhang Rui leaned against a tree a dozen centimeters away, looking up at the starry sky. It's been a long time since I've seen such a beautiful starry sky. Usually when I want to see it, it's always covered with dark clouds, and I have no chance to see it at all. Just then, Zhang Rui felt a sudden cold wind coming out from behind him. The biting cold made Zhang Rui shiver. "What's going on? It's so hot. Why is it so cold?" Zhang Rui couldn't help but say, then turned his head to look in the direction of the cold wind and saw a flash of red light suddenly in the dark forest. The red light kept flickering in front of Zhang Rui's eyes, slowly approaching the trees on the side, and then turned into two red lights from behind the trees and appeared again. They were getting closer and closer to Zhang Rui, and the cold feeling gradually intensified, as if there was a ghost behind him. However, Zhang Rui only felt cold and was not afraid of the red light in front of him. After all, his knowledge was there, and who else could be the ghost-type Pokémon causing trouble? After that, Zhang Rui opened the data eye to view the data of these Pokémons. Ghastly, Ghost, Poison, Level V26, None, C-Platus Happy, Feature, Flaunter, Ghost, Poison, Level V30, B+, None, Floating. Sure enough, they are just some ghost-type Pokémons who like to play pranks. But their qualifications are still too low. There is no need to tame them. After Zhang Rui viewed them through the data eye, he responded to its guess. But Ghastly and Haunter in front of him were unaware of this and were still slowly approaching Zhang Rui. They thought that their pranks would definitely scare Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui was not idle at this time, but woke up Kabutosaurus. "Kabutosaurus, wake up quickly, we have something to do." Kabutosaurus, who was dreaming, heard Zhang Rui's call and slowly opened his eyes. Kabutosaurus, obviously, it was complaining that Zhang Rui had disturbed its sweet dream. There was no way, Zhang Rui could only say sorry to it. After all, it was very needed now. Kabutosaurus did not care about Zhang Rui. It was all thanks to Zhang Rui that it could have such a strong strength now. Otherwise, it would still be that defective Pokémon, and it would probably not even be able to evolve. Under the leadership of Zhang Rui, Kabutosaurus came under the tree and looked in the direction of Zhang Rui's finger. Two rays of light were getting closer and closer to it. Kabutosaurus was obviously a little scared of the unknown things in front of it and ran behind Zhang Rui, hoping that Zhang Rui could protect it. Zhang Rui touched its head and explained, "What you see is just an illusion. In fact, they are just two ghost-type elves. You just need to attack them." Kabutosaurus was still a little skeptical. Looking at Zhang Rui's determined eyes, he thought he should believe him once. He plucked up his courage and came to the middle of the two trees. He looked at the red light in the distance. A stream of energy was generated in his mouth. As the energy increased, a dragon-shaped phantom flew over. Ghastly and Haunter saw the oncoming attack and easily dodged it with its floating body. The dragon-shaped phantom exploded violently in the distance. But the explosion did not wake up Yefei, who was sleeping soundly. The sleeping elf opened his eyes and took a look, and then continued to sleep. Just when Zhang Rui wanted to continue to attack, the two rays of light came to Kabutosaurus at some point, and there was a small black ball in his hand that was constantly condensing. "This is Shadow Ball." The black ball kept expanding beside Kabutosaurus, like a bowling ball, and the two balls seemed to want to engulf Kabutosaurus. Mind Hammer. Seeing that the black ball was about to be released, Zhang Rui immediately issued an attack order. If hit by the Shadow Ball, although it would not lose the ability to fight, it would also be hurt a little. Kabutosaurus's body suddenly produced a pink light. In the originally dark night, a pink light suddenly illuminated the night and crashed into the red light on the side. Gas! Kabutosaurus' behavior really scared Ghastly and Haunter, and they felt the disgusting power from Kabutosaurus. They threw the black ball in their hands at Kabutosaurus, regardless of whether it was completed or not. The black ball and the pink light collided violently. Bang! As the two forces collided, a violent explosion sounded instantly, and the light produced by the explosion became a light in the dark night. The elves who were sleeping were awakened by the sound and ran over at a very fast speed. Even Ye Fei, who was sleeping, turned on the light in the tent, rubbed his eyes, walked out, yawned, and asked, "What happened?" Zhang Rui didn't want to tell him what happened just now, mainly because he was worried that if he knew about the existence of ghost elves at night, he would definitely escape at night or let Zhang Rui keep watch with him. At this time, Zhang Rui hadn't slept for a long time, and he was woken up by Ye Fei in the morning. Now he didn't get enough sleep and was very tired. "It's okay, I just asked Kabutosaurus to train the elves, but I didn't expect such a big explosion." "Really?" Ye Fei opened his eyes with difficulty and saw that it was pitch black all around, and he couldn't see anything, but under the afterglow of the moonlight, at least he could see some debris. A big hole appeared on the originally flat ground, and no one knew what skill it was that had such power. "It's still early. I'll go to sleep for a while. You keep watch. Remember, don't train the elves anymore. They're all sleep-deprived," Ye Fei said to Zhang Rui, then opened the tent and went in to sleep again. The other elves also returned to their original places and continued to sleep. They were awakened by the explosion just now and were in a very tired state. After all the elves left, only Zhang Rui and Kabutops were left here. Zhang Rui used the data eye to check around his body and found that the red light just now had disappeared. There were no Ghastly and Haunter on the ground, who had lost their combat ability. They were probably seriously injured by the attack just now and fled in a hurry. Their original purpose was to scare Zhang Rui, who was not asleep, and to create some fun for them, who were wandering in the dark night. But they didn't expect that Zhang Rui would actually find them and attack them with psychic skills. They must be very regretful now and should be crying somewhere now. However, it is because of them that Kabutosaurus's level has been raised again, and now it has reached level 36. If it were an ordinary starter, it might have reached its final form now. But for a quasi-god, there are still at least dozens of levels to go. However, Zhang Rui is looking forward to the evolution of Kabutosaurus. After the evolution, Kabutosaurus will grow red wings. At that time, Zhang Rui can fly around on Tyrannosaurus. Moreover, Tyrannosaurus's body is very flexible, so it is not particularly passive during the battle. Since Ghastly and Haunter have left, Zhang Rui did not let Kabutosaurus stay here, but let it continue to sleep. Kabutosaurus said good night to Zhang Rui and went back to its original position to sleep. Zhang Rui returned to the tree again, leaned against the tree, and looked up at the stars in the sky. Although it was already early in the morning, there were still some people who did not rest. They held a detector in their hands as if they were looking for something. "Shimu, do we have to look for these people at night?" "It's not too late to look for them tomorrow. It's pitch black all around. What if we encounter ghosts?" Shimu, who was wearing a skull turban, glanced at his companion and said, "Look how scared you are. Those people are probably sleeping now. We just need to go over and kill them while they are sleeping. Then it will save us a lot of trouble." As expected of someone who has been with the boss for 3 years, your thinking is ahead of the times. The companion beside him praised, "Learn more in the future. You are still a newcomer and you have a lot to learn." After saying that, he continued to move forward with his companion, holding the detector in his hand, looking at the position of the red dot, and slowly approaching. At this moment, the man wearing a skull turban immediately grabbed his blue and white striped short-sleeved shirt with his hand and said in horror, "Shimu, there seems to be something in front of you." "What is it? It's late at night. The elves are all asleep and there can be..." Shimu looked up into the distance and his face was stunned. In the distance, 2 red lights were seen moving in the dark forest, and from time to time, strange laughter was heard. "Shimu, what is that? It's so scary." A companion beside him grabbed Shimu's short sleeves and said tremblingly. Shimu patted the back of his hand with his free palm and comforted him. "It's okay, isn't it just 2 red lights? Someone must be walking with the lights on. Wait for me to shout and see if the other party responds." After Shimu walked for a while, he saw that his companion beside him did not follow him. He looked behind him and said to him, "Let's go and see together." "Shimu, just go. I'm a little scared. If those two lights are the dead souls, will we be possessed by them? With your courage, you still want to join the skeleton team? Shimu laughed, but seeing the fear of his companions, Shimu's feet were trembling, but he still plucked up the courage and shouted to the red light in the distance. Who is coming? Tell me your name. Shimu's voice was very loud, and the sleeping elves ignored it and continued to sleep there. Although Shimu had shouted very loudly, the red light in the distance did not respond at all. Instead, it turned around a few times and disappeared. Shimu, those two red lights are gone. His companion pointed at the red lights that disappeared in the distance and exclaimed, They were probably scared away by my voice. It must be some elf that doesn't rest at night and is playing there. Let's go quickly. It's very strange here. Shimu was relieved to see the red light disappear, and he led his companions to continue moving forward in the direction of the detector. Just as they were about to reach Zhang Rui's position, suddenly red lights came out from behind the trees on both sides. This also scared the two of them. They turned around and wanted to run back. After running a few steps, they suddenly felt a cold breath in their bodies and their cheeks felt itchy, as if something was licking their cheeks, and they also felt very numb. Shimu slowly turned his head to the left and saw a ball-like thing, all black with purple flames burning around its body, and with big eyes and a mouth. Obviously, this ball-like elf was Ghastly. When Ghastly saw that it was discovered by Shimu, it stretched out its long red tongue and licked it again, and also let out a heart-piercing laugh. At the same time, his companion also encountered the same thing, but it encountered Haunter, who was covered in purple. At this moment, the two suddenly felt as if they had fallen into an icy abyss, and they were cold from head to heels, and their faces turned pale. Just when Ghastly and Haunter wanted to lick it again, they screamed, "Ah!" and ran away at a very fast speed. They didn't care what was in the distance, just ran. Ghastly and Haunter saw the scared skeleton team members and smiled evilly. Just now, when they were about to scare Zhang Rui, they were almost hit by a dragon wave of Kabutosaurus. They thought they were discovered by Zhang Rui, and immediately used Shadow Ball to prepare for attack. But unexpectedly, the Kabutosaurus actually used the psychic skill that they hated. At the moment when Shadow Ball and Mindhammer collided, it took advantage of the explosion and quickly fled the scene. Because their plan failed this time, they were obviously a little sad. Just when they were feeling sad for not scaring anyone, they saw the members of the skeleton team coming from a distance. The first time these skeleton team members saw them, they showed a timid expression. They thought that this plan would definitely succeed, so they prepared to create a scare again. However, this time it was obvious that the plan was very successful, and two members of the skeleton team were successfully scared away. At this time, they did not continue to be proud of the success of the plan, but looked in the direction of Zhang Rui again, thinking of using the method just now to attack Zhang Rui again. But what they didn't know was that Zhang Rui had woken Ye Fei up and went back to the tent to sleep. Ye Fei seemed very full of energy because he had just slept very comfortably. At this moment, he was leaning under a tree, enjoying the warm autumn breeze and feeling the beauty of the season. Sure enough, camping in the wild is so cool. When Ye Fei was sighing, he suddenly felt a cold wind coming from behind him, and his face was immediately shocked. It was a warm wind just now? Why did the cold wind suddenly blow? Is winter coming? But Ye Fei ignored it and continued to lie under the tree, leisurely. The sudden cold feeling immediately broke the feeling just now, because Ye Fei felt that something was licking his cheek, not one, but two. The superimposed numbness made Ye Fei feel the coldness, so he turned his head to the left and saw Ghastly licking his cheek. He looked to the right and saw Haunter, who was the same as Ghastly. "Ghost!" Ye Fei did not scream, but said weakly. Then his eyes went dark and he collapsed to the ground. No matter what sound Ghastly and Haunter made, or whether they licked his cheek, Ye Fei did not wake up. Obviously, their plan this time was very successful. Not only did they scare away the members of the skeleton team, but they also avenged Zhang Rui's attack on them just now. Ghastly and Haunter were very satisfied with the plan. They laughed at each other, turned back to the forest, and soon disappeared. Time soon to the morning. Zhang Rui walked out of the tent. Just as he stretched, he saw Ye Fei lying under the tree and sleeping. This guy, instead of keeping watch here, he continued to sleep on the ground. But fortunately, it's very safe at night. There are no evil spirits. Otherwise, he would be in danger. Zhang Rui said, and gently kicked Ye Fei's body with his feet until Ye Fei woke up. Ye Fei saw Zhang Rui in front of him, and hurriedly stood up, grabbed Zhang Rui's arm and said, "Do you know what I saw yesterday?" Seeing Ye Fei's horrified expression, Zhang Rui asked, "What? What can you see in the middle of the night?" "I saw a ghost." Looking at Ye Fei's horrified expression, Zhang Rui laughed and said, "You are not looking at ghosts, but Ghastly and Haunter. You know everything. You didn't tell me that I was prepared and maybe I can subdue them?" After hearing Zhang Rui's words, Ye Fei was obviously a little angry and said, "It's not that I didn't tell you, I had already chased them away last night. I didn't expect them to come back again. But they were just playing a prank and won't harm anyone. Okay, let's get ready and move on." Zhang Rui said, then turned around to dismantle the tent. After eating something with Ye Fei, they continued to walk towards the center of the forest. The Shanhai forest is huge. Zhang Rui and Ye Fei walked for half a day and just reached the inner area of the Shanhai forest. But it still takes some time to reach the center. During this time, Zhang Rui and Ye Fei encountered many elves on the road, all of which were ferocious elves. But this time, Zhang Rui did not take action, but let Ye Fei fight those elves, and he watched from the side. When Ye Fei was defeated, Zhang Rui helped. During this time, Ye Fei saw a small detector on the road, which looked like a game console, but the picture quality on it was like the screen of a mobile phone, very clear. And Zhang Rui found that there were 2 red dots in the middle, which were exactly the same as their location, which also made him confused. However, there is a topographic map of the mountains, seas, and forests. Although it is not very detailed, it can roughly figure out the route. In this way, they don't have to worry about getting lost. Just as Zhang Rui put the detector into his bag and prepared to move on, he heard a voice from afar. "You two stop right there." Ye Fei, who originally wanted to leave, was stopped by Zhang Rui. He looked at the 2 figures in the distance and frowned. When the 2 people got closer, Zhang Rui could see their appearance clearly. Although he could see their appearance clearly, they were wrapped very tightly in skull-shaped turbans and scarves, and their appearance could not be seen at all. "Who are you? Do we know each other?" Ye Fei said with a proud expression, pointing to the members of the skeleton team in the distance. Zhang Rui did not speak but pulled Ye Fei and warned Ye Fei not to act rashly. Ye Fei did not know the 2 people in front of him, but it did not mean that Zhang Rui did not know them. Obviously, except for the skeleton team, no one else had this kind of dress. "You two, hand over the detectors you just picked up, otherwise, don't blame us for taking action." The leader, Shimu, pointed at Ye Fei and Zhang Rui in the distance, and his tone was very fierce. "If they hand over the detectors, should we really let them go?" a companion asked. "Of course it's impossible. We must stop these trainers from moving forward. If they insist on going, then we have no choice but to deal with them," Shimu said to his companion in a low voice. Last night, when they were escaping from Ghastly and Haunter, they accidentally dropped the detector on the ground. They wanted to go back and look for it, but when they thought that the 2 ghosts were still around, they had to give up the idea. Then the 2 of them lost the detector, which was equivalent to losing the map. They couldn't move around freely, so they rested under a tree and waited until tomorrow morning to look for the detector. Who knew that not long after they woke up, they saw Zhang Rui and Ye Fei picking up the detector nearby. At the same time, they also guessed that the 2 people in front of them were the trainers who were about to enter the inner area. The boss ordered that the 2 men must not be allowed to enter the central area, so he tried to take back the detector from the 2 men, and at the same time, he would see how the 2 men would react before deciding whether to take action. At this time, Ye Fei learned that the detector in Zhang Rui's hand belonged to the 2 men in front of him, and said to Zhang Rui, "Should we return the things to him?" But Zhang Rui refused directly. If it was someone else, he could return the things, but the man in front of him was not a good person. For such a person, there was no need to return the things to them. Zhang Rui should have thought that only the Skull Team wanted to open the ultimate cave and release the elves that existed in the other world, which is commonly known as the alien beasts. However, Zhang Rui did not know what their purpose was in releasing the alien beasts, so he needed to verify it again. Now, he should get rid of the 2 people in front of him first, because after listening to Zhang Rui's answer, they took out the Pokeball from their bodies and prepared to start snatching. "Since you are unwilling to hand it over, don't blame us for taking action." After saying that, Shimu threw the Pokeball in his hand, and another companion also threw the Pokeball out. The Pokémons of these 2 people are the same. Both are Meowth from the Alola region. Attribute, evil, level, elf 20. Quality, C gender, male, healthy. Features, technical expert, none. Snatch, crazy instant amnesia skills. Grab, call, bit, high five, scratch, scratching. Skills taught, trash shooting, none. However, Shimu's Meowth is much more qualified than his companions. His companions' Meowth is only C, and they haven't learned many skills. Both of them are Meowth. It seems that most of the Pokémon of the Skull team are Meowth. Zhang Rui fell into deep thought after seeing the Meowth in front of him. However, the two members of the skeleton team obviously did not give Zhang Rui the opportunity to summon the elves. They ordered the Meowth beside him. Meowth, use the high five surprise attack. Meowth, you also use the high five surprise attack. Zhang Rui saw the Meowth flying towards him, and his face showed a shocked expression. At this time, the Padang monkey suddenly rushed out with a wooden stick in his hand, pointed the wooden stick at the Meowth in front of him, and used the power of the wooden stick to launch a series of stabbing attacks on the Meowth. The Meowth who was about to attack Surui was attacked by the wooden stick and was immediately repelled. Fortunately, you brought the elves with you in advance, otherwise we would all be finished today. Seeing that the Padang monkey helped Zhang Rui catch an attack, he said to Ye Fei beside him with gratitude. Okay, summon the elves quickly. I, a Padang monkey, can't withstand the attack of two elves. Zhang Rui nodded, took out the elf ball containing the young Kiris from his body, and threw it far away. Young Kiris, use Rock Slide. The newly appeared young Kiris was instantly surrounded by a ray of light, and his body was shining. A black cloud suddenly appeared above the sea-level Meowth. The cloud gradually expanded, and a large number of rocks fell from the cloud, all hitting the Meowth. How is this possible? This guy's Pokemon is actually a quasi-god. Jimu said in shock when he saw his Meowth being hit by many rocks. Meowth, rubbish shooting. The rock that hit the sea-level Meowth was instantly knocked away. With the help of the power of the rock, it jumped up and opened its mouth to spit out a lot of purple substances at young Kiris. Young Kiris, dodge! Seeing that the purple substance was about to hit young Kiris's body, young Kiris had no fear at all. When the first purple substance was about to touch it, it rolled directly to avoid the incoming purple substance, and then used rolling to avoid the remaining attacks. In this way, none of the Meowth's attacks hit. Original power. Young Kiris stabilized his body and summoned a large number of rocks, flying towards the sea-level Meow Meow that was about to land. Since Meow Meow needed to land on his feet to dodge, this also resulted in a 100% chance of hitting the target with the rocks. The first rock flew out, and although Meow Meow was panicked, it was of no use. He was hit by the rock and flew out. Of course, this was not the end. The remaining rocks continued to hit him. Meow Meow, who was hit by the rock on the tree, was attacked by the rocks again. The previous rock collided with the later rock, and the powerful force generated directly broke the tree behind Meow Meow. But the attacks still did not stop. As all the rocks fell, Meow Meow collapsed in the pile of rocks and lost his ability to fight. Obviously, young Kiris won this battle. Not only that, young Kiras's level was raised again to level 22. At this time, Ye Fei's battle had ended, and he still won easily. What kind of a Padang is this? It has such a high attack power. My Meowth lost its ability to fight after being hit by a stick. Shimu's companions complained as they took back the Meowth that lost its ability to fight. Shimu also took back the Pokemon into the Pokeball and said to the two people in front of him, just wait and see. After that, he wanted to leave with his companions, but was stopped by young Kiris. Do you think I will let you go? Shimu immediately turned around and said to Zhang Rui fiercely, What do you want? Tell me what you are doing here. I can let you go. Otherwise, you will both die here. Zhang Rui said to Shimu with a fierce look on his face. He didn't want the two to go back and report the news. Otherwise, his plan would all go to waste. We will never tell you, even if we die. In the face of death, Shimu still chose to sacrifice himself for the Skull team, just to make the boss's plan succeed. Then die! Young Kiris used bite on his neck. Just as young Kiris jumped up and opened his mouth to bite Shimu. Wait a minute. Brothers and sisters, I finally reached 100,000 words. From now on, we will recommend 10 words. Haha. Ye Fei quickly reached out and grabbed Zhang Rui and said nervously, They just attacked us. Although this behavior is very bad, it didn't succeed, right? I don't think it's necessary to kill them. Ye Fei was very puzzled by Zhang Rui's behavior. He didn't know the other party at all, but Zhang Rui actually wanted to kill them. Zhang Rui was not such a person before. This made him very confused. Hearing what Ye Fei said, Zhang Rui suppressed the cruelty in his heart. Indeed, he did go too far. Although he knew the skeleton team very well, he would not kill them. Zhang Rui exhaled, calmed his heart, and looked at the two people in front of him. When the two saw that the fierceness in Zhang Rui's eyes slowly disappeared, they exhaled a breath of anger. They were all a little scared of Zhang Rui's behavior just now. Wasn't it just a slight threat? They actually wanted to end their lives directly, but fortunately, Ye Fei defended them. Otherwise, their souls would have ascended to heaven. Although we can let you go, but hey! Zhang Rui walked in front of the two members of the skeleton team, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a wicked smile. What do you want to do? Don't come over! Yamete! Because the young Kiris was guarding on the side, the members of the skeleton team did not dare to act rashly. They were tied to the tree tightly with ropes by Zhang Rui, and they couldn't even move. Now they have no way to go back and report the news? Let's go! Zhang Rui clapped his hands and turned to Ye Fei. Then he picked up the school bag on the ground, picked up the detector, and walked towards the center of the forest. Ye Fei looked at the members of the skeleton team in front of him, and then looked at Zhang Rui in the distance. Although Zhang Rui was still the same Zhang Rui, he made him feel mysterious and strange. But he soon followed. No matter what Zhang Rui became, he was his brother. According to the instructions of the detector, the two soon came to the inner area of the Shanghai forest. The trees on the outskirts of the Shanghai forest showed signs of being cut down, and the elves were relatively weak. But it was different in the inner area. The trees were thick and covered with green moss, and they were at least several hundred years old. The height of the bushes and grass was at least a few centimeters higher than Zhang Rui's. Not only that, the elves in the inner area were relatively fierce and brutal, and their levels were also very high. If the elves in the outer area were level 10 to 30, then the elves in the inner area might be level 30 to 60, and there were even 70 or 80 or above, but they were very rare. Although there were detectors to guide them on the road, they could not avoid the attacks of the elves. These elves were fierce and brutal, and they would pounce on the prey in front of them. Here, Zhang Rui encountered the first elf in the inner area, a cool leopard with purple skin, yellow fur, and small spots. The cool leopard instantly jumped out of the bushes and came to Zhang Rui. Its face was very ferocious, and saliva was flowing from the corners of its mouth, which showed that it was very wild. Ye Fei had never seen such an elf before, so he immediately hid behind Zhang Rui, while Zhang Rui was calm and steady. Since it came, there was no reason to let it go. He immediately summoned the Kabutosaurus. This time he did not summon the young Kiris, because he knew that facing the level 35 cool leopard, the young Kiris appeared to deliver food to it. As soon as the Kabutosaurus appeared, the cool leopard flew towards it, with its forelimbs revealing sharp claws, emitting sharpness, and pounced on the Kabutosaurus's body. Malicious pursuit! Flame fangs bite its claws! Seeing that the cool leopard's sharp claws were about to leave scratches on the bright white shell of the Kabutosaurus, a large amount of flames gathered in the Kabutosaurus's mouth. At the moment when the cool leopard's claws were about to touch it, the Kabutosaurus quickly stepped back a few steps. Just when the cool leopard was stunned, it immediately bit its forelimbs with its teeth wrapped in flames. The fierce flames made its forelimbs feel a strong burning sensation. The cool leopard immediately used its other claw to scratch this dragon's body. The carapace dragon immediately threw the cool leopard out. I thought the cool leopard would fall heavily to the ground, but unfortunately, the cool leopard kept jumping on the trees. With the support of the trees, the cool leopard stood very steadily not far in front of the carapace dragon. Obviously, this cool leopard has rich combat experience. Even if it is burned, it will use its strength to reduce the damage. At this time, Zhang Rui said to Ye Fei on the side, "How is it? Are you interested in this cool leopard?" Faced with Zhang Rui's inquiry, Ye Fei was shocked. Could it be that Zhang Rui wanted to hand over such a powerful elf to me and let me conquer it? Ye Fei nodded to such a powerful elf. It's better not to miss the elf that comes to your door. Since Ye Fei agreed, Zhang Rui let the carapace dragon continue to attack. Dragon Wave. The qualification of this cool leopard is around level A, which is already a very good qualification in the outside world. Zhang Rui thought, since he encountered a spirit with good qualifications, he would let Ye Fei subdue it. After all, Yefei's Padong monkey is only level 26, and he has not even passed the level 30 barrier. Subdue the cool leopard, and Yefei can come anytime when he wants special training in the future. Anyway, with the protection of the cool leopard, it is difficult for ordinary spirits to hurt Yefei. The carapace dragon spits out a dragon-shaped phantom from its mouth, opens its mouth wide, and bites the cool leopard. The speed is very fast, and the cool leopard can easily dodge it, but when it wants to dodge, it suddenly feels pain in its forelimbs, making it difficult to dodge quickly. All the dragon-shaped phantoms hit the cool leopard, and together with the cool leopard, it was knocked into the bushes in the distance. Zhang Rui and Yefei hurried over, and seeing the cool leopard on the ground that had lost its ability to fight, Zhang Rui gave Yefei a look. Yefei nodded, took out the advance ball and threw it out, and directly subdued the cool leopard. The cool leopard had lost its fighting ability, and it was actually very difficult to resist the restraint of the elf ball. After Yefei subdued the cool leopard, he summoned it. Sure enough, after being subdued by the elf ball, the cool leopard's personality was obviously much docile, like a docile kitten, but it was hampered by the injuries on its body. Yefei took out some medicine from the bag behind him and treated the cool leopard. At the same time, he complained to Zhang Rui. "I say, Rui, you are too heavy. Look at how my leopard's legs are injured." Zhang Rui took a special look at the forelimbs of the cool leopard. Indeed, the entire forelimb had been burned. It was a very serious third-degree burn, but fortunately the medicine was used in time. Otherwise, the forelimbs of the cool leopard would probably be useless. You put the cool leopard in the elf ball first and let it recover well. In fact, Yefei would do the same thing without Zhang Rui's reminder. After all, the cool leopard can slowly recover from its injuries in the elf ball. Just a few hours after Yefei conquered the cool leopard, the two came to the lake to take a short break. They had walked a long way, and Yefei was too tired to walk. Zhang Rui looked at the detector and found that they were about to reach the center area, so he took a short rest by the lake before setting off again. Along the way, after fighting with the cool leopard, they encountered many powerful elves on the road. Of course, all of them were dealt with by Zhang Rui, and Yefei just watched the battle from the side. After all, as long as his elves appeared, they would definitely be killed in seconds. How could they be as powerful as the Kabutosaurus? And it was also a quasi-god. Yefei was so envious. He was still fantasizing about when he could also get a quasi-god. When that time comes, wherever he goes, he will be very popular with girls. It is simply a tool for picking up girls. Zhang Rui was feeding the Kabutosaurus by the lake to let it recover its strength. After the battle just now, the Kabutosaurus's level increased rapidly. Now it is already level 40. Although it has not learned any new skills, its strength has greatly improved. The Kabutosaurus first ate the energy cubes that Zhang Rui fed him, then ran to the lake to drink water, enjoying the short time. At this moment, the Kabutosaurus suddenly saw something on the lake and roared at Zhang Rui, who was eating on the side. "Kabutosaurus! Kabutosaurus!" Hearing the Kabutosaurus's call, Zhang Rui was stunned at first, but soon ran over. When Zhang Rui came to the lake, he saw a blue elf flying on the lake and smiled at Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui quickly recognized what the elf in front of him was through the red gem on its body. Aknam. Because Zhang Rui's voice was very loud, Yefei, who was eating, immediately put down the instant noodles in his hand, ran over quickly, and asked Zhang Rui excitedly, Rui, what did you say just now? Did you say Aknam? This is a legendary elf, and you actually saw it." Yefei's face was shocked, and he immediately turned his head to look at the lake, but there was nothing on the lake. Not even a ripple could be seen, but he saw a few spiders playing on the lake. Yefei's arrival frightened the floating Aknam on the lake, and it ran back into the lake and never appeared again. Yefei, who saw nothing, looked at Zhang Rui in front of him with a jealous expression. He never thought that Zhang Rui, who was just messing around in high school, actually knew about this mysterious legendary elf and even saw it. He was getting less and less familiar with Zhang Rui. Seeing Yefei's jealous expression, Zhang Rui pointed to the lake in the distance and asked, "Looking at your expression, what should you know about the lake in front of you?" Yefei nodded and said to Zhang Rui, "I also heard about this lake from my father. In the Shanhai forest there is a lake called Jingshan Lake. It is said that there once lived a legendary elf, Akonome. At the beginning, many people came to the surface of Jingshan Lake to wait for Akonome to appear, or dived into the lake to look for it. But in the depths of the lake, no trace of Akonome was found. only a ruin was found inside. However, the ruins were wrapped in a mysterious energy shield. At that time, many trainers wanted to explore the ruins, but they were blocked by the protective shield of the ruins. Some scientific researchers also tried to destroy the protective shield, but no matter what high technology they used, the protective shield still existed, with no signs of being destroyed at all. There was no way many trainers could only return empty-handed, and the Jingshan Lake in front of them was soon forgotten by humans. Now many people have forgotten the existence of the Akanome in the Tranquility Lake, but you are really amazing. You actually saw the Akanome that no one has ever seen. I am so envious. I want to see it even for a moment. Zhang Rui didn't know what to say. Seeing Yefei's jealous expression, he could only smile to hide his embarrassment. At this moment, a cry for help came from a distance. Help! Who will save me? After hearing the cry for help, Zhang Rui's eyes were very sharp, and he ran towards the source of the sound with the Kabutosaurus. Yefei was confused at this time, but he also ran after it. Not far from the Tranquility Lake, a sonic boom monster with an angry face was chasing a middle-aged man in a gray-brown coat. This man was obviously the handsome detective who came to investigate the mysterious cave. When the handsome man saw Zhang Rui and Fei running out of the bushes, he immediately hid behind them, pointed at the sonic boom monster in the distance, and said timidly, "My two friends, can you help me beat this sonic monster?" Sonic monster. General, LV 45. Quality plus gender, male. Status, angry minor injury. Features, soundproof, none. Bartos, reckless, magical power. Basic skills, bite, hold, sonic wave, ice fang, flame fang, lightning fang, slap, echo, scare, long howl, scream, ultrasonic wave. Flame fist, mind hammer. Skill secrets, none. Fuck. The skills this sonic monster has learned are awesome. The farmer's 3 punches didn't work, but the farmer's 3 fangs know them all, and he's actually level 45. It's full of experience. Zhang Rui was very excited when he saw the attributes of the sonic monster. Although the quality was a bit poor, he was still very satisfied with the opponent's skills, so he thought about taming it. Kabutosaurus. Dragon Wave. Kabutosaurus quickly appeared in front of Zhang Rui, spitting out a dragon-shaped phantom with wings, and quickly attacked the sonic monster. At this time, Zhang Rui's Pokeball was ready. As long as the sonic monster lost its combat ability, he could directly use the Pokeball to subdue it. But this sonic monster was obviously very powerful. Seeing the dragon-shaped phantom that was about to hit him, it calmly produced a series of sound waves from the whistle on its head. The sound waves gradually increased with the distance, and the entire bush was affected by the sound waves and tilted to Zhang Rui's side. Sonic Wave! Zhang Rui and the other two covered their ears with their hands, but unfortunately they didn't. The sound directly hit their brains, making them unable to bear it. Zhang Rui tried his best and shouted to Kabutosaurus, "Hold on!" Although Kabutosaurus couldn't hear Zhang Rui's voice clearly, after dozens of battles, Kabutosaurus knew Zhang Rui's thoughts without listening, and immediately propped up a green protective shield to resist the attack of the sound wave. Fortunately, holding on was very useful and easily resisted the attack of the sound wave. Although the sound waves disappeared, Zhang Rui felt that they were still reverberating in his ears, and it would take at least a long time for them to dissipate. However, just when the green protective shield disappeared, the sonic monster suddenly rushed over, with pink energy fluctuations on its head, and crashed into the Kabutosaurus. Mind Hammer! We are also using the Mind Hammer. A pink light appeared on the Kabutosaurus's head, and it crashed into the sonic monster at a very fast speed. The heads of the two elves collided, and the powerful superpower fluctuations made Zhang Rui and the other two immediately use their hands to try their best to block the superpower fluctuations. At this time, the Kabutosaurus and the sonic monster were not giving in to each other, but Zhang Rui could see that the sonic monster would soon be unable to hold on. There was nothing he could do about it. The Kabutosaurus ate physical blocks every day, and the current physical damage was difficult to resist even if the opponent was level 45. Bang! After the fierce collision sound, the sonic monster's bulky body was actually directly knocked away by the Kabutosaurus's head hammer. This Kabutosaurus is really extraordinary. Its skills are so powerful. The handsome guy was surprised to see that the difficult Sonic was actually knocked away. Just now, the handsome guy saw Yefei and Zhang Rui resting by the Jingshan Lake. When he saw them for the first time, he was very confused as to why they were not attacked by the members of the Skull Team. In order to prevent the trainers from approaching, the Skull Team set up an instrument in the center that can detect the trainers approaching the mountain and sea forest. Once they are discovered, they will try their best to drive these trainers out or defeat them directly, or even kill them. But when he saw them, the handsome guy didn't think of anything else. He only had one thought in his mind: to find a way to make them leave quickly to avoid being discovered by the Skull Team. After all, they are not like him, carrying signal jammers that can interfere with the detection of the Skull Team's instruments, so that they can't detect the handsome guy's trace. Just when the handsome guy was about to find an elf that could drive the two away, he saw a sonic boomer eating fruit under a tree. Since the sonic boomer was happily eating lunch, he ignored the handsome guy. Sonic boomer? He also made a frightening sound to ask the handsome guy to leave quickly, but the handsome guy didn't, because the sonic boomer in front of him was the elf he was looking for. As long as he used the power of the sonic boomer, he could let Zhang Rui and Yefei escape from the Shanghai forest without worrying about them being hurt. Then, the handsome guy tried to anger the sonic boomer and let it try every means to chase him. At this time, the handsome guy's eyes were fixed on the stone on the ground. He thought that although this method was not appropriate for the safety of Zhang Rui and Yefei, he had to take the risk. Under the gaze of the sonic boomer, the handsome guy picked up the stone on the ground very elegantly and threw it at the sonic boomer, and then ran away without even daring to look back. Boom! As he expected, after being attacked, the boom monster blew a lot of sound waves from its flute, and it was obviously very angry. It didn't even care about the fruits on the ground, and chased the handsome guy at an accelerated speed. Of course, the handsome guy also tried his best to escape. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. Fortunately, the handsome guy's plan was successful, attracting Zhang Rui and Yefei to come over, and they started fighting with the boom monster to save him. But what he didn't expect was that he underestimated Zhang Rui's strength. He didn't expect that his Kabutosaurus was so powerful. With just one move, he could knock out such a terrifying boom monster. Although it is said that the quasi-god has immeasurable strength, this strength is too strong. After seeing Zhang Rui's strength, the handsome guy had the idea of using Zhang Rui to investigate the Skull Team, but he quickly abandoned it. Because this is his police business, if ordinary trainers are involved, if they encounter danger, he will find it difficult to explain to their families, which is troublesome. The handsome guy still tried to get Zhang Rui to leave here, and then he continued to investigate the skeleton team, trying to find evidence that the skeleton team tried to use the power of the alien beasts to control the world. The sonic monster was hit hard by the head hammer of the Kabutosaurus, and although it was shocked, for a spirit like it that had experienced many battles, this was just the beginning. The sonic monster suspended in the air began to accumulate strength. Just before it landed, a deafening explosion sounded again, and this time its sound was stronger than before. Zhang Rui and his friends covered their ears desperately, but they felt that their brains were about to explode, and they wanted to roll on the ground in pain. Seeing Zhang Rui in such a bad state, the Kabutosaurus was also distressed, and finally decided to disobey the master's order once. The dragon-shaped phantom in its mouth appeared and attacked the sonic monster at a very fast speed. Although the dragon-shaped phantom was a little scattered due to the sonic wave, it still hit the body of the sonic monster steadily, directly interrupting the sonic wave attack of the sonic monster and repelling it dozens of steps. However, Kabutosaurus was also seriously injured. After all, sonic wave can be said to be one of the most powerful skills in the general system, and it has no side effects. It is very suitable for Pokémon like Sonic Monster, who fights alone. After being hit by Kabutosaurus's Dragon Wave, Sonic Monster also suffered some damage, but Kabutosaurus was more seriously injured. At this time, Zhang Rui felt that the sound wave disappeared. Knowing that it was Kabutosaurus who did it, he not only did not blame it for not listening to instructions, but praised it. Kabutosaurus did a good job. I will give you more energy cubes when I go back. Kabutosaurus! Obviously, Kabutosaurus was very excited, which meant that its decision just now was correct. Zhang Rui did not blame it, but also gave it a lot of rewards. But now the battle is not over yet. Kabutosaurus needs to deal with the enemy in front of it. Kabutosaurus's body was quickly wrapped in a phantom, like a dragon god. It can be said that the whole body turned into a dragon shape and rushed directly to Sonic Monster at an extremely fast speed. At this time, the explosion monster was a little surprised. Why did this elf attack without waiting for the master's order? Wasn't he afraid of the master's punishment? But he couldn't care less, because the explosion monster felt threatened by the breath of the Kabutosaurus. If it was hit by this move, it would probably lose its ability to fight directly. For an elf who had fought hundreds of battles and fought from level 5 to level 45, this was absolutely unacceptable. So, it had to win this battle. A red light suddenly emanated from the arms of the explosion monster. This light quickly spread all over its arms and then slowly condensed together, all gathered on its fist. The flame on the fist burned violently, and the explosion monster used all its strength to attack the Kabutosaurus. This time, the Kabutosaurus also used all its strength, thinking of using the Dragon God Dive to end the battle directly. Wherever the Kabutosaurus passed on the entire field, it was overturned by a powerful force, and the explosion monster was not to be outdone. The flame on its fist burned violently, and it turned into a fire fist. Boom! The violent collision between the fist and the body produced a force that even uprooted the weeds on the ground. The shockwave forced Zhang Rui to use his hands to block Fengbo's attack again. Is this the full power of the sonic monster? It's so powerful that it can resist the full force of the Kabutosaurus with just its fist. Although Zhang Rui used his hands to block his vision, he could still see the battle between the Kabutosaurus and the sonic monster through the gap between his fingers. Time passed by, and the Kabutosaurus was still resisting the attack of the sonic monster. On the contrary, the sonic monster seemed to be a little overwhelmed. It might be because the Kabutosaurus was too powerful, making it difficult for the sonic monster to resist with just its fist wrapped in flames. At this time, you can find that the sonic monster is retreating because of the collision just now, and its face is also a little hideous, and the flame in its hand is gradually extinguished. Obviously, it is about to collapse. Meanwhile, the dragon-shaped phantom wrapped around the body of the Kabutosaurus was still strong and was constantly moving forward. It seemed that it had already gained the upper hand. At this moment, the flame in the hands of the explosion monster gradually extinguished, and a lot of sweat flowed out of its body. It can be seen that the explosion monster could no longer withstand the attack of the Kabutosaurus. "Kabutosaurus, go! Give it the last blow." At Zhang Rui's shout, the Kabutosaurus' eyes shone, and it burst out with amazing power again. The dragon-shaped phantom on its body was strengthened again, and the originally dim red eyes became more real, just like the awakening of the dragon god. At this moment, the explosion monster could no longer resist the attack of the Kabutosaurus, and only felt that its body had lost control. The Kabutosaurus took the opportunity to rush towards it and knock the explosion monster out again. Zhang Rui saw the opportunity and threw the Pokeball in his hand and put the explosion monster into the Pokeball in the air. As the Pokeball fell, Zhang Rui thought that the explosion monster should be subdued. But at the moment when the Pokeball fell to the ground, bang! The originally intact red and white ball suddenly exploded, and the explosion monster ran out of the Pokeball. Although it was very angry now, it looked at Zhang Rui in front of it and the middle-aged man who angered it. Although it wanted to kill the middle-aged man in front of it, it no longer had the strength. If it stayed here, it would only be killed by the Kabutops. Then, the explosion monster used the whistle on its head again to burst out a deafening sound wave. Just when Zhang Rui covered his ears with his hands, the explosion monster took the opportunity to run into the bushes and disappeared. This time the sound wave was very short and disappeared after a few seconds. When Zhang Rui looked for the explosion monster again, there was no trace of the explosion monster in front of him, only the bushes gently blown by the autumn wind. I actually let it run away. I was thinking of taming it? Zhang Rui found that the explosion monster was gone and couldn't help but sigh. Shell? After seeing the sonic monster leave, Kabutosaurus could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. Although it did not lose its fighting ability, it no longer had the strength to stand up. Zhang Rui saw this and hurried over to Kabutosaurus, stroking its hard body and comforting it. "You have worked hard in this battle. Take a good rest." After that, Zhang Rui took Kabutosaurus back into the Pokeball and let it take a good rest. Although the sonic monster escaped this time, Zhang Rui did not gain nothing. Because Kabutosaurus tried its best just now, its level was raised again. It is normal for Kabutosaurus to reach level 41. On the one hand, it has the advantage of qualifications. Compared with those A-level qualifications, this S-level top-grade qualification is also very impressive in terms of gaining experience. In addition, Kabutosaurus is facing a level 45 Sonic monster. Facing the final evolution of the Pokémon, it has a lot of experience itself, not to mention that it is a high-level Pokémon at level 45, which gives more experience. Now it is only 9 levels away from Kabutops to evolve, and Zhang Rui believes that this day will come soon. After Zhang Rui put the Kabutosaurus back into the Pokeball, he stood up and walked to the handsome guy. Ye Fei on the side said excitedly, "The battle just now was really thrilling. Your Kabutosaurus is really amazing. If it were me, I would have no way to deal with a Sonic Blaster with that terrifying strength." But Zhang Rui just nodded to Ye Fei, turned to look at the middle-aged man in front of him and said, "Sir, you were not hurt just now, were you?" The handsome guy scratched his head embarrassedly and said with some apology in his tone, "It's okay, thanks to your timely help, otherwise I might have died at the hands of the Sonic Blaster." After that, in order to express his gratitude, the handsome guy took out 2 brooches with different patterns from his clothes pocket and handed them to Zhang Rui. "This is the latest Pokémon brooch developed by our company. I don't know what to thank you with, so I will use these 2 brooches to represent my gratitude. I hope you won't refuse." Handsome guy say this. Zhang Rui had no intention of refusing, mainly because the 2 brooches were so cute, one of which was Pikachu and the other was Eevee. Zhang Rui liked both of them very much, but such good things should be shared with brothers, so he put the brooch in his hand in front of Ye Fei and let him choose. At first, Ye Fei was a little dazed, but soon he became moved, so he took the brooch engraved with Eevee and hung it directly on his clothes. "It's really a good brother. We have something to share." After seeing Ye Fei put it on, Zhang Rui turned around and wanted to ask the handsome guy something, but when he turned around, he found that the middle-aged man in front of him had disappeared. Originally, Zhang Rui wanted to ask him why he appeared here. After all, Zhang Rui was not stupid. The man in front of him could appear in the inner area of Shanghai Forest, so he must not be an ordinary person. Ordinary trainers are active in the periphery and rarely appear in the inner area. The main reason is that the elves in the inner area are too powerful and fierce. If ordinary trainers encounter them, it is good enough to be able to save half of their lives. Those trainers who can move freely in the inner area are generally of high level and can easily deal with the attacks of wild Pokémon, or have the opportunity to avoid the pursuit of wild Pokémon. Since the middle-aged man just now was able to walk to a place close to the central area, his strength must be unfathomable. But Zhang Rui saw from his behavior just now that the middle-aged man had no ill will towards him. If he wanted to take action, he would have already taken action when Zhang Rui was fighting with the explosion monster just now. However, since the middle-aged man disappeared, Zhang Rui did not continue to look for him. Instead, he put the brooch in his pocket and walked towards the central area with Ye Fei. At this moment, Ye Fei suddenly asked, Rui, have you been walking towards the central area since entering the Shanghai Forest? In my opinion, your mind is not on special training at all. Do you have other purposes for coming here? And you seem to be very familiar with those who attacked us on the periphery? Can you tell me the fundamental purpose of your coming here now? Hearing Ye Fei's question, Zhang Rui stared at him and thought to himself, I should still tell him about this matter. After all, what we may have to face later is the terrifying skeleton team. If Ye Fei is attacked by the skeleton team without knowing it, I will definitely regret it for the rest of my life. After telling him, let him have his own choice. Whether to choose to explore the situation in the central area with me or leave the forest and go back to the Shanghai Elf Academy, it is his own choice. Then Zhang Rui told Ye Fei his original purpose, wanting to see Ye Fei's own choice. After listening to Zhang Rui's words, Ye Fei thought for a while and said to Zhang Rui, You mean you came here this time to see if the mysterious cave in the sky is a supernatural phenomenon, and those who attacked us may be active in the center of the forest? Yes, whether you choose to follow or go back, it's your own choice, and I must check this matter clearly so that I can rest assured. Zhang Rui's words were very firm, which made Ye Fei think more deeply. Judging from the two people he faced just now, these people may be very strong. If he follows them, if something unexpected happens, he may lose his life. But he was not at ease with Zhang Rui going to the central area alone to fight those terrifying guys. Although the armored dragon is very powerful, The other side is outnumbered. With only one armored dragon, Zhang Rui will definitely not be able to deal with it. However, when Ye Fei thought of Zhang Rui's behavior of sharing it with him immediately after getting the brooch, without thinking much, since his brother would still think about him after getting the benefits, how could he abandon his brother and leave alone? After a few seconds of ideological struggle, Ye Fei finally made up his mind. He looked at Zhang Rui and said firmly, "You are my brother, so of course I will share the hardships with you. Let's go! Let's go see what those mysterious people are doing in there," Ye Fei said, and turned to walk towards Jingshan Lake. After hearing Ye Fei's decision, Zhang Rui obviously didn't know what to say. He sighed and then went back to Jingshan Lake with Ye Fei. After packing up his backpack, he walked towards the center of the forest. Not long after Zhang Rui left, the handsome guy leaned against the tree behind Zhang Rui, looking serious and not saying anything. Soon, Zhang Rui and Ye Fei spent less than an hour to arrive near the skeleton team camp. Zhang Rui could see the huge instrument in front of him through the bushes in front of him. The instrument looked like a satellite launch machine, constantly shaking its head, as if it was detecting the terrain of the entire mountain and sea forest. Zhang Rui did not go forward immediately, but pulled away the bushes in front of him, revealing a wide field of vision, and looked at the skeleton team members in the distance. Ye Fei beside him naturally did not speak. He was still aware of the situation here. As long as he spoke and was heard by the members of the skeleton team in front of him, it would be tantamount to seeking death. He did not want to die young. However, when he saw the instrument for the first time, he was also shocked by the scene in front of him. The instrument in front of him was very huge. In addition to the satellite transmitter, there was also a huge computer controller and other operating parts. Of course, in order to operate such a huge instrument, the help of electric elves was needed. There were a large number of lightning balls and other electric elves in the cage not far away. The electricity in their bodies was used to generate electricity for the huge instrument, but from their expressions, it was obvious that the electricity in their bodies was consumed too much, and their bodies were very tired. In this way, if these electric elves were not treated, they would die from exhaustion of electricity. Zhang Rui also noticed these electric elves. I am afraid that these elves were captured by the skeleton team from the forest. No wonder he and Ye Fei had walked for so long and didn't even see the hair of an electric elf. It turned out that they were all captured here. In addition to the instruments, there are also researchers who are very busy in their white coats. In addition, there are a large number of members of the skeleton team, who are all guarding nearby to prevent interference from others. Zhang Rui saw the white-haired man sitting in front of the wooden house at a glance. He was wearing black sunglasses and a golden necklace around his neck. "Guzma," Zhang Rui whispered. He didn't expect that the white-haired man in front of him looked so similar to Guzma in the anime, both with a full head of white hair. But the only difference is that the skeleton team led by Guzma in the anime is very small, and its main goal is to rob elves and make trouble. It is not as large as it is now, with dozens of researchers trying to open the ultimate cave through machines and summon the alien beasts from the other world. At this time, Guzma was very enjoying himself, lying on a wooden chair, shaking his body, drinking afternoon tea, and living a very comfortable life. At this moment, a member of the Skull team walked up to Guzma holding a magneto that had lost its power and said, "Boss, this magneto is dying. Should we charge it and let it recover a little?" After hearing what the Skull team member said, Guzma took a sip of tea and said to the man in front of him, "This kind of waste can be thrown away directly after use." "Yes." After the Skull team member answered, he held Magneto and came to a place not far from where Zhang Rui was, and threw Magneto in his hand out with an expressionless face. "Ouch!" Magneto hit Ye Fei on the head directly, and Ye Fei couldn't help but scream. Soon, the members of the skeleton team became suspicious and asked the bushes in front of them, "Who is it?" As he said that, he took out the detector from his body to see if there was a red dot. But when he found that there was no red dot, he said to Ye Fei, "You didn't tell me where you were squatting. Watch out next time. If I throw a stone at you, you might die directly, okay?" Hearing that there was no response in the bushes, the member thought that he was knocked unconscious by him and ignored it, and went back to the camp to continue monitoring. In fact, if the members of the skeleton team want to check the intruder, they just need to use the detector in their hands. As long as the red dot appears, it means that there is an intruder. If not, it means that the person in front of them is a companion. After all, in order to identify the intruder, Guzma will carry a jammer on the members who enter the skeleton team in order to block the signal and better identify the intruder. Obviously, this skeleton member recognized Ye Fei as a companion, so he did not go to check. Ye Fei thought they were lucky, so they avoided the inspection of the Skull Team members. However, Zhang Rui took out a brooch with Pikachu printed on it and fell into thought. Rui, what should we do with this little Magnemite? It's very weak now? Ye Fei said in a very small voice, but still pulled Zhang Rui's thoughts back. Zhang Rui looked at the weak little Magnemite in front of him and checked its physical condition through the data eye. Name, Magnemite. Electricity 25, quality, a none, status, lack of power. Features, magnetism, none. This Magnemite is weak due to lack of power. We don't have any electric elves to treat it, so we can only wait until we return to the Pokémon Center to treat it. If we leave it here, it will soon die of weakness due to lack of power. Ye Fei couldn't bear to see Magnemite die like this after hearing Zhang Rui's words. After obtaining Zhang Rui's consent, he took out the Pokeball and subdued Magnemite. After that, the two continued to watch their actions. At this time, Ye Fei already knew that they were definitely not good people, so he took out his mobile phone to take pictures, took pictures of the evidence of these people's crimes, and asked the Pokémon guard to come and bring all of them to justice. Zhang Rui also agreed with Ye Fei's idea and agreed to do so. Ye Fei took out the mobile phone he had just bought, Yali Pro 13. This is the latest mobile phone on the market. In addition to the Pokémon Encyclopedia function, everything else is available. Pointing the camera at the skeleton team in the distance, Ye Fei thought to himself, "Now that we have evidence, let's see how you can escape the punishment of the law." With a click sound, the mobile phone made a very loud sound. For a moment, Zhang Rui wanted to kick Ye Fei away. Before taking a photo, he didn't even check whether the camera sound of the mobile phone was turned off. You are afraid that the skeleton team will not find you. When Ye Fei heard the camera sound, he was also very panicked. How could he forget that this mobile phone was newly bought and had not been used to take a photo once? It needs to be debugged before taking a photo. This is troublesome. Guzma, who was sitting there, heard the sound of taking photos in the distance and gave a look to the skeleton team members beside him. All the skeleton team members walked towards Zhang Rui and Ye Fei, holding Pokeballs in their hands, with a hint of ferocity in their eyes. Zhang Rui and Ye Fei saw that the situation was not good, and they wanted to run away immediately. The members of the skeleton team summoned all the elves, most of which were the evolved forms of Meow Meow, the cat boss, and a small number of them were Meow Meow. Catch up with those two people. With the order from the skeleton team members, the cat boss and Meow Meow collectively set out and ran towards Zhang Rui at a very fast speed. While running, Zhang Rui said to Ye Fei beside him, "Let's run separately, get rid of the elves behind us, and meet at Jingxin Lake." Ye Fei also agreed with Zhang Rui's point of view. After nodding, he ran in another direction. Zhang Rui chose the opposite direction from him, trying to get rid of the cat boss and Meow Meow behind him. However, these cat bosses were also very smart. They knew to split up into two groups. The cat boss and Meow Meow, who were closer to Zhang Rui, were responsible for chasing Zhang Rui, and those who were closer to Ye Fei would also chase Ye Fei. However, no matter how you look at it, there are obviously more cat bosses chasing Zhang Rui. Moreover, these cat bosses were very fast. One of the higher-level cat bosses saw that it was only a few centimeters away from Zhang Rui, so it jumped up and rushed directly to Zhang Rui in front of it. Fortunately, Zhang Rui was smart. At the moment, when the cat boss's claws were about to catch Zhang Rui quickly dodged to the right, causing the cat boss's claws to miss and only tear a big hole in Zhang Rui's clothes. Zhang Rui saw that the cat boss was chasing him here, and it seemed that he would not give up until he caught him. Zhang Rui felt a little tired and could not run anymore. Although he had been using the advantage of the terrain to deal with the cat boss, his physical strength had reached the limit. Sweat was pouring down like rain, and Zhang Rui could not run anymore. Since he could not run, he would start fighting directly. He took out the Pokémon ball containing the Kabutosaurus and summoned it. After such a long time, the Kabutosaurus's body should have recovered a little, and he was still very confident in dealing with these cat bosses around level 35. After seeing the Kabutosaurus, these cat bosses were not afraid, but attacked the Kabutosaurus. The red gems on the heads of these cat bosses were glowing red, and a lot of power was gathered in them. A red light quickly emerged from the gems and attacked the Kabutosaurus. Power Gem. Facing the dense red rays, Zhang Rui did not let the Kabutosaurus attack, but quickly gave an order and said, "Use hold, block all these rays." The Kabutosaurus was wrapped in green light and a huge green shield was directly opened, wrapping it and Zhang Rui in it, blocking all the flying red rays. Dragon God Dive. At the moment when the green shield disappeared, Zhang Rui immediately gave the Kabutosaurus an order. The success rate of using hold next time is still too low. Now the only way to have a chance of winning is to use the skill quickly in the gap after the opponent's attack ends. The body of the Kabutosaurus was wrapped in a dragon-shaped phantom. After the last battle with the Sonic monster, the Kabutosaurus had a deeper understanding of the Dragon God Dive skill. The dragon-shaped phantom, which originally had blue eyes, had turned red, indicating that it was even more powerful. The Kabutosaurus, which had been wrapped in a dragon-shaped phantom, burst out with amazing momentum and ran towards the cat boss in front at a very fast speed. The other cat bosses quickly dodged after seeing this attack. Those with slower reaction speeds could only withstand the impact of the Kabutosaurus body and hit the tree heavily, losing their ability to fight. Due to the large number of cat bosses, the Kabutosaurus just reduced the threat of some of the cat bosses and slightly increased one level. Now it has reached level 42. As the level increased, the Kabutosaurus's momentum increased again. Although these cat bosses were still a little afraid, they still obeyed the orders of their master. In other words, the cat bosses would never give up until they completed the task. Seeing that the previous skill had no effect, the other cat bosses chose to fight. They jumped up with the help of trees, bounced back and forth on the trees for a few times, found their positions, and pounced on the Kabutosaurus on the ground. The sharp claws emitted a cold light, as if they were going to tear the Kabutosaurus's white shell apart. A surprise attack! Use the head hammer. Zhang Rui wanted the Kabutosaurus to use the mind hammer at this time. After all, the mind hammer was more powerful. But unfortunately, these cat bosses were all evil elves, and their superpower skills had no effect. There was no other way. Zhang Rui could only let the Kabutosaurus use the head hammer to attack. Although the power was a little less, it was more than enough to deal with these cat bosses. Seeing that the cat boss was about to pounce, the Kabutosaurus aimed at one of the targets and accelerated suddenly. The cat boss who was rushing over was frightened by the Kabutosaurus's actions and was then directly knocked away by the Kabutosaurus. The other cat bosses obviously didn't care about the life and death of their companions. They all swarmed towards the armored dragon, with their sharp claws emitting cold light and constantly scratching the armored dragon. Armor. Hearing the painful roar of the armored dragon, Zhang Rui was startled. Although the armored dragon had a high defense and could still withstand the attack of the cat boss, it was now facing the siege of a group of cat bosses. Even if the armored dragon had a high defense, it would be difficult to withstand the claws of the cat boss. At this moment, Zhang Rui suddenly thought of a method that might work. Armored dragon, rotate and use the dragon claw. After hearing this, the armored dragon still felt a little confused. It was so heavy that how could it rotate and use the dragon claw? Besides, its claws were so short that it was a problem whether it could touch the cat boss. However, when the armored dragon saw Zhang Rui's determined eyes, it seemed to think of something. The armored dragon immediately used the characteristics of its body to stand upside down, letting its back close to the ground, and its most vulnerable abdomen was exposed. Meow. The cat bosses and meows saw the strange behavior of the Kabutosaurus. The white armor on the Kabutosaurus was originally used to resist external attacks. Now it's good, just turning over. Isn't this looking for death? At the command of the other cat bosses, a large number of cat bosses and meows swarmed in, waving their sharp claws at the Kabutosaurus, as if they wanted to tear the Kabutosaurus apart. Unfortunately, the Kabutosaurus would not let them succeed. The Kabutosaurus's limbs were wrapped in green energy, just like the claws of a dragon, extremely sharp. Just when the cat boss was about to touch it, the Kabutosaurus's body quickly rotated, like a gyroscope, and all the cat bosses and meows who pounced on it were knocked out. At this time, Zhang Rui stood aside and could see the cat bosses and meows flying in the air. Some of them were directly hit on the tree by the impact just now, and lost their ability to fight. while others directly collided with their companions and lost their ability to fight at the same time. Of course, there were still some cat bosses and Meow Meows left on the field, but they didn't dare to attack the Kabutosaurus anymore, mainly because they were scared by the Kabutosaurus's attack just now. After the Kabutosaurus attack just now, their number was greatly reduced. Now there is only one cat boss and 9 Meow Meows left, and the rest of the cat bosses have lost their ability to fight. The last cat boss saw that the situation was not good and immediately led the Meow Meows to retreat. He didn't dare to fight the Kabutosaurus with his claws anymore. After all, his claws couldn't win. After the cat boss and Meow Meow retreated, Zhang Rui immediately ran to the side of the Kabutosaurus and pushed it hard to change it back to its original state. After changing back, he saw the wound on the Kabutosaurus's back and couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. Stroking the hard body of the Kabutosaurus, he said to it, "You have suffered in this battle. There are so many scratches on your body." Kabutosaurus. The Kabutosaurus seemed to understand Zhang Rui's feelings and rubbed his body with it, as if to say it was fine and not to worry. Zhang Rui stroked its body with his hand and said with relief, "But fortunately, only after the test of life and death, your will become stronger. After this incident, your strength will definitely reach a higher level. Moreover, you have gained a lot this time. The level has been upgraded again to level 44, jumping 2 levels in a row, and you have also learned a new skill, Ghostface." Zhang Rui frowned. Why did Kabutosaurus learn Ghostface after upgrading 2 levels? This is very strange. This kind of skill that reduces gain can be learned by ordinary Pokémon in the early stage, but Kabutosaurus learned this skill in the later stage. But forget it, one more skill is always better than one less skill. Kabutosaurus. After Kabutosaurus responded to Zhang Rui's voice, Zhang Rui took it back into the Pokeball to let it recover well, because Zhang Rui felt that when he summoned it again, there might be a big battle. Then, he put the Pokeball back in his pocket and ran quickly towards the direction of Jingxin Lake. Although his problem was solved now, Zhang Rui was very worried about Yefei's safety. After all, Yefei was not as strong as Zhang Rui. With only a level 35 Cool Leopard, it was difficult for him to stand out among many cat bosses. However, Zhang Rui believed that Yefei would be able to break through successfully, which was why he did not rescue him. Although Yefei always fell behind in every action, his luck was sometimes very good. Zhang Rui remembered that when he was a child playing with Yefei, he accidentally entered the outskirts of the Jinhai Forest near Shanghai City, where Zhang Rui encountered a ferocious monkey monster. The color of this monkey monster's body was slightly different from other monkey monsters, and its eyes were red and very violent. Zhang Rui was still young at the time, so he fed the monkey monster with the tree fruit he carried with, just when Zhang Rui handed the tree fruit in his hand to the monkey monster. The monkey monster suddenly went crazy and attacked Zhang Rui in front of him. Zhang Rui did not expect the monkey monster to have such a reaction. He was so scared that he dropped all the tree fruits in his hand on the ground and dared not move. Fortunately, Yefei, who was playing with the green caterpillar not far away, found that Zhang Rui was in danger, and immediately ran over and pulled Zhang Rui out with all his strength. This also caused the monkey monster's attack to fail, but it also made the monkey monster even more angry, and he rushed towards Zhang Rui. When the monkey monster's fist was about to hit Yefei, the green caterpillar in the distance seemed to be attacked by the Pidgeot. Because the ground was very open at that time, the distance from the nearest tree was at least dozens of meters. For a green caterpillar, it is very difficult to avoid the attack of the Pidgeot. Faced with the crisis of life and death, the green caterpillar can only desperately spit silk, hoping to trap the Pidgeot by spitting silk and strive to get a glimmer of life. But it happened that the white silk thread hit the monkey monster. Due to the influence of spitting silk, the monkey monster was very inconvenient to move, and could only tear off the silk thread on his body before continuing to attack. This also gave Zhang Rui and Yefei a chance to escape. The two hurriedly stood up and ran away desperately, hoping to get help from adults. However, they were small and ran very slowly. Before they had run for long, the monkey monster had already pulled the white silk thread from his hand. He looked at the two people who were running away in the distance with his arms raised high and chased them. At this time, the green caterpillar had also run out of silk and needed to rest for a while. The Pidgeot, which was looking for an opportunity in the air, found the opportunity and flew towards the green caterpillar at lightning speed. This time, the green caterpillar had no strength to avoid the attack of the Pidgeot. It could only let its claws hold its body tightly and prepare to fly to the nest in the distance. At this time, the green caterpillar used all its strength to fight to the death. It raised its head and sprayed the last silk thread at the Pidgeot. It didn't have much hope at first. It saw the white silk thread slowly falling to the ground. Suddenly, a breeze came, and the silk thread that was originally falling was blown up by the wind. It was very precisely wrapped around the eyes of the Pidgeot, causing the Pidgeot to be unable to see the front clearly, and it kept shaking in the air. It could not control the center of gravity of its body, and did not notice the obstacle in front of it, and directly crashed into it. The green caterpillar was saved, but the Pidgeot happened to fall on the monkey monster. The monkey monster immediately fought with the Pidgeot, and no one would care about Zhang Rui and Ye Fei in the distance. This also created an opportunity for the two to escape successfully. Since then, Zhang Rui and Ye Fei have become best brothers and have never had a conflict. But the monkey monster was really strange at that time. Its eyes were red, while the other monkey monster's eyes were obviously black pupils. This was also something Zhang Rui couldn't understand. But after this incident, Zhang Rui felt that Ye Fei must be a person of great luck, and this little thing must be no problem. Sure enough, when Zhang Rui came to Jingxin Lake, he saw Ye Fei, who had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Zhang Rui approaching, Ye Fei, who was full of worry, ran over and asked anxiously, Rui, are you not injured?" Facing Ye Fei's question, Zhang Rui showed his body with joy, saying that he was healthy and reassuring him, "Boy, you can do it! You can successfully escape from the siege of the cat boss." The voice came from behind Ye Fei. At this time, Zhang Rui was very familiar with it. It was the middle-aged man who suddenly disappeared just now. "It's you?" Seeing Zhang Rui's puzzled look, Ye Fei hurriedly introduced, "It was this uncle who saved me at the critical moment. Otherwise, I might have been killed by the cat boss now." After hearing Ye Fei's words, Zhang Rui walked up to the handsome guy and thanked him. "Thank you for saving Ye Fei, but can you tell you who it is now?" As he said that, he took out a brooch with Pikachu printed on it and said, "If my guess is correct, the brooch in my hand is the jammer, right? Otherwise, we would have been discovered by the skeleton team long ago." After listening to Zhang Rui's words, the handsome guy said solemnly, "You are only half right. The brooch in your hand is indeed the jammer I gave you, because I have long discovered that your purpose is not simple, and you seem to be very concerned about the affairs of the skeleton team. So, in order to prevent you from being in danger, we will give you the jammer we researched to prevent the skeleton team from discovering your whereabouts. However, I now feel that this kind of thing is unnecessary, because you already have a jammer on you." With the handsome guy's advice, Zhang Rui seemed to have thought of something and took out the detector he had picked up. "Yes, this is it, the detector developed by the Skull Team. It can not only detect foreign trainers but also block your location. But this machine is so magical that it can detect invading trainers without interfering with satellite instruments. I admire the wisdom of the Skull Team." "From what you mean, you have seen the huge instrument of the Skull Team?" Zhang Rui looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and asked. "Yes, I knew about the instrument built by the Skull Team in the center of the mountain and sea forest before you, and I also guessed the plan of the Skull Team from ancient documents. Although I know the harm of this plan, I can't stop it, because I am afraid that I can't accomplish this thing with my own strength. Since I found you two, you will be the turning point for the success of my plan." After hearing what the handsome guy said, Zhang Rui also thought about it carefully. Indeed, relying on only him and Ye Fei, it is probably impossible to realize the plan, but with the middle-aged man in front of him joining, this matter is uncertain. Maybe it can not only stop the plan of the skeleton team, but also achieve his goal. "Yes, you really think that Zhang Rui's goal is to discover the plan of the skeleton team and satisfy his curiosity? If that's all, then you are totally wrong. He has other purposes, and this is what he must do." However, although Zhang Rui listened to a lot of words from the middle-aged man, he still didn't know what his identity was, so he asked, "Can you tell me your real identity now? After all, you don't even tell us your identity. How can we trust you?" After hearing Zhang Rui's words, the handsome guy finally realized that he hadn't introduced himself yet, so he coughed twice and said solemnly, "My name is Handsome, a detective from the Elf Alliance." "Handsome? Ye Fei, who was standing aside, couldn't help laughing after hearing what the middle-aged man said. "You said you are called handsome. How are you handsome? You are already middle-aged?" Not only Ye Fei, Zhang Rui also laughed. He had heard all kinds of weird names, but he didn't expect that someone would give him such a weird name. Seeing that both of them were laughing at him, the handsome guy frowned and said, "This is just my code name. I can't tell you my real name." Zhang Rui was naturally aware of the mystery of the Alliance detective. After all, as a detective, his identity must be kept secret. Afterwards, and Ye Fei also finished introducing themselves, and both sides began to make plans to strive for success. At the same time, in the central area of Shanghai Forest. "How is it? Did you catch those two?" Guzma, with a head full of white hair, looked at the group of Skull Team members in front of him, straightened his back, and said in a very threatening voice. These Skull Team members naturally failed in their planned arrest operation. They all lowered their heads and dared not look at Guzma. "Waste, a bunch of waste. You can't even catch two little brats. What's the use of you?" "Boss, it's not that we can't catch them. It's mainly because the two teenagers are too strong. We sent out 100 elves, but only 10 came back. When we went to see the others, they had lost their combat ability," one of the brave Skull Team members explained. After hearing this, Guzma became even angrier and yelled, "We sent out so many elves, but only 10 came back. Are you kidding me?" Just as Guzma was about to continue to teach the members of the skeleton team a lesson, a helicopter slowly descended from the sky. A slim woman walked out of it. She wore a skeleton team scarf, had 2 ponytails in 2 colors, and had white makeup on the corners of her eyes. If she washed her face, she would definitely be a beauty. "Bull Beauty, why are you here? Big sister." The moment many skeleton team members saw Bull Beauty, their eyes lit up and they said excitedly, "A bunch of trash, you don't deserve to call me by my name," Bull Beauty said fiercely without even looking at them. Who knows how many skeleton team members were hurt by her words. "I hope your visit this time is good news," Guzma said. Bull Beauty crossed her arms and said proudly, "Of course, bring the things up." As soon as the words fell, the members of the skeleton team on the helicopter carried a huge box in the back, and the cat boss was responsible for pulling it in the front. Soon it was lifted in front of Guzma. Guzma stared at the box in front of him, as if he had thought of something, and immediately opened the box. It can be seen that the huge box is already filled with a large number of Pokeballs, but these are not ordinary Pokeballs, but ultimate balls, specially used to subdue ultimate beasts. "Yes, this is what I'm waiting for." "Good performance, Bull Beauty. What reward do you want?" Bull Beauty shook her body and came to Guzma, sliding in front of him twice. Guzma naturally knew what she was thinking. Then he turned around and shouted to the skeleton team members in front of him, "You have a good rest today. Tomorrow we will start the final experiment. Remember, you must keep a close watch tomorrow. You must not let a little kid affect the plan like today." "Yes," all the skeleton team members shouted together. Then in their eyes they watched Bull Beauty and Guzma walk into the cabin. Needless to say, what happened was heartbreaking. In short, it hurt the hearts of the members of the Skull Team. Night gradually fell, and they were located on the shore of the Tranquility Lake. Zhang Rui and the other two had finished their dinner, and after feeding the elves, the handsome guy had already fallen asleep, while Zhang Rui was looking at the lake in the distance, hoping to see Akanom again. However, since that disappearance, Akanom's shadow has never appeared again. At that time, Zhang Rui only saw Akanom's appearance. When he wanted to check the data through the data eye, Akanom disappeared. Still thinking about Akanom, Zhang Rui turned his head to look aside, nodded and said, "Ye Fei, why haven't you slept yet? We still have to execute the plan tomorrow. If you don't get enough sleep, it is likely to affect the progress of the plan. Don't worry, I will complete tomorrow's plan perfectly." Seeing Ye Fei's confident expression, Zhang Rui couldn't help but smile, and his eyes were fixed on the water in front of him again. Although the plan had been arranged, Zhang Rui was still a little worried. It was mainly about Guzma's strength. Zhang Rui didn't know how strong he was, but since he was the boss of the skeleton team, it meant that his strength should be above the members of the skeleton team. It was just that Zhang Rui hadn't seen his true strength yet, so it was inevitable that he was still a little worried. But Zhang Rui thought again. There was no point in worrying now. In order to achieve his goal, he had to complete this difficult plan. Otherwise, Zhang Rui was worried that he would miss it. Afterwards, Zhang Rui and Ye Fei chatted for a while, and then went back to the tent to sleep. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone on the surface of Jingxin Lake. Of course, it also shone on Zhang Rui's face. Zhang Rui's eyes trembled slightly for a few times, and then he opened his eyes in a daze. Is it dawn? Zhang Rui looked at the time again. It was already 7 o'clock in the morning. Zhang Rui got up to wake up Ye Fei. When he wanted to call the handsome guy, he found that there was no figure in the tent. It's cold inside the tent, which means he has been gone for a while? At this time, Zhang Rui saw the handsome guy coming out of the bushes in the distance, and explained to Zhang Rui, I just made a phone call. Let's prepare first and try to succeed once. Please, we only have this one chance. If we fail, we won't have the next time. Ye Fei stood up, yawned, and said, I apologize to you on behalf of the Alliance for letting you carry out such a dangerous mission with me. The handsome guy's face was very calm and a little indifferent. It seemed that he was very serious. However, Ye Fei smiled and said, Aren't we doing this to protect the world? It's worth it. Zhang Rui didn't answer at this time. He was thinking, who on earth is the handsome guy talking to on the phone? At such a critical moment, must be an important person. After the three of them packed up their things, they came to the bushes where they watched last time. However, this time, the skeleton team has obviously strengthened its defenses. Not far from the center, there are many skeleton team members guarding. Zhang Rui also took the risk of being discovered and came to the edge of the Shanhai forest. Through the bushes, it can be seen that the inner area of the Shanhai forest has obviously increased its protection this time. Many skeleton team members have formed a circle and summoned all the elves to patrol. With the presence of Cat Boss and Meow Meow, patrolling is obviously much easier, mainly because its sense of smell is very sharp and can smell smells that don't belong here. It seems that they have strengthened their defenses this time. Are they finally going to carry out the final plan? Zhang Rui thought while observing the surrounding situation. However, at this moment, Guzma came out of the wooden house, and many members of the skeleton team reported to him. Boss, everything is ready. Start the experiment at any time. Guzma nodded, walked to the instrument, and said to the researcher, Let's start. I can't wait. The researcher didn't say anything, walked to the instrument, and pressed the red button of the instrument with his hand. At the moment of pressing the button, the electric elf sleeping in the iron cage was suddenly awakened by a force, and then a large amount of current was drawn from the electric elf in a visible way to keep the instrument running. As the current was transmitted, a yellow light was released from the launch port of the instrument, directly hitting the space above the mountain and sea forest. The transmission of current increased sharply, and the electric elf also endured the pain of the current being drawn out. At this time, Ye Fei couldn't bear it anymore, and was immediately stopped by the handsome guy who shook his head at him, indicated not to act rashly and act according to the situation. At this time, Ye Fei could only clench his fists, endure the pain, and watch a large amount of current being transmitted to the launch port of the instrument. The yellow light was obviously widening, and in the sky, something seemed to be broken, and then these fragments kept condensing in the air, first turning into a black hole, then changing from black to light blue, and then emitting light blue light. The ultimate cave is done. A huge ultimate cave suddenly appeared in the originally azure sky. The ultimate cave kept rotating in the air, emitting strong energy. At the same time, the residents of the entire Shanghai city saw the ultimate cave in the sky, but many people just took a few glances, without any shock on their faces. But think about it. It's not the first time they have seen this scene. Anyway, it will disappear in a few minutes, so they didn't pay attention. On the other hand, the skeleton team in the central area all looked up at the ultimate cave in the air. Their faces were filled with excitement. Even Guzma's eyes were shaking violently, his eyes fixed on the ultimate cave in front of him. Great! Our great plan is about to succeed. Before this, Guzma had conducted many experiments, and he didn't know how many times he had failed, from not being able to open the cave to being able to open the ultimate cave for a long time. This took a lot of time and energy, which inevitably made Guzma excited. Even many skeleton team members wiped their noses in tears after seeing the results of their efforts. It was really too difficult. The ultimate cave is open. Should we take action? Ye Fei, who was squatting in the bushes, looked at the ultimate cave and asked the handsome guy next to him. Originally, the three planned to go and destroy the instrument that opened the ultimate cave after the ultimate cave was opened. when all the skeleton team members had not yet reacted. But the handsome guy said, "Wait a minute, I forgot to take pictures as evidence." The handsome guy took out the small camera he carried with him from his clothes. It could hold thousands of photos, so there was no problem at all. There was no other way. Zhang Rui and Ye Fei could only wait for him to take the photos before they could take action. Now Zhang Rui prayed in his heart that the handsome guy would not make noise when taking photos like Ye Fei did, otherwise their sneak attack plan would fail. At this moment, he pointed the camera at the scene in front of him and pressed the shutter. Hearing that the camera made no sound, Zhang Rui was relieved. However, when he saw the handsome guy taking pictures, he suddenly found that the camera actually had a flash. "Handsome guy, your flash is not turned off," Zhang Rui reminded. The handsome guy turned on the camera and checked the settings. Indeed, he forgot to turn off the flash. After turning off the flash, he was about to take a photo, but it was too late. The flash just now had attracted the attention of all the members of the skeleton team. All the members of the skeleton team, including their elves, were looking at the bushes in the distance, with fierce looks on their faces. Of course, Guzma's veins also bulged, and he immediately gave an order. "These people again, catch them for me. Remember, destroy their cameras this time. If the photos are leaked, we will be wanted by the Alliance." With Guzma's order, many members of the skeleton team ordered Cat Boss and Meow Meow to rush over to Zhang Rui. At this time, the handsome guy was still taking pictures, without any sense of crisis. Zhang Rui was a little speechless. What's the point of taking so many photos? If he was caught, all these photos would be destroyed. However, Zhang Rui had no time to care about the handsome guy, and quickly said to Ye Fei beside him, "Since we have been discovered, then we plan to proceed in advance. Ye Fei, go and destroy the instruments in front of you, and save those electric elves." Ye Fei nodded. He didn't say anything nonsense, and directly summoned the cool leopard, rode on it, and ran towards the direction of the instrument at a very fast speed. "Stop him!" Many members of the skeleton team shouted, and the cat bosses around them all swarmed up and chased Ye Fei. After a period of recovery, Cool Leopard is now in excellent physical condition and can move freely. The cat boss behind can't catch up at all. Zhang Rui summoned the Kabutosaurus and gave it an order. "Use Dragon God Dive to make way for Ye Fei." Kabutosaurus nodded, and its body exuded blue-purple energy. Its body was like a dragon god. Its body was quickly wrapped, and its eyes emitted red light. It galloped away at a very fast speed. Just when many cat bosses were about to catch Ye Fei, a blue-purple flash rushed out, and all the cat bosses who were about to touch Ye Fei were easily knocked away. "Nima, what damage does this Kabutosaurus have? With just one move, my cat boss lost his ability to fight. Is he cheating?" One of the members of the skeleton team put the cat boss back into the Pokeball and said in surprise. However, since the Kabutosaurus was out to protect Ye Fei, Zhang Rui had no guards. Many meows surrounded Zhang Rui and stretched out their sharp claws, as if to signal that if you dare to run, our claws will tear you apart. When others encounter this situation, they may be afraid. After all, the claws of meows are deadly, but for Zhang Rui they can only touch it first. Then, Zhang Rui took out the Pokeball containing the young Kyrus from his body. "Go, young Kyrus, use the sandstorm to roll up these meows." A large amount of sand suddenly appeared around the body of the young Kyrus, and a large amount of sand filled up, almost occupying 1/5 of the entire central area, wrapping all the meows. When the meows were lost, the sandstorm suddenly changed, and a large amount of sand swirled up and hit the meows. Although the damage was minimal, it could cause continuous damage to them. Although Meow Meow was covered by a lot of sand, he could still see the position of young Kyrus. He ran towards young Kyrus at a very fast speed, stretched out his sharp claws and grabbed young Kyrus. But unfortunately, it was just the shadow of young Kyrus, and the real young Kyrus appeared on the side of its body, with a lot of rocks suspended around its body. Meow Meow was hit by the flying rocks before he noticed it, and lost his combat ability. This is the effect of young Kyrus's sand hiding. As long as the sandstorm is turned on, young Kyrus will hide in the sandstorm, and it is difficult for the enemy to hit it accurately. At the same time, young Kyrus's momentum suddenly surged. Zhang Rui could feel that its ability was improving in all aspects. If he released the skill again, the power would be indescribable. The effect of the original power after successful use, there is a chance to improve the elf's all attributes. I'm so lucky. Zhang Rui said excitedly after seeing the changes in young Kyrus. With the increase in ability, young Kiras can handle it as long as the opponent's level is not too high. Damn it! There is sand everywhere and I can't find its location at all. At this time, a member of the skeleton team with blue hair complained. Due to the impact of the sandstorm, most of their meows lost their ability to fight because of the attack of this young Kiras. However, young Kiras became more and more courageous and reached level 24 directly. What a terrifying upgrade speed. However, at this moment, the yellow sand in the sky was slowly dissipating, and the figure of young Kiras appeared from it. At this time, young Kiras was surrounded by a large number of meows and could not escape. Young Kiras! Young Kiras looked at the meows around him, and sweat seemed to appear on his originally hard brown skin. Zhang Rui noticed this quickly. After many battles just now, although young Kiras' body was rarely hurt, he used skills many times, which also caused his physical strength to be a little bit out of order. Young Kiras, can you fight again? Young Kiras! Hearing young Kiras' firm answer, Zhang Rui nodded and ordered it. Power of the earth. Young Kiras controlled the earth elements around him. Many meows only felt that the ground was shaking violently, making it difficult for them to stand firm. At this moment, the flat surface suddenly cracked, and a large number of cracks extended to the surroundings. Waves emerged from the cracks and hit the meows. Suddenly, all the meows were attacked and flew out. The power of the earth is an all-round attack skill. As long as you are not flying in the sky, you can't avoid the attack of the power of the earth. Seeing that many meows lost their combat ability, the level of young Kiras was raised to level 26 again, and his strength was improved again. At the same time, under the protection of the carapace dragon, Ye Fei had already come to the front of the instrument on the cool leopard. Looking at the huge instrument in front of him, Ye Fei was a little sluggish. Such a large instrument, how can I destroy it? At this moment, the cat boss in the distance pounced on Ye Fei. When its sharp claws were about to touch Ye Fei, a dragon-shaped phantom suddenly rushed out from a distance, directly knocking the cat boss out and hitting the instrument in the distance. The instrument was not damaged at all by the powerful impact. Ye Fei couldn't help but exclaimed, "What is this instrument made of? Why is it so hard? Ours is made of alloy. It's impossible to break it." This voice was spoken by the researchers standing in front of the instrument. At this time, their eyes were looking at the ultimate cave in the sky, and their eyes were full of excitement. "We have been studying for so many years, just waiting for this day," the researcher said excitedly. At this time, Guzma completely ignored the battle at this time, and his eyes were still fixed on the ultimate cave. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he said, "Calculate the time. It should be about time." At this time, the handsome guy had taken all the photos, a total of hundreds of photos. As long as he took them out, it would be enough to convict these members of the Skull Team. The handsome man walked up to Guzma with a proud look on his face. "You are the boss of the Skull Team. I have filmed all the processes of you summoning the ultimate cave. Now you just need to close the ultimate cave, and our Spirit Alliance can still give you a lighter sentence otherwise." "Otherwise what? Do you have the ability to convict me, just with a broken camera in your hand?" Guzma laughed at the handsome man. He was too lazy to pay attention to such an ignorant detective. "I have all the evidence in my hand now. Just wait to be wanted by the Alliance." "Really?" Guzma looked at the detective in front of him and showed a mysterious smile. At this moment, a sharp blade emerged from the ultimate cave and attacked the handsome man at a rapid speed. Seeing this, the handsome man hurriedly blocked the camera in his hand in front of his chest. Bang! The camera could not withstand the strong force at all, and was directly shattered by the sharp blade. "My camera!" The handsome man hurriedly picked up the fragments on the ground, his face full of shock. "How are you going to convict me now? Your evidence has been destroyed. Now it's our turn to perform, Skull Team. Show up, Paper Sword." Guzma glanced down at the handsome guy kneeling on the ground, and a smile appeared on his lips. He ignored him and shouted at the ultimate cave. "Paper Sword!" Zhang Rui, who was commanding the battle between the young Kiras and many Meoths, stared at the ultimate cave in front of him. His face froze. Zhang Rui knew a little about the Paper Sword. The alien beasts living in the other world had two attributes, grass and steel. In other words, except for the fire, the damage to it from other attributes was negligible. Moreover, Zhang Rui especially remembered that the physical attack of the Paper Sword was extremely strong, and it could almost kill the elves with one move. At this moment, Zhang Rui had to protect Ye Fei from being hurt by Meowth and the cat boss, and he couldn't get away to stop Guzma from using the paper sword. Then he shouted to the handsome guy in the distance, "Aren't you a detective of the Pokémon Alliance? Are you going to watch the Skull Team's plan succeed?" Obviously, the handsome guy heard Zhang Rui's voice. Yes, his purpose this time was to collect evidence of the Skull Team's crime, and to stop the Skull Team's plan. Thinking of this, the handsome guy stood up, took out the Pokeball on his body and threw it out. Go! Poison Skull Frog! With the flashing blue light, a Pokémon that looked like Greninja appeared in front of the handsome guy. It had a red poison sac that shrank and expanded with its breathing. Poison Frog, Poison Fighting, LV51, A+, Gender, Male, Status Healthy. Features, Poison Hand. Carried items, Poison Gem, Acupuncture, Cross Chop, Absorbing Punch, Bullet Punch. Basic skills, Sludge Bomb, Poison Blast, Trick, Venom Shock, Assault, Mud Bomb, Surprise Blow, Provocation. Taught skills, Ice Fist, Kickdown, Lightning Fist, Skill Secrets, Hold, Shadow Ball. Zhang Rui took advantage of the time when young Kiras was fighting Meowth to turn his head to look in the direction of the handsome guy. After seeing Poison Frog, he immediately used the Data Eye to detect. Unexpectedly, this Poison Frog's qualifications were a little poor, but the rest were all top-notch. In addition to the skills he learned, he actually had Pokémon items. For ordinary trainers, it is extremely difficult to obtain Pokémon items. Except for gemstones and rock props, other props have become rare. After all, the craftsmanship of making props has been lost. Now the props on the market are worth at least 1 million. However, Zhang Rui does not have to worry about having no place to get props. Who lets him have the copy system? As long as he goes to the store of the copy, he can buy the corresponding props. Seeing such a high-level poisonous skull frog, Zhang Rui felt that the handsome guy could definitely stop Guzma's plan, so he ignored it and concentrated on dealing with the Meow in front of him. I don't know why. After the Meows of these skeleton teams were defeated, they actually summoned another Meow. Could it be that all the spirits of these people are Meows? At this time, Ye Fei was already ordering the cool leopard to attack the instrument in front of him. With the repeated attacks of the cool leopard, the instrument in front of him was actually intact, just like a new one. Damn it! This alloy is too hard, it can't be broken at all. But Ye Fei thought that Zhang Rui placed all his hopes on him, and he couldn't help but become serious again, saying to the cool leopard, "Chop it open, attack only one place, and try to make a gap." The cool leopard's claws emitted a white light, and it jumped up and chopped directly at the instrument in front of it. But the instrument was intact, without a scratch. At this time, the paper sword stretched out its head, looked outside for a few times, and then ran out of the ultimate cave easily. I saw that its body was like a piece of origami, very thin, and it seemed that it could flutter everywhere with a slight breeze. Now it can withstand the blow of the autumn wind, which should be the weight added to it by its steel property. Great, my plan is finally going to start, Guzma said, then took out the Pokeball from his body and threw it far away. Go, Garagara! Guzma's Garagara is different from other Garagara. His Garagara has two attributes, Fire and Ghost. This is also a Pokémon specially prepared by Guzma to deal with Paper Sword. Through the Fire attribute attack, it can cause 4 times the damage to Paper Sword. Garagara, Fire Wheel. Garagara hugged the fire stick in his hand, jumped up and spun violently in the air, forming a wheel made of red and green flames, rushing towards Paper Sword at a very fast speed. Don't even think about it. Toxic Skull Frog, block Garagara's attack. Seeing this, the handsome guy hurriedly asked Toxic Skull Frog to go and block Garagara's attack, so that its skills could not hit. Poison Frog rushed over at a very fast speed, but at this moment, a huge electric ball suddenly ran out. Fortunately, Poison Frog was smart. When the electric ball was about to hit it, it jumped up and easily avoided the attack of the electric ball. Looking in the direction of the cabin, it was obvious that the Pokémon that used the electric ball to attack was naturally Raichu, but its form was the Alola form. On the basis of the electric system, it added psychic skills to make its offensive means more diverse. The owner of this Raichu was naturally the big sister of the Skull Team, Bull Beauty. When she was sleeping comfortably, she heard Guzma shouting out the name of Paper Edgeworth, and immediately got up, dressed, and walked out. The main reason was that she also wanted to see what Paper Edgeworth looked like. This was a Pokémon equivalent to a second-level god, and she wanted to see how Guzma subdued it. Guzma is preparing to subdue the Paper Sword. No one can disturb him. Raichu, use 100,000 volts. Raichu, golden lightning flashed on Raichu's body. As the golden lightning continued to increase, a thick lightning bolt attacked Poison Frog. Hold on! Poison Frog immediately held up a green protective shield and violently struck the green protective shield with electricity. Although the attack was very strong, it was easily blocked by the green protective shield. Poison Frog, use poison attack now. At the moment when the green protective shield disappeared, Poison Frog's fist was wrapped in purple light, emitting a pungent smell, and ran quickly towards Raichu. When the poisonous attack was about to hit Raichu, Bull Beauty hurriedly gave the order, a flash of lightning, dodge its attack. The floating Raichu body disappeared instantly, causing the Poison Frog's attack to miss. However, the Poison Frog did not give up and chased after the Raichu, who was busy dodging. Because Raichu was busy dodging, it was a little tired. However, the Poison Frog seized the opportunity and smashed the fist wrapped in poison power, which instantly produced a strong explosion and pushed Raichu back dozens of steps. However, because it has the attribute of superpower, it quickly stabilized. Didn't it kill instantly? This Raichu is of a very high level. Originally a handsome guy, with the increase brought by the poison gem, can make the power of the poison attribute attack more powerful, almost directly kill the opponent instantly. But this attack hit, but did not kill instantly, which can only mean that this Raichu is of a very high level. At this time, the flame wheel of Gara Gara accurately hit the paper sword, who was observing the environment. Jiyu, after being attacked by Gala Gala, Jiyu was obviously in great pain, and many burn marks appeared on his body. This fire attribute skill caused great damage to Jiyu. The injured paper sword immediately realized that the Gara Gara in front of it was its opponent, so it launched an attack on it. Paper sword's eyes radiated pink light, and its paper arm was wrapped in a powerful energy. It swung its arm lightly, and the speed was so fast that one could even hear the sound of it cutting through space. A sharp blade at least several meters long emerged from its arm and attacked Gara Gara with an amazing force. Psychic Blade! Gara Gara immediately used the small fire stick in his hand to block it, but this was an attack equivalent to that of a second-level god. Gara Gara was unable to resist and was blown away by this powerful energy. If Guzma had not taken Gara Gara back in time, I'm afraid Gara Gara would have been blown away by the attack just now. As expected of Paper Sword, who can compete with a second-level god with such terrifying strength, I really want to conquer you. After saying that, Guzma took out another Pokeball from his body and threw it out. Go! Giant Mantis, use Bullet Punch. The Giant Mantis, which was all red, appeared in front of Jiyu at an extremely fast speed. The originally red giant claws turned into the color of steel. Jiyu had no time to dodge and was hit by the bullet punch and fell from the air. However, Jiyu was at least a second-level god. How could he be defeated by a bullet punch? When falling down, Jiyu gathered the power of the psychic system again and swung out the huge blade again. The pink blade appeared again and quickly attacked the giant mantis in the sky. The speed was very fast, and the power this time was even stronger than before. This is the strength of the beast. As long as you defeat an enemy, you can increase your attack power once. Originally, the strength of the paper sword was already very strong. If the attack power is increased by one more level, then the power can be imagined. The giant claws can't block it at all. However, Guzma didn't want the giant claws to block the attack, but said, "Move at high speed and avoid this attack." The giant claws moved quickly in the air, and the speed was very fast. Every time the sharp blade released by the paper sword was released, it could easily avoid it. Obviously, every time the giant claws dodged the attack of the paper sword became a little impatient, which is also a common problem of most Pokémon. Without the command of the trainer, if the skills of wild Pokémon can't hit, then its heart will be impatient, and it will lose panic, thus revealing its own flaws to the opponent. Obviously, the current paper sword has many flaws. Now the giant claws can cause serious damage to the paper sword with just one move. To resist paper sword's attack, it didn't know what happened to this attack, but it actually went straight through Mantis's defense and knocked it down at a very fast speed. Holy sword! Guzma watched Mantis fall from the air, smashing a huge hole in the flat surface, and Mantis was lying in it, and it had lost its ability to fight. Come back, Mantis! Guzma saw Mantis losing its ability to fight, gritted his teeth, and took Mantis away. As expected of a second-level god, he actually possesses such strength. Guzma looked at the paper sword in the air, and the corner of his mouth raised an arc. The stronger the paper sword was, the more excited he was. This shows that his goal was correct from the beginning. If the alien beast was easily defeated by Gara Gara as soon as it appeared, then he would lose interest in conquering the alien beast. At this time, Guzma took out another Pokeball from his pocket, his face full of absolute confidence. This time he would definitely defeat the paper sword easily and then conquer it. Then, Guzma threw the Pokeball in his hand into the air, and the red and white ball exploded in the air instantly. Go! Armored Warrior, Metal Claw! The Armored Warrior, whose body was wrapped in a hard shell, appeared in the air. The sharp claws had changed from the original black to silver-white. He came in front of the paper sword and swung his claws directly. The paper sword was shocked and quickly blocked it with his thin arms. But how could he block the attack of the Armored Warrior? The silver-white claws cut through the void and hit the paper sword's chest directly. With a face full of shock, Paper Mitsurugi could not resist such a powerful attack and fell directly from the sky. Guzma took out the ultimate ball and threw it at the falling Paper Mitsurugi. The moment the ultimate ball touched Paper Mitsurugi's body, it was actually wrapped in energy and then collected into the ball. The ultimate ball fell to the ground, shook for a while, and then stopped shaking. Boom! Everyone gave different reactions when they heard the sound of Paper Mitsurugi being subdued. Ye-Fei, who had tried hard to destroy the instrument at first, was shocked when he heard that Paper Mitsurugi was subdued. He had seen Paper Mitsurugi's performance just now. He had the strength of a second-level god. 2 powerful elves could not hurt him at all. In the end, he had to rely on the Armored Warrior to finish him off. This was enough to show that Paper Mitsurugi's strength was beyond imagination. However, Ye-Fei was only shocked for a moment, and immediately ordered the Cool Leopard to attack the instrument in front of him. If the instrument could not be destroyed, then more beasts like Paper Mitsurugi would come out of the ultimate cave. One paper sword already has such a strong strength. If there are a few more and Guzma succeeds in subduing them, the consequences are hard to imagine. I am afraid that the Elf Alliance needs to think twice before dealing with them. The Kabutosaurus, who was guarding Ye-Fei, was about to defeat all the cat bosses. It just looked at Guzma's subduing of the paper sword and continued to complete the task assigned to it by Zhang Rui. Now, although the Kabutosaurus was exhausted and seriously injured, its level was rising rapidly. Now its level has reached level 46. There are still a few cat bosses in front of it. It believes that as long as it defeats the remaining cat bosses in front of it, its level will rise again. However, the one with the biggest reaction was of course Zhang Rui. At this time he was looking at Guzma picking up the ultimate ball, and he felt very uncomfortable. Because his goal is to subdue the mythical beasts from all over the world, he was powerless after seeing the paper sword being subdued by Guzma, and even felt powerless. Boy, we can't stop our skeleton team's plan. Now that our boss has subdued the paper sword, he is even more powerful. He can keep you anytime he wants. The skeleton team members who were fighting Zhang Rui were very excited. Seeing Guzma subdued the paper sword, it meant that he was one step closer to his future plan. I will definitely stop your skeleton team's plan, young Kiras. Use the power of the earth. Obviously, Zhang Rui was angered by the words of these skeleton team members and quickly said to young Kiras in front of him that since he had no chance to subdue the paper sword, he had to destroy the instrument in front of him. If the skeleton team summoned other beasts from the ultimate cave, their plan would be more difficult. Now Zhang Rui's strength is still too weak. If he wants to subdue the beast in the future, he can only rely on other methods to open the ultimate cave. Anyway, there are many ways to open the ultimate cave, and there is no need to use instruments to open the ultimate cave like the skeleton team. When young Kira stepped on the ground, a large number of cracks appeared on the ground again. A series of airwaves quickly attacked the remaining Meowths. The remaining Meowths were shocked and were instantly blown away by the airwaves, losing their ability to fight. Damn it! How can the attack power of this young Kiras be so strong? We each have 5 Meowths, but we can't even touch it. Even a quasi-god doesn't have such abnormal strength. The skeleton team took back all the Meowths that had lost their ability to fight. Now that all their Pokémons have been used up, it is no surprise that they were all defeated by young Kiras and lost their ability to fight. Zhang Rui did not intend to let them go, and gave young Kiras another order. Use Rock Slide. Young Kiras? A large number of rocks appeared around young Kiras's body and flew towards the skeleton team members in front of him at an accelerated speed. The rocks that kept falling from the sky frightened the members of the Skull team. They had no Pokémon in their hands, but the trainer in front of them didn't want to let them go. They were so scared that they ran to the distant forest, fearing that they would be hit by the huge rocks and lose their lives. Zhang Rui looked at the Skull team members who were quickly going away, and did not let young Kiras continue to chase, but hurried to support Kabutosaurus, who was fighting with Catboss. At the same time, the handsome guy who was ordering Toxic Bane and Raichu to fight saw Guzma subdue the paper sword, and he didn't care about Raichu in front of him and said to Toxic Bane, "Go, take back the Ultra Ball in Guzma's hand." After Toxic Bane dodged an electric shock from Raichu, it quickly ran towards Guzma, but at this time Guzma also noticed Toxic Bane running over, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Armored Warrior Shell Knife. The Armored Warrior in the distance quickly came to Guzma, used the hot water flow to gather into the shape of a blade, and slashed at the poison frog that was about to touch Guzma. The poison frog was very sensitive, and soon noticed the attack of the Armored Warrior and dodged it directly. The Armored Warrior stood in front of Guzma and signaled Poison Frog that if it wanted to snatch the ultimate ball, it would need to get past it. Poison Frog? Poison Frog looked at the Armored Warrior in front of it. The air sac at its chin was constantly shrinking. Poison Frog was a little embarrassed. The Armored Warrior in front of it was definitely stronger than it. At this moment, a lightning came from behind and hit Poison Frog's body accurately. Poison Frog soon emitted black smoke and half knelt on the ground. Obviously, the attack just now caused a lot of damage to it. Poison Frog. The handsome guy saw that Poison Frog was seriously injured and became a little worried. "Ha! How is it, Detective? Now that Guzma has successfully subdued Paper Edgeworth, your plan has failed. Do you still want to continue struggling?" This harsh voice was naturally made by Bull Beauty. Now she was standing next to Guzma, mocking the handsome guy in the distance. The handsome guy clenched his fists. His plan had completely failed. He failed to successfully close the ultimate cave before the ultimate Pokémon appeared. Now that Guzma has successfully subdued the ultimate Pokémon, the handsome guy's plan has completely failed. At this moment, the ultimate cave in the air changed again. A sharp blade that was more powerful than before flew directly out and flew quickly towards Guzma. Swish! This sharp blade was even more powerful than the skill that Paper Sword had just performed. Seeing this, the Armored Warrior hurriedly stood in front of Guzma. The hard claws clenched each other, and the extremely fast sharp blade hit the arm of the Armored Warrior. The powerful impact force actually knocked the Armored Warrior back dozens of meters. Fortunately, the level of the Armored Warrior was high enough, and the extremely fast sharp blade only caused some damage to it, but it was not very serious. Just when I captured one, another one came running. "Melee, I will give this paper sword to you after I capture it." Guzma's mouth curled up slightly when he saw the sharp blade coming from the ultimate cave again. Bull Melee, who was standing by, was naturally very happy when she heard it. Isn't it a happy thing to get a second-level godlike Pokémon for free? "Thank you for the gift, boss." Guzma ignored him and gave another order to the Armored Warrior. Armored Warrior, Metal Claws. The Armored Warrior jumped up. At this time, another paper sword had just left the ultimate cave and saw the Armored Warrior attacking it. It was not like the paper sword that had just been used to familiarize itself with the environment. Instead, it immediately launched a counterattack when the Armored Warrior was about to hit it. The paper sword crossed its hands into a cross shape and rushed towards the Armored Warrior. The metal claws and crossed scissors exploded violently in the air, but the Armored Warrior could not withstand the attack and was directly knocked out. The paper sword also suffered a lot of injuries, with a mark on its body. If it were not for its steel attribute, it might have lost its combat ability. This paper sword is even stronger than the previous one. Interesting, Armored Warrior, the water flow breaks. The Armored Warrior jumped up again, with a large amount of water gathering in his claws, and just when he was about to chop at the paper sword, the poisonous skull frog suddenly appeared in front of it and used its fist covered with venom to punch the Armored Warrior's body, knocking it to the ground again. Damn it! After seeing the Armored Warrior being shot down, Guzma looked at the handsome guy behind him with a ferocious look. At this time, Paper Sword was in a state of anger. Although it knew that Toxic Skull Frog was here to help it, It still gathered pink energy on its arms and slashed at Toxic Skull Frog's back. Ha! This is the consequence of your helping the ultimate Pokémon. Now your Toxic Skull Frog is about to lose its combat ability. Let's see who can stop my plan, Guzma said proudly. The handsome guy didn't say anything, but clenched his fists and stared at Paper Sword. Now it was impossible for him to let Toxic Skull Frog dodge the attack. If Toxic Skull Frog loses its combat ability, then no one will stop Guzma from conquering the ultimate Pokémon. Just as Paper Sword was about to chop at Toxic Skull Frog, a blazing flame quickly attacked Paper Sword and hit it very accurately. At the same time, it also created an opportunity for Toxic Skull Frog to land successfully. "This is Jet Flames!" Guzma was a little stunned and said. Then, everyone looked in the direction where the jet of flame came from, and this direction was naturally the direction where Zhang Rui was. At this time, Zhang Rui was commanding the Kabutosaurus to attack the Paper Sword in the air, and Ye-Fei still ordered the Cool Leopard to use the split on the instrument. But this time, the Cool Leopard's target was obviously not the hard instrument, but the cage that trapped the electric elves. The material of the cage was completely different from that of the instrument. The instrument was made of alloy and it was difficult to destroy it completely, while the cage was made of iron. For the Cool Leopard, this couldn't be simpler. The Cool Leopard chopped down at the iron cage, and the hard iron rod obviously had an obvious crack. Ye-Fei saw that there was a chance, so he asked the Cool Leopard to continue attacking. Ye-Fei was able to think of destroying the cage, which was actually Zhang Rui's method. Zhang Rui also saw that Ye-Fei had tried his best and it was difficult to destroy the instrument, so it was better to change his thinking and defeat the cage first to let the electric elves inside get free. Without the supply of electricity, this instrument will definitely stop working, and the ultimate cave in the air will soon disappear. Bang bang! The Cool Leopard's last claw strike finally smashed a big hole in the hard cage, and Ye-Fei hurriedly asked the electric elves inside to escape quickly. "It's safe now, you can escape now." Ye-Fei kept shouting, but the electric elves inside ignored Ye-Fei's words. Even if all their own electricity was absorbed, they were unwilling to listen to Ye-Fei and leave here. I think they may no longer trust humans. After all, humans have done such excessive things to them. If it were me, I would no longer trust humans if my electricity was extracted like this every day. After hearing Zhang Rui's words, Ye-Fei's heart sank. Is there no way to make the electric elves inside willing to go out? If Ye-Fei forcibly carries them out, these electric elves will be frightened and launch a strong lightning attack on Ye-Fei. Ye-Fei is not a super newcomer, and he can't bear such a strong electricity. But we can't just ignore these electric elves. As long as they are in the cage, they will continue to be drained of electricity. Correspondingly, the ultimate cave in the air will not close. Cool Leopard looked at Ye-Fei, who was a little sad, walked slowly to Ye-Fei, licked his cheek a few times, hoping that Ye-Fei could recover quickly. "Thank you, Cool Leopard, I'm fine. I will definitely rescue these elves." Ye-Fei stroked Cool Leopard's fur, which was very soft and smooth, and muttered, "It would be great if an elf came forward to help me persuade them." Elf? At this time, Ye-Fei remembered that didn't he capture a Magnemite yesterday? Although the power has not been restored, it has also recovered some vitality. Perhaps it can persuade the electric elves. After all, it is one of these electric elves. It will definitely work if it takes action. After Ye-Fei thought about it, he immediately tried it. He took out the Pokeball containing Magnemite and summoned it. Although the newly appeared Magnemite has not fully recovered, it is still somewhat energetic. It circled around Ye-Fei to express his gratitude to Ye-Fei for capturing it. Ye-Fei touched Magnemite's hard but warm body with his hand and said, "Can you help me persuade the elves in the cage? Let them run out of the cage, but they are also your companions in distress at the time. I think they will listen to you and come out." Magnemite also readily agreed. Ye-Fei's original intention was to rescue these electric elves, and he did not have any bad intentions. In the cage that was absorbing electric elves, Magnemite felt a familiar suction force as soon as it entered the edge of the cage, trying to absorb all the electricity on it. Fortunately, seeing this, Cool Leopard jumped and rescued Magnemite. If it was a step later, Magnemite would probably have absorbed all the electricity again. Ye-Fei held Magnemite in his arms, took out the Pokeball and said, "Come back, I'll think of another way." Just as the Pokeball was aimed at Magnemite, Magnemite suddenly broke free from Ye-Fei's arms, slowly flew to the door of the cage, and shouted to the electric elves inside, "Magnemite, Magnemite, Hearing Magnemite's shouting, the electric elves inside also responded. Electric shock Pika. It seemed that they were all talking about the harm caused to them by humans, telling it not to trust humans. Magnemite saw that persuasion was useless, so he wanted to rush in to defend himself, but was quickly stopped by Cool Leopard. Although they are disobedient, you can't risk your life to do it. We must have other ways. Although Ye-Fei said this, if there is any other way, there is no other way. It is just a word not to let Magneto take risks. However, Magneto still insisted on calling outside the cage. After Magneto's continuous efforts and persuasion, most of the electric elves chose to believe them once. After all, they also know that if they continue to stay here, the electricity in their bodies will be quickly absorbed, and then what awaits them is death. Even if those electric elves agree to leave, their bodies are now absorbed by electricity and cannot move at all. However, this matter is just a small matter for Ye-Fei. He just needs to let Cool Leopard go to the cage and find a way to rescue the elves. And Ye-Fei asked Magneto to persuade him just to gain the trust of these electric elves. Otherwise, Cool Leopard would be besieged by many electric elves if he rashly went in. After all, there are at least 100 electric elves inside, and it is conceivable that such a huge amount of electricity will hit Cool Leopard. Cool Leopard punched a big hole in the iron rod of the cage, entered inside, and dragged out the electric-type Pokémon inside. As for why Cool Leopard was not affected by the suction of the instrument, it was mainly because Cool Leopard did not have the attribute of the electric type, so there was no need to worry about these problems. As the electric-type Pokémon came out of the cage one by one, the ultimate cave in the air was gradually shrinking. Guzma, who was fighting with Paper Sword, saw that the ultimate cave was gradually shrinking, and immediately ordered the members of the skeleton team to stop Ye-Fei's behavior. When he looked over, there were no members of the skeleton team. Only a few researchers were left, and the members of the skeleton team had been scared away by Zhang Rui. Seeing that all the members of the skeleton team were gone, Guzma gritted his teeth and was full of hatred for Zhang Rui in the distance. Melee, you go and deal with him. At this time, Bull Melee was fighting with the Poison Skull Frog in order to prevent the Poison Skull Frog from joining Guzma's battle again. After hearing this, Bull Beauty hurriedly said, "What should we do with this detective?" Guzma's mouth corners slightly raised, and he said to the armored warrior, "Hell thrust!" The armored warrior who was fighting with Paper Sword instantly understood what Guzma meant, and immediately distanced himself from Paper Sword. His body turned into a spherical object covered with spikes and rolled over. He did not attack Paper Sword, but bypassed Raichu and knocked the Poison Frog directly away, causing the Poison Frog to crash into the tree. After many battles, the Poison Frog could not withstand such a strong attack at all, and crashed heavily into the tree trunk, losing its ability to fight. The handsome guy had no choice. Since the Poison Frog had lost its ability to fight, he could quickly take it back. Damn it! When the handsome guy came, he only brought a Poison Frog to the Shanghai Forest for investigation. Perhaps it was because of his arrogance that he thought that a Poison Frog at level 51 should be able to handle this task easily. But what he didn't expect was that the opponent's level was so high, and he might have reached the strength of a quasi-king, and Guzma was even more unfathomable, perhaps even the strength of a champion. Now, the only way to solve this matter is to let the champion take action. After seeing that Poison Skull Frog had lost its ability to fight, Bull Beauty instantly understood what Guzma meant. Raichu, use 100,000 volts on the Cool Leopard in the distance. Raichu. The floating Raichu was wrapped in lightning, and a shocking secret thunder quickly attacked the Cool Leopard. At this time, the Cool Leopard was saving these electric elves and could not avoid the sudden electric attack. At this moment, seeing that 100,000 volts was about to hit the body of the Cool Leopard, the electric elves who were being treated looked at each other, nodded, and immediately jumped up to bear the damage brought by 100,000 volts. Fortunately, the 100,000 volt attack restored their bodies that lacked electricity, but the attack power of Raichu was too strong. Dozens of electric elves could not bear it at all. They rolled their eyes and lost their ability to fight. However, this also saved a lot of time for Kubao. Seeing that Raichu's attack was blocked, Bull Beauty gritted her teeth and gave another order. Use 100,000 volts again. Now those elves have lost their ability to fight. Let's see what they can do to resist. Jet Flame. Seeing the strong lightning coming again, Zhang Rui, who wanted to rush to fight with Shi Yujian, could only change his target and let Kabutosaurus use Jet Flame to buy time for Kubao to rescue the electric elves. As for why Kabutosaurus learned to Jet Flame, it was also because of its level increase. Now its level has reached level 48, and it is only 2 levels away from completing the evolution. A fiercely burning pillar of fire spit out from Kabutosaurus's mouth. Just when the lightning was about to hit Kubao, the strong flame and lightning had a fierce collision. However, Raichu's electric shock was still better, and the flames from Kabutosaurus's mouth were gradually weakening, and sweat began to form on its body. It was obvious that it could not hold on any longer. Kabutosaurus, come on, you must buy time for Kubao. Hearing Ye Fei's encouragement, Kabutosaurus, who was originally sweating profusely, showed a sharp look, and the momentum of his body increased again. The flames in his mouth were gradually increasing, and the momentum had already covered the lightning beam. However, Raichu was also unwilling to admit defeat, and increased the input of electricity again. Suddenly, the two powerful energies collided with each other. Bang! The hot flames and lightning produced a violent explosion, and smoke suddenly rose up. A large amount of dust and sand blew several people unable to open their eyes. Among them, those electric elves who had lost their combat ability were blown up by the fierce wind and sand because of their small size. Fortunately, Ye Fei hurriedly hugged them, which saved them from the danger of being blown away. At this time, the cool leopard was not hindered by the smoke at all. With its sharp nose, it freely entered and exited the cage in the wind and sand, and took out the electric-type Pokémon one by one. Among them, the ones with harder skin were slowly pushed out with its head. After the smoke dissipated, the cool leopard had rescued all the Pokémon. Now it collapsed on the ground due to physical exhaustion and took a short rest. After all the electric-type Pokémon were rescued, the ultimate cave in the sky had no energy supply, and naturally it gradually shrank until it closed. Damn it! Guzma, who was ordering the armored warriors and the paper swordsmen to fight, gritted his teeth when he noticed that the ultimate cave was actually closed. He looked at Zhang Rui, who was fighting with Bull Beauty, wishing he could go there now to let Zhang Rui know the consequences of provoking their skeleton team. But he had no time to deal with Zhang Rui. The armored warriors and the paper swordsmen were fighting hard. The strength of this paper sword was much stronger than the previous one. This also took Guzma a lot of time, but the armored warrior couldn't take it down, which made him even more angry. At this time, the handsome guy was very happy to see Ye Fei rescue all the electric elves. He brought the two to help him. This decision was right, but then he looked at his watch again and seemed to be very concerned about the time. Asshole boy, I'll let you know the consequences of provoking our skeleton team Raichu, mental strength. After seeing the ultimate cave was closed, Bull's beautiful heart was also extremely angry. He gave Raichu an order, as if he was not going to let Zhang Rui and Ye Fei go. Raichu's whole body was covered with pink light, and his hands slowly stretched out. A powerful energy wave came out from his hands and quickly attacked the Kabutosaurus not far away. Hold it! The Kabutosaurus body once again produced a green protective shield to block the pink energy outside the body. The pink energy hit the green protective shield. Although it did not cause any damage to the Kabutosaurus, it also made the Kabutosaurus retreat a few steps. The strength of this Raichu is simply terrifying. If it hadn't kept its skills, Kabutosaurus might have been killed instantly. Zhang Rui noticed that Kabutosaurus's body was retreating, and his face was slightly shocked. When fighting with Raichu, Zhang Rui used the Data Eye to analyze all the data of Raichu, and found that the level of this Raichu was actually at level 60. Although its qualifications were slightly weaker, its level was there. With such terrifying strength at level 60, it could become a gym leader. Kabutosaurus is only level 48 now. Even if it relies on its racial advantage, it can't take much advantage of Raichu. If it hadn't kept this protective skill, your Kabutosaurus would have lost its combat ability. Bull Beauty laughed at Zhang Rui. Really? Zhang Rui's mouth corners slightly raised, and he seemed to have great confidence in the situation. Kabutosaurus, Dragon Dance. Now if you want to compete with a high-level elf like Raichu, you must use all your strength. If there is a slight mistake, the consequence is failure. Dragon Dance was also the first time Zhang Rui used this amplification skill. This amplification skill is almost a must for every dragon-type elf. It can increase the attack and speed at the same time. However, It is good to be able to increase the attack. The increase in speed is not very prominent in Kabutosaurus. After all, Kabutosaurus's own speed is very slow. Even if it is increased, it is only the same as the speed of normal elves. Dragon Dance, your Kabutosaurus also has this amplification skill? It seems that you have cultivated it very well. However, this is also your last chance to breathe, Raichu. Use 100,000 volts again. After Bull Beauty said to Zhang Rui, she ordered the next attack to Raichu beside her. Although Kabutosaurus' body is bulky, it dances as if it was born, very light and comfortable, and it is not at all unable to complete the dance steps due to its own weight. While Kabutosaurus was dancing, Raichu was not idle either. He gathered the electrical energy in his body, wrapped it all over his body, and attacked Kabutosaurus with an extremely powerful energy. Seeing that the strong lightning was about to break through the obstacles of space and come to the front of the Kabutosaurus. Dodge. Use Dragon God Dive. Perhaps because of the Dragon Dance, the Kabutosaurus's own speed actually increased. When the strong lightning was about to hit it, its body suddenly moved and successfully avoided the damage caused by the lightning. Then, the body was wrapped in a blue-purple dragon-shaped phantom, just like the arrival of the Dragon God. This time, the dragon-shaped phantom was taller and more majestic than the last time. This was also the effect of the Dragon Dance. At this time, the Kabutosaurus body moved and attacked Raichu at an extremely fast speed. With the attack bonus of the Dragon Dance and the bonus of taking physical attack blocks every day, the Kabutosaurus's attack power is now amazing. As long as it can hit Raichu, it can definitely take it away with one move. Raichu, Electric Ball. Bull Beauty had an idea and quickly said to Raichu. Raichu's yellow tail began to generate a large amount of current. As the current continued to gather, a huge yellow thunderball was generated. Seeing that the Kabutosaurus was about to attack, Raichu hurriedly swung his tail and threw the electric ball on his tail. The sudden appearance of the electric ball made the Kabutosaurus unable to dodge and was hit by the electric ball with lightning. Although his body was seriously injured, the Kabutosaurus still did not retreat, but gathered more energy again and rushed towards Raichu quickly. Raichu, get out of the way! Even if Bull Beauty said this, it was too late. The Kabutosaurus had already arrived in front of Raichu and used its huge body to hit the yellow-haired mouse in front of it. Raichu was unable to resist the Kabutosaurus's Dragon God Dive after the Dragon Dance bonus, and his body was quickly knocked away and directly knocked down the tree trunk behind him that was more than 10 centimeters long. Raichu, Bull Beauty shouted to the distance. But at this time, Raichu had lost his ability to fight, so how could he still have the strength to respond to Bull Beauty's shout? Great, Rui, you can agree to such a terrifying Raichu, okay. Ye-Fei hurried to Zhang Rui and praised him. The electric elves on the ground also surrounded Zhang Rui, and their bodies actually danced mysterious steps, as if celebrating for Zhang Rui. After Zhang Rui responded, he ran to the Kabutosaurus in the distance. After the battle with Raichu just now, the level of Kabutosaurus was once again upgraded. Now it is level 49. As long as it is upgraded by one more level, it can complete the evolution. However, this also caused it to be seriously injured. Although the level increase brought some physical recovery, the damage to the body was far less than that. After Zhang Rui came to it, he stroked it a few times, and then took out some energy cubes from his body and let it take them. Perhaps it could restore some physical strength. At this time, Zhang Rui regretted why he didn't buy some good medicine when he came, so that he could treat it in time after the elf was injured. At this moment, a bottle of spray was thrown in front of Zhang Rui, and the bottle connected to the spray was pink. Zhang Rui picked up the bottle on the ground and exclaimed, "This is a powerful medicine." Zhang Rui quickly turned his head to see who threw it to him. Judging by the direction, Zhang Rui found that it was thrown to him by the handsome guy in the distance. Just now, the handsome guy saw that the strength of the Kabutosaurus was so amazing and thought that maybe Zhang Rui had the strength to stop Guzma, so he planned to try it on Zhang Rui. Now the elves around Ye-Fei could not compete with Guzma's elves, and his own elves also lost their combat effectiveness due to the sudden attack of the armored warrior just now. Now only Zhang Rui's elves have this possibility. Even if they can't defeat Guzma, they can delay time for him. Zhang Rui cast a grateful look at the handsome guy, and then used the powerful medicine in his hand to treat the Kabutosaurus. After a while, the wounds on the Kabutosaurus were healed, leaving only some scratches. It's really a powerful medicine for wounds. It works well. When I return to Shanghai City, I will buy some for emergency use. Shell. After the recovered shell dragon responded to Zhang Rui, its body was actually wrapped in white light and its size was increasing rapidly. Zhang Rui was ecstatic when he saw the changes in the shell dragon's body. He thought to himself, the energy cube just now has worked. Just now, when Zhang Rui was feeding the shell dragon with energy cubes, he added some experience cubes. At that time, the shell dragon's level was already 49. As long as it was fed with some experience cubes, it should be able to reach level 50 soon. At the same time, Guzma still ordered the armored warrior to launch an offensive against the paper sword in the air. After several rounds of fighting, the paper sword's body was now broken and seriously injured. At this time, the armored warrior did not see too serious injuries on his hard shell. It was just an ordinary minor injury. In fact, it was mainly because the armored warrior was under Guzma's command that even if the attack of the paper sword hit it, the damage caused was not very high. This is the magic of Guzma. When he trained the armored warrior, he asked it to pay special attention to using the armor on its body to resist the attack, so as to minimize the attack. And each attack of the paper sword seemed to cause great damage to the armored warrior, but in fact, it was only a slight injury. This is the last blow, armored warrior. Use water flow to break it. The armored warrior jumped up and held the same height as the paper sword. A large amount of water flow was generated from his body, surging around. The water flow in his hand was like a powerful water blade, which slashed directly at the paper sword. At this time, the paper sword immediately used its arms to resist, hoping to reduce the power of the armored warrior. But it was covered with injuries. How could it resist the attack of the armored warrior? And its body was directly cut by the water blade. Paper Mitsurugi was hit by the water blade and fell down sharply. Guzma had already prepared the ultimate ball and threw it at the falling Paper Mitsurugi. The ultimate ball opened its mouth and quickly took Paper Mitsurugi into the ultimate ball. It fell to the ground and shook for a few times before stopping. Now that Paper Mitsurugi had been captured, Guzma was not idle either. He walked towards the ultimate ball and looked at it on the ground with a slight smile on his face. He was about to bend down and pick it up when he saw it. Suddenly, a red and blue figure flashed by, and the ultimate ball on the ground disappeared. Who is it? Guzma, who failed to get the ultimate ball, was instantly bulging with veins and looked at the red and blue figure in the air with ferocious eyes, his words full of anger. But think about it. The Pokémon that he had finally captured was snatched away by someone else just when he was about to pick it up. How could this not be infuriating? Guzma stared at the huge figure. In addition to the white belly, it had blue skin and a pair of bright red wings. It flapped its wings in the air, enjoying the beauty of flying in the air. This Pokémon was obviously the newly evolved Tyranitar, and the one sitting on its back was naturally Shirui. At this time, Shirui was holding the ultimate ball that had just captured Paper Sword in his hand, and said, "Fortunately, I made it in time." In fact, this is why Zhang Rui wanted Kabutosaurus to evolve quickly. Now that the battle between Paper Sword and Armor Warrior is about to end, and Kabutosaurus's level has also completed its evolution, Zhang Rui thought of using Kabutosaurus's speed to pick up the Ultra Ball on the ground at the moment when Guzma was captured. Although this method is shameful for a trainer, it is very effective. This time Zhang Rui finally experienced the feeling of being a member of Team Rocket. It feels so good. I thought, should I do this in the future? But I soon gave up this idea. As an excellent trainer, I should do less of this kind of thing. Rui, good job. Although I don't advocate this kind of behavior, the other party is the boss of Team Skull. I agree with it with both hands. Ye Fei praised Zhang Rui in the air while tightening the rope in his hand to tie Bull Beauty tightly, so that she would not run away. After seeing Zhang Rui's performance, the handsome guy smiled and didn't say anything. He still paid attention to the time, thinking that if Zhang Rui could delay for a while, the man would be here soon. Zhang Rui quickly put the ultimate ball in his hand into his pocket and stared at Guzma on the ground. Only then did he realize that the armored warrior had disappeared. Could it be that? Zhang Rui immediately looked around and saw the armored warrior moving on the tree trunk. Its speed was very fast, and Zhang Rui could only see a trace of black shadow and couldn't catch its position at all. If he didn't pay attention, Zhang Rui would lose the whereabouts of the armored warrior, which made Zhang Rui immediately alert and said to the Dragonite, "Pay attention to the position of the armored warrior. Dragonite! Dragonite stretched its neck and looked at the forest below, hoping to find the position of the armored warrior. But unfortunately, all it could see were shaking trees and the sound of waves, and even the figure of the armored warrior could not be seen. At this time, Guzma sneered. Zhang Rui noticed this and immediately said to the storm dragon, "Hold on." The storm dragon didn't even think about it and immediately propped up the green protective barrier. As soon as the barrier rose, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Rui and slashed at the green barrier in front of him with the water knife in his hand. The power was so strong that the green barrier could not withstand such an attack at all. At the moment when the barrier was about to break, the storm dragon's body was wrapped by a blue dragon-shaped phantom and rushed towards the armored warrior at a high speed. But Zhang Rui still underestimated the power of the armored warrior's skills. The dragon god dive could only resist it for a while, and actually directly knocked the storm dragon and Zhang Rui out together. Like a meteor, it fell vertically to the ground. "Rui Rui!" Ye Fei shouted at Zhang Rui, who was falling rapidly. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the body of the storm dragon appeared there. The storm dragon used its body to wrap Zhang Rui up. Although it was seriously injured, Zhang Rui was not hurt at all. When the storm dragon saw that Zhang Rui was safe, he fainted and lost his ability to fight. This was the only time that Dragonite lost its ability to fight. Zhang Rui felt distressed when he saw Dragonite on the ground. In order to prevent Dragonite's injury from getting worse, Zhang Rui immediately used the Pokeball to retrieve it. "How is it? The Dragonite you are so proud of has lost its ability to fight. What else can you do?" Guzma looked directly at Zhang Rui in the distance and taunted him. "If you give me the ultimate ball, I may let you go. But if not, armored warrior." The armored warrior in the distance heard Guzma's order and quickly came to Zhang Rui, aiming its hard claws at Zhang Rui's neck, as long as Zhang Rui didn't hand over the ultimate ball, today would be your death. "Rui Rui, give him the ultimate ball and ensure our safety first." Ye Fei in the distance shouted desperately at Zhang Rui. He didn't want Zhang Rui to lose his life because of the ultimate ball. The handsome guy at the edge of the central area kept looking at his watch, feeling very panicked. Faced with death, Zhang Rui could only take out the Pokeball containing the paper sword. Just as he was about to give it to the armored warrior, a very fast figure suddenly appeared from a distance. The armored warrior was caught off guard and was directly knocked away by the fist that broke the darkness. The powerful force made it roll continuously in the forest until it stopped after crashing into more than a dozen trees. "What is this?" Zhang Rui stared at the huge figures in front of him, looking at their orange-yellow skin, strong wings, and 2 tentacles on their heads. Dragonite. Dragonite, dragon flying, level LV90, quality S+, Jadis healthy. Features, multiple scales, carried items, dragon fang, dragon gem. Inherited moves, water jet, dragon breath, dragon dance, dragon wave, dragon god dive, god speed, black mist. Basic skills, wing attack, storm, flame fist, thunder fist, feather roost. Dragon star cluster, reverse scale, electric shock wave, hot wind, hold 100,000 volts, earthquake, flame jet. Fuck, this is Dragonite. I didn't expect that Dragonite saved me, Zhang Rui said with a shocked expression. The main reason is that it has never seen such data before. Almost all the attack skills are maxed out, and even the qualifications are absolutely top-notch. And the level is actually level 90, which is the goal of many trainers. "Are you okay, little brother?" After hearing the strange voice, Zhang Rui realized that there was someone on the back of Dragonite. But think about it. How could such a powerful Dragonite be wild? Zhang Rui raised his head and stared at the man on the back of Dragonite. The man was very young, probably in his 20s, with red hair, but he was standing, probably because of the hairspray. "Do." The man was a little confused and asked Zhang Rui, "Have we met before?" Zhang Rui shook his head. "Then how do you know my name?" Seeing Zhang Rui shaking his head, Du asked. Zhang Rui didn't expect that he actually guessed it right. The man in front of him was the champion of the Kanto region, Du. But this is just a name in the anime. Now the man in front of him should be a person in the spirit world, just similar to Du. He can have a level 90 Dragonite. It is estimated that his status in China should not be low. However, in the face of Du's inquiry, Zhang Rui immediately found an excuse and said, "I saw it in the newspaper. After all, Mr. Du is very famous?" "Really?" Du just said a little, and rode Dragonite to the handsome guy and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I just met a red Gyarados. I wanted to subdue it, but I didn't expect it to run away. Looking at the red-haired man in front of him, the handsome guy was also helpless and said, "Fortunately, you came in time, otherwise the boy over there would be dead." Du smiled embarrassedly, looked at Guzma, standing there, and said seriously, "Is he the boss of the Skull Team?" "Yes, the Ultra Cave phenomenon in the past few months was caused by him, but I don't know where he got the news of the existence of the Ultra Cave. I need you to arrest him. We need to ask him some questions. But just based on his crime of abusing Pokémon, it is enough to sentence him to several years." As soon as the handsome guy finished speaking, Du rode Dragonite to Guzma, took out his ID and said, "I will arrest you on behalf of the Elf League investigator and the Chinese champion. I hope you can come with me." Du placed the ID with his face in front of Guzma, looking calm and composed. Guzma didn't look at the ID photo in front of him. It was useless to him. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Do you think I will listen to you just because you are the Chinese champion or the league's running dog? If we take a look at your ID and then talk to you obediently, then my years as the leader of the Skull Team will be in vain." Zhang Rui, who was closer to Guzma, heard Guzma's conversation and was still a little shocked. Although he could think of Du's status, after all, in the anime, he was the Dragon Messenger, actually a flying master, one of the 4 heavenly kings, and through hard work, he also became the champion of the Kanto region. Zhang Rui felt that his status in the anime was already so high, so in the elf world, his status was definitely not low, but he didn't expect that he was actually one of the champions of China, which was also a shocking thing. "Really? Since you are not going to surrender, don't blame me for taking action. Dragonite, go and catch Guzma." Of course, Du could think that Guzma would never surrender, so he gave an order to Dragonite under him. After receiving the order, Dragonite slowly walked in front of Guzma, wanting to bring Guzma to justice. Most criminals would choose to run away when seeing this situation, but Guzma did not choose to run away. Instead, he looked at Dragonite approaching him slowly with a calm face, as if he didn't care that Dragonite would catch him. Just when Dragonite walked in front of Guzma, Guzma drew an arc at the corner of his mouth and looked at the place where the armored warrior was thrown. "Metal Claws!" The armored warrior used its speed to quickly appear in front of Dragonite. Its claws had turned into the color of alloy, and it quickly slashed at Dragonite's fat belly. The sharp claws could easily smash huge rocks, causing them to break into countless pieces of gravel in an instant. However, the sharp claws hit Dragonite's belly very accurately, causing only a slight injury, and this kind of injury could not be seen without the naked eye. The armored warrior was stunned for a few seconds and continued to slash at Dragonite's belly, but Dragonite didn't care at all and yawned with his hand. Suddenly, a large amount of lightning gathered in his hand, making a sizzling sound on his arm. The powerful lightning made the armored warrior tremble a little, but he still followed Guzma's order and continued to attack Dragonite. In response to this tickling attack, Dragonite threw a punch, and the armored warrior quickly used his hard shell to resist the erosion caused by lightning. He thought he could successfully resist the attack, but this time, it failed. The powerful lightning eroded his entire body from his shell, and the fierce electric current kept wandering on his body. Bang! The violent explosion caused by the electric current in his body quickly knocked the armored warrior out heavily. This time, the damage he suffered was dozens of times that of the previous time, but the armored warrior still stood up tenaciously. After all, although his level was a certain distance from Dragonite, the gap was not big. Damn it! At this time, the blue veins on Guzma's face seemed to burst, and he looked at the dew on Dragonite with a ferocious face and clenched his teeth. Obviously, Guzma was very angry about the arrival of dew. But think about it, the originally designed plan was destroyed by the 2 little ghosts. He wanted to take back the paper sword that Zhang Rui had taken away and leave here quickly. But he actually attracted the champion Du, and all his men ran away. Guzma had never failed so badly since he became a member of the Skull Team. Damn it! You forced me to do this. Armored warrior, get ready! Guzma ordered the armored warrior who was lying on the ground. Although the armored warrior was covered with wounds, he still stood up with difficulty and prepared to make a final fight. Du watched Guzma's body making familiar movements. At this time, he noticed the Z bracelet on Guzma's wrist and said in shock, "This is it! Dragonite. Dragon God dives to meet the attack." Du looked a little terrified and immediately said to the Dragonite, Dragonite jumped into the sky, and Du jumped off Dragonite, watching Dragonite fly out quickly in the air. In a second, Dragonite came to the sky, and its whole body was wrapped in blue-purple energy similar to flames. The body was no longer fat, and the whole body was like a dragon god without flesh. There seemed to be dark clouds in the sky. The dragon god without flesh aimed at the armored warrior on the ground, opened its fangs and rushed over. At this time, Guzma's mysterious action had been completed. The Z bracelet on his wrist suddenly appeared a blue energy, and this energy was slowly injected into the body of the armored warrior. The momentum of the armored warrior was rising steadily, and the body quickly produced a large number of water vortexes. The armored warrior controlled the surrounding water flow to form a huge spiral, attacking the Dragonite in the air. Super water vortex. The huge vortex collided violently with the dragon god without flesh, and a large amount of energy flew around. The lighter objects on the ground flew towards the forest not far away with this force. As for those who were heavier, Yefei held on to the instruments behind him tightly, and those electric elves also held on to Yefei's thighs tightly, worried that they would be blown away. The handsome guy standing at the edge of the forest desperately grabbed the thick trees behind him and watched the powerful battle in the air. Zhang Rui stood behind a heavier object beside him, watching the wonderful battle with an envious look on his face. Is this the battle of champions? This fierce collision lasted for a long time, but both sides were deadlocked. At this time, Zhang Rui found that the water energy of the armored warrior was weakening. Zhang Rui could already guess the outcome of this battle. Although the power of skills can be increased through Z moves, the level gap is still there, and the Dragonite in front of him is not an ordinary Dragonite. It has two props. The armored warrior only has a water gem that increases water damage, which is of course not comparable to Dragonite. Soon, the water flow in the armored warrior's body was rapidly draining away, and the Dragonite, which was wrapped in blue-purple energy, was still strong and rushed towards the armored warrior on the ground with a strong force. Boom! The moment Dragonite hit the armored warrior, the entire ground exploded. The originally flat surface collapsed in an instant, and a huge pit appeared on the entire ground. In the center of the pit was the armored warrior, who had lost his ability to fight. Dragonite quickly flew out of the pit and landed beside Du, staring at Guzma in the distance with his big eyes. At this time, Guzma immediately used the Pokeball to collect the armored warrior on the ground, put it in his pocket, and stared at the red-haired man in front of him with a fierce look. Even if Guzma was very angry in his heart, it was useless because he had already failed. Even his strongest Pokémon had been defeated. Summoning other Pokémon would only result in the same outcome. You are worthy of being the champion. Strength is powerful. Guzma pouted and said to Du, who was walking towards him. Seeing Du getting closer and closer to him, Guzma slowly walked to the edge of the forest. He did not despair because of this, but was waiting for something there. Zhang Rui saw something flying in the sky from a distance. Shwa shwa shwa! Hearing the sound, Guzma seemed to have regained his arrogance. He took out a remote control from his body, raised his mouth slightly and said, "Now, you should worry about your own safety." After speaking, he quickly pressed the remote control in his hand. Just then, a helicopter suddenly appeared in the distance. The personnel inside quickly lowered the rope, which landed right next to Guzma. Guzma grabbed the rope and followed the plane away from the mountain and sea forest. Dragonite, chase, don't let Guzma run away. Dragonite quickly flapped its wings and flew towards Guzma. Dragonite's flying speed is 2,500 kilometers per hour, which is the fastest among the elves. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with Guzma, who was climbing the rope. At this time, Guzma also saw the flying Dragonite, and a trace of worry appeared in his heart. If he was kidnapped by Dragonite, then what he had just done would be meaningless. He still had many plans to implement, and he absolutely could not be captured by Dragonite here. At this moment, a strong freezing light hit Dragonite's wings, forming a huge ice block on its wings. Due to the burden of the ice block, Dragonite's speed dropped significantly, and Guzma, who was climbing, also found an opportunity to climb into the helicopter. One of the members said to Guzma, "Master Guzma, are you okay?" "It's okay. It's just that they are about to be in trouble." Guzma looked at the mountains, seas, and forests in the distance. His words were full of viciousness, but also revealed a sense of relief. The members in the helicopter were a little confused, but they didn't ask too much. They took out the Pokeball and took back the Magna in front of them and left here in the helicopter. At this time, Dragonite's wings were frozen and its flying speed dropped sharply. It had no choice but to return to the original route and came to Dew's side, showing a wronged expression on its face, hoping to get Dew's forgiveness. Dew looked at the slowly moving helicopter, sighed, stroked Dragonite's body, and comforted him. "It's okay. You have tried your best." Then he looked at Burmail beside Yefei and said, "It's not that there is no gain. At least we caught one." Burmail, who was sitting on the ground, had given up hope of life after seeing Guzma leave. She was thinking that when Guzma took back the paper sword from Zhang Rui, he would rescue her. But who knew that a Chinese champion would come out and she had completely lost hope? Dew walked in front of Burmail, looked down at her and said, "As a member of the Skull Team, you have been arrested." Dew originally thought that Burmail would be sad after hearing that she was arrested, but Burmail did not have a sad expression, but laughed. "Ha. Your life is already in danger, yet you're still thinking about arresting people?" Hearing Burmai's words, Dew frowned. "What do you mean by that?" Obviously, Dew didn't understand Burmai's laughter. Was she crazy, or was she pretending to be crazy? "You're going to die soon and you don't even know it. But I still have to remind you, the remote control that the boss pressed just now is not an ordinary remote control, but the self-destruction device of the instrument. Just wait to be blown to death." Hearing Burmai's roar, Dew was obviously a little suspicious, but when he saw the countdown on the instrument display, he realized that Burmai was not lying. Zhang Rui also noticed the countdown on the screen in front of him, and immediately shouted to Dew, "Brother Dew, we have to evacuate now. If such a huge instrument explodes, the central area of the entire Shanghai forest will be razed to the ground." These words were obviously heard by the researchers, who looked panicked and quickly ran to the distant forest, hoping to avoid the damage caused by the explosion. But one of them was quickly stopped by Dew, who grabbed his clothes and said angrily, "Tell me how to stop the explosion." The staff member waved his hands and said, "I don't know. Some of the parts were installed by the boss himself, and we researchers don't know much about it." After saying that, Dew immediately let go of the staff member's collar, and the staff member ran away quickly. At this time, Dew looked at Burmai in front of him for his last hope. Burmai seemed to understand his thoughts and said, helplessly, "Don't ask me. I don't know how to stop it. When the boss installed the self-destruct device, he didn't set up a device to disarm it." Damn it! Dew was obviously a little angry after hearing Burmai's words. If such a huge instrument exploded, it is estimated that the entire central area and even the inner area would be affected by the explosion. Although they can escape smoothly, there are still a large number of wild elves in the forest. They don't know that there will be an explosion. Now they must do everything they can to evacuate the elves close to the central area. However, at this moment, a string of red numbers appeared on the big screen in front of them. 10, 9:59. This is the countdown, Zhang Rui said immediately after he found out. "We only have 10 minutes. What should we do?" Yefei suddenly ran to Zhang Rui, grabbed his arm and said, he was very anxious inside. He didn't want to die now. He was still very young, and there were many girls waiting for him. Zhang Rui was also trying to find a solution, but no matter how he thought about it, there was no good solution for the explosion, so he had no choice but to say to Dew, "We are now trying our best to drive these wild elves to the periphery and save as many as we can." Dew had no other choice at this time. He could only do as Zhang Rui said and summon all the ones he was carrying. One fossil pterosaur, and the other was a Gyarados. And this Gyarados had a round stone hanging on its neck, and Zhang Rui was very familiar with the stone in front of him. Gyarados Evolution Stone. The moment he saw the evolution stone, Zhang Rui immediately checked Gyarados's data panel. As he expected, the Gyarados in front of him was Dew's main fighting force. Its level was 5 levels higher than Dragonite, which showed that Dew had trained Gyarados a lot. However, this was not what Zhang Rui was worried about. The problem now was to evacuate all the wild Pokémon as soon as possible. Zhang Rui's Pokémon were all very low in level. If he wanted to evacuate, the only Pokémon that could do that was Gyarados. But now that it had lost its ability to fight, it would be hard to recover in a short time. If he used other Pokémon, the wild Pokémon in the inner area were very violent. Only powerful Pokémon could put pressure on them. The levels of other Pokémon were obviously not enough. Apart from Gyarados, Zhang Rui didn't even have a Pokémon that he could use. At this time, Du seemed to understand Zhang Rui's thoughts and took out a green glowing herb from his body and said, "Take it. This is the resurrection grass, which can restore the full strength of the elves that have lost their fighting ability." Zhang Rui's eyes lit up when he saw the resurrection grass. He had seen this kind of herb in the game world. The resurrection grass can completely revive the elves that have lost their fighting ability. Not only that, it can also restore all the lost physical strength and restore the elves to their strongest state. Zhang Rui had also inquired about this kind of herb in the elf world. One plant would cost at least 100,000. I didn't expect Du to be so generous and give away the 100,000 just like that. After Zhang Rui said thank you, he quickly took the resurrection grass from Du's hand, took out the elf ball containing Tyrannosaurus, and summoned it. The huge body suddenly appeared from the elf ball and pressed heavily on the grass. The injuries on Tyrannosaurus were still serious, and there seemed to be no signs of recovery. Zhang Rui immediately stuffed the resurrection grass in his hand into Tyrannosaurus's mouth and let it swallow. The moment the resurrection grass was swallowed, the body of the Tyrannosaurus was recovering rapidly, and the injuries on its body were also healing rapidly. In just a few seconds, the Tyrannosaurus was no longer injured, and it recovered from the state of losing its combat ability. Seeing Zhang Rui in front of him, he licked his face a few times and said with a smile, "Okay, stop licking. Now we have important things to do." After hearing Zhang Rui's words, the Tyrannosaurus immediately showed a serious look. Zhang Rui nodded, immediately rode on the back of the Tyrannosaurus, and began to search for wild elves in the forest, asking the Tyrannosaurus to tell them their current situation. After Du handed the resurrection grass to the handsome guy, he came to Bull Beauty, cut the rope on her body, and said, "Now there is a life-threatening situation. We need your help." Bull Beauty shook her wrist, feeling the comfort of freedom, and looked at Du in front of her without any thought, and said, "Okay. Anyway, Boss Guzma has already abandoned me and ran away. I am extremely disappointed with the Skull team. But when this matter is over, you can't catch me." Hearing Bull Beauty's request, Du did not refuse. Now time is tight. It would be great to have an additional helper. Let Bull Beauty help drive away the wild Pokémon first, and when the matter is over, just ask if it has been removed from the shelves. Since Du agreed, Bull Beauty took out a yellow crystal from her body, took out Raichu's Pokeball, and placed the yellow crystal on Raichu's Pokeball. The yellow crystal merged into the Pokeball at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the yellow crystal dissipated, Bull Beauty immediately summoned Raichu. After seeing Bull Beauty's attitude, Du nodded and began to launch a rescue operation. The handsome guy also summoned the poisonous Skull Frog and started the action. After everyone left, only Ye Fei and his cool leopard, as well as some electric elves, were left. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Ye Fei felt cold in his heart. "Although I am weak, you won't abandon me." "Forget it. Let's leave here first." Just when Ye Fei wanted to leave, he saw these electric elves pointing in a certain direction of the mountain and sea forest, and even the cool leopard was looking in the distance. "Is there something in that direction? Take me there quickly." After saying that, many electric elves sneaked into the grass in unison, and Ye Fei rode on the cool leopard and followed the electric elves to a certain direction in the forest. What is there in this lush green forest that makes so many elves point in one direction? There are still 7 minutes left in the countdown. Zhang Rui traveled through the forest, looking for wild elves living in the forest in the endless grass. Soon, Zhang Rui found a cool leopard drinking water by the stream, but he did not choose to attack, but to persuade it. The Tyrannosaurus slowly descended and came to the front of the cool leopard. The moment the cool leopard saw the Tyrannosaurus, it immediately showed a ferocious expression. Its forelimbs were covered with black claws, and it jumped up and grabbed the Tyrannosaurus. Dragon Wave! The Tyrannosaurus spewed out a dragon-shaped phantom from its mouth. Before the cool leopard touched the Tyrannosaurus, its entire body was hit hard by the impact of the tree trunk. Although it did not lose its fighting ability, its body was also covered with scars. The Tyrannosaurus did not continue to attack, but quickly flew in front of the cool leopard and roared at it. "Tyrannosaurus, Tyrannosaurus!" After listening to the Tyrannosaurus' words, the cool leopard instantly understood the seriousness of the matter, and without saying a word, immediately ran towards a certain direction in the forest. Doesn't this cool leopard know the way? That's the way to the periphery? Zhang Rui was immediately confused, but he didn't care. Anyway, the explosion in the central area had been told to it by the Tyrannosaurus, and it was their decision to make. Zhang Rui encountered many wild Pokémon again. Some of them were afraid of the power of the Tyrannosaurus and did not dare to take action. They stared at the Tyrannosaurus in front of them with angry eyes. After the Tyrannosaurus roared, the anger on their faces quickly disappeared. Of course, there were also very cruel Pokémon, like the kind that knew they couldn't beat them, but they had to go up and fight with the Tyrannosaurus. But they were directly beaten by the Tyrannosaurus in a crushing way, and they kept wailing. A few minutes passed, and Zhang Rui was sweating all over, and his white shirt was wet with sweat. Despite this, Zhang Rui was still evacuating these wild Pokémon. After evacuating the tribe of Pidgeot, Zhang Rui noticed that the direction in which these elves fled was surprisingly consistent. Could it be that there was something in that direction that could protect the elves from being harmed? Although Zhang Rui was very curious now and wanted to ride on the Tyrannosaurus to the place where all the elves wanted to go, he could not ignore the wild elves who were still unaware in order to satisfy his curiosity. Now is a critical moment. Zhang Rui must save more elves and try to prevent the elves in the entire inner area of the mountain and sea elves from disasters. Just as Zhang Rui was about to continue looking for wild elves scattered throughout the forest, he heard a shocking roar suddenly from not far away from Zhang Rui. After hearing the roar, many wild elves all ran quickly in the same direction, and they were very neat, and there was no one cutting in line. Why does this sound so familiar to me? Zhang Rui followed the direction of the sound and crossed a dense forest. In the lush jungle, he could see various elves desperately fleeing everywhere. Zhang Rui did not use the data eye to check their data. Now facing the crisis of large-scale destruction, Zhang Rui did not have extra time to choose the best elves. Instead, he asked the Tyrannosaurus to speed up and fly quickly in the direction of the loud sound. After arriving at a high ground, a huge rock appeared in front of him. Zhang Rui guessed that this should be the place where the elves of the entire Shanghai forest held a meeting. Although this was the meeting place of the Shanghai elves, Zhang Rui found traces of fierce fighting around it, and dark pits could be seen everywhere. It seemed that the battle had just ended. With such a powerful force, Zhang Rui knew who did it without thinking. At this moment, an elf jumped onto the huge rock and made a harsh flute sound, which resounded throughout the inner area of the Shanghai forest. Almost all the elves active in the inner area could hear the sound. When those elves heard the sound, they even ignored the food at their mouths and immediately ran away desperately. Zhang Rui thought that there was absolutely no other elf that could make such a harsh sound except the sonic monster. Obviously, the one standing in the middle of the huge rock was the sonic monster, but Zhang Rui found through the data eye that the level of the sonic monster in front of him was surprisingly high, and it was comparable to the level of Dragonite. At the same time, Zhang Rui saw a large number of sonic monsters behind the sonic monsters, as well as their evolutions, Roaring Bomb and Gunyunyu. These should be the tribe of sonic monsters, and Zhang Rui obviously knew one of the sonic monsters, which was the sonic monster that fought with the Kabutosaurus yesterday. At this time, the sonic monster should have seen Zhang Rui. It was also a little shocked because it felt a strong deterrent from the Tyrannosaurus under Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui thought about it. Yes, the opponent who could still hold his wrist yesterday actually has such a strong strength now. If it were someone else, I guess they would think the same. Zhang Rui did not continue to pay attention to the explosion monster, but went to see the high-level explosion monster. He saw many injuries on its body, and the most serious one was its left arm, which was already swollen. Obviously, it must have been fighting with a powerful elf just now. It could not beat the other party in a fist fight, so it had to give in the end. There was no need to think about who could fight it except Du. Only his Dragonite and Gyarados could compete with the explosion monster in front of him. It is estimated that after the explosion monster and Du finished fighting, they received the news from Du and immediately notified the elves in the Shanghai forest to run away quickly. At this time, after the explosion monster completed the last notification, it glanced at Zhang Rui in the air and ran in the same direction with its tribe. Zhang Rui guessed that the explosion monster in front of him should be the overlord of the entire forest, and thus purpose of fighting it was simple, which was to defeat the overlord of the forest. It was always better to use its notification than to notify them one by one. This is mainly because the status of the forest overlord is the highest among all the elves. Every word it says is like an order, and no elf dares to disobey it openly. Since the explosion monster has helped Zhang Rui to inform, Zhang Rui no longer needs to deal with other elves, but quickly keeps up with the pace of the explosion monster tribe, wanting to see where they go back to avoid the crisis of destruction. After passing through a dense forest, Zhang Rui saw Jingxin Lake in the distance. Today, Jingxin Lake is no longer as empty as when Zhang Rui and Ye Fei came. Now it is full of wild elves. A large number of wild elves are crowded together. After all, the area of Jingxin Lake is so large and there are so many elves, at least tens of thousands of them. If they don't squeeze together, most of the elves will be affected by the explosion and lose their lives. In addition to the elves, Zhang Rui also saw familiar faces. That is, the elves that were defeated by it, as well as Ye Fei. Of course, Du and the handsome guy were also there. When they saw Zhang Rui coming, they also surrounded him. These elves are all hiding from danger in the Tranquility Lake. Is there any secret in this Tranquility Lake? Du came to Zhang Rui and asked him. Zhang Rui didn't know what was in the Tranquility Lake that could help these elves escape the current disaster, but with so many elves hiding from the disaster here, Zhang Rui felt that there must be some connection between it and Akanom. Could it be that these elves believed that Akanom would protect their safety? But Zhang Rui didn't really believe it, mainly because Akanom was now sealed at the bottom of the lake, and it was impossible for him to use his power to resist the aftermath of the explosion of the instrument. Zhang Rui was about to persuade the elves to run quickly to the periphery, but he realized that it was too late. By the time it went to the Tranquility Lake, 9 minutes had passed. Now it was too late for these elves to run to the periphery of the mountain and sea forest. Zhang Rui could only give up this idea and choose to believe these elves once, hoping that Akanom could come forward to help these elves resist the disaster that happened this time. Time passed by minute, and almost all the elves in the mountain, sea, and forest came to the Jingxin Lake. After the last blue ran here. Boom! A huge sound resounded through the sky, and a huge mushroom cloud appeared. The originally blue sky was covered by dark clouds. The shock wave generated by the huge explosion extended to the inner area of the forest. All trees would be reduced to ashes in an instant when they touched the yellow-white shock wave. What a terrible destructive power! Even Zhang Rui, who was standing far away, swallowed his saliva. With such a strong impact, he seemed to be ready to face death. He felt that he was just a tiny dust, which would be blown away by the wind. Seeing that the shock wave was getting closer and closer to Jingxin Lake, Zhang Rui and others had chosen to close their eyes and wait for death to come. At this moment, Jingxin Lake suddenly shone with white light, which extended from the center of Jingxin Lake to the lakeside until it extended to the edge of the lake. Just when it touched the lakeside, the white light was a little dim. Suddenly, the phantom of Akanom appeared in the middle of the lake, and the ruby on his head emitted a red light and extended to the lakeside. At the moment of reaching the edge, a powerful white beam of light shot up into the sky. This beam of light rushed straight into the sky and directly opened a huge hole in the dark clouds in the sky. With the help of Akanom, this white beam of light extended to the outside world, covered all the elves, and continued to extend to the central area, until the two powerful forces collided violently. It was obvious that the power of the beam of light was even stronger, and it quickly pushed back the shock wave that filled the sky. With a certain advantage, the power of the light column was strengthened again, and it extended to the outside world again, forming an encirclement, which continuously compressed the shock wave generated by the explosion until it was driven to the central area. The compressed shock wave in the central area naturally could not let the light column suppress it, and immediately extended into the air, directly hitting the area where the ultimate cave was originally opened. Boom! The second explosion sounded again, but this time the explosion rushed into the sky and directly injected into the location of the ultimate cave. Due to the powerful energy, the ultimate cave was opened again. However, the energy this time was too huge, and the ultimate cave could not withstand this energy at the beginning. A large amount of white electric current was generated on the surface of the ultimate cave, which seemed to affect the ultimate cave. As the shock wave on the ground gradually disappeared, the entrance of the ultimate cave was gradually increasing, and the scope was constantly expanding. Zhang Rui, who saw this scene, suddenly had a bad premonition. If the ultimate cave continued to expand like this, it would likely cause a large number of alien beasts from the other world to flood into the spirit world. Zhang Rui had seen the environment in the other world when he was watching anime. The environment inside was not easy for humans to survive, let alone the alien beasts who had just been born and lived there. After these alien beasts came to the elf world, they might start to invade the entire elf world because of the superior environment here. I am afraid that by that time, the entire elf world will face a huge crisis. At this time, Zhang Rui noticed that a thin energy membrane had formed on the surface of the ultimate cave. Behind the membrane, a large number of alien beasts could be seen trying to break the energy. Although the energy membrane looked as thin as a layer of paper, it could withstand the attacks of a large number of alien beasts, which also made Zhang Rui feel much more at ease. If the alien beasts invaded the elf world in large numbers, it would be troublesome. At this time, the expansion of the ultimate cave stopped unexpectedly. It should be that the energy was exhausted. There was no energy to support the expansion of the ultimate cave. Without the supply of energy, the ultimate cave should be closed soon. Zhang Rui guessed in his heart. The opening of the ultimate cave requires huge energy. Now that the energy has disappeared, the ultimate cave should be closed. But this was beyond Zhang Rui's expectation. The ultimate cave did not expand or shrink, but was collapsing. At the edge of the ultimate cave, the blue sky was like fragments, gradually collapsing. After collapsing to a certain extent, the ultimate cave became an eye, and the energy membrane was like a retina. The eyes first opened and looked for a few times, then slowly closed. The sky returned to its original appearance, still clear and blue, but there was no cloud in the sky. It might be because of the light column just now, causing the clouds to drift away. Since the shock wave of the explosion disappeared, the light column had no reason to exist, and it also dissipated into the air with the disappearance of the shock wave. Seeing that the crisis was resolved, many elves immediately turned around to worship Akanome in the middle of the lake to express their gratitude. Akanome had just used up all its energy, and its body was a little illusory, but seeing that many elves were grateful to it, it also nodded, glanced at Zhang Rui, and disappeared. Since the crisis has been resolved, many elves did not stay here, but returned to the forest to continue their lives. I didn't expect that there really was an Akanome in the Tranquility Lake. Now it is the guardian of the entire forest. After all the elves left, Du turned around and looked at the lake, then looked at Zhang Rui and said, "Since the explosion is over, I will go to the explosion site to check and see if there are any clues left by the skeleton team." Du took back all the other elves, leaving only a Dragonite. When leaving, Du said to Zhang Rui, "I heard from the handsome guy that you have a strange beast in your hand. I hope you can cultivate it well. With your strength, I believe that we will meet again soon. Even the national competition, if you can enter one of the 8 masters, then we can have a match. Goodbye." Du just finished speaking and flew to the central area on Dragonite. Only the handsome guy and Zhang Rui were left. Since the handsome guy was also under the jurisdiction of the Alliance, he now needed to report the entire case, but the most critical photos were destroyed by the Alliance, which put the handsome guy in a difficult dilemma. Without concrete evidence, the Alliance would not issue a wanted order for the skeleton team, which would be troublesome. Fortunately, Ye Fei took a photo at the time, which captured almost all of them except Bull Beauty, and was very suitable as evidence for this incident. After Ye Fei transferred the photo to the handsome guy's phone, the handsome guy made a farewell gesture to the two of them and said, "Since you two helped me destroy the skeleton team's plan, when I return to the Alliance, I will apply to my superiors. It is very likely that a mysterious reward will be delivered by express delivery." Zhang Rui and Ye Fei also smiled excitedly after hearing this. They both naturally knew that the reward sent by the Alliance was definitely not an ordinary prize. After sending the handsome guy away, Zhang Rui and Ye Fei should go back. After a few days of adventure, the strength of the two increased dramatically. Ye Fei obtained 3 elves with excellent qualifications, especially the level 35 Cool Leopard, whose strength is also very good in the Mountain and Sea Elf Academy. Now it is estimated that most student elves have not even reached level 30, but Ye Fei has already crossed this threshold. Obviously, Ye Fei already has the level of a sophomore. Generally speaking, most students with level 30 elves are sophomores, and juniors are level 40. Generally, after reaching level 40, they can graduate. This means that as long as Zhang Rui is willing, he can graduate at any time. But Zhang Rui does not want to graduate so early. After all, his current strength is not enough. Even if the Tyrannosaurus breaks through the level 50 mark, Zhang Rui feels that his strength is still too weak because he thought of the battle with Guzma. He was killed by the armored warrior in one move, which shows that his strength needs to be improved. The main thing is that Zhang Rui will face extremely powerful beasts in the future, and those who capture the beasts are some people. What rocket team, plasma team, flash team, their boss is elves, the level must be comparable to the champion. Otherwise, how to catch the beast? Therefore, now Zhang Rui has to hide and make good use of the copy system to make his strength stronger. After that, Zhang Rui let Ye Fei sit on the Tyrannosaurus and set off for the Mountain and Sea Elf Academy. With the flying elves, the journey became shorter. There was no need to walk to the center like when we came here. Now we can fly directly. If we want to go to the center of the forest, we can just fly there. However, Zhang Rui did not go there. Now the place has been razed to the ground by the explosion just now. It would be useless for Zhang Rui to go there. It would be better to go back to the dormitory and have a good rest. Tomorrow is the exchange competition of the college. Zhang Rui rode the flying dragon and flew over the sky of the college. The students who were playing or training elves did not notice the existence of the flying dragon at all. One of the students was tired and lay on the chair to rest. When he looked up, he saw the huge figure in the sky. After noticing the pair of blood-red wings on its back, he immediately pointed at the figure in the sky and said loudly, "Look, everyone, that's the flying dragon." With the words of this student as an introduction, all the students looked up at the sky. The originally red sunset was blocked by a huge figure, but because of this, all the students saw the appearance of the flying dragon. They all exclaimed, "This is a Tyrannosaurus! This is the first time I've seen one, and it's so huge. I don't know whose spirit it is. I think it must be a school teacher's. Only teachers can have such a powerful spirit. Damn, the person who has this spirit must be a rich second generation. It would be great if it's a rich woman. I want to hug her thighs." "What rich woman? I prefer a rich second generation so that I can marry him." Hearing everyone's exclamation, Ye Fei, who was sitting on the Tyrannosaurus, poked Zhang Rui's body and joked, "What would they think if they knew that the owner of this Tyrannosaurus was you?" "I don't know. Anyway, I don't think it's necessarily a good thing," Zhang Rui replied. Although Zhang Rui now has such a powerful quasi-god spirit like the Tyrannosaurus, he must not let others know because he has to be low-key. If Principal Qian knows about it, he will definitely let Zhang Rui graduate directly. Think about it. Zhang Rui has only been in school for a few days, and he has graduated directly. This is simply amazing. But Zhang Rui doesn't want to graduate too early. Zhang Rui hasn't cut the leaks of this school yet? How can he leave so early? The rewards for each competition held by the school are very generous. With Zhang Rui's current strength, getting a particularly good ranking is just a matter of having the ability. Therefore, the rewards given by the school are almost all free gifts. If you graduate, these free gifts will be gone. Under the gaze of many students, Zhang Rui came to the yard where his dormitory was located and chose to land there. If he landed outside the dormitory, it is estimated that all the students in the school would know that Zhang Rui has a Tyrannosaurus. If this matter were to reach the ears of Principal Qian, he would probably find Zhang Rui and ask him to graduate. Landing in the dormitory yard can better hide his identity. Besides, Zhang Rui landed in Ye Fei's yard, so if he had to suspect someone, he would first suspect Ye Fei. After returning to the yard, Zhang Rui first put Tyrannosaurus back into the Pokeball. With its huge size, it was too difficult for it to move freely in the yard. It was better to put it back into the Pokeball and let it rest. Afterwards, Zhang Rui said goodbye to Ye Fei and turned back to his dormitory. He was exhausted and immediately lay down on the bed as soon as he returned to the dormitory. He turned over and looked at the ceiling, and his heart fell into deep thought. The Skull Team in this world is indeed different from the one in the anime. The Skull Team in the anime can only be said to be like the Rocket Team trio, doing some robbing elves or destroying things. This kind of thing, directly summoning the ultimate cave and subduing the alien beasts, is really unexpected. The Skull Team will do such a thing, and when Guzma left, the helicopter aroused Zhang Rui's suspicion. The R symbol on it, if Zhang Rui is right, then the person who drove the helicopter to rescue Guzma should be the Rocket Team. Zhang Rui had already thought of the rocket team in this world, but he didn't expect that it would join forces with the Skull team, which is not a good thing. However, if the rocket team exists, then other teams should also exist. I'm afraid that they are brewing some plans now, but the target of these plans is the mythical beasts living in the elf world. When he thought of the divine beasts, Zhang Rui suddenly became restless. If these people were allowed to obtain the divine beasts in advance, the entire elf world would be doomed. The power of each divine beast is incredible. Even the lowest-ranked second-level god among the divine beasts is much stronger than the quasi-gods, just like Guzma versus Ji-Yujin. If Guzma had not relied on the armored warrior's level of more than 30 to suppress, I am afraid that Ji-Yujin would have defeated all of Guzma's elves long ago. This is just a low-level beast. If it is a second-level god in the elf world, the strength can be imagined. No wonder no one can subdue the divine beast. This makes sense. Thinking of the first-level god above the second-level god, it is an existence that can easily destroy a country. So what about the god of creation? I am afraid he can destroy the world at will. After all, this world was created by the god of creation, so destruction can also be done with a hand. Thinking of this, Zhang Rui immediately stood up and sat up. It was still a long way to go before he could subdue that powerful beast. He should improve his strength now to avoid being beaten without any chance to fight back when he met Guzma in the future. He looked at the time. It was not early. The elves had not eaten for a day. Zhang Rui was also busy today. He could not even eat a meal. However, the harvest was still very rich. At least he snatched a paper sword with the strength of a second-level god from Guzma. This was a very good start. Afterwards, after preparing the elf blocks, Zhang Rui summoned all the elves. However, he summoned the Tyrannosaurus in the yard. Its current size was too large. If it was summoned in the house, the whole room would definitely collapse under its huge weight. It was just right in the yard to accommodate its body. Coincidentally, Zhang Rui also wanted to see what changes the Tyrannosaurus had after this evolution. Every evolution of the elves was an improvement in qualifications. The improvement of qualifications also means that it may learn more skills, but these skills are learned from its genes. That is to say, whatever skills its ancestors had, it means that the Tyrannosaurus may also learn this skill. Zhang Rui first came to the yard, released the Tyrannosaurus, took out a larger basin, and put the experience cubes and speed cubes in it. When it was originally a carapace dragon, the amount of experience cubes and energy cubes was relatively moderate, but after it evolved, the amount of food this time caught up with the amount of food that the 3-day carapace dragon ate. However, Zhang Rui was also happy about this, which showed that the ability of the Tyrannosaurus was improved more rapidly. The Tyrannosaurus, which had just been summoned, saw a large bowl of energy cubes in front of him and immediately started to eat excitedly. Zhang Rui took advantage of this time to observe the physical data of the Tyrannosaurus, so as to understand the Tyrannosaurus better, and when he fought again, he would be able to exert the full strength of the Tyrannosaurus. Dear children, I have finished writing the first plot. I feel that it is very badly written. Some of them are not well written and need to be further refined. Thank you all for your support. Most of the elves that the protagonist will use later will be quasi-gods or elves with high racial values. If some elves are useless after being captured by the protagonist, that is normal. This book focuses on quasi-gods and mythical beasts, and some ordinary elves are not worth using. There will be more quasi-gods appearing in the future, so stay tuned, Flying Dragon, Dragon Flying. Quality, SS, Gender, Male. Status, Healthy. Features, Overconfidence, None. Inherited Dragon Wave, Dragon Dance, Dragon Fury, Flame Fang, Tornado, Become Round, Hold On, Make a Big Trouble, Become Round, Hold On, Water Cannon. Rage, Sparks, Glare, Bite, Dragon Breath, Head Hammer, Gather Energy, Hold On, Dragon Claw, Mind Hammer, Ghost Face, Jet of Flame. Skills taught? None. Sure enough, I have learned a lot of skills again, but what about this water cannon? Could it be that there was a water elf in your ancestor? Hearing Zhang Rui's doubts, Flying Dragon roared and immediately continued to eat the energy cube in front of it. Moreover, the qualifications of Tyrannosaurus have also been upgraded to SS level, but there should be no significant improvement in qualifications in the future. After all, this is already the final form of Tyrannosaurus. However, with only SS level, it is 1 in a million. It can even be said that there are only a handful of SS level elves in the whole of China. The overall improvement speed of elves that can reach SS level qualifications is very fast. It can almost be said that defeating several elves of equal strength may increase the level by 1 level. The improvement of elves of the same level is indeed very fast. Since he has learned the data of Tyrannosaurus, Zhang Rui did not stay in the yard for long, but returned to the house and released all the other elves. In addition to Zubat, Pixie, and baby Kiris, there is also the paper sword snatched from Guzma. Ji Yujin was just summoned and was still a little confused. He looked at the strange master in front of him and thought, "Isn't my master white-haired? How come he has become so young and so handsome?" The function of the ultimate ball seems to be similar to that of ordinary elves. It has a taming function for elves, making wild elves obedient, instead of going crazy after being summoned. Who can withstand this? However, Zhang Rui guessed that this was not the problem of the ball, but the reason should be the elves themselves. If an elf is captured by a Pokeball and thinks that it has failed, then it should show absolute obedience to the person who captured it. It is similar to the Sonic monster in the Shanghai forest. Its strength is strong, so the elves in the entire forest will obey its orders. Obviously, Paper Sword has just joined this group and is still a little unfamiliar. Zhang Rui immediately introduced, "This is your new partner, Paper Sword. You can get to know him." The new elf has just come to Zhang Rui's team, so it should be introduced to him so that he is not so unfamiliar. Fortunately, these 3 elves are quite friendly. Zubat first rotated around its head to show its friendliness, and Pixie came to Paper Sword and patted its body to express its welcome. Young Kiris patted its body and said that Paper Sword could hang out with it in the future and take it to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks every day. Zhang Rui didn't want to say anything when he saw young Kiris's arrogant expression. Paper Sword's level is much higher than yours. It's hard to say whether it will lead you or you will lead it. Paper Sword, Grass Steel, Level, LV50. Quality, SS Gender, Healthy. Features Beast Upgrade, Carried Items, None. Inherited Moves, None. Basic Skills Holy Sword, Clearing Spray, Vacuum Wave, Air Blade, Continuous Slash, II Slash, Point to Point, Leaf Blade, Photosynthesis, Swallow Return, Sharpening, Sneak Attack, Sword Dance, Leaf Blade, Cross Scissors, Spirit Blade. Taught Skills, Ultimate Absorption, Shoot Down, Iron Wall. Skills and Secrets, None. Facing the welcome of several elves, Paper Sword also felt like returning home. First, he talked to young Kiris, and then he fought with them. The Tyrannosaurus outside could only stare blankly. There was nothing he could do. It was too big, and the room could no longer hold it. Since the elves were familiar with each other, Zhang Rui also took out the remaining energy cubes and started feeding them as a shit shoveler. Zhang Rui gave each elf different types of energy cubes according to their strengths, but Zhang Rui still gave Pixie energy cubes. Now he had no time to study new energy cubes, so he could only let Pixie bear with it and eat the energy cubes first. After feeding, Zhang Rui did not pay attention to the eating habits of other elves, but mainly to see if Shi Yujin would like the food in the elf world. After all, the food in the elf world is still somewhat different from that in the other world, and it is very likely that it will not suit your appetite. But when he saw Ji Yujin carefully pick up a piece and put it in his mouth and take a bite, he found that it tasted good, so he continued to eat. Seeing that Shi Yujin was not very picky about the food in the elf world, Zhang Rui naturally felt relieved and thought about what to do if Shi Yujin didn't like it. As long as he liked it, since Ji Yujin's own physical attack was particularly powerful, Zhang Rui focused on this direction and gave it most of the physical attack energy cubes, and a small part of it was experience cubes. The physical attack value of the newly captured elves is very low. It is necessary to increase its value through energy blocks first, and then upgrade it later, so that its strength will be stronger. And Paper Sword is now a second-level god, which has the bonus of the divine beast itself. With the physical attack block, you can imagine its attack power in the future. While the elves were eating, Zhang Rui walked to the cabinet, took out a bucket of instant noodles, heated it up and began to enjoy its dinner. Now he has not been to the dungeon for a few days. Zhang Rui thought that after eating, he would continue to adventure in the dungeon to get more system rewards. Anyway, the dungeon is very humane and Zhang Rui can use almost everything given. Just like the Bangulus detector, Zhang Rui needs the help of the quasi-god in order to fight the divine beast. The system gave it a Bangulus detector so that he can get the opportunity to become a quasi-god. It can be said that the system is very humane, and it knows Zhang Rui's thoughts and needs. Soon, several elves had finished their dinner. Except for Pixie and Paper Sword, whose levels did not increase, the levels of baby Kiris and Zubat were increased again. As soon as the young Kiris's level was raised, its body began to glow white. It began to grow taller and larger in size. Silver spikes began to grow behind it, and its eyes changed from gentle to somewhat ferocious. It evolved so quickly, Shakira's. Name, Shakira's, rock ground level, SS gender, male, excited. Features, shedding, carried items, none. Primal power, malice pursuit, curse, dragon dance, gathering energy, iron wall, iron tail. Basic skills, bite, stare, sandstorm, harsh sound, gradual break, rockfall, ghost face, make a big trouble. Taught skills, power of the earth, iron head, none. After the evolution of the young Shakira's, Zhang Rui looked through the skills. He didn't pay attention to the new skills he had learned. Making a big trouble is a general skill. Although the skill is very powerful, it will fall into chaos after using it a few times. Zhang Rui would not use this skill under normal circumstances. After all, the general skill used by a spirit with rock and ground attributes is indeed not very useful. The main concern is the qualification issue. It actually went directly from S+ to SS, surpassing the qualification of Tyranitar. In other words, if it evolves again, its qualification is likely to jump directly to SS level. SS level. This is equivalent to the qualification of a second-level god. What a terrifying qualification it is. Moreover, it will undergo super evolution in the future. After super evolution, the qualification and racial value will be further improved. You can imagine what a quasi-god with SS+ qualification is like. As long as it does not fight with water-type beasts or grass-type beasts, it is a very powerful existence. Maybe it can fight with Groudon, or even fight. Thinking of the scene of fighting with Groudon, Zhang Rui was a little excited. Maybe it is really possible to fight with Groudon. Afterwards, since the elves were full, Zhang Rui also put them back into the elf balls and called out the system panel. System, do I want to continue to challenge the dungeon? Ding dong, okay. Host, the next copy to be challenged is the Arena Boy. Do you want to challenge it? I choose to challenge. Zhang Rui did not think, but immediately said to the system. Okay, now teleport for the host. The familiar black vortex appeared again, and Zhang Rui entered the vortex again as before. At the same time in the central area of the Shanghai forest. The central area at this time no longer looked like it did before. Now the entire area has been razed to the ground, and even the original cabins have disappeared. Of course, most of the surrounding forest areas have also been affected, and they have suffered heavy losses. It will take at least hundreds of years to restore their original appearance. The red-haired man who was surveying the central area was naturally the champion trainer Du, and the middle-aged man following him was obviously a handsome guy. Du walked on the devastated surface. There were only wreckages left by the explosion of the instrument on the ground. Du, who originally wanted to find clues here, did not gain anything. As a champion, he should at least take some results back from this operation. Otherwise, he would definitely be laughed at by those guys. Thinking in his heart, he kicked the soil on the ground with his feet. Bang! Du seemed to have kicked something hard, and he covered his toes in pain, saying, "What is that? It's so hard!" A handsome guy in the distance heard the sound and came over, bent down to check, and found that there was a door handle where Du kicked. At this time, the handsome guy seemed to have found a treasure and said to Du excitedly, "This is a door handle, which means there is a basement inside." Basement? After hearing this, Du felt his foot no longer hurt, walked to the entrance of the basement, and said, "Since there is a basement, it means there must be important information inside." Dragonite, who was standing next to Du, nodded, grabbed the door handle and gently pulled it, and it opened directly. Suddenly, a puff of dust hit the two men's faces. They waved their heads. Du first said to Dragonite, "You stay here and watch. We'll go down and take a look." Du first walked down the stairs slowly, and the handsome guy followed behind him, leaving Dragonite standing aside, cautiously exploring the surrounding forest. It was now night, and the bright moonlight was hanging in the sky. Perhaps because the central area was high, the moonlight fell on the ground and could be seen clearly without a flashlight. Not far away in the jungle that was not destroyed by the explosion, a pink-haired woman watched Du slowly walk into the basement, took out her mobile phone and called, "Master Guzma, they seem to have discovered our basement? You are worthy of being the champion. The basement was hidden so well, but we don't need to care about it at all. There are only some unknown data in it." It is impossible to make an instrument to standing at the door of a room, was surrounded by many members wearing black clothes, holding a mobile phone in his hand. But the elves we are secretly researching may be discovered by them. Bull Beauty heard that Guzma on the other end of the phone was not very concerned, and immediately said. Guzma pushed open the door and said again, "That elf is only in the initial stage of research. They only understand part of it, which is actually useless. If you have nothing to do, go back to the base and wait for my next instruction." After Guzma finished speaking, he hung up the phone and came to a huge room. As soon as he entered the room, he saw a huge back in front of him, and the palm of the hand wearing the emerald was stroking the cat boss under the chair. Of course, there was also a person wearing the rocket team uniform and a short skirt that only reached the upper part of the thigh. Guzma's main focus was on her thighs, which were smooth without any fat. The two thighs were tightly closed together, which really made people want to fantasize. "Guzma, do you like my secretary's thighs? If you like them, I'll give them to you." The man sitting on the chair knew that Guzma was coming and took a puff of cigar. The purple-haired secretary standing beside him blushed when she heard it, and she couldn't help but cover the inside of her thighs with the blue cardboard in her hand, not wanting Guzma to take another look. At this moment, the originally dim room suddenly lit up with a white light, illuminating the whole room. The middle-aged man who was originally leaning against Guzma used the selection function of the swivel chair to turn around and look at Guzma in front of him. He took another puff of cigar and said, "I heard that you subdued a beast. It seems that your plan this time was very successful." "How could it be successful? If it weren't for the bug that showed up halfway, I could get more beasts." Guzma looked at the man in an orange-red suit in front of him. He had a slicked back hair and a hint of murderous aura in his fierce eyes. He immediately retorted. Originally, his plan went very smoothly. As long as the ultimate cave was open, more ultimate beasts would run out of it. For this reason, he also prepared a large number of ultimate balls, just for this moment. But the abomination was that they were all destroyed by two underage kids and the detectives of the Alliance. Otherwise, he would have more than one ultimate beast in his hands now. Although Guzma hated Zhang Rui and the others very much, he was not thinking about this problem now. Guzma looked up at the middle-aged man sitting at the table and said, "Sakaki, you are not here to reminisce with me this time." This time, the Rockets went to great lengths to rescue Guzma, even at the cost of exposing themselves. No one would believe that they had no purpose. Sakaki stared at Guzma, put the cigar in his mouth, took a deep puff, and blew out white smoke rings from his mouth, saying, "Actually, there is a reason why I saved you this time. I heard that your Skull team is secretly researching new elves, and our rocket team also wants to get involved. Of course, we will provide you with the latest genetic technology. How about it?" Sakaki's request did make Guzma a little disliked, but when he heard that the genetic technology was to be provided to him, he couldn't help but become interested. Genetic technology is an important research project in the Rockets. They have always hoped to study elves that have never appeared from ancient times to the present through genetic experiments. If this elf is strong, then they will choose to mass-produce it and then create an elf army. Their ultimate goal is the same as Guzma's, hoping to use the elves to rule the world. Because of similar ideas, Guzma doesn't like Team Rocket very much, but their research funds are indeed provided by Team Rocket. Now Sakaki said that he wants to integrate genetic technology into new research. In fact, Guzma has no choice at all. He only has one option: agree. After all, if Team Rocket interrupts the provision of funds, then their experiments can only be forced to interrupt, and then the experiment of the new elves will only end in failure. What do you think? Our genetic technology has made great progress in the Golden Sea Forest. As long as our genetic experiments are added, the strength of the newly created elves will definitely be stronger. Sakaki saw that Guzma was hesitant and obviously didn't like people who hesitated, so he spoke again. If Guzma still hesitated or refused, he could withdraw the research funds of the Skull Team now and make the Skull Team disappear from this world. Of course, using Team Rocket's genetic technology has always been my idea. This time, I can add genetic technology. I think the elves I create will be very powerful. After hearing Guzma's answer, Sakaki was obviously very satisfied. Being able to integrate genetic technology into the creation of new elves was one of the purposes of his providing funds to Team Skull. "Sakaki, is there anything else?" If not, I'll leave first. Guzma was obviously a little impatient and said, No, you leave first. I will send some researchers over in a while. They have the core technology of the genetic plan. You have to treat them well. After saying that, Guzma left the room without looking back. After confirming that Guzma had left, the secretary on the side immediately said, Team Skull was originally our rocket team. Why do we need his consent to use our genetic technology? Of course I have my own idea. Although Team Skull is funded by us now, the people inside are not under our control. In order for the genetic experiment to succeed, it must be carried out in Team Skull. Sakaki patted the ash and said with a slight smile on his face, How is it? Did Rambo get anything? The secretary nodded, took out a tablet, and explained. I heard from Dr. Rambo that a fossil of a mysterious elf was found, but there were only its eyelashes there, and the rest were some ancient biological fossils. Well, let Rambo continue to survey and see if there are any new discoveries. Yes, in the basement of the Shanghai forest, after Du and the handsome guy walked for a while, a room appeared in front of them. After opening the room, you can see that the space inside is so large, like a huge office. Who are you? After seeing Du, the members of the skeleton team who were sorting out the information immediately summoned the elves to attack Du, but they were easily solved by the handsome guy's poisonous skull frog. The rest of the skeleton team members wanted to attack Du, but their level was too low and they were easily knocked down by a poisonous skull frog. After that, they were all tied up one by Du and their handsome guy, and when the guard team arrived, they took all these people away. Du first picked up the paper on the table and took a look. This is all information about the ultimate cave. Handsome, collect all the information. The handsome nodded and began to look through the information from the beginning. He collected the useful information and asked the researchers of the Alliance to study it. The rest of the information was handed over to the handsome, and Du went to the innermost room. When he opened the door, there was only a desk, a bookshelf next to it, and some research information. This should be Guzma's office. Now Guzma has escaped, and now there are only some information here. Wait, what is this? Du found that in addition to the research information about the ultimate cave, there was actually another document. After a rough look, Du could roughly understand. In addition to opening the ultimate cave, the Skull team actually wanted to create new, artificial elves. Although the information said so, this was only a part of the information. Most of the information was not here, but with only this small part of the information, it would attract the attention of the Alliance. After all, the League clearly prohibits trainers from creating new Pokémon privately. Once discovered, they will definitely be punished by the League. Based on just this evidence, I guess those lazy guys will have a lot of work to do. Soon, the two of them sorted out all the information and notified the Shanghai City Guard to take all the skeleton team members away. After watching the guard take the people away, Du also flew to the Alliance on Dragonite. This matter came to an end. In the Shanghai City Elf Academy, Zhang Rui had disappeared in the dormitory. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he had appeared in a village. As soon as he appeared, he scared the farmers who were working in the fields. If it weren't for the existence of the skill of instant teleportation, these people would definitely faint directly. Author's digression. When you set up a group, do you want Prestige or Penguin? Little brother, you almost scared me to the point of having a heart attack. The old man, who was frightened by Zhang Rui, threw the hoe in his hand to the ground, covered his chest, and said tremblingly. Obviously, Zhang Rui had just arrived here and noticed the old man in front of him. Judging from his appearance, he must have been frightened by him, so Zhang Rui immediately went over to apologize. Sorry, Grandpa, are you okay? Zhang Rui hurried over to support him, because he was worried that something had happened to the old man and he would blackmail him, which would be troublesome. Feeling Zhang Rui's support, the old man felt warm inside and said gently, It's okay, kid. Grandpa is in good health. He used to exercise with the monster every day, and his body is very strong. You look like a trainer. Since you are a trainer, you can't avoid fighting Pokémon. I recommend an opponent to you. If you can defeat him, your strength will definitely improve a lot. Zhang Rui was about to leave after making sure that the old man was okay, but after hearing what he said, he suddenly became interested. Is there a trainer here who is more powerful than Shi Xiaoming? Then Zhang Rui would go to meet him. Such a powerful trainer must give a lot of experience points. Okay, I'm looking for a trainer to hone myself. Being able to fight with a trainer is very important for improving strength. Where is that trainer? Facing Zhang Rui's inquiry, the old man pointed to the distant forest with his skinny finger and said, "That person is in the distant forest. You will meet him soon after you go in." Looking at the direction in the distance, Zhang Rui was full of doubts. Isn't this the direction he wants to challenge the ring? Is there a stronger trainer besides Shi Xiaoming? Then he instantly became interested. While defeating Shi Xiaoming, he can refresh an extra wave of experience. This is still very good. After saying goodbye to the old man, Zhang Rui headed towards the lush forest in front. This forest is next to the nearby town. Since the residents in the town will go to the forest to collect tree fruits, Zhang Rui also met many people when he entered the forest. Some trainers also took advantage of this opportunity and stood at the exit of the forest, waiting for the arrival of other trainers. It just so happened that a boy wearing a blue hat and short-sleeved shirt had just won the game and saw Zhang Rui, who was about to enter the forest. His eyes lit up and he quickly approached him, pointed the Pokeball in his hand at Zhang Rui and said, "You are a trainer, right? Can you accept my challenge?" Zhang Rui turned his head and looked at the boy who was not yet 10 years old. To be honest, Zhang Rui really couldn't muster up any energy to fight with such a young child, but since he asked, Zhang Rui, as a trainer, of course, had to agree. Of course, as a trainer, I will not refuse the challenge of other trainers. Then, the two moved to the grass not far away. The grass here had been flattened by feet, causing the weeds on the ground to bend. The two distanced themselves on the grass and looked at each other. The boy first took out the Pokeball and threw it out, and Zhang Rui followed. "Go, little Rattata! Go, Shakiras!" Both sides summoned their elves. The boy's elf was a little Rattata with a purple body. After seeing the tall Shakiras, the little Rattata looked a little frightened. After seeing Shakiras, the boy also clenched his palms with a worried look on his face. Looking at his appearance, he knew without thinking that he should have heard about the power of Shakiras. He was a little worried about whether he could defeat such a powerful quasi-god elf. "Since you are still young, you attack first." At this time, Zhang Rui had seen through the other party's thoughts and said to him. The boy came back to his senses and was obviously unhappy when he heard Zhang Rui's words. He said, "You said it, little Rattata. Use lightning flash." "Shakira's, whatever." Little Rattata moved quickly on the grass and soon appeared in front of Shakira's. When he wanted to bump into him, he saw Shakira's terrifying eyes. This also caused Shakira's to faint before he could release his skills, and Rattata lost his ability to fight. "Rattata!" The boy was obviously sad to see that Rattata lost its ability to fight before it even touched the opponent, but he still took Rattata back with the Pokeball. "Rattata, come back!" After taking Rattata back into the Pokeball, Shakira's looked at Zhang Rui and said that it didn't do anything. It fell down by itself. Zhang Rui could understand Shakira's feelings, and he didn't say anything and took Shakira's back. Sure, enough, it was too far-fetched to let Shakira's challenge ordinary trainers. Then, Zhang Rui walked into the depths of the forest, where wandering farmers and some small Pokémons could be seen everywhere, and Zhang Rui estimated that the rare Pokémons were in the deeper forest. Zhang Rui did not go to the deep forest to look for Pokémons. There were no rare Pokémons here, and they were all very common. It was better to challenge a powerful trainer directly. Following the instructions of the grandfather, Zhang Rui soon arrived at the destination. Looking at the gate made of many pieces of wood in front of him, the walls were also built one by one with wood, surrounding the central venue to form a camp exclusively for trainers. Zhang Rui's eyes were focused on the big screen on the wooden door, which read, 98 consecutive wins. Zhang Rui was a little surprised. Isn't this Shi Xiaoming's ring? What does it have to do with that powerful trainer? Could it be that the old man was talking about the same person? At this moment, Zhang Rui realized that the powerful trainer the old man was talking about was Shi Xiaoming. He was thinking about earning more experience, but forget it. Let's finish the ring early and leave early. At present, Xiaoji and his group should not be here yet. After all, when Xiaoji comes, the number on the screen will not be 98. Just when Zhang Rui was about to try to knock on the door, a voice suddenly came from the left side of the wooden door. "Are you here to challenge the trainer here?" Zhang Rui turned his head and looked at the young man who was walking over. He knew at a glance that the young man in front of him was definitely Shi Xiaoming. The main reason was that his green hair really didn't attract Zhang Rui to think in that direction. Only Shi Xiaoming dared to dye his hair green, just like a peacock spreading its tail, with green hair fluttering behind. "Are you Shi Xiaoming?" Hearing Zhang Rui's question, Shi Xiaoming touched his green hair and said proudly, "Yes, I am Shi Xiaoming. I didn't expect that my name has spread so far. Trainers from other places like you know my name. It seems that as long as I complete 2 consecutive victories, I can move forward on the road to becoming the strongest trainer. I am Zhang Rui. I heard that you are very strong. I am here to challenge you." After listening to Zhang Rui, Shi Xiaoming kicked open the wooden door in front of him and said with a proud look on his face, "Come on." Then, Shi Xiaoming went to the tent to prepare first, while Zhang Rui came to the top of the ring and waited for Shi Xiaoming to arrive. While waiting, Zhang Rui looked around. Most of the surroundings were training facilities. It seemed that Shi Xiaoming had trained a lot of Pokémon. Zhang Rui also knew something about Shi Xiaoming's training method. He made a kind of training equipment and let the elves wear it. In this way, the elves' abilities will be improved at twice the speed during training. This is actually the prototype of the Prop Force training device. It can indeed enhance the elves' abilities, but the speed is reduced. This kind of training device can indeed greatly improve the elves, but Zhang Rui does not need it. After all, he can provide a good ability improvement for the elves through energy blocks, which is much better than this training method. Just when Zhang Rui was thinking, Shi Xiaoming had already come to the ring, looking in the direction of Zhang Rui, and said, "Sorry to have kept you waiting. Now let me tell you the rules of the game. I will use one elf, and you can use all the elves. Don't worry, my elves are very powerful, and one of them can defeat all your elves." After hearing the rules, he said, Zhang Rui frowned. The boy in front of him was really crazy. As expected of a man called a beast, even the rules of the game are so fierce. However, if he were to fight with the Tyrannosaurus, he would probably surrender immediately before the battle. However, Zhang Rui was not the kind of person who chose to suppress others by level. Instead, he took out the Shakira's Pokeball and threw it out. Since the rules of the game have been explained, then my Pokemon is Go! Shakira's. Seeing Zhang Rui summon Shakira's, Shi Xiaoming frowned and thought, "This kid is really impatient. But wait until I defeat you and see how you can still be arrogant." Then, Shi Xiaoming took out his Pokeball and threw it to the field. Go, Sandshrew! As soon as the Sandshrew appeared on the field, Zhang Rui saw that the physical fitness of the Sandshrew in front of him was much higher than that of other Sandshrews, especially the muscles on its body. It can be seen that Shi Xiaoming has trained it a lot. After Zhang Rui finished reading its data, he didn't feel anything special. Its qualifications were just ordinary B-level, and its level was only level. It was not as good as the owner of the Hualan Gym. While Zhang Rui was thinking, Shi Xiaoming had already ordered the Sandshrew to attack. Sandshrew, use rolling. The Sandshrew's body turned into a football, rolled up the dust on the ground, and rushed towards Shakira's. Iron Head! Seeing the Sandshrew rushing over quickly, Shakira's showed no fear at all. After hearing Zhang Rui's order, his body turned into the color of iron. Just when the Sandshrew was about to attach it, Shakira's used his powerful strength to push the Sandshrew directly over. Due to the powerful impact of the Sandshrew and Shakira's, the Sandshrew was directly pushed into the air. The Sandshrew, which was originally in a spherical shape, quickly returned to its original shape. At this time, Shi Xiaoming seized the opportunity and gave the order. Use high-speed stars. Rockfall to meet. Zhang Rui saw this and calmly gave the order to Shakira's. The Sandshrew turned into a sphere again in the air, and with the help of its body rotation in the air, it produced a large number of yellow stars and rushed towards Shakira's. At this time, Shakira's had already condensed a large number of rocks around his body. When the yellow stars flew over, Shakira's also launched the rocks beside him. The huge rocks and the many stars collided with each other, causing a huge explosion between the two. Due to the impact of the explosion, the other party could not be seen at all. However, Zhang Rui did not issue an order for this, but raised the corners of his mouth slightly, as if he already knew the outcome. As the black smoke was generated, the Sandshrew thought that its attack could cause damage to Shakira's, but it was still disappointed. The huge rock directly blocked all the attacks and rushed straight to the Sandshrew. Seeing this, the Sandshrew tried its best to dodge the flying rocks when it fell, but it was still hit by a rock and fell heavily to the ground, losing its ability to fight. Sandshrew! When Shi Xiaoming saw that the Sandshrew had lost its ability to fight, his face was full of shock. But because of this, his 98-game winning streak was directly ended by Zhang Rui. On the screen, the original 98-game winning streak has now become 0, indicating that Shi Xiaoming is going to repeat it again. Shi Xiaoming quickly picked up the sandrat and said to Zhang Rui in front of him, "You are very strong. I lost this game." Zhang Rui nodded and said to him, "In fact, I won by luck. You are not weak either. Come on." As he said that, he took back Shakira's and sighed in his heart. As expected of an SS-level qualification, he has only won 2 games and has risen to the next level. This speed is really amazing. But I haven't learned any new skills. After listening to Zhang Rui's encouragement, Shi Xiaoming also nodded and said firmly, "I will restart my winning streak here. When we meet next time, I will definitely defeat you." While Shi Xiaoming was talking to Zhang Rui had already walked out the door, leaving him only a back view and a sentence. "Come on." After that, he left here. Since the copy had been challenged, Zhang Rui was ready to go back through the system. However, in order to prevent the situation like last time, Zhang Rui still confirmed again and again whether there was anyone around. Just as he was looking around, he saw Xiaoji and his group in the jungle in the distance. However, there were only Xiaoji and Xiaogong, but there was no Xiaoxia. If you think about it carefully, Xiaoxia has already been sent to the small world by him, so why would she travel with Xiaoji? Zhang Rui did not greet Xiaoji, but called the system directly. "System, exit the dungeon." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge black vortex appeared in front of him, and Zhang Rui walked in without thinking. After Zhang Rui left, Xiaoji came to the wooden door, knocked on the door, and said to the inside, "I am Xiaoji from Pallet Town. I want to challenge you." At night, in the dormitory of Shanghai Elf Academy, Zhang Rui had already walked out of the dungeon and began to wait for the system's reward settlement. He didn't know what good things the system would give him this time. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for clearing the Challenge Arena dungeon and receiving rewards. Intermediate experience block recipes and 100,000 elf coins. Rewards have been distributed to the host's warehouse. Please check. Ding dong! A new dungeon has been opened. Challenge the Dead Leaf Gym. Do you choose to challenge? After hearing the system's reward, Zhang Rui couldn't help but shout out, "This is too good!" Intermediate experience block recipe. The low-level experience block recipe can already allow the elves to quickly upgrade their levels, and the intermediate experience recipe is definitely much better than the low-level experience blocks. Perhaps an intermediate block can instantly upgrade a level, which is possible, let alone an elf with such good qualifications. However, Zhang Rui suppressed his excitement and looked at the current time. Now every time Zhang Rui comes out of the dungeon, he will check the time. If there is enough time, he will choose to challenge the dungeon again. And if it is already very late, then he can only give up challenging the dungeon. After all, he really doesn't want to stay up late. And there will be an exchange competition between colleges held by the school tomorrow. This year, our school is waiting for the other party to come to challenge. Therefore, the school did not notify Zhang Rui to prepare to challenge other colleges, but waited until other colleges arrived before notifying. Zhang Rui looked at the time. It was only 8 o'clock. There was still a lot of time. To challenge the Withered Leaf Gym, he only needed Shakira's. Anyway, their electric elves were just a tickle to Shakira's. System, challenge the Withered Leaf Gym. Zhang Rui just finished speaking, and a black vortex appeared in front of him. It was the same as usual, and he walked in again. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in the Withered Leaf City, and the building in front of him was decorated with yellow lightning symbols, and there was a door at least 2 meters higher than Zhang Rui. This is the Withered Leaf Gym for sure. This time, the system did not teleport it to the gate of the Withered Leaf City, but directly teleported it to the Withered Leaf Gym. It was probably thinking of saving time for him. Just when Zhang Rui wanted to push open the door in front of him and walk in, the huge iron door opened by itself, and a young man ran out with a wounded Pokémon in his arms. "Pop, hold on. I'll take you to the Pokémon Center for treatment." After seeing the burnt Pop, Zhang Rui's mouth trembled a little, thinking to himself, using a flying Pokémon to fight an electric Pokémon, how great! At this moment, another little girl followed closely behind, also holding a wounded Pokémon in her arms. "Cheer up, Spearow. I'll take you to the Pokémon Center." At this moment, Zhang Rui was speechless. Wow, a flying Pokémon fighting an electric Pokémon, one braver than the other. Zhang Rui ignored these ignorant children, and after they left, he walked towards the gym. As soon as he walked in, he found that the room was pitch black, and only through the light outside the door could he see the person in front of him clearly. A man with a buzz cut and earrings on his ears? Could this be the legendary bad boy? The woman next to him was not much better. She wore a green headband and red clothes. Although she looked ugly, her figure was proud and upright, especially the pair of big white rabbits on her chest, which made Zhang Rui, who was so calm, have the urge to go over and touch them. "Are you the next trainer coming to challenge?" After hearing what the buzz-cut man beside him said, Zhang Rui finally reacted. He turned his eyes away from the woman, nodded to the buzz-cut man beside him, and said, "Yes, I'm here to challenge the gym. Boss, here comes another one to die." After hearing what Zhang Rui said, the buzz-cut man said to the man behind him. Originally, it was pitch black behind the two of them, but at this time a huge figure appeared, saying, "Are you the next challenger?" With the help of the additional light, Zhang Rui found that the man was sturdy and strong, with muscles on his arms, but there was a yellow thorntail on his head which was very eye-catching. "Are you the gym trainer, Machi?" "Yes, it's me, baby." Hearing Zhang Rui's question, Machi responded, and at the same time walked in front of Zhang Rui and touched Zhang Rui's head to welcome him. "Can the game start now?" "Of course." Then the lights in the whole room suddenly turned on, and a huge battle field appeared in front of Zhang Rui, and there were some unique signs of the electric gym above his head. Machi walked slowly to one side of the battlefield, while Zhang Rui stood on the other side. The short-haired man walked to the center of the field and began to announce the rules of the game. "Now we will start the challenge of the gym trainers. There is only one Pokémon to be used. Please summon your Pokémon." Machi was the first to summon the Pokémon. He took out the Pokeball from his body and threw it out, saying, "Go, Raichu!" At the same time, Zhang Rui also summoned Shakira's. After seeing Shakira's, Machi was a little surprised and said to Zhang Rui, "This Pokémon is of the ground attribute. It seems that you have done a lot of homework before the battle. However, even if it is a Pokémon of the ground attribute, my Raichu can easily knock you down. Raichu, use Lightning Flash." Raichu immediately ran, but due to his weight, his speed was not very fast, but he still came in front of Shakira's and hit Shakira's with his body. However, Shakira's body is very hard and is almost weak to physical attacks. Seeing that Raichu's attack had no effect on Shakira's, Machi gritted his teeth and immediately gave the order. "Use Lightning Flash continuously." Raichu kept hitting Shakira's body. Shakira's body was not hurt, but Raichu's head was already injured. Shakira's could still hurt the opponent without taking action now. Damn it! Machi saw that Raichu had no way to deal with Shakira's, and he gnashed his teeth in hatred. He hated ground-type Pokémon the most. After all, among the skills that Raichu learned, few skills could cause damage to ground-type Pokémon. "I don't believe it, Raichu. Use Smash." Raichu's tail emitted a white light, and it hit Shakira's with its slender tail. Bang! This time, the effect of the smash was very strong, and Shakira's was actually pushed back dozens of steps, and even left scars on its face. Zhang Rui did not ask Shakira's to bear Raichu's skills at this time, but gave another order and said, "Power of the Earth." Shakira's used its sharp body to pierce the ground, and the entire ground began to shake violently. A large number of cracks began to appear on the ground, and the body standing in front of Shakira's sank instantly. At this time, due to the impact of the cracking of the ground, the powerful impact hit Raichu's body and directly knocked it out. My dears, I calculated the chapters, and I think it's time for the protagonist to graduate and participate in the national competition earlier. Haha. Looking at the Raichu that was knocked out, Zhang Rui saw the current state of Raichu through the data eye. It has changed from a minor injury to a serious injury, but it is not yet at the point of death. But Zhang Rui still sighed in his heart. Using only ground-based skills to hit twice the restraint actually directly injured Raichu. If it was 4 times the damage, it would probably be killed in one move. At this time, Machi also saw the Raichu being knocked out, and his mind was working rapidly, hoping to come up with a strategy to deal with it, but Zhang Rui would not give him a chance to fight back, and immediately ordered, "Shakira's, don't stop, use Rock Slide! Shaki!" A dark brown light appeared on Shakira's body, and this dark brown light continued to condense, and a large number of rocks appeared around his body. These rocks quickly rotated around Shakira's body, aiming at the falling Raichu, and quickly launched these rocks. Machi, who had no choice, hurriedly let the Raichu in the air use the wrestling skill to repel the flying rocks. However, the speed and power of the rocks were huge, and Raichu's tail, which was gathered by white light, only smashed the rocks in the front, but all the rocks behind hit Raichu. The already seriously injured Raichu couldn't bear such a strong attack. The moment the rock touched Raichu, it exploded in the air. The exploding rock instantly produced a large amount of smoke. Raichu slowly fell down from the brown smoke. Obviously, judging from its injuries, it had lost its ability to fight. Although there were still many rocks around Shakira's body, it stopped moving immediately, and these suspended rocks fell to the ground. After all, Shakira's also knew that the Raichu in front of him had no fighting ability. If it attacked the Raichu with the remaining offensive, Zhang Rui would probably be unhappy. Raichu fell heavily to the ground, and both of his eyes became fish-shaped, losing his ability to fight. "Come back, Raichu!" After seeing Raichu lose his ability to fight, Machi quickly aimed the Pokeball at Raichu, took it back, looked at the Pokemon in his hand and said, "You performed very well." Then he looked at the handsome boy in front of him, laughed loudly and said, "It seems that I shouldn't call you baby, and the one who calls you baby should be me." Zhang Rui ignored Machi's voice, but used the Pokeball to take back Shakira's. After this battle, Shakira's level was once again raised from the original level 31 to level 32, and he also learned a new skill, the Wave of Evil. This is a skill with the highest evil coefficient. It seems that Shakira's learned this skill to prepare for the attribute conversion. After all, after it evolved, its attributes were not rock and ground, but the ground was replaced by the evil attribute. However, this also caused Shakira's to be restrained by the fighting attribute 4 times, which was very annoying. While Zhang Rui was thinking, Machi made a look at the woman with a headband beside him. The woman naturally knew what he meant, so she walked up to Zhang Rui, took out a badge that looked like a sunflower, and handed it to Zhang Rui. "This is the evidence of defeating me. An orange badge, please accept it." Machi walked up to Zhang Rui and explained. Zhang Rui certainly did not hesitate, and immediately put the badge in his pocket. "Thank you very much." After saying that, he quickly left the Withered Leaf Gym and came to the door of the gym. Zhang Rui asked the system to open the transmission channel, and Zhang Rui immediately entered it. Since Zhang Rui did not spend much time this time, it was only 11 o'clock when he returned to the dormitory, and he had plenty of time to sleep. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for clearing the Withered Leaf Gym and obtaining the orange badge, the electric shock monster detector, and 200,000 elf coins. Ding dong! The reward has been sent to the warehouse. Please check it. Ding dong! Open a new dungeon to challenge Light Red Gym. Host whether to challenge it. Zhang Rui ignored what the system said and lay down on the bed and fell asleep. He was exhausted now. After solving the problem of the skeleton team, Zhang Rui cleared 2 dungeons in a row. Now he was really exhausted and had no more energy. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone into the house. Although Zhang Rui's eyes only trembled a few times under the stimulation of the sunlight, he immediately turned around and continued to sleep, completely ignoring the invasion of the sunlight. At this moment, Ye Fei, who was sleeping, was awakened by a series of knocks on the door. He walked to the door with his still tired body, yawned, and opened the door. What came into view was a cold expression. Although this face looked extremely cold, her appearance was impeccable. "It's you! Leng Wanru, what do you want to see me for?" Ye Fei was still a little confused and didn't notice that Leng Wanru's cold face had turned red. She, who was originally calm, immediately covered her eyes with her hands and said, "Your clothes." "Clothes? I'm wearing them." Ye Fei was a little confused. He was wearing clothes, so he looked down and found that he didn't have any clothes on him. There was only a pair of yellow shorts with Pikachu printed on it, and the rest was really visible. Leng Wanru saw almost everything, so it was no wonder that she blushed. Without saying anything, Ye Fei quickly returned to the house and changed his clothes. When he opened the door, he made a handsome gesture. "What's wrong? Miss Leng, have you finally found your conscience? There is still someone as handsome as me in the school." Looking at the narcissistic Ye Fei, Leng Wanru completely ignored him and said coldly, "College exchange competition, Principal Chan is calling you." Only then did Ye Fei think that today was the day of the college exchange competition, and students from other schools were coming to challenge. If it weren't for Leng Wanru's help, Ye Fei might have missed the competition. After seeing Ye Fei tidy up, Leng Wanru left Ye Fei's dormitory and walked towards Zhang Rui's dormitory. At this time, when Leng Wanru walked to Zhang Rui's door, her face was actually flushed. It is estimated that if she knocked on the door, Zhang Rui would be like Ye Fei, with nothing on except his shorts. Suddenly, her originally flushed cheeks quickly filled her eyes, and her whole face became red, just like a ripe apple. However, he also made Leng Wanru look forward to it. With this attitude, Leng Wanru knocked on Zhang Rui's door gently. After a few minutes, there was no response from inside. After Leng Wanru knocked a few more times, there was still no response from inside the door. At this time, Ye Fei, who was standing aside, couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Give up. As long as that guy is asleep, he won't wake up no matter how you shout. There is a way to wake him up. I can climb over the wall and wake him up. How about it?" Hearing Ye Fei's suggestion, Leng Wanru thought about it and immediately gave up the idea. She immediately turned around and walked towards the playground, saying something. "No, the two of us can do it. I won't call him now. If I had known, I wouldn't have gotten up. Let her carry it alone." Ye Fei looked at Leng Wanru, who was moving away, and he felt a little regretful in his heart. If he didn't get up to open the door, maybe he could sleep a little longer. At this time, there were already a large number of students watching on the playground. They had surrounded the place tightly. The playground was full of students. But think about it. The college exchange competition was announced a few days ago, and it is said that the college ranked first, the Shenfeng Elf College. This is the college that always ranks first in the national college competition every year, so naturally many students come to watch the competition. In fact, the students are not interested in whether the students of their own school can win. This time, they come to see the style of the first college in China. It is said that the kings of the national competition in recent years are almost all from the Shenfeng Elf College, while the Shanghai Elf College is gradually declining. Even the student who won the title of king was a few years ago. At that time, this student filled in the wrong application form, so he came to the Shanghai Elf College. Originally, with his excellent grades, he would be a waste of talent in the Shenfeng Elf College. In the middle of the playground, Principal Qian and Teacher Yan have been waiting for a long time. The three students who played in this competition are all in Teacher Yan's class, so it is reasonable for Teacher Yan to come out for this exchange competition. However, Principal Qian has been waiting here for an hour, and he has not seen the representative of the Shenfeng Elf College come. "Principal, did we read the time wrong? It's been an hour. Why haven't the people from the Divine Phoenix Elf Academy arrived yet?" Teacher Yan looked at the sky, feeling very annoyed. She received a notice early in the morning that the Divine Phoenix Elf Academy would arrive on time at 7 a.m., but now she hasn't even seen a shadow. She is getting impatient. "Teacher Yan, don't worry, I think they should be here soon." Principal Qian seemed to understand Teacher Yan's thoughts and immediately persuaded her. Then he looked at his watch and sweated coldly on his face, worried that they would break the contract. Swoosh! At this moment, Principal Qian and Teacher Yan heard the sound of a helicopter in the distance. They were delighted and looked up immediately. As soon as they looked up, they saw a black helicopter flying towards the school not far away. Next to the helicopter, there appeared an elf that looked like a Tyrannosaurus, but the size of this elf was much smaller than Zhang Rui's Tyrannosaurus. "They are finally here," Principal Qian said with relief. However, these students' eyes were not on the approaching helicopter, but on the Dragonite flying towards the playground, and they immediately exclaimed, "Look, that's Garrosh. It's actually a quasi-god." "But why does it look so small? The Garrosh I saw yesterday was much bigger than it." "Indeed, this Garrosh is too small. It can't be compared to the one yesterday." "Garrosh?" Principal Qian naturally heard the students' discussion, and he couldn't help but wonder in his heart, "I remember that no student or teacher in our school owns a Garrosh." But so many students said they saw it, so the trainer who owns a Garrosh should be in our school. But no one really owns a Garrosh, but Zhang Rui owns a Kabutops. Could it be that his Pokémon evolved? After thinking about it, Principal Qian immediately shook his head. Absolutely impossible. The conditions required for the evolution of a quasi-god like Garrosh are very high. It's not like the 3 starter Pokémons, which evolve when they reach level 30. Pokémon like quasi-gods need to break through the level 50 mark, and it is very difficult to evolve. Just as Principal Qian was thinking about whose Pokémon Garrosh belonged to, the helicopter and the smaller Garrosh had already landed on the ground. An old man of the same age as Principal Qian suddenly walked down from Bao Feilong and shouted to Principal Qian, "Old friend, I have to trouble you again this year." "It's you!" Old Lin, I didn't expect you to come here in person. Welcome, welcome. Principal Qian, who was pulled back by the voice just now, immediately went forward to greet him. Yes, this year's college exchange competition, I have to trouble you. While Principal Lin was chatting politely with Principal Qian, he touched Bao Feilong beside him, and his eyes were always guiding Principal Qian as if he wanted to tell him something. No, it's our honor to have a match with your students. Principal Qian also echoed, frowning and cursing in his heart. Old man, it's your fault that you came to watch the students' competition in person this time. It turns out that you want to show off your Tyrannosaurus. Damn, old thing, you know I don't have a quasi-god elf, but you still show off, damn it. At this time, 3 students walked down from the helicopter. One of them was a boy with glasses and acne all over his face and said, "This is the Mountain and Sea Elf Academy. The playground here is so small. Our playground is at least the size of the entire school. This academy is finished. This time, they asked us to communicate with these garbage. If it wasn't for Principal Lin to follow in person, I wouldn't come." A handsome man came out with a small braid on his head. He looked like a disciple from a wealthy family. Brother Xingchen is right. If you weren't willing to come to this kind of garbage school, I wouldn't come. Next to Xiao Xingchen was a sweet-looking girl, but the girl's eyes were always on Xiaoze Xingchen, and she didn't care about the eyes around her. Are you students from Shenfeng College? I'm a teacher from Shanghai College, Yan Ling. Please follow me. Since Teacher Yan is here, she is acting as a guide, responsible for receiving students from Shenfeng College and entertaining them well. When Teacher Yan walked to Xiaoze Xingchen, he looked at him with a face and said something like, "I didn't expect that this broken school would have such a beautiful teacher. How about having tea and chatting with me after the battle?" Brother Xingchen, how can you casually chat with a woman? You make me so sad. Lily saw that Xiaoze Xingchen was full of interest in Teacher Yan, and she was immediately dissatisfied. Teacher Yan ignored these students at all. She had entertained students from Tianluo Elf College last time, and she was originally full of joy. When she heard their insults to herself, she looked at this kind of entertaining students casually. However, when she heard Xiao Xingchen's voice, she frowned. It was obvious that he was not a Chinese from his accent. He should be from Sakura country, which is very close to China. Only there is such an accent. It seems that this student came to Huaxia country specifically to study. He was able to enter Shenfeng College, so he must be quite capable. At this time, Leng Wanru came over from the crowd, followed by Ye Fei. She was also full of resentment and seemed very dissatisfied. What's wrong? You seem to be very resentful. Why didn't you see Zhang Rui? Did you two have a quarrel? Teacher Yan saw that something was wrong with Ye Fei and asked, "Nothing, just something is not right." Ye Fei glanced at Leng Wanro and complained. Along the way, Ye Fei had been trying every way to talk to Leng Wanro, but the woman was still cold and ignored Ye Fei's words, which made Ye Fei almost crazy. When Zhang Rui was there, Ye Fei could at least listen to him. Now that Zhang Rui was not there, Ye Fei was almost crazy with this cold woman. But when Ye Fei heard Teacher Yan's question, he immediately said, "The two of us are enough for this battle. In fact, Zhang Rui doesn't need to appear." Seeing Ye Fei's confident expression, Teacher Yan frowned and thought, "Does this kid have any trump cards?" But it doesn't matter whether Zhang Rui comes or not. There is no way he can win this game. "This beautiful lady, you are so beautiful. I am a little excited. After the battle is over, you can drink tea and chat with me. How about it?" Just as Teacher Yan was thinking, Xiaoze Xingchen behind him saw Leng Wanru and immediately walked forward and chatted with her. Leng Wanru ignored him and turned to walk to the edge of the playground as if she wanted to be the first to join the battle. When Leng Wanru walked to the edge of the playground, Principal Qian, who was joking with each other, saw that the students were ready, so he stopped chatting and coughed. "I say, Lao Lin, students are ready? Let's start the game. Let's finish the game early and go to eat early. Anyway, the result of the game must be that our college wins." Principal Lin glanced at Leng Wanru standing on the playground, as if he had seen the end of the game. Principal Qian glared at him, but said nothing. After all, every time the colleges exchanged, the losing party was Shanghai College, which had almost never won and was always defeated by people from other colleges. The other two had no chance to appear. Now Principal Qian just hoped that Zhang Rui and his team could defeat one of the other teams. This would be the greatest satisfaction for Principal Qian. The two principals moved to the periphery of the playground and found a seat to sit down and watch the progress of the game. Teacher Yan stood in the middle of the playground, acting as a referee. When the other party saw Leng Wanro appear first to fight, Xiao Xingchen originally wanted to go directly to Fight 3, but was stopped by the man with glasses who said, "I will end this game." After saying that, he walked to the edge of the playground with a slight smile on his face, revealing a hint of viciousness. Wang Chen, the other party's elves must be in trouble. Xiao Xingchen was not angry when he saw Wang Chen was the first to fight, but sighed. Seeing that both sides were ready, Teacher Yan immediately began to announce the rules of the game. Each side of this exchange competition will send out a Pokémon. After a failure, the next contestant will fight in turn until all contestants on one side fail. Then the competition begins now. Please summon your Pokémon. Wang Chen and Leng Wanru both took out their Pokémons, threw them out together and said, "Go, Venusaur! Go, Ninetales!" On the scene, a huge Pokémon appeared on the field, with a huge red flower on its back, and its body wrapped in green skin. It looked like it should move very slowly. Other side, a fox-like Pokémon with a snow-white body appeared on the field, with white hair on its head fluttering in the wind, and 9 tails were also dazzling. A touch of white appeared on the originally gray-brown soil. "Oh my god! Leng Wanru's Vulpix has evolved! It evolved so quickly! You are stupid! The Leng family controls the lifeblood of the Ice Stone. As long as they want to evolve, they can do so at any time." One of the men sighed to the ignorant man next to him. But unfortunately, this 9-tailed fox is an Ice attribute Pokémon. If it was a Fire attribute Pokémon, the outcome of this match would be certain. But the opponent actually has Venusaur as one of the 3 starter Pokémons. It seems that he is not an ordinary person. At this time, Leng Wanru saw the Venusaur summoned by the opponent and instantly thought of what Teacher Yan taught in class. Venusaur is relatively slow, but their dual defense is very high. 9-tailed fox, the opponent, is relatively slow. Let's end the battle quickly and use Frozen Wind. The 9-tailed fox's tail slowly rose up, and its eyes emitted a blue glow. A large amount of cold air quickly formed outside the tail and blew quickly towards Venusaur in the distance. Seeing that a lot of cold wind was about to blow towards Venusaur, Wang Chen suddenly raised his eyes with his hands, and a sinister look appeared on his face. "Vulpes, eat its attack. Use the parasitic seed." A lot of cold wind blew on Venusaur, but Venusaur just closed his eyes to bear the damage brought by the skill. At the same time, a huge seed condensed on its huge flower and quickly flew towards the distant 9-tailed. At this time, 9-tailed had just finished using the skill and had not yet reacted when it was hit by the suddenly flying seed. The moment the seed touched the 9-tailed, a lot of vines crawled all over the 9-tailed's body, and the energy on the 9-tailed's body turned into a green light and was transmitted to the body of Venusaur. 9-tailed used the mysterious bodyguard. Leng Wanru, who saw the situation in front of her, gritted her teeth and immediately asked 9-tailed to prevent and treat it. 9-tailed's body instantly began to gather mysterious power, and this mysterious power spread to all parts of 9-tailed's body, forming a thin protective film. It's too late to use the mystic bodyguard now. Vulpix, crazy plants. Venusaur stomped the ground with its feet, and the ground's surface began to twist instantly. A large number of plants swarmed from the ground and formed a sharp thorn that stabbed the 9-tail on the ground. Magic Flash! After Vulpix evolved into the 9-tail, it would have the fairy system, and Magic Flash was what the 9-tail learned when it evolved. It was a relatively powerful skill of the fairy system. The 9-tail's body suddenly flashed with a pink light, which was very beautiful. It aimed at the distant Venusaur and spit out a pink energy beam from its mouth, rushing straight towards Venusaur. At this moment, the spikes of the crazy plants had arrived. These plants wrapped the 9-tail around and took it to the sky. Just when it was about to smash it to the ground, the 9-tail's magic flash quickly hit Venusaur's body, and Venusaur's body center of gravity was unstable. As a result, the 9-tail, which was wrapped in plants, was able to break through the plants and escape from the plants. But at the moment it landed, the vines wrapped around its body sucked the energy of its body again. The green light produced by absorbing energy once again entered Venusaur's body, and the minor injuries on Venusaur's body were instantly healed. But 9-tail was in a worse situation. Its body was seriously injured. Its originally snow-white hair was dyed black, and its body was covered with scars. 9-tail, can you fight again? Leng Wanru, who was standing in the front distance, felt distressed when she saw the injuries on Ninetail's body and asked it hurriedly. "Oh." The originally scarred Ninetail wanted to hold on, which made Leng Wanru a little worried. After all, Ninetail was already seriously injured. If it took another blow from Venusaur, it might lose its fighting ability. Now Venusaur has used Crazy Plant, which means it needs to rest for a while. During this time, Leng Wanru thinks it should fight hard and try to leave injuries on Venusaur so that the next Yefei can defeat it. Leng Wanru is very familiar with Yefei's elf, that is, Padong Monkey. Although it has not evolved into Booming Vortex, it should still be able to cause damage to Venusaur. The main reason is that Venusaur's parasitic seeds have no effect on the grass-type Patamon. As long as Yefei commands Patamon properly, he should be able to win this game. Come on! Ninetails, this is our last attack, the Freezing Beam. Although Ninetails was seriously injured, its body still exuded a strong cold air. A large amount of cold air was slowly transmitted from its tail to Ninetail's mouth. A large amount of cold air condensed, and an ice-white beam gushed out of Ninetail's mouth. The distance between Ninetails and Venusaur was directly formed into an ice trail. Because Venusaur's body was slow, it could not avoid the attack at all. Wang Chen could only let Venusaur take the attack. The beam emitting icy cold air successfully hit Venusaur's body. Venusaur's body, which was attacked by the cold air, had already shown a lot of signs of freezing. It can be seen that the damage caused to it by the power just now was very considerable. At this moment, the ability of the parasitic seed was activated again, and a large amount of green light was once again delivered to Bulbasaur. The Ninetail also lost its combat ability due to this last parasitism, but it was already good enough to leave injuries on Bulbasaur's body. Seeing that the Ninetail lost its combat ability, Teacher Yan immediately issued an order. The first college exchange match was won by Wang Chen from Shenfeng College. Leng Wanru from the Leng family actually lost. Sure enough, Shenfeng College is not something our college can deal with. It seems that Shenfeng College will win the exchange match again this year. I'm about to graduate. I don't know if I can see Shanghai College beat other colleges once in my lifetime. If I win, I am willing to run naked on the playground. We too. After one of the male students said this, the rest of the male students all echoed that as long as Shanghai College could beat Shenfeng College, they were willing to run naked on the playground. However, after hearing the boys, the female students blushed, but they did not join them in making trouble. After all, their bodies did not allow them to do so. This is the strength of Shanghai College. It's rubbish. I can challenge the three of you alone. Wang Chen raised his glasses and looked at Xiaozhe Xingchen standing in the distance, and said, "You don't have to take action this time. I will end this meaningless game. Whatever you want." Xiaozhe Xingchen saw that the students on the field were so weak and lost interest in fighting. He answered Wang Chen's words in a boring way. At this time, Leng Wanru was also a little annoyed when she heard Wang Chen's look, but there was no way. After all, their strength was indeed very strong. Next, he could only rely on Yefei, hoping to break the opponents and win a victory for Shanghai College. Although there is no reward for this game, as a student of Shanghai College, he should still fight for the college. After seeing Leng Wanru lose so quickly, Yefei did not have any emotions, but exchanged positions with Leng Wanru very comfortably. "Leave it to me. In this exchange match, let me, Uncle Ye, take on 3 people alone." Seeing Yefei so confident, Leng Wanru was in a state of disbelief, so she turned around and walked towards the dormitory again, hoping to wake up Zhang Rui. With Zhang Rui's strength, Bulbasaur should be able to lose his ability to fight. After all, Zhang Rui has a Kabutosaurus equivalent to a quasi-god in his hand. With the advantage of a quasi-god, it is easy to deal with a Bulbasaur. Not long after Leng Wanru left, Yefei summoned the Cool Leopard. After the last battle, Leng Wanru's Ninetail had caused a lot of damage to Bulbasaur. As long as he made up a few more knives, this Bulbasaur could be easily taken down. As for why Yefei was so confident, it was that after he returned to Shanghai City, he did a qualification test for the elves captured by Shanghai Forest, and found that his Cool Leopard had a particularly rare A-level qualification. The auction of this kind of elf started at least several million. At that time, he also thought that if Zhang Rui knew that the Cool Leopard he gave him had an A-level qualification, he might regret it. Cool Leopard used the High Five Surprise Attack on that red flower turtle. Because Venusaur moves slowly and High Five Surprise Attack is a first-hand skill, Cool Leopard moves quickly and arrives in front of Venusaur in an instant, and slaps it as soon as it meets. Venusaur is directly paralyzed and cannot move. At this time, Yefei gives another order. Cool Leopard, malicious pursuit. Cool Leopard's claws quickly emit white light and quickly slap Venusaur. Venusaur is attacked on the head by Cool Leopard, and its body is pushed back dozens of steps. It can be seen that the power of malicious pursuit is strong. This Cool Leopard is definitely not low in qualifications. It can repel a Bulbasaur with my qualifications. It is enough to show that the man in front of me has the capital to be proud, but Wang Chen raised his glasses, raised the corners of his mouth, and gave an order to Bulbasaur, photosynthesis. The huge red flowers on Bulbasaur's body appeared yellow substances. These substances gradually increased. Just when they were about to sink into Bulbasaur's body, Yefei saw that the situation was not good and immediately said to the Cool Leopard, "Cool Leopard, don't let it succeed, use splitting." The Cool Leopard jumped up, and its sharp claws emitted white light again. It slapped Bulbasaur's body with one claw and repelled Bulbasaur again, but it was still a step too late. The yellow substance had condensed into a ball of light and slowly merged into Bulbasaur's body. The injuries on Bulbasaur's body, as well as the frostbite just now, were all recovered, as if it had just been summoned. Damn it! Bulbasaur has such a disgusting skill. No wonder he dared to boast about his 1-on-3 move. Seeing this situation, Yefei could only grit his teeth and thought to himself. At the same time, in the school dormitory, Zhang Rui, just taken a nap, squinted his eyes, sat up quickly, and stretched his waist comfortably. I slept so comfortably. Zhang Rui woke up, washed up roughly, and when he was about to feed the elves, he found that all the energy blocks he made were used up. Only then did he think that the energy blocks he fed to the elves yesterday were his last reserves. Now he must make some more energy blocks, otherwise the elves will be hungry today. There was no way, in order to prevent the elves from being hungry, Zhang Rui opened the small world and prepared to pick some more inside. As soon as he arrived in the small world, Zhang Rui released all the elves and asked them to help collect tree fruits in the small world. At the same time, Zhang Rui thought of the system's reward yesterday, which seemed to have a formula for intermediate experience blocks. Zhang Rui did not ask the elves to collect the fruit immediately, but opened the warehouse interface first, preparing to take out the formula of the intermediate experience block. After all, the intermediate energy block is much better than the low-level one. Just when Zhang Rui wanted to take out the formula of the intermediate energy block, he saw that the Bangiris detector in the warehouse had disappeared. This reminded him of the time when he used the Bangiris detector, but he only used the detector in Yuejian Mountain and never took it out at other times. Did he throw it in Yuejian Mountain? But he immediately shook his head. How could such a precious thing be left randomly? After thinking for a while, Zhang Rui had no clue and could only seek help from the system. System, why did the Bangiris detector disappear? Hearing Zhang Rui's question, the system quickly gave an answer. Ding dong, the detector issued by this system will disappear after the host catches the corresponding elf. In other words, this is a one-time use? That's right. After hearing the system's answer, Zhang Rui suddenly felt much more lucky. Fortunately, he did not use the water detector. This was what he used to subdue the frog. If he used it to subdue other water elves, it would be troublesome. Since he knew that the detector was a one-time function, Zhang Rui did not complain. After all, being able to detect elves was good enough. It was because of the detector that he was able to subdue a powerful Shakiras. After that, Zhang Rui took out the intermediate energy block formula and roughly looked at the required fruit. It was found that the intermediate formula was indeed different from the other formulas. The amount of fruit required was not only twice the original amount, but also a lot of new fruit was added. There were even the rarest fruit. If Zhang Rui did not have a small world, it would be troublesome. He would probably worry about obtaining fruit every day. After Zhang Rui showed the formula to the elves, all the elves began to act quickly, and Zhang Rui came to the castle he built to see how the 4 Hualan sisters were living now and whether they had adapted to the current environment. After all, the system summoned them directly from the dungeon, and they were still a little unfamiliar with the environment, and it took a long time to get familiar with it. Just as Zhang Rui walked to the castle, he saw 4 sisters wearing sexy swimsuits, lying on an inflatable cushion on the lake, sunbathing, and with a tree fruit drink specially handed to them by the giant bee. Their life was very comfortable. After Zhang Rui saw the state of the 4 sisters, he suddenly felt that his worries were unnecessary. This was not an ordinary adaptation, but an extreme adaptation. Even the elves were ordered. The four beauties seemed to see Zhang Rui's arrival and were obviously a little surprised. They all fell from the inflatable cushion into the lake, but this could not stop their enthusiasm to see Zhang Rui, and they swam towards Zhang Rui at a very fast speed. As expected of the owner of the water gym, her swimming skills are simply top-notch, and the perfect curves in the water made Zhang Rui drool. It was so pleasing to the eyes. While Zhang Rui was in a daze, four sweet-looking girls had come to Zhang Rui's side. "Rui, you finally came to see us." As they said that, they all quickly gave Zhang Rui an intimate hug. At this time, Zhang Rui felt the soft touch, as if he was about to evaporate from the world. This feeling was really great. However, Zhang Rui still pretended to be calm, gently pushed the four beauties away, coughed, and said, "It seems that you have adapted well to the new environment during my absence?" "Not so adapted. We are scared when we think of such a big castle without a male owner." The four beauties said in unison, as if they hoped that Zhang Rui could come here for a long time. After hearing the words of the four beauties, if it were an ordinary man, he would have galloped on his horse long ago. But Zhang Rui's concentration was not ordinary. He coughed again. "I'm here to arrange a task for you this time, and you need to complete it. Of course, there are rewards. After you finish it, just tell me what you want." "Really?" The four women were very surprised and asked Zhang Rui. Seeing the smiles on the faces of the four women, Zhang Rui couldn't help but feel pity in his heart. He touched their hair one by one and said seriously. In fact, Zhang Rui wanted to assign the task of collecting tree fruits to the four girls. After all, it takes a long time to collect tree fruits every time he enters the small world. It would be much faster to let the four girls help collect. When Zhang Rui wrote down all the tree fruits he needed and handed them to the four girls, the elves he sent out had already returned. However, only the Tyrannosaurus was holding a large number of tree fruits, and the others had very few in their hands. Obviously, these tree fruits were not enough. Just when Zhang Rui wanted to continue picking, the eldest sister Yinghua immediately said, "So you want tree fruits? We have collected a lot of tree fruits in the castle. Usually we use them to make tree juice, and we don't need much. You can take them all. But don't forget what you promised us." Looking at the charming eyes of the four girls in front of him, it seemed that they wanted to swallow Zhang Rui whole. Zhang Rui was shocked and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He laughed foolishly and immediately ran towards the inside of the castle. After putting all the tree fruits he needed into the warehouse, he immediately said goodbye to the four girls and left the small world with the elves. Humph! Damn man, all his words are lies. Muden saw that the fat meat in her mouth actually ran away, and she couldn't help but get angry. "Don't worry, he can run away, but he can't run away from the temple. He will come back in a few days. Then as long as we do this..." Yinghua seemed thought of a good idea and discussed it with the other three sisters. As expected of the eldest sister, you have many ways. With this method, I don't believe that men will not surrender. After hearing Yinghua's plan, Xiaoxia also sighed at the magic of the plan, and seemed to be able to imagine the scene of Zhang Rui coming in again. Zhang Rui, who came out of the small world, panted heavily. "I almost stayed in the small world." However, due to the hasty departure, only the Tyrannosaurus and Shakira's were brought out, and the rest of the elves still lived in the small world, but there were abundant supplies in it, so there was no need to worry that they would not be able to survive without Zhang Rui. Afterwards, Zhang Rui went to the dormitory's exclusive kitchen, took out the tree fruit and began to make the next energy block. This time, Zhang Rui used the energy block making machine provided by the school dormitory. After all, Zhang Rui's energy cube machine is low level, while the school's is intermediate, and the formula of the intermediate experience cube says that it needs an intermediate energy cube to make it. Now that the intermediate experience cube already needs an intermediate energy cube making machine to make, what about the advanced experience cube? At least it needs a more advanced energy cube machine to make it. When there is time, Zhang Rui is thinking about going to the Trainer Association again to buy an advanced energy cube making machine. If the price is indeed a bit expensive for Zhang Rui in the past, Zhang Rui can't afford it, but now Zhang Rui can buy more than a dozen of this advanced energy cube making machine. Dong dong. Everything is ready. Just when Zhang Rui is about to start making it, there is a knock on the door. Who is it? At this critical moment, The sudden knock on the door disturbed Zhang Rui's interest. Indeed, for someone who is preparing to work seriously, being suddenly interrupted is indeed very infuriating. Knock, knock! There was no sound coming from outside the door, but the knocking sound was still going on. It seemed urgent, so Zhang Rui could only put down his work and quickly move forward to open the door. He saw a cold face in front of him, but in this cold face, Zhang Rui felt a hint of expectation and then a hint of disappointment and said, "Miss Leng, is there something wrong? You look so leisurely. Did you forget about the college exchange competition today?" At this time, Zhang Rui remembered that the plot college exchange competition was going to be held today, and Zhang Rui actually forgot it directly. He was still thinking about it when he went to bed yesterday. He must not forget it, but he still forgot it. Seeing the expression on Zhang Rui's face, Leng Wanru thought that Zhang Rui had definitely forgotten about the college exchange competition, but after looking at the time, she found that it was too late. It was estimated that Ye Fei had already lost. "Let's go! Hurry up!" After Leng Wanru finished speaking, she quickly ran over, and Zhang Rui followed closely. Soon the two came to the playground, but fortunately, it was in time. Now Ye Fei had been defeated, and Zhang Rui just took over. The Venusaur on the field was still standing on the field, and Ye Fei's cool leopard had been exhausted to death by Venusaur. Indeed, in a battle, Venusaur is simply a cancer, and its skills can directly exhaust you to death. Although Leng Wanru said on the way that the opponent's Venusaur was very strong, Zhang Rui took a look through the data eye and found that this Venusaur was indeed of superior quality in terms of strength and qualifications. Name, attributes, grass poison, level V36, quality, a gender, lightly injured. Lush, none, ultimate absorption, rooting, sludge attack, basic skills, petal dance, impact, call, parasitic seed, vine whip, hypnotic powder, poison powder, leaf blade, photosynthesis. Crazy plant, grass pledge, skill secrets, none. This Venusaur is not just ordinary. Its skills are either venomous or it's on the way to venomous. It's simply disgusting. Zhang Rui couldn't help but complain after seeing Venusaur's data panel. Although Venusaur is usually a very disgusting Pokémon, this guy's Pokémon is so disgusting. Except for the attack skills, all of his skills are disgusting. However, since Ye Fei failed in the battle, Zhang Rui could only go forward and make his debut as the finale. "Brother, I feel more relieved with you here. His Bulbasaur is too disgusting and can't be killed at all. All the skill opportunities are recovery skills. My cool leopard was exhausted to death by it. But if you show up, then Shenfeng Academy will be finished." After Ye Fei complained about Bulbasaur to Zhang Rui, he turned around and said proudly to the three people from Shenfeng Academy in the distance, "My buddy is here. You guys just wait to be killed by him." As soon as Ye Fei said this, the three people from Shenfeng Academy couldn't help but look at Zhang Rui. They felt that there was no difference. He was just a little more handsome than ordinary people, and they couldn't tell anything at all. "This is the first place in your academy. No wonder the kid just now was so arrogant. It seems that this boy should be the trump card of your academy." Principal Lin, who was chatting with Principal Qian, was instantly attracted by Ye Fei's words. After looking at Zhang Rui, he turned his head and said to Principal Qian, "Yes, this kid is very strong." Principal Qian responded with a smile, "But no matter how strong he is, it is probably impossible for him to win 3 in a row." Principal Lin suddenly thought of something and said, "How about we make a bet? If the first place in your school can win, I will give you the Dragon Fang I got a few days ago, and if he loses, how about you give me the charcoal?" This. Principal Qian glanced at Zhang Rui on the field and then looked at Principal Lin, who was smiling, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Faced with such an attractive bet, it would be hard for anyone not to be tempted. After all, this is an absolutely rare prop. Now that the craftsmen who make this prop have been lost, the status of the prop has risen. As long as it appears, it will cause competition among various forces. Principal Lin has already proposed to use his Dragon Fang as a bet for the game. It would be a lie for Principal Qian not to be tempted, but Principal Qian thought of Zhang Rui's Kabutosaurus. Although it is a quasi-god Pokémon, it is still a little worse than the Bulbasaur on the field. If it could evolve into a Tyrannosaurus, it would definitely be strong enough to fight 3 people at once. "What's wrong, old Qian? It seems that you are not very confident in the students of your school." Principal Qian, who was thinking, heard Principal Lin's ridicule again, which was obviously adding fuel to the fire. There was no other way. so Principal Qian had to agree to Principal Lin's bet. That's right, you have to keep your trust in the students of your school, although I don't think he will win. Even if he really beat the first two, he can't deal with Xiaozhe Xingqian behind him. Sure enough, old Qian, you are still excited by a little ridicule. Now your charcoal will belong to me. Principal Lin looked at Principal Qian with bulging veins and said proudly. Obviously, he knew Principal Qian's character very well, and Principal Qian seemed to be very fond of him. However, since he agreed to the bet, Principal Qian could not regret it. He could only pray that Zhang Rui on the field would fight for him. This is not only the glory of the school, but also the lifeblood of me, the principal. Zhang Rui, who was standing on the field, had no idea that the two old men outside the field had made a bet for him. He wanted to have a fight with that Bulbasaur to see how strong it was. I have dealt with the first two pieces of trash, and you will be the last one. Hurry up and summon the Pokémon. Don't waste my time. From Wang Chen's words, it can be heard that he now has absolute confidence and guarantees that he can win 3 games in a row. If it were someone else, you could win, but you met me, so just admit defeat. Zhang Rui said and took out the Pokeball containing the Tyrannosaurus and threw it onto the field. Go, Tyrannosaurus! At the moment the Pokeball was thrown out, a huge figure quickly flew out of the ball, waving its red wings and spinning in the air, and then slowly landed in front of Zhang Rui. Obviously, Tyrannosaurus was happy and excited that Zhang Rui summoned it again, so it spun in the air to show its power. As for why Zhang Rui summoned Dragonite, he naturally had his own ideas. The current level of Shakira's was not enough to fight Bulbasaur head-on, and Shakira's own attribute suppression made it much more difficult for it to fight Bulbasaur. At this time, Zhang Rui had no choice but to let Dragonite appear. Besides, Zhang Rui had already decided that if he wanted to become stronger, he couldn't stay in school. With the help of the system alone, Zhang Rui still couldn't become a strong trainer. Only by venturing out into the world, constantly challenging and improving himself, this is what a strong trainer should do. In other words, this battle was Zhang Rui's last battle in school. After this, Zhang Rui would graduate from school and move towards the goal of becoming a master trainer. Zhang Rui's Pokémon is actually a Tyrannosaurus. His Kabutosaurus has evolved. Is it so fast? No wonder I feel that this Tyrannosaurus looks so familiar. This is the Tyrannosaurus I saw yesterday. I knew at the time that this Tyrannosaurus was huge. Now it looks at least twice as big as Principal Lin's. But thinking that Zhang Rui actually has a quasi-god Pokémon like Tyrannosaurus makes people jealous. Obviously, the students in the audience have already recognized this Tyrannosaurus, but they never thought that the trainer of this Tyrannosaurus was Zhang Rui. They were all shocked by the super-fast growth rate of Tyrannosaurus, and even Teacher Yan was a little surprised. It's only been a few days since I last saw it, and the Kabutosaurus has evolved so quickly. This shocked Teacher Yan. He looked at the handsome boy again and felt even more mysterious about him, as if he was cheating. Even Principal Lin was stunned. Seeing the Tyrannosaurus in the middle of the playground, he immediately said, "How can a freshman have a spirit like Tyrannosaurus? And this Tyrannosaurus is actually bigger than mine. This is a matter of man's dignity, but being big doesn't mean being strong. I've seen Wang Chen's strength, so I believe Wang Chen can definitely deal with him quickly." That's not necessarily true. Principal Lin immediately turned his head to look at Principal Qian, who was standing aside. Seeing Principal Qian's smug expression, as if he was sure of winning the battle, he immediately said, "It seems that Principal Qian is full of confidence in that Tyrannosaurus." Facing Principal Lin's question, Principal Qian smiled slightly. "Just wait to lose Dragon's Fang to me." After that, he ignored Principal Lin's subsequent words and stared at Zhang Rui on the field, looking forward to his performance. "I didn't expect you to have a quasi-god spirit like Dragonite. No wonder the defeated opponent was so confident. However, even if you have a quasi-god spirit, you will lose against me. Use Parasitic Seed." Wang Chen was also a little shocked when he saw Dragonite, but he quickly suppressed it. This is one of the advantages of the Divine Phoenix Academy. When facing a strong enemy, always maintain a confident attitude. Only when you are confident, you can have a chance to turn defeat into victory. In the center of the playground, the huge red flower on the back of Bulbasaur kept trembling. As the twitching became more intense, a red seed flew quickly towards Dragonite in the distance. Facing the powerful Dragonite, Wang Chen still chose to use Parasitic Seed to consume the opponent's physical strength first. In addition, The special nature of Parasitic Seed means that as long as it hits Dragonite, the damage caused is the damage of Bulbasaur's 2 skills. At the moment when the red seed flew out, Zhang Rui immediately let Dragonite fly quickly to avoid the parasitism of the red seed. The Tyranitar flapped its huge red wings and flew quickly into the sky. Naturally, the red seeds had no chance of hitting it. After all, Parasitic Seeds were very effective against slower Pokémon. If it was the previous Kabutops, the hit rate of the Parasitic Seeds might be very high, but this time it was facing its evolved form, and its own speed was different from the past. Seeing that the Parasitic Seeds did not hit, Wang Chen also gritted his teeth. He knew that using Parasitic Seeds on Pokémon like Tyranitar was a waste of effort, but he still wanted to try, but failed in the end. There was no way. The damage of Venusaur was only a tickle against Tyranitar, so he had to change the way of fighting. Vulpes, use sleeping powder. White powder was produced from the stamens of Venusaur's huge red flower. At this time, an autumn wind came out, and the white powder flew quickly in the direction of Tyranitar. Jet flames! Tyranitar ignored the sleeping powder that was about to fly over. A large amount of flames gathered in its mouth, and a pillar of fire shot out from Tyranitar's mouth. The flames were fierce. The sleeping powder was burned up the moment it touched the flames, but the flames did not stop and continued to fly towards Bulbasaur in the distance. Photosynthesis! Wang Chen was shocked and hurriedly asked Bulbasaur to use the healing skill. Bulbasaur's own speed was relatively slow. In order to withstand the damage caused by the jet flames, it could only use the healing skill to balance the damage. Maybe it could last for another round, but unfortunately, he still underestimated Tyranitar's damage. Just when the flowers on Bulbasaur's back were about to absorb the sunlight, the scorching flames had already hit. How could Bulbasaur, which was originally a grass type, resist the damage caused by the jet flames? Its body was quickly wrapped in flames, and it was constantly burning in the flames. Even if it recovered its physical strength through the sun, it was useless. The moment the flames disappeared, Bulbasaur collapsed to the ground, losing its ability to fight. Seeing Bulbasaur losing its ability to fight, Wang Chen could only grit his teeth. He no longer had the arrogance he had just shown. When he took Bulbasaur back, he looked at Dragonite in the air and left the field. Win! Dragonite won. Too amazing! It easily defeated such a tough opponent with just one jet of flame. As Dragonite easily defeated Bulbasaur, the scene was a sensation, and many students from Shanghai College cheered. Obviously, they didn't care about the idea of running naked. They also accepted the idea of seeing their college defeat the top-ranked college before graduation and actually running on the playground. How about it, Old Man Lin? Have you seen how amazing our students are? Principal Chan saw Zhang Rui win easily and mocked Principal Lin beside him. Old man, don't be too proud. This is only the first game. There are still 2 games to go. The students behind will only be more amazing than before. Just wait and see. Principal Lin refuted Principal Qian and then walked towards Xiaoze Xingqian without looking back. Xiaoze Xingqian, who had been unable to contain his excitement and wanted to play a game with Zhang Rui, was quickly stopped by Principal Lin. Principal Lin said to Lily beside him, "You go to the next game." Lily was stunned, looked at Xiaoze Xingqian beside her, and walked to the court reluctantly, leaving only Principal Lin and Xiaoze Xingqian, and of course Wang Chen, who was sitting in the distance with a gloomy face. Principal Lin, why don't you let me play? This guy is very strong, and only I can compete with him. Xiaoze Xingqian was a little dissatisfied with Principal Lin's behavior and retorted, "Don't go on the court first. Let Lily consume the physical strength of the Tyranitar first, and you must put away your Charizard and use that Pokémon to fight." Principal Lin obviously ignored Xiaoze Xingqian's rebuttal and gave him an order. "With my Charizard, I have a sure win against that Dragonite. Why do you want me to use that disobedient Pokémon?" "Shut up, just do what I say. That Dragonite is very powerful. Lily can't last 3 rounds and will lose directly. And if you use Charizard, you can't take on the opponent's 3 moves. So listen to me honestly. Don't forget who is trying so hard to let you study at the Shenfeng Academy." "Sir?" Principal Lin heard Xiaoze Xingqian's rebuttal and ignored his words and scolded him. Xiaoze Xingqian had no choice but to quietly put away the Charizard's Pokeball and took out the mysterious Pokeball. This Pokeball was given to Xiaoze Xingqian by the Xiaoze family when he went to Shenfeng Academy to study. They said that the Pokemon in it was powerful and could only be summoned when in danger. However, due to the conflict between Huaxia and Sakura, Xiaozhe Xingchen was unable to enter the school to study, just when he was about to leave and return to Sakura. Principal Lin received him and arranged for him to study at Shenfeng College. During this period, Xiaozhe Xingchen helped him win many awards to thank Principal Lin for his kindness, which helped Principal Lin, who was originally in an unstable position, gain a firm foothold. At the same time, Xiaozhe Xingchen had the blessing of Principal Lin and the first grade in the grade. He was smooth sailing in school. During this period, many female students expressed their love to him, and he gladly accepted them. But this also inspired his inner heart as a citizen of Sakura country, that dark heart. After he succeeded in dating a girl, he would abandon her and be with another girl. As a result, most girls got pregnant before marriage. Seeing this situation, Principal Lin had no choice but to expel Xiaozhe Xingchen. However, when he learned that Xiaozhe Xingchen had a powerful elf in his hand, for the benefit of the school and himself, he finally gave those girls some compensation and sent them away. It can be said that Xiaozhe Xingchen is Principal Lin's puppet, and Principal Lin is his accomplice. There is a very close relationship between the two. So, when Xiaozhe Xingchen heard the order from Principal Lin, he had to obey. Otherwise, he would lose everything and leave China. At this moment, Lily had come to the opposite side of Zhang Rui, with two pairs of big eyes looking at Zhang Rui in the distance, took out the Pokeball from her body and threw it out. "Go, Blastoise!" Lily came on stage without any extra words and summoned the Pokémon directly. Her mind was not on the battle at all, but just wanted to get to Xiaozhe Xingchen as soon as possible. Just now it was Venusaur, now it's Blastoise, so next won't be Charizard. The three starters in Kanto are all here. Zhang Rui couldn't help but think in his heart after seeing Lily summon Blastoise. Blastoise, Water, Level 37, Genistatus Healthy, Features Torrid, None, Inherited Moves, Water Jet, Dragon Wave, Water Ring, Basic Skills Cannon Beam Impact, Tail Shake, Water Gun, Bite, High Speed Spin, Hold, Water Wave, Water Tail. Skills Taught, Water Oath, Frozen Wind, Skill Secrets None. This Blastoise can actually hold on. It's worthy of being a student of the Divine Phoenix Academy. Its skills are all very abnormal. Zhang Rui looked at all the data of Blastoise through the data eye and couldn't help but sigh. Since you don't attack, I will attack. Blastu, use Dragon Wave. To deal with Dragon-type Pokémon, it is natural to choose skills that can cause restrained damage to it. Blastoise immediately bent down and used the two huge gun barrels on its back to aim at the flying Tyrannosaurus. A dragon-shaped phantom was fired from the two gun barrels. The phantom opened its mouth and tried to bite Tyrannosaurus firmly. Dragon Wave? It is indeed a good fighting strategy. In that case, Tyrannosaurus, Dragon Wave. Zhang Rui smiled slightly after hearing the other party use Dragon Wave. He had long guessed that the other party would use this trick, so he gave the order to Tyrannosaurus. A blue-purple dragon-shaped phantom also appeared in the mouth of Tyrannosaurus, flying in the air. This phantom was vivid, and it crawled out of the mouth of Tyrannosaurus with its fangs and claws open, and flew quickly towards Blastoise in the distance. The two dragon waves collided violently with each other, but the dragon-shaped phantom on Tyrannosaurus' side was larger and more colorful. The thin phantom could not withstand the attack of the dragon-shaped phantom at all, and exploded violently in the air. But it was not over yet. The dragon-shaped phantom passed through the thick black fog and came to the front of Blastoise, revealing its sharp teeth and about to bite. Lily was shocked. She did not expect that the opponent's Dragon Wave was better, so she immediately asked Blastoise to use Hold. Blastoise, who received the order, was about to hold up the green barrier, but it was still a step too late. Just when the green barrier was about to form a green shield, the dragon-shaped phantom took advantage of the opportunity and quickly bit Blastoise's shoulder. Bang! There was a huge explosion, and the place where Blastoise was located was full of black smoke, and it was impossible to see the situation inside. Tornado. Zhang Rui saw the status of the opposite Blastoise through the data eye and quickly issued the next order. Without thinking, the Tyrannosaurus spewed out a large amount of wind from his mouth. These winds surrounded the black smoke and formed a huge black tornado. While blowing away the black smoke, the Blastoise on the field appeared in everyone's eyes again. The seriously injured Blastoise was suddenly attacked by a strong tornado. The wind was like a knife, constantly cutting the Blastoise's body. The seriously injured Blastoise had no strength to resist. After spinning with the tornado for a while, It collapsed to the ground and lost its ability to fight. Lily saw the Blastoise who had lost its ability to fight and seemed to have known the result. She silently took the Blastoise back and quickly ran towards Ozawa Shinchin. She had thought that she could rely on Xiaozhe Shinchin, but what she got in return was a criticism and punishment from Principal Lin. "You useless thing. A healthy Blastoise can't even touch the other party's body. From just now to now, that Dragonite has no injuries at all, and the other party easily killed it in seconds. You have made our Shenfeng Academy lose face." Lily felt her eyes moist after being scolded by Principal Lin, hoping to get some comfort from Xiaozhe Shinchin. When Lily looked at Xiaozhe Shinchin, he was already standing on the stage, looking at Zhang Rui opposite with a gloomy face. "You are very strong, I have to admit, but you can only stop here." After hearing the other party's voice, Zhang Rui frowned and thought, "Shit, no, Sakura people. How come there are people from Sakura in our Huaxia country?" Although Zhang Rui couldn't figure it out, the other party had already thrown the Pokeball in his hand, and Zhang Rui had to take it seriously. This time the Pokémon should be Charizard. After all, the first two Pokémons have already appeared. This one? Zhang Rui, who had already guessed the opponent's Pokémon, couldn't help but have many questions in his mind when he saw the Pokeball explode. This Pokémon is similar in size to Dragonite, but it does have a bear-like appearance, pink cheeks, and a body wrapped in black. The most eye-catching thing is the scarf around its neck. This is a wearing bear? Wearing bear. General 60, quality A, female. Status, disobedient. Features, furry, silk scarf. Inherited moves, Ice Fist, Lightning Fist, Power Generation. Bind tight, impact, endurance, round pupils, wild dance and swing, go crazy, tooth for tooth, slam, hammer, make a big rage, share the pain, sacrifice and charge. Skills taught, absorbing fist, true chi fist. Hold on, dragon claw. It can't be that old guy's elf. Such a high-level elf is definitely not something that Xiaozhe Xingqian can possess. And the skill is so perverted. You must be careful with the skill of sharing pain. This skill is disgusting. Zhang Rui opened the data eye again, but after seeing the data of the wearing bear, he was obviously still a little shocked. "How is it? This is the elf that the patriarch of our Xiaozhe family gave me. You will never win. Just admit defeat." Zhang Rui was not moved by Xiaozhe Xingqian's triumphant words. After the battle just now, the level of the Tyrant Dragon has reached 53. The distance of only 7 levels is not impossible to cross. What's more, after the 2 battles just now, the attack power of the Tyrant Dragon has increased by 2 levels. As long as you seize the opportunity to get close, you can defeat it. Just when Teacher Yan was about to shout the start of the game, the bear in clothes had already started to move and quickly ran towards the direction of the Tyrant Dragon. When it was about to come in front of the Tyrant Dragon, the bear in clothes jumped up, and a large amount of cold air condensed in his hand, ready to punch the Tyrant Dragon. "Bear in clothes, I haven't given the order yet? How can you act without authorization?" Xiaozhe Xingqian was about to give an order, and the bear in clothes took the initiative to attack the Tyrant Dragon according to its consciousness. If you can't even control your own Pokémon, are you still qualified to be a trainer? Looking at the bear cage that acted according to his own consciousness, Zhang Rui said to Xiaozhe Xingqian and ignored him. When the bear cage's fist that exuded cold air was about to hit the Tyranitar, Zhang Rui hurriedly said, "Use the Dragon Claw to meet it." After the evolution of the Kabutops, the length of the limbs has increased significantly. Now when using the Dragon Claws, there is no need to worry about the problem of short limbs. The claws of Tyranitar were wrapped in green energy, just like real dragon claws. Just when the bear cage was about to hit it, the dragon claws wrapped in green energy collided with its fist that exuded cold air. The two energies collided, and huge energy fluctuations were quickly generated. The students who were watching the battle around felt the coldness of their bodies, but the students standing on the Tyranitar side only felt the strong wind. Principal Qian, who was sitting in the distance, quickly saw that there was something wrong with this battle. Ordinary Pokémon battles would never have such energy fluctuations. The ability to produce such fluctuations can only mean that the level of the bear cage is not ordinary. "I say, old man Qian, you should just sit there and watch the game. How can you stand up?" Principal Lin had already come to Principal Qian's side and said to him with confidence on his face. The main reason was that the strength of the violent dragon did make Principal Lin a little afraid. In fact, The aura he felt from the violent dragon was even stronger than his own. If he had not made a bet with Principal Qian, he would have let Xiao Xingchen play around. If he lost, he would have lost. It only showed that he was not as skilled as others. But now, after making a bet with Principal Qian, this game was no longer a play, but a real bet. He had to fight with all his strength. Boom! The bear in the suit could not withstand the 2 layers of attack from the violent dragon, and quickly fell from the air. The powerful impact force directly broke the entire playground into pieces. Dragon God Dive! Zhang Rui did not want to miss any opportunity, and continued to give orders to the violent dragon. Purple-blue flames appeared at the corners of the mouth of the tyrant dragon, and flames also began to appear on its body. As the flames increased dramatically, the whole body of the tyrant dragon was like a dragon god descending to the earth, aiming at the Wearing Bear on the ground, and it was an attack from top to bottom. "Wearing Bear, get out of the way!" At this time, Xiao Xingchen immediately shouted, but the Wearing Bear ignored him at all. Green barriers began to appear on his body. These green barriers quickly gathered to form a green barrier, trying to resist the attack of the tyrant dragon. The tyrant dragon, whose whole body was wrapped in a dragon-shaped phantom, rushed over quickly and hit the green barrier hard. The two collided with each other, and a violent explosion sounded, again. The tiles on the entire ground flew everywhere, and a huge pit appeared on the originally flat surface. When the smoke gradually dissipated, the Wearing Bear was only slightly injured, and the tyrant dragon was still flying in the air, with almost no damage on his body. With 2 layers of attack power added by the Dragon God Dive, why didn't it kill this Wearing Bear in seconds? Zhang Rui looked down at the Wearing Bear standing in the pit, full of doubts in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly thought of it. The characteristic of the Wearing Bear is that it is furry, and the power of the close-range damage will be reduced by 1/3. The monster's powerful attack just now only damaged some of its fur. While Zhang Rui was thinking about countermeasures, the Wearing Bear did not give him time to think. It stood in the middle of the playground and looked up at the flying Tyrannosaurus. At this time, Zhang Rui saw that the Wearing Bear actually bent. To others, it might be buffering and preparing for the next attack. But Zhang Rui didn't think so. The Wearing Bear was aiming at the Tyrannosaurus, and immediately ordered the Tyrannosaurus in the air. "Be careful. Pay attention to avoid its attack." Zhang Rui had just finished speaking when he heard a bang, and the Wearing Bear jumped up. This time, it jumped much higher than before, and the speed was very fierce. Before the Tyrannosaurus could recover, the Wearing Bear had already arrived in front of it. There was a strong impact on its lower abdomen, but fortunately Tyrannosaurus's defense was still considerable. When the bear cage hit it, it used all its strength to dodge, which reduced the damage to the minimum. However, the damage of the bear cage was indeed very high. If Zhang Rui guessed correctly, this skill should be the self-sacrifice collision, which is a skill that damages itself by 800. Other trainers simply disdain to use it. However, for the bear cage, due to its characteristics, the damage caused by the impact can be ignored, and with the bonus of the silk scarf, the self-sacrifice collision skill is close to the full-strength attack of Tyrannosaurus. Fortunately, Tyrannosaurus's body defense is still considerable, and when the damage is maximized, it successfully dodges the attack of the bear cage so that it only suffers some minor injuries and can fight again. Because the bear cage jumped too high, it has not fallen from the air yet. This also gave Zhang Rui an opportunity to give an order to Tyrannosaurus. "Mind Hammer!" The head of Tyrannosaurus suddenly radiates psychic energy, and the pink energy forms a protective film that can reduce the damage caused by the skill when Tyrannosaurus hits. When the pink energy completely enveloped the hard head of the Tyrannosaurus, which was finding its position in the air, suddenly accelerated, aimed its hard head at the falling werebear, and violently hit its belly. The falling werebear would naturally not let it succeed easily, and quickly put its body into a defensive posture, and an invisible energy enveloped its entire body. At this time, the Tyrannosaurus had already rushed over quickly, and the sound of the airflow driven by the high-speed flight could be heard from a distance. The pink head directly hit the belly of the werebear. Aiming at the damaged and acne-covered ground, it took the werebear and dived down, from top to bottom like a meteor falling, and once again hit the tattered surface. Boom! The moment it hit the ground, a powerful explosion spread throughout the entire Mountain and Sea Elf Academy. Even the people wandering outside heard the strong impact and turned their heads to look in the direction of the Elf Academy. Looking at the bottomless hole, Zhang Rui thought that the bear should have lost its ability to fight. When he checked it again through the data eye, he found that the bear was only seriously injured and not dying. At this time, Zhang Rui suddenly thought of the skill that the bear had just used. Endurance! A skill that can retain the last bit of physical strength after being fatally attacked. This bear is really extraordinary. It has a very good grasp of the attack of the Tyrannosaurus. This also gave Zhang Rui a bad premonition. He immediately ordered the Tyrannosaurus, who was in the big pit and preparing to fly. Use hold. The Tyrannosaurus, who was about to take off, didn't know why Zhang Rui asked it to use hold, but as long as it was said, it would do it. Just as the Tyrannosaurus was about to create a green barrier, an invisible energy suddenly entered its body. It only felt that its physical strength was rapidly withdrawn, as if it had been fatally injured. Zhang Rui saw that the seriously injured state of the wearing bear was actually turning into a light injury, and he felt bad. This guy really used the pain-sharing skill. He deliberately put himself in a state of a little physical strength, and then used the pain-sharing skill to share all of the physical strength of the Tyrannosaurus with it. Seeing that the physical strength of the Tyrannosaurus was gradually increasing, Zhang Rui had to save the situation. Tyrannosaurus, use the flame fang. Resisting the pain of the physical strength being drained away, the Tyrannosaurus showed its sharp fangs, and a large amount of flames continued to burn at the position of the fangs. Gradually, the whole mouth was spread by bright red flames. The wearing bear seemed to feel the threat of life from the mouth of the Tyrannosaurus, and immediately stopped sharing the energy of pain, but covered his body with a mysterious energy again to resist the damage of the Tyrannosaurus again. The Tyrannosaurus's flame fang had already bitten on the wearing bear's body, and the blazing flames began to spread from the mouth of the Tyrannosaurus, gradually spreading to the whole body of the wearing bear. Perhaps because the body of the wearing bear was very soft, the flames lasted for a long time. When the flames gradually died down, the wearing bear was still in a state of serious injury. Just now I asked it to use patience again. This skill is simply disgusting. Combined with the skill of sharing pain, it is the kind of continuous exchange of blood. As long as the enemy is not dead, you will always be alive. Zhang Rui saw that the wearing bear was still able to fight, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth. However, when he saw a state appear on the wearing bear data panel, Zhang Rui suddenly loosened his teeth and raised his mouth slightly. Tyrannosaurus, it's okay. Come here. Tyrannosaurus saw that the wearing bear was still able to fight, and didn't understand why the master asked it to go back, but it still did it. As an elf, it must listen to the master's command. As long as the master doesn't tell it to fight at will, it must listen to the master's orders. After hearing the order issued by Zhang Rui, everyone didn't understand why Zhang Rui asked Tyrannosaurus to give up the attack and flap its wings to move away. Just as the violent dragon flapped its wings and came to Zhang Rui, the black burned bear suddenly stood up and was about to continue to hurt the violent dragon. Everyone saw a flame suddenly appear on its body and danced on it for a few times. The bear collapsed in the huge pit again and lost its ability to fight. When everyone saw the bear lose its ability to fight, the students who were watching the game cheered and shouted, "Great! Our Shanghai College actually beat Shenfeng College. You are worthy of being the #1 newcomer. Zhang Rui Deeds, so awesome. Zhang Rui, you are my idol. I love you." After seeing Zhang Rui's performance of making a string of 3, many girls couldn't suppress their inner restless emotions and shouted to Zhang Rui. But it also made Leng Wanru, who was a little happy in her heart, more vigilant. She looked at the women around Zhang Rui and secretly memorized all their looks. Ye Fei also flew directly to Zhang Rui and praised him. "You are worthy of being my buddy. As long as you are on the field, there is nothing you can't do." Hearing the praise from Ye Fei and the others, Zhang Rui just smiled slightly. There will be many more honors in the future, as well as many screams and wails, and it will only be more grand and solemn than now. Old Man Lin, how is it? Should you do something now? Principal Qian was also stunned when he saw that the wearing bear had lost its ability to fight. He immediately grinned and said, at this time, Principal Lin was already itching with hatred. It was originally a sure thing for the 60-level wearing bear to fight and win, but now there was still an accident. He didn't expect that the damage of the Tyrannosaurus was so high. and the last move of the Flame Fang directly caused the wearing bear to fall into a burned state. Otherwise, the wearing bear would at least have a chance to resist. However, Principal Lin had no choice. If he lost, he lost. Besides, he was the one who proposed the bet. If he regretted it now, it would probably leave a bad impression on the students. Principal Lin had no choice but to summon the dragon's tooth, take out the dragon's tooth from it, and throw it to Principal Qian, then turn around and walk towards where Wang Chen was. At this time, Principal Lin's dragon looked at the dragon's tooth in Principal Qian's hand reluctantly and followed Principal Lin away. After Principal Lin left, Principal Qian was very happy and kept thinking about the dragon's tooth in his hand. He said to himself, "It's the first time in more than 10 years that I can get something from Principal Lin, an old gambler. This is all thanks to Zhang Rui." In the middle of the playground, Xiaozhe Xingchen saw that the bear wearing had lost its ability to fight, and his face was full of disbelief. The elf given to him by his family was defeated. No matter how he thought, the reality was in front of him, and he couldn't help but believe it. He could only take the bear wearing back with a depressed mind. Thinking that the bear had never lost, and every time it was about to lose, it was the victory that Xiaozhe Xingchen won. Now he actually lost to a rubbish student like Shanghai College, which made Xiaozhe Xingchen feel ashamed. He looked at Zhang Rui, who was surrounded by the crowd. His eyes revealed a fierce look. "You forced me to do this." He roared in his heart, then took out the elf with the fire-breathing dragon and threw it out. "Charizard, use the jet flame to get rid of that guy for me." The fire-breathing dragon that had just appeared instantly revealed a fierce breath. The flame of the tail burned violently, and the flame in the mouth quickly produced flames. The flame formed a strong column of fire and quickly attacked Zhang Rui. For a moment, everyone saw the fire-breathing dragon summoned by Xiaozhe Xingchen, and they were stunned in their hearts. Isn't the battle over? This Sakura countryman was unwilling to admit defeat and wanted to kill him from behind. But at this time, Zhang Rui was chatting with Ye Fei, when he came to his senses and found that the attack of the fire-breathing dragon was too late. Principal Qian also saw that the situation was not good and wanted to summon the elf to rush over for support, but it was too late. The blazing pillar of fire had already arrived in front of Zhang Rui and was about to cover him. Xiaozhe Xingchen looked at the flames that were about to burn Zhang Rui to ashes and couldn't help but feel happy. At this moment, a powerful force instantly pushed Zhang Rui away, and his body quickly formed a green shield, successfully resisting the incoming flames. Zhang Rui, who was pushed away, just slid on the ground a few times, and his arm was scratched, but his life was not in danger. Zhang Rui immediately got up and found that it was the Tyrannosaurus that pushed it away in an emergency, and used the defensive skill to resist the attack of the flames. At this time, Zhang Rui was somewhat moved. If it weren't for the help of the Tyrannosaurus, Zhang Rui might have been burned to death by the flames. Thinking of this, Zhang Rui glared at Xiaozhe Xingchen in the distance. "Since you killed him, don't blame him for being ruthless. Vulcan Dragon, Dragon God Dive." Using the last bit of strength in his body, the Vulcan Dragon summoned a large amount of blue-purple flames to wrap his whole body. His eyes turned crimson, and he aimed at the distant Charizard and rushed out at a very fast speed. The flames of the Charizard were directly pushed back by the Vulcan Dragon. Seeing the approaching Vulcan Dragon, the Charizard was shocked and wanted to dodge, but was soon pushed out by the Vulcan Dragon and flew quickly towards Xiaozhe Xingchen, who was standing in the distance. Xiaozhe Xingchen was shocked. He didn't expect that this Vulcan Dragon was so sensitive. At the last moment when the flame was about to hit Zhang Rui, he used the defense to resist the flying flames. However, the Vulcan Dragon and the Charizard were about to come to him. Xiaozhe Xingchen's first thought was to dodge, but the Charizard was so huge that he couldn't dodge at all. At this moment, another Tyrannosaurus flew in front of Xiaozhe Xingchen and immediately propped up a green barrier to block Tyrannosaurus's attack. The two collided, causing the Charizard in the middle to be very uncomfortable. Since Zhang Rui's Tyrannosaurus had already used all his strength, the Tyrannosaurus standing in front of Xiaozhe Xingchen could not withstand such a powerful attack at all. The green barrier was instantly broken, and it flew out directly along with Tyrannosaurus and Xiaozhe Xingchen behind him. The students who were watching also made way for Tyrannosaurus's attack, allowing Tyrannosaurus to exert its maximum power. Bang! After a huge explosion in the distance, Charizard and Tyrannosaurus both lost their combat ability, and Xiaozi Xingqian, who was pressed under Charizard, could no longer move. It was estimated that Charizard's weight was too heavy, causing his bones to be directly fractured. At this time, Zhang Rui's Tyrannosaurus was directly upgraded by 2 levels, and its combat effectiveness was once again improved. Principal Lin quickly walked to the front of the Dragonite that had lost its ability to fight. He was shocked. He looked at Zhang Rui in the distance with an expression of disbelief. He took out the Pokeball and quickly put it back. He pointed at Xiaozi Xingqian, who was lying on the ground, and cursed. "I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. You would actually do such a thing. Your sneak attack is simply a disgrace to the reputation of a trainer. Don't come to Shenfeng Academy anymore. We don't have students like you." Xiaozi Xingqian was stunned when he heard what Principal Lin said. He didn't know whether he heard it or not. After Principal Lin finished speaking, he saw Principal Qian walking over quickly and apologized to Principal Qian. "I'm sorry. Our student seems to have caused a lot of trouble to your students. It's really a disgrace to the reputation of a trainer. Don't worry. I have expelled him from the school. You can do whatever you want with this person. Of course, to express my apology, this is the Dragon Gem. I hope you can give it to this young man on my behalf. I hope I can get his forgiveness." After Principal Lin finished speaking, he took the remaining 2 people away. Before leaving, Lily came over to look at Xiaozi Xingqian, who was lying on the ground, and said sarcastically, "I don't know why I was so blind to like you. We have nothing to do with each other in the future. Goodbye." After Lily finished speaking, she followed Principal Lin to the helicopter. After saying goodbye to Principal Qian, they took the helicopter to Shenfeng College. Xiaozi Xingqian was left behind and endured the scorn of many students. Even Charizard woke up and was unwilling to follow this trainer. He chose to stay in school until he found a suitable trainer. However, since this Charizard had good character, Principal Qian reluctantly subdued it. Xiaozi Xingqian was taken away by the guards. He would face permanent imprisonment or be sent back to Sakura country. However, even if he returned to his own country, his bones were already crippled, and it was probably impossible for him to become a trainer. Due to Zhang Rui's good performance, the college exchange competition ended successfully. Although there were some episodes, this was the first time that Shanghai College won the college exchange competition in more than 10 years. Principal Qian was very happy and gave all students a day off. However, these students did not go out to play because of the holiday. Instead, they were all bare-shouldered and only wore shorts of different colors, running continuously on the playground. This also shocked Zhang Rui a little. He did not expect these students to do what they said. This made him feel a little relieved that he could go to Shanghai College. Of course, these people are all male students. Who among the female students can run? If they really ran, it is estimated that all the students in the school would watch. The scene would be more spectacular than the college exchange competition. Due to Zhang Rui's excellent performance in the exchange competition, he has now become the common goal pursued by all the students in the school. Yifei also took the opportunity to deceive the hearts of ignorant girls in the college under the banner of Zhang Rui, which is almost the same as Xiaozi Xingqian. After the game, Zhang Rui was called to the principal's office by Principal Qian to discuss something with him. "Congratulations, Zhang Rui! You have won a very high honor for our Shanghai College. We should be proud of you." Principal Qian took Zhang Rui to the office and asked him to sit down first. Then he sat in front of his desk, took a sip of tea on the table and said. Then he took out a tooth-like object from his body, and then a gem containing magical energy, and placed it in front of Zhang Rui, saying, "This is the dragon's tooth and the dragon's gem. These are all from Principal Lin. With these props, I think your violent dragon's strength will definitely improve a lot of combat capabilities." Zhang Rui's eyes lit up when he saw the props on the table. He quickly put away the dragon's tooth and the dragon's gem, and thanked Principal Qian. At this time, Principal Qian said again, "If I'm not mistaken, your violent dragon has broken through level 50, right?" "Sure enough. What is coming is coming." Zhang Rui looked at Principal Qian's face full of age spots and kept complaining in his heart. "I thought that Principal Qian would not let Zhang Rui graduate early because of his great contribution, but I didn't expect that Principal Qian was so ruthless. He wanted to drive him away so quickly. Didn't he want to keep him to win honor for him? You are just following the rules of our school. If any of the students' elves reaches level 50, our school will let them graduate early. Of course, the school will only give you a graduation certificate in advance, and there will be no rewards. However, graduates have a chance to get the attention of the country. I want to ask you if you want to participate. Principal Qian seemed to see through Zhang Rui's mind and said to Zhang Rui, which was actually what he thought in his heart. Good boy, you have reached level 50, but you still don't report to me. You are thinking of cutting the leaks of the college. No way, just graduate obediently. Zhang Rui, who was a little disappointed at first, heard that there was still a chance for graduates. Could it be another opportunity to cut leaks? Zhang Rui didn't even think about it and immediately said, "What opportunity? As long as it doesn't cheat people, I will participate." It's impossible to cheat people. This is an event organized by the country. We principals don't have such courage. This event is held every year. It is estimated to start in the next few days. Do you want to participate? I heard that there are rich rewards. Principal Qian replied. Zhang Rui thought about it carefully. It would be too cheap for the school if he graduated directly now. It would be better to participate in the event and cut the leaks of the country directly. After all, it is an event held by the country, and the rewards should not be bad. I agree. Zhang Rui thought for a few seconds and replied. Principal Qian nodded, picked up a piece of paper from the chopping board on the table, handed it to him for him to fill out, and said, "After filling it out, I will submit it to you. Don't run around during this period. I will notify you when there is news." After Zhang Rui filled it out, he handed the form in his hand over and nodded. Just when he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered that he had won a skill secret exchange voucher in the rookie match. It was a waste to keep it with him since he got it. He just wanted to learn a new skill for Bao Fei Long. It would be better to take this opportunity to exchange the skill secrets to save the trouble of exchanging them in the future. Thinking of this, Zhang Rui took out the skill secret exchange voucher and handed it to Principal Qian, smiling slightly. Principal Qian, I still have a skill secret exchange voucher here. Can I use it now? Of course, but it's really unfortunate that the supervisor of the treasure house is on leave today, so I can only take you there. After saying that, he took the skill secret exchange voucher handed by Zhang Rui and took Zhang Rui to the treasure house. The Academy's treasure house is located at the southernmost part of the teaching building. There are a large number of trainers guarding it every day. If other trainers want to break in, they have to endure the siege of these trainers. It can be said that it is the most strictly guarded place in the Academy. Almost every time you enter, you have to go through multiple body detections. However, Zhang Rui entered under the guidance of Principal Qian, so he didn't need to go through any inspections at all. He just went in directly. As soon as he entered the treasure house, he saw a huge iron door. When he knocked on it with his hand, it was at least several centimeters thick. Next to the iron door was a password lock that required a fingerprint or password to enter. Principal Qian didn't even think about it and directly pressed the fingerprint. After a beep, the huge iron door kept shaking, then split into two and slowly moved to both sides. Since pressing the fingerprint triggered the mechanism, the lights in the entire treasure house were obviously turned on, and Zhang Rui could see the original appearance of the treasure house. As soon as the iron door was opened, a smell of logs came to his face. Zhang Rui sniffed it a few times and was sure that it was definitely a century-old wood, otherwise it would not have such a good smell. And these old woods have been carved into exquisite shelves by high-end carvers, and the treasures in the treasure house are also placed on the shelves. Let's go! The skills and secrets are not here. Come with me. After Principal Qian finished speaking, he followed Zhang Rui to a corner of the treasure house, where a large number of skills and secrets were piled up. However, compared with the surrounding items, it seems that there are fewer skills and secrets, but Zhang Rui did not care. Less is less, as long as there are skills and secrets. Zhang Rui walked to the pile of skills and secrets and began to choose the skills and secrets he wanted from them. Since the Tyrannosaurus already has the skill of guarding, Zhang Rui naturally does not need to choose this skill. Instead, he chose a feather habitat skill from it. As for why Zhang Rui chose this skill, it was also because the Tyrannosaurus already had the attack and amplification skills, and if it was hurt, how could it be without the healing skill? In fact, Zhang Rui's idea was mainly inspired by Wang Chen's performance in the battle. As long as he used healing skills when the opponent attacked, the success rate of the battle would be greatly improved. Author's side note: I will slow down the pace later, but the plot is absolutely fine. After Zhang Rui picked up the Yuqi skill secret on the table, he glanced at Principal Qian next to him. After getting his affirmation, he was delighted. Since he got the skill secret he wanted, Zhang Rui didn't want to stay here for long, so he was ready to leave. Just as he turned around, he was firmly attracted by a reddish-brown slate on a shelf in the distance. He even felt a familiar feeling from the slate. Boy, now that you have chosen, let's go. Principal Qian was now standing at the door. He wanted to leave with Zhang Rui, but when he came near the iron gate, he found that Zhang Rui did not follow him. He turned around and looked in the direction of Zhang Rui. At this time he was standing next to the shelf, holding a slate in his hand, with a curious look on his face. Principal Qian did not drive Zhang Rui away, but patiently said to him, "Why? Are you interested in that unknown stone slab?" Principal Qian, do you know the origin of this stone slab? Hearing Principal Qian's voice, Zhang Rui picked up the stone slab in his hand, asked Principal Qian to confirm it. Principal Qian nodded, thought about it carefully, and said, "In fact, I don't know much. I only know that this stone slab was obtained from an ancient relic. When we got it, we were also very curious about the purpose of this stone slab like you. But we studied it for a long time and didn't get anything. We only know that there is a magical power in it, but we don't know what it is. No matter how we study it, we don't know how to use the power in it. If you like it, I can give it to you for free. It's useless to keep this useless thing here." After hearing Principal Qian's words, Zhang Rui was very excited, but he didn't show it on his face. He must not let Principal Qian doubt it now. If he knew that Zhang Rui knew the stone slab in his hand and knew how to use it, he would never give it to him so easily. "Thank you, Principal Qian, but do you know where the remains of the stone slab are?" Zhang Rui quickly put away the stone slab, came to Principal Qian and asked, "I don't know where the remains are, but my friend may know about this matter. If you have a chance, you can go to the Origin Forest to find him. If you mention my name, that person will definitely help you." Seeing that Zhang Rui was so interested in the stone slab, Principal Qian smiled and said to him, "Let's go. I still need to submit the form. If you don't submit it within the specified time, you won't even have the opportunity to participate in the event." Then, Zhang Rui followed Principal Qian out of the treasure house. After leaving the door of the treasure house, Zhang Rui and Principal Qian parted ways and went to the restaurant to prepare for dinner. However, he first entered a hidden place and put all the stone slabs, skills, secrets, and props into the warehouse. This is actually to reduce the fear of other people. Although Zhang Rui is very powerful, he doesn't care much about the fear of others. It's better to have nothing than to have something. After eating something in the cafeteria, Zhang Rui was ready to go back to the dormitory. His energy cube was not yet made, and his elves were all hungry, which was not what Zhang Rui wanted. Just when Zhang Rui came to the door of the dormitory, he saw Ye Fei running towards him quickly, holding 2 emails in his hand, and said excitedly, "Brother, do you know what this is?" Looking at the emails in Ye Fei's hand, Zhang Rui frowned. The only thing he could think of was the reward for helping the Alliance detectives destroy the skeleton team's plan. He didn't expect them to deliver it so quickly. Zhang Rui did not answer, but took an unopened mail from Ye Fei's hand and said to Ye Fei, "I didn't expect it to be delivered so soon." "Yes, you are worthy of being a member of the Elf Alliance. It's a generous deal, a skill secret, and 500,000 Chinese yuan. By the way, I also made an appointment with a beautiful woman to explore the abandoned building tonight. Do you want to go?" Zhang Rui looked at the mail in his hand, glanced at Ye Fei, and rejected it. "Go by yourself. I don't want to eat your dog food. Besides, I still have to make energy blocks, so I don't have extra time to go there." As he said that, Zhang Rui took the mail and prepared to go into the house, but was aroused by Ye Fei's next words. "I heard that a large number of ghost-type elves have appeared in the abandoned building recently. I will go to the abandoned building with that beautiful woman to explore. Maybe I can catch a ghost-type elf." After Ye Fei finished speaking proudly, he picked up the phone and dialed a number, turned around and walked out of the school, saying, "Baby, are you ready for our trip to the abandoned building today? Just wait and see my performance." "Abandoned building? I'll go there when I have time," Zhang Rui muttered as he listened to Ye Fei's voice fading away. After returning to the dormitory, Zhang Rui made some preparations and came to the intermediate energy block making machine to start making intermediate experience blocks. Following the steps of the intermediate energy block, Zhang Rui also succeeded in making it at once. Looking at the experience block in his hand that had obviously increased in size, he was very surprised. Later, he made a lot of intermediate energy blocks. Of course, there were also energy blocks that increased physical attack and speed, and some blocks that could only supplement nutrition. After the energy blocks were made, Zhang Rui summoned Shakiras and Tyrannosaurus, took out some physical blocks and intermediate experience blocks and placed them in the bowls of Shakiras and Tyrannosaurus. Of course, in order to praise Tyrannosaurus for saving his life in a critical moment, Zhang Rui gave him a little more physical attack blocks, and at the same time, let Tyrannosaurus carry the Dragon's Fang and Dragon's Gem. In addition, there are also skills and secrets taken from the treasure house. The skill secret is a secret skill, but in fact, it is a disc. When the disc is placed on Tyrannosaurus's head, the disc emits a dazzling light, and the light is quickly injected into Tyrannosaurus's head. Tyrannosaurus, who was eating, suddenly felt a strong memory appear in his mind, as if he was born with it. Tyrannosaurus, use feather perch. Zhang Rui gave the order to Tyrannosaurus after seeing that the skill secret had disappeared. When Tyrannosaurus heard the order, his body quickly gathered energy, and a large number of feathers gradually fell from around his body, all scattered on Tyrannosaurus's wound. Zhang Rui could see through the data eye that the injuries on the body of the Tyrannosaurus were recovering rapidly, and had changed from the original serious injuries to minor injuries. It can be seen that the recovery effect is extraordinary. At this time, Shakira's, who was eating energy blocks next to him, was envious. Brother Long was already very strong, and now he has new equipment. His strength is estimated to be even higher. Zhang Rui also noticed Shakira's mood, touched its hard head, smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, wait for me to open the mail and see if the skills and secrets inside are suitable for you." Zhang Rui took out the mail sent by the Alliance from the house. Since the skills and secrets inside were randomly distributed, Zhang Rui didn't know what skills and secrets the Alliance would send. If the skills and secrets inside are not suitable for Shakira's after opening it, there is nothing to do. It can only be said that Shakira's has bad luck. Soon, Zhang Rui tore open the mail. Inside was the skills and secrets wrapped in a plastic bag, as well as a card from the Elf Bank and a thank you letter. Zhang Rui took a quick look at the thank you letter. It was a thank you letter for helping him solve such a big crisis. No matter how he looked at it, the font on the paper was just copy and paste. Zhang Rui felt bored and threw it aside. He picked up the skill secret to see what skill it was. Completely resists the opponent's attack. Note, continuous use will fail. When Zhang Rui saw the introduction of the skill secret, his eyes lit up. Sure enough, the Alliance still understood people's hearts very well. They knew what skills Zhang Rui needed and sent them to him. The Tyrannosaurus has learned the skill of holding. Of course, this skill secret belongs to Shakira's. Looking at Shakira's expectant look, Zhang Rui directly put the skill secret in his hand on Shakira's head. As the light gradually disappeared, it was obvious that Shakira's had learned the skill of holding. After receiving Zhang Rui's reward, Shakira's was very excited and ate very hard. In a few minutes, all the energy cubes were eaten. Of course, because Zhang Rui added the intermediate experience block to it this time, Shakira's level was upgraded again, and it crossed multiple levels and directly reached level 38. This upgrade speed also made Zhang Rui sigh and said, "Is this the effect of the intermediate experience block? This is not a level lower than the primary one. Since the intermediate level is already like this, what about the advanced level? And the special level above? These effects are unimaginable, but with the increase of the grade, the tree fruit required for the energy block becomes larger." Fortunately, Zhang Rui has a small world. Otherwise, the acquisition of tree fruit in the future will also be a century-long problem. Thinking of the advanced energy blocks in the future, Zhang Rui now has only a primary energy block machine, and the intermediate block-making machine just now is still from the school, so it is impossible for Zhang Rui to take it away. So Zhang Rui plans to buy an advanced energy block-making machine earlier when he has time. Anyway, he has a lot of money on him, and the energy block-making machine is much cheaper than the energy block. At this time, the Violent Dragon has also eaten the energy block, and the level is also quickly upgraded to level 57. The current level of the Tyrannosaurus is already over 50. It is almost very difficult to upgrade to this level. Now that he has eaten a meal and has directly upgraded 2 levels, this is already outrageous. However, the elves were full, so Zhang Rui took them back. He looked at the time. It was only 13 noon, and there was a long time for Zhang Rui to travel in the dungeon. System, I want to challenge the Golden Gym. Prepare for me to teleport. Ding dong. Okay, host, teleport for you now. As soon as the system sounded, a black vortex appeared in front of him, and Zhang Rui walked in directly. When Zhang Rui opened his eyes, what appeared in front of him was not the Golden Gym, but a dark forest. He could not see the front at all in the distance. The chilly wind blew, and Zhang Rui, who was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, suddenly felt a chill. Is there something wrong with the system? This place doesn't look like Golden City at all. Even if Zhang Rui complained at this time, the system did not respond to his words. There was no way. Zhang Rui could only bite the bullet and walk forward. Golden City Gym. Golden Gym is the gym of Nancy, a psychic trainer. Nancy is a talented girl who uses psychic elves, and she has a strong psychic talent. When Xiaoji fought against her, she was controlled by her Yongjira. Without the help of Nancy's father, Xiaoji would not be able to pass the level so easily. At this time, Zhang Rui had been walking in the forest for a while, but he didn't even meet a single elf. This is not the point. The point is that he was lost. The fog was blocking all around, and it was night now. Zhang Rui couldn't find the way out at all. There was no way. Zhang Rui was ready to take a rest and continue on his way. Just when Zhang Rui wanted to take a rest under the tree, he suddenly saw a little girl with a bow hat and light blue hair in the bushes in the distance. Giggle! The little girl made a terrifying sound, and her figure even retreated. Zhang Rui naturally knew who the little girl was. This is actually Nancy's childhood appearance, but now she is Nancy's ragdoll. Since she appeared, it means that the front is Golden City. Zhang Rui did not rest and followed the little girl's figure, running quickly into the distance. After a while, Zhang Rui arrived at the gate of Golden City. Hearing that everyone here has superpowers, Zhang Rui actually did not believe it, but except for Nancy, she really has superpowers. If he fails, she will turn him into a ragdoll. But there is no other way. Zhang Rui must pass the copy in front of him, otherwise the subsequent copies cannot be opened at all. After arriving in Golden City, Zhang Rui did not go to the Pokémon Center, but came to a building that looked like a tent. He knew that the Golden Gym in front of him was. At this time, the figure of the little girl appeared again, as if guiding Zhang Rui forward. Following the guidance of the little girl, Zhang Rui came to the competition venue inside the building. The venue was very huge, but under the weak light, it looked particularly terrifying. Looking at the black shadow in the distance, there were 2 torches burning violently next to it, but the strong firelight could not see the black figure clearly. Zhang Rui knew that the person sitting in front of him was Nancy, so he immediately said, "I'm here to challenge you." Zhang Rui just finished speaking when he saw the little girl, but her eyes were red. She smiled and said to him, "Of course, but if you lose, you have to play with me." "Of course, I'm happy to play with you," Zhang Rui replied. Hearing Zhang Rui's answer, a cute girl sitting on a chair appeared behind the little girl. She had the same hair as the little girl, but she was slim and had a queen-like style. "You are Nancy, right?" Nancy nodded, her eyes emitting blue light, and she controlled her body to come to the competition venue, saying lightly, "Now let's start a one-on-one elf battle. You should know this rule." Seeing Zhang Rui nodded, Nancy asked the little girl in her arms to take out the elf ball and throw it out. The moment the elf ball touched the ground, Casey ran out of the elf ball, sat on the ground, and was sleeping soundly without any movement. "Go! Shakira's!" Zhang Rui knew how powerful Casey was, but he did not summon the Dragonite. Instead, he asked Shakira's to hone his level. Seeing Casey sleeping on the field, Zhang Rui did not think much and asked Shakira's to attack first. Use the wave of evil. Shakira's body exuded an evil aura which made Nancy feel a little sick. Even Casey, who was sleeping, sensed the danger and stood up immediately. There was a black substance in Shakira's mouth that kept condensing. When this substance condensed into a small ball, it was suddenly released from his mouth. This beam of light was like a chain, attacking Casey in the distance. Nancy's eyes were emitting blue light, and Casey also did it synchronously, trying to twist the black ray that rushed past, but found that it could not control the black ray. Seeing that the black ray was about to hit Casey, Nancy could only let Casey use teleportation to get behind Shakira's to avoid the damage caused by the wave of evil. The black ray hit the position where Casey was, and a small pit appeared. Fortunately, Casey moved away instantly, otherwise he would have lost his ability to fight. Nancy glanced at the man in front of her. She knew that the other party's strength was definitely extraordinary. At this time, her eyes emitted blue light again. Casey's body in the distance was changing rapidly. The originally thin tail began to become thick, and there was a silver spoon in her hand, full of fighting power towards Shakira's in the distance. Zhang Rui was not surprised when he saw Casey evolve. If Nancy could only teleport, she would not have the strength to sit in the position of gym leader. However, Zhang Rui was thinking that if Shakira's evolved and became Bangjira's, perhaps no matter what skills this Youngjira used, it would be ineffective for Bangjira's. At this time, Youngjira's eyes lit up, and he waved the spoon in his hand to remotely control Shakira's in the distance. First, he threw Shakira's into the air, and then used telekinesis to smash Shakira's to the ground. Telekinesis! Zhang Rui raised his mouth slightly. Use hold. A green barrier immediately appeared on Shakira's body, isolating Youngjira's superpower outside, causing its superpower to lose its effect. Shakira's fell from the air, and at the same time, Zhang Rui gave it another order. Evil wave! Shakira's aimed at Youngjira in the distance and once again exuded an evil aura. Black light appeared again and quickly flew towards Youngjira. Seeing that the situation was not good, Nancy asked Youngjira to use instant movement again. When the black light hit it, its body immediately disappeared and came to the side of Shakira's. At this time, Youngjira's body shape changed again. His body began to hunch back, and his beard grew again, but his tail disappeared, and the silver spoon in his hand became 2. Alaka's Psychic. Level 36. Quality, A+, male, healthy. Features, synchronization. Carried items, none. Barrier, one more time. Basic skills, bending spoon, instant teleport, telekinesis, freeze, illusion ray, eye of miracle, reflection wall, psychic blade, self-regeneration, telekinesis, and exchange of Venus. Electric shock wave. Shadow ball, is this your true strength? After Brave and Kirara evolved again, Zhang Rui looked at the calm and cold queen and asked. Nancy didn't speak, but her eyes emitted blue light, while Alakazam's eyes emitted blue light, facing Shakira's who had just landed on the ground. A ray of light composed of pink energy quickly appeared, and the light was like a dancing snake, as if it wanted to swallow Shakira's in one gulp. Evil wave. Zhang Rui did not hesitate at all and immediately asked Shakira's to use evil skills. In fact, he also wanted to use other skills, but he was worried that using other skills would be controlled by Alakazam, causing the attack to rebound on himself. Evil skills are restrained by superpowers, and superpowers can be said to be ineffective against evil skills, which has become one of Zhang Rui's offensive means. Shakira's released black rays again, and the 2 different colors of rays collided violently, releasing dazzling light. However, due to the evil attribute, the pink light seemed to be unable to do anything to the black light, and was directly suppressed by the black light. No matter how Alakazam released energy, it had no effect on the black light. The black ray gradually approached Alakazam. At this time, it was too late for Nancy to let Alakazam use instant teleportation. Alakazam's body was hit by the black ray and quickly retreated backwards. Bang! With the full output of the black ray, a violent explosion occurred directly, and Alakazam was submerged in the violent explosion. At this time, Nancy's eyes released a blue light. Zhang Rui knew that Alakazam had not lost its fighting ability, and was about to use skills again. Just behind Shakira's, Alakazam appeared again. At this time, its body was attacked by evil attributes and was covered with serious injuries. I believe that if it was hit again, Alakazam would lose its fighting ability. But there was still an accident. Alakazam's 2 silver spoons crossed together, and an invisible force appeared in its body. On the yellow skin, the black injuries were recovering rapidly. In less than a few seconds, Alakazam had recovered to a state of complete victory. You'd better admit defeat. My Alakazam, you can't beat it at all. Nancy said to Zhang Rui in a condescending tone, as if she had seen the result of the game. But Zhang Rui did not feel defeated at this time. Instead, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. The real game has just begun. Shakira's raised the sandstorm. Shakira's eyes emitted blue light, and the soil around the silver armor quickly turned into wild sand. With Shakira's control, it kept spinning on the entire field, and it was impossible to see clearly. Alakazam was shrouded in a sandstorm, and sand hit its body from time to time, showing that the damage was average. Do you think you can use the sandstorm to attack when it is unprepared? Ridiculous! Nancy sneered. She felt a little bored with Zhang Rui's skills, Now she wanted to end the battle and turn Zhang Rui into a doll for her to play with. Alakazam's eyes on the battlefield emitted blue light, and his body was wrapped in blue light. The crazy spinning sand stopped moving, and the surroundings seemed to be still. However, this was also part of Zhang Rui's plan. Zhang Rui immediately said, "Shakira's, use Rock Slide." A large number of rocks quickly appeared around Shakira's body and flew towards Alakazam in the distance. At this time, Alakazam used telekinesis to control the sandstorm around him, so he had no time to pay attention to the rocks that were about to fly over. Alakazam used his body's strength and energy to control the movement of the sandstorm. He was staring at the approaching rocks and had no way to control them. Because of this, the rocks hit Alakazam's body very accurately. The strong impact made Alakazam move backwards, and the superpowers that controlled the sandstorms instantly collapsed when they were hit by the rocks. The dusty sandstorm started again, constantly hitting Alakazam's body. Alakazam's body was still unable to move after being hit by the rocks, and the second rock also flew over quickly. The gray-brown armor on Alakazam's body, after enduring another strong attack, flew quickly toward the wall behind. Of course, this was not the end. The third rock, the fourth rock, until all the rocks hit Alakazam's body. Alakazam was pressed down by the rocks, and above him was a small hill of rocks. Under the strong pressure, Alakazam was somewhat difficult to move. However, Nancy's eyes emitted a blue light again. Alakazam's hand suddenly clenched the silver soup spoon. From the arm, an invisible energy wrapped around Alakazam's whole body. Under the control of this energy, the rock pressing on Alakazam actually flew up, floating around Alakazam's body, aiming at Shakira's in the distance, controlling the rock to smash it. "Rock collapse! Meet it!" Shakira summoned a huge rock again. The rocks surrounded Shakira's. Seeing that the rocks controlled by Alakazam were about to arrive, Shakira's also used its body's ability to throw the surrounding rocks out one by one. There was a fierce collision between the rocks. In the middle of Shakira's and Alakazam, due to the violent collision of the rocks, the entire venue was filled with smoke. Fortunately, there was a sandstorm, which rolled up all the smoke, and Shakira's could see the position of Alakazam clearly. However, Alakazam was already covered with scars, and his armor was covered with scars caused by rocks hitting it. Due to the continuous attack of the sandstorm, its physical strength has been compressed. It is estimated that if it is hit again, it will lose its combat ability instantly. Alakazam, self-regeneration! Nancy's superpowers have sensed Alakazam's state, but she did not admit defeat. Instead, she let Alakazam recover from the injuries on his body by condensing mysterious energy. Looking at Alakazam holding the spoons in his hands and crossing them together, an invisible energy gathered in his chest. When the energy reached its peak, it would enter Alakazam's body, wander around its body, and recover from the injuries. It seems that if we want to defeat Alakazam, we must let Shakira's use the close-range skill. Only that skill can possibly defeat Alakazam. Compared with Alakazam's physical defense, its special defense is still higher, while its physical defense is relatively low. This is why Zhang Rui thought of using close-range attacks on Alakazam. Now we must find an opportunity to let Alakazam get close to Shakira's body, so that Shakira's will have the opportunity to attack at close range. Looking at the stalemate between the two sides, Zhang Rui suddenly thought of one thing. That is, Alakazam will move behind Shakira's every time he teleports. Maybe this is an opportunity. Just when Alakazam's body was recovering, Zhang Rui immediately gave Shakira's an order. "Use the Wave of Evil, let's see how you can dodge it." Nancy naturally didn't know Zhang Rui's thoughts. She only knew that he was just wasting his efforts. The blue light appeared in his eyes again, and Alakazam's eyes were fixed on the upcoming black ray. Just when the black ray was about to hit it, its body instantly disappeared and came behind Shakira's, preparing to attack Shakira's. Coincidentally, the last attack of the crazy spinning sandstorm hit Alakazam, which immediately stopped the attack. Afterwards, the sandstorm in the entire competition venue quickly disappeared, and the ground was full of sand, but there was no wind and sand in the air. The sandstorm you are proud of has disappeared, and you have already lost this game. Nancy saw the sandstorm on the field disappear and said with some pride. Zhang Rui looked at Nancy with a slight smile on his face and immediately said, "Shakira's, use bite." Shakira's on the field immediately turned around, and because Alakazam was gathering superpowers, before he could react, his shoulder was bitten by Shakira's teeth. Alakazam wanted to use superpowers to knock Shakira's away, but it found that the superpowers in its body had disappeared. That's right, The skill Shakira's used just now is a dark skill. By biting your body with teeth with dark attributes, the superpowers in your body will instantly lose their effect. Shakira's, give it the last blow. Zhang Rui looked at Alakazam, who was in a panic, and gave the last order to Shakira's. The bite force of Shakira's increased again, and Alakazam felt a mysterious force eroding his body. As this force invaded, Alakazam felt that the superpowers in his body were being lost, and he felt powerless all over. The powerless Alakazam's eyes turned into fish plates, and he lost his ability to fight. How is it? I won this battle. Seeing Nancy taking Alakazam back into the Pokeball, he said to her. Nancy stared at Zhang Rui in the distance. She didn't speak, but controlled the little girl in her hand through her superpowers. The little girl took out a golden badge from her body, slowly walked to Zhang Rui, and handed the golden badge to Zhang Rui. Then, Zhang Rui felt dizzy, and when he woke up again, he was already at the door of the golden gym. If he hadn't been holding a golden badge in his hand, Zhang Rui would have thought he had a dream. Young man, you are amazing. You actually successfully challenged Nancy's gym? At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a blue hat ran over not far away. He seemed to see the golden badge in Zhang Rui's hand and praised him. Zhang Rui stared at the man in front of him and recognized him at a glance. This man was Nancy's father, but the family had not reconciled yet. Seeing that Zhang Rui did not answer, Nancy's father waved his hand and said, "You should also work hard in the next gym." After that, his figure quickly disappeared in front of Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui wanted to try to make Nancy's family reconcile, but just when he was about to speak, Nancy's father disappeared. Looking at the direction he disappeared, he had to give up the idea just now. Let's deal with this mess after Xiaoji comes. However, I don't know if Xiaoji can't pass Nancy's Alakazam. Since the gym is over, Zhang Rui called out the system and said to it, "System, exit the dungeon." As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar transmission channel appeared in front of Zhang Rui, and he walked in as usual. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for passing the challenge of the Golden Gym and obtaining the Nancy Summoning Scroll, Gardevoir Detector, and 200,000 Chinese yuan. The reward has been sent to the warehouse. Please check it carefully. Since the host has passed the Golden Gym, he has begun to explore the dungeon, the Lavender Town Spirit Tower, and at the same time opened a new dungeon to challenge the Rainbow Gym. Hearing the reward sound of the system, Zhang Rui slowly opened his eyes. Since he had returned to the dormitory, Zhang Rui roughly checked the time. Fortunately, it was only 3 p.m., so he felt relieved. Then he opened the warehouse to check the rewards issued by the system. First, there was the Gardevoir Detector. This had the same effect as the Bangira's Detector at the beginning. It could find the Gardevoir or the pre-evolution appearance of Gardevoir within a radius of 5 kilometers. Of course, this detector could also find Gardevoir Evolution Stones. Zhang Rui estimated that Gardevoir Evolution Stones only existed in the Kalos dungeon, and there were almost no other dungeons. However, after using the detector, the location of Gardevoir can be found. Zhang Rui is still very excited. As we all know, Gardevoir is a popular Pokémon in the Pokémon world. It not only has good output capabilities, but also has amazing appearance. This makes many trainers obsessed with it. This also leads to Gardevoir not having the qualifications of a quasi-god, but having a quasi-god-like status. The price of male Gardevoir is very ordinary, but if it is a female Gardevoir, it is a rich person's scramble. It is almost impossible to buy it with money. After all, female Gardevoir has a full chest and is loved by trainers. It can also be super evolved. Anyway, it is not a loss after spending money to buy it. Of course, in addition to the Gardevoir Detector, Zhang Rui was given a Nancy Summoning Scroll. I didn't expect the system to be so thoughtful. As long as a woman is encountered in the copy, an additional Summoning Scroll will be given. Just thinking about getting up every morning and being able to see Nancy sitting or lying next to him is also a good enjoyment. But Zhang Rui did not summon Nancy now. It would not be too late to summon it when he returned to the small world. Let's continue to challenge the copy. If there is time, go to Ziwan Town to see if there are any suitable ghost-type Pokémons, and then subdue them. This is also a good choice. System, continue to challenge the dungeon. Zhang Rui had just finished speaking when a black vortex appeared in front of him again, and he quickly walked in. When he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived in Rainbow City. The perfume produced in Rainbow City is well known far and wide. Many girls will go to Rainbow City to buy perfume to set off their beauty. This also leads to the fact that girls can be seen everywhere in the entire Rainbow City, while men are relatively rare. But think about it, men are not so obsessed with perfume. After those male trainers come to Rainbow City, they will challenge the gym as soon as possible and then leave quickly, while female trainers will stay for a while longer. Zhang Rui, who came to Rainbow City, would not choose to stay here for a long time, but quickly ran to the eye-catching building in the distance. The building that can have the appearance of a queen flower should be the Rainbow Gym. Zhang Rui looked up at the huge building in front of him and walked in without any thought. As soon as he pushed open the glass door in front of him, he saw a girl with blue hair and wearing scout uniforms standing in front of Zhang Rui. Judging from her beauty and figure, she is definitely not inferior to the 4 Hualan sisters, and even has a tendency to surpass the Hualan sisters. Rainbow City is indeed a paradise for women. No matter where you go, you can see beautiful women. Are you here to challenge the trainer of the gym? The blue-haired girl looked a little dazed when she saw Zhang Rui's appearance, but she immediately reacted and said. The blue-haired girl saw Zhang Rui nodded and then turned around and took Zhang Rui to the house. Come on, please follow me. At the same time, she said to the girl with a beauty mole on the corner of her eye, Go and call Miss Erica and tell her that there is a new challenger and she looks very handsome. The girl with the beauty mole took advantage of the remaining time to glance at Zhang Rui and was immediately attracted by Zhang Rui's handsome face, but she did not forget her mission and quickly ran to the other side of the house. Under the guidance of the blue-haired girl, Zhang Rui came to the center of the huge building, which was the location of the battlefield. Since this gym is good at using grass-type elves, the entire battlefield is like a low-profile forest. However, there are no elves in the low-profile forest, which is only used for battles. Are you today's challenger? Zhang Rui heard a very beautiful voice, which was very sweet. After hearing it, his heart trembled slightly. Looking for the location where the voice came from, Zhang Rui saw a girl wearing light green sportswear, walking in the forest in the distance. She had a pair of fascinating dark blue hair on her head, which made the girl in front of him even more beautiful. Are you the owner of the Rainbow Gym, Erica? Zhang Rui asked. Yes, I didn't expect today's challenger to be so handsome. I wonder how strong he is? Erica was also attracted by Zhang Rui's appearance and gave a thumbs-up gesture to the blue-haired girl in the distance. Then can the battle begin? Zhang Rui asked without paying attention to Erica's little action. Of course, our Rainbow Gym is a 3-on-3 match, and it will last until all the Pokémon on one side lose their ability to fight. Erica answered immediately. It seems that the Rainbow Gym is a more formal gym, and it is conducted in full accordance with the rules of the Kanto Alliance. It is not like the previous gyms, where the gym owner sets the rules according to his own ideas. Then let the game begin. My first Pokémon is... Erica took out a Pokeball and threw it out quickly. It's you, Giant Vine. A vine Pokémon with a body wrapped in light blue vines appeared on the field in an instant. From a distance, only the eyes can be seen. The arms are also long vine-like, but there are palms. When Zhang Rui saw the giant vine for the first time, he felt a little surprised and thought to himself, I remember that the Pokémon in the Rainbow Gym was a vine monster. Why is it a giant vine? Giant grass. Level 40, quality, male status healthy. Features, chlorid items, none. Inherited moves, telekinesis, ultimate absorption, leaf storm, basic skills, blocking, rooting, entangling, hypnotic powder, vine whip, absorption, poison powder, super absorption, shooting down, paralysis powder, nature's grace, primal power. Taught skills, photosynthesis, none. Fuck, this giant vine is so perverted. It's even more perverted than Wang Chen's Bulbasaur. It looks like Shakira's can take a break from this battle. Zhang Rui was a little shocked when he saw the data of the giant vine through the data eye. He wanted to put the Pokeball summoned by Shakira's back immediately, and took out the Pokeball containing Tyranitar and threw it out quickly. It's decided to be you, Tyranitar. The Pokeball opened its mouth in the air, and Tyranitar quickly flew out of it, waving its bright red wings and coming in front of Zhang Rui. What kind of Pokemon is this? It shouldn't be from the Kanto region, right? Erica was immediately startled by the momentum of Tyranitar when it first appeared, but she immediately calmed down and asked, Yes, this Pokemon does not belong to the Kanto region. Zhang Rui replied. Erica nodded, without asking any more questions, and ordered the giant vine. Use rooting. The giant vine controlled the vines on its body and slowly stretched them toward the ground. Soon the vines stopped moving, indicating that it had already taken root. Then a green energy was generated from the ground and slowly transmitted from the top of the vine to the body of the giant vine. Rooting is a skill that only grass-type elves can learn. It is a skill that pierces the vines of the body into the ground, absorbs nutrients from the ground, and continuously restores physical strength. Being able to use the rooting skill at the beginning shows that Erica felt a great threat from the momentum of the Tyrannosaurus, and thought of using rooting to stabilize her own physical strength to prevent being directly defeated by the Tyrannosaurus. Spray flames! Zhang Rui would naturally not let the Tyrannosaurus wait for the opponent to become stronger before choosing to attack. The Tyrannosaurus stepped into the ground with its forelimbs, and a large amount of flames began to appear in its mouth. The blazing flames quickly sprayed towards the giant vines in the distance, and no grass grew wherever it went. Erica's face changed drastically. Looking at the huge fire column that was about to come, she immediately gave the giant vine an order. Use photosynthesis to recover your strength and resist this attack. Before the fiercely burning fire column arrived, the giant vine stretched its vine-like arms to the top of its head. With the help of the sunlight from the glass of the venue, a small yellow ball appeared on its head. The raging flames quickly attacked and directly submerged the body of the giant vine in the sea of fire. At this moment, the small yellow ball on the top of its head slowly sank into the body of the giant vine. The vine that was originally scorched actually showed signs of recovery, but Erica still underestimated the power of the flames. The injuries that had been gradually recovering actually gradually worsened. After the flames ended, the body of the giant vine had been scorched. It was estimated that it would take at least a few days to treat it. Seeing that the injuries on the giant vine were so serious, Erica suddenly squeezed out a few tears from the corners of her eyes and looked fiercely at Zhang Rui in the distance. Under the gaze of these beautiful eyes, Zhang Rui suddenly felt that it was a bit too much to let the Tyrannosaurus fight, so he quickly took it back and threw out the Shakira's Pokeball. It is still necessary to let Erica feel superior. After all, after winning, the system may give Erica a summoning scroll. Although the favorability is full, there is still the memory of fighting in the gym. If she has bad intentions towards Zhang Rui at that time, it will be troublesome. Are you looking down on me? Erica took back the giant vine and stared at Zhang Rui with those charming eyes. She seemed a little dissatisfied and felt that Zhang Rui was giving in to her. Zhang Rui scratched his head and said, "The Tyrannosaurus just now can only use one move. After one move, it has no combat ability. That's why I changed a Pokémon to play." This is just an excuse Zhang Rui made. If Tyrannosaurus plays again, and it is still a property restraint, and it loses its combat ability directly after being hit by a skill, Erica will probably be unhappy. It would be better to summon Shakira's. After defeating the Golden Gym, Shakira's level was raised by 1 level. With its amazing physical attack, it was still able to complete the feat of 1-on-2. Okay, I believe what you just said. My next Pokémon is Go Venusaur. Erica took out the Pokeball with Venusaur in it and threw it out quickly. Venusaur, like a lantern grass, appeared on the battlefield, facing Shakira's and swinging into a fighting posture. Venusaur, grass poison, level A+, gender female, status healthy, features glutton, carried items, orange fruit, acid, bomb, burp, ultimate absorb, basic skills, growth, bind, poison powder, paralysis powder, dissolving liquid, shoot down, gastric juice, slam, twist, grass blender, swallowge, leaf blade, leaf storm. Taught skills, seed bomb, none. Shakira's, use the original force. This time Zhang Rui did not give the opponent a chance to use his skills. Shakira's was completely restrained by Venusaur, and he was still thinking of letting him go. Is this possible? Shakira's used his hard silver armor to hit the ground hard. Through the control of the elements, the gravel on the ground flew up and surrounded Shakira's. Aiming at the distant Venus flytrap, he threw all the gravel around his body at the Venus flytrap. Venus flytrap, green grass blender. The Venus flytrap used its long vines to quickly entwine together, just like a blender, crushing all the gravel into dirt. Zhang Rui was a little surprised when he saw the performance of Venus flytrap. Its skills had no damage, so how could I fight it? It would be better to use the Tyrannosaurus to kill it instantly. There was no other way. Zhang Rui could only let Shakira's continue to fight. Now he had to use Shakira's own advantages to fight through close combat. Flying Leaf Blade. Seeing that Zhang Rui had not attacked, Erika let Venus Flytrap launch a quick offensive against Shakira's. Venus Flytrap shook its round body, and the huge leaves on its head gradually fell down. Venus Flytrap caught the leaves in its hands and fanned all the fallen leaves back. Shakira's dodged the skill while moving forward. Shakira's didn't understand Zhang Rui's idea, but he had no choice but to do it. When the flying leaves were about to hit him, he dodged immediately and successfully avoided the attack of the leaves. In this way, Shakira's dodged all the flying leaves and quickly came to the front of the Venus Fly. "Make a big fuss!" Zhang Rui ordered Shakira's. There was no other way. Now, the only skill that could cause great damage to the Venus Fly was this one. So now, Zhang Rui could only rely on this skill to deal damage, hoping to kill it instantly. When Shakira's quickly came to the front of the Venus Fly was shocked and wanted to quickly distance itself from Shakira's, but it was too late. Shakira's relied on its hard body to hit the Venus Fly. Due to Shakira's strong physical attack, the Venus Fly was beaten back again and again, and it didn't even have a chance to fight back. Zhang Rui used the data eye to observe the state of the phallus. It had changed from being healthy to being slightly injured, then slightly injured, and then seriously injured. However, just when the phallus was seriously injured, a force suddenly came from its body, allowing its dying body to recover instantly. Coincidentally, Shakira's had completed a round of attacks at this time, and now needed to buffer before launching the next offensive. Leaf Storm! Seeing that Shakira's had such a powerful attack ability, Erika was shocked. She didn't know what Shakira's had eaten and why his attack ability was so strong. In order to prevent its next round of attacks, Erika immediately asked the phallus to use the most powerful attack skill, hoping to kill Shakira's directly. The phallus used a long vine whip to roll up a large number of fallen leaves. As the vine whip speed increased, the surrounding fallen leaves gradually increased. Soon, with the blessing of the vine whip, the leaves and rocks on the ground began to rotate. Surrounding Shakira's in the middle of the whirlwind, a large number of rocks and leaves continued to gather, causing heavy damage to Shakira's. Because of the commotion, Zhang Rui was unable to use other skills during the skill. This was the first time that Shakira's was hurt by such a strong attack. Fortunately, the armor on Shakira's was extremely strong. Just when the whirlwind was about to end, Shakira's attacked again. The powerful attack forced Venus Flower to interrupt the skill. The whole body was hit by Shakira's. Almost every part of the body was used, and Venus Flower could not withstand such a strong attack. It collapsed to the ground and lost its ability to fight. Erika was stunned. She didn't expect Shakira's to be able to withstand the strongest grass-type skills, but it was estimated that Shakira's was not feeling well after the attack just now. "This is my last Pokémon, go! Tyrannosaurus!" As Erika took back Tyrannosaurus, she threw the Pokeball containing Tyrannosaurus out at the same time. Seeing the Pokémon with a huge red flower on its head, Zhang Rui was also sweating. The level of this Tyrannosaurus was not low. Queen Flower, Grass Poison. Level 43. Quality S. Gender, Female. Features, Spores. Carried items, Miracle Seed inherited Leaf Blade, Absorb Strength. Photosynthesis. Nature, Moon Power, Absorb, Grow. Sweet Fragrance, Dissolving Liquid. Hypnotic Powder, Lucky Ultimate Absorb. Grace of Nature, Green Grass Field, Super Absorb. Taught Skills, Absorbing. Skill Secrets. Guard Queen Flower had just appeared, and Shakira's directly launched a large number of close-range attacks on it, causing Queen Flower to suffer a lot of damage as soon as it appeared. Zhang Rui could see that its status had quickly changed from healthy to slightly injured, and it was able to withstand Shakira's attacks, which showed that this Queen Flower was well cultivated. Just when Queen Flower was attacked, unknown pollen suddenly sprayed out from its red flower. After being absorbed by Shakira's body began to slowly turn purple. Zhang Rui could tell at a glance that Shakira's was poisoned by Queen Flower's characteristic spores. Moreover, the skill of making a big fuss just ended. Now Shakira's body suddenly felt dizzy and couldn't even walk clearly. This was due to the chaotic behavior after making a big fuss. With two negative states appearing at the same time, it was unknown how long Shakira's could hold on. "It seems that your elf is about to die, Queen Flower. Use the green grass field." The big red flower on Queen Flower's head instantly sprayed a large amount of green fog. As the green fog increased, the entire battlefield was shrouded in this fog. With the skill bonus of the green grass field, your Pokémon is finished. Vampire. Use the final blow on that Pokémon. Use Ultimate Absorb. Vampire lowered her head and aimed her huge red flower at Shakira's body, trying to absorb Shakira's physical strength. However, Zhang Rui would not let it succeed, and gave another order. Use hold. Even if Shakira's was in a state of confusion, this protective skill would not fail. The green barrier resisted Vampire's attack, but it could not resist the toxins in the body. Shakira's was affected by the poison, and his state had changed to seriously injured. At this moment, the green mist suddenly produced a green energy that poured into Shakira's body, and Shakira's physical strength actually increased. Why does our green grass field provide help to your Pokémon? Erica was a little confused. It was obviously a field that increased the power of the grass type, so how could it restore the opponent's physical strength? You don't know this, do you? The green grass field can not only increase the skill damage of grass-type Pokémon, but also restore certain injuries for ground-type Pokémon. Zhang Rui saw that Erica was a little confused, so he answered immediately. Shakira's, use the last one, and gradually break it down. Shakira's state of confusion just ended. After hearing Zhang Rui's voice, he aimed at the Venus flower not far away, flashed his body and rushed over quickly. With the impact of his hard body, he directly knocked the Tyrannosaurus out. Tyrannosaurus turned into an arc in the air, fell heavily to the ground, and instantly lost its combat ability. Tyrannosaurus! Erica immediately ran over, helped Tyrannosaurus up, and said to it, "You performed very well today. Take a good rest." After that, she took out the Pokeball and took Tyrannosaurus back, and at the same time gave a look to the blue-haired girl who was watching the battle on the side. The other party immediately understood what it meant, took out a petal badge with different colors from her body and handed it to Zhang Rui, congratulating him. Congratulations on your victory. This is the Rainbow Badge, the proof that you defeated the Rainbow Gym. Zhang Rui took the Rainbow Badge, nodded to the beautiful girl in front of him, turned around and left the Rainbow Gym. This time he did not exit the dungeon immediately, but went to the Pokémon Center and handed all the Pokémons to Joey, asking it to help with the treatment. "Thank you, Miss Joey." Joey took the Pokeball, showed a charming smile, and said, "Okay, I will start treating your Pokémon right away." During Miss Joey's treatment, Zhang Rui seemed bored, sitting by the window, and turned his head to look at the scene in the distance. Seeing the beautiful women outside the window, a large number of women were lying on the window in front of the perfume shop, using their eyes to look at the perfumes displayed in the window, and twisting their bodies from time to time. At this moment, Zhang Rui found Xiaoji, who suddenly arrived not far away. This surprised him a little. He couldn't even figure out how Xiaoji defeated Nancy's powerful Alakazam. Did he capture a ghost-type Pokémon? But Zhang Rui immediately shook his head. According to the plot, Xiaoji couldn't capture a ghost-type Pokémon. It was probably that he asked a ghost-type Pokémon for help. From Zhang Rui's eyes, Xiaoji said goodbye to Xiaogong as soon as he arrived in Rainbow City and ran excitedly to the Rainbow Gym. Zhang Rui had just obtained the badge of the Rainbow Gym. It was estimated that Xiaoji couldn't accept the challenge no matter where he went. After Xiaoji left, Zhang Rui didn't go to see the beautiful scenery outside, but walked to Miss Joy's service desk and put the Pokeballs of Tyranitar and Shakira's that had been treated into his pocket. "Thank you, Miss Joy." After thanking Miss Joy, Zhang Rui quickly left the Pokémon Center. As for why Zhang Rui didn't exit the dungeon and treat the Pokémon, it was actually because Shakira's was affected by the poison. Even if it was received in the Pokeball, it would continue to suffer the pain of poisoning. Besides, the two elves had not been fully treated for a long time. The level of Joey's treatment of elves in the dungeon was recognized by the Alliance, and his skills were at least much better than those in the elf world. Since the elves had completed the treatment, Zhang Rui did not stay in the dungeon for long and immediately exited the dungeon. Zhang Rui had just exited the dungeon when the long-lost voice sounded again. "Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for passing the Rainbow Gym and receiving rewards. Erica Summoning Scroll, Lizard King Detector, 200,000 elf coins. The rewards have been distributed to the warehouse. Please check them. The dungeon Light Red Gym is open. Do you want to challenge it?" Zhang Rui did not enter the gym again to challenge it, but entered the dungeon Purple Garden Elf Tower to explore. The Elf Tower is a very old building in Ziyuan Town. No one has lived in it for a long time, so it naturally became the residence of ghost elves. In fact, it is an amusement park. In the anime, in order to challenge Nancy, Xiaoji came to the Pokémon Tower and tried to capture a ghost-type Pokémon to fight against Nancy, but everyone knows Xiaoji's personality. If the other party knows that he agrees to help him, he will not use the ball to capture it. With the help of the ghost type, Xiaoji also successfully passed the golden gym and got the golden badge. According to the plot of the anime, there are only Ghastly and Gengar in the Pokémon Tower now, and Haunter should be with Nancy now. Zhang Rui, who already knew what was in the tower, did not stay outside the tower, but pushed open the ancient door and walked inside. It was also pitch black inside, and the road could not be seen at all. In order to see the route clearly, Zhang Rui picked up his mobile phone and started to explore the Pokémon Tower in light mode. Just as he turned on the light, he saw a huge black shadow appear in front of him, with bright eyes, staring at the man in front of him. Zhang Rui was frightened and took a few steps back. His face was a little pale. He used the light of his mobile phone to look at the black shadow in the distance. After noticing Zhang Rui retreating, the shadow opened its mouth and laughed. At this moment, a Ghastly with its body wrapped in gas came to its side, looked at Zhang Rui in the distance, and laughed. After seeing Ghastly, Zhang Rui realized that it was Ghastly and Gengar. Thinking of this, Zhang Rui immediately put his mind at ease. As soon as he turned on the light, he saw a figure waiting for him. Even the bravest people would be scared by the scene in front of them. Huh! Zhang Rui seemed to be relieved, walked in front of the two Pokémons, and said to them, "You must be very lonely in the Pokémon Tower every day?" Hearing Zhang Rui's words, Gengar and Ghastly stopped laughing. Their faces instantly turned into sad faces and nodded. Indeed, because they are ghost-type Pokémons, the Pokémons and trainers outside will choose to stay away from them and will not try to approach them at all. Now they can only move freely in the Pokémon Tower. At the beginning, the three Pokémon stayed together, and it was also fun to play a little prank every day. But after Haunter left, there were only 2 elves left in the Elf Tower, and no one usually came to the Elf Tower to adventure, which made them very lonely, and they had no target to play pranks on. Zhang Rui's words just hit their hearts, which was what they wanted most. "Then do you want to come with me and become stronger together?" Gengar and Ghastly looked at each other, then looked at the empty room and nodded to Zhang Rui. It seemed that following the trainer on an adventure was also a good choice. Since they agreed, Zhang Rui wanted to take out the Pokeball to subdue it, but was stopped by the 2 Pokémon. Ghost! Gengar saw the other party take out the Pokeball and immediately pushed his hand and shook his head. Then, his body suddenly danced involuntarily, and his black arms kept swinging there like fists. Zhang Rui understood their intention in an instant. "Do you want to fulfill the requirement of conquering